A gray-yellow sky pressed down over the seventh slum, the radiation cloud hanging like a festering wound that never healed. The wind carried the scent of rust and dry plastic fragments swirling across the metal-patched plaza floor. Chen Mo stood near the front of the line, feeling the vibration beneath the steel plates through the soles of his feet. The rhythm of coolant flowing through underground pipes, his method of counting time. He had counted 37 vibration cycles. The broadcast sounded a mechanical female voice repeating, "The spiritual root awakening ceremony is about to begin. Candidates, please maintain the queue and do not leave your positions." Before the voice faded, several black drones swept low from the direction of the rift, their rotors stirring the air with short bursts of buzzing. They hovered at the four corners of the plaza, cameras aimed at the crowd, red dots scanning across every face. A government special envoy stepped down from an armored vehicle. He wore a standard protective suit, his expression unreadable behind the visor. He unfolded a projection screen and read the activation order. Pursuant to the Third Amendment of the Spiritual Energy Management Act, the permission to activate the Spiritual Abyss Rift in Zone 7 has been granted. This awakening ceremony is a mandatory screening procedure. All individuals under the age of 19 who have not registered their spiritual root status must participate. Chen Mo didn't move. His left hand was already pressing against his wristwatch. The face was shattered, the glass cracked like a spiderweb, the hands forever frozen at 9:17. He rubbed his thumb over the edge of the watch case where a shallow dent remained. A mark he had carved at age 7 with a screwdriver to remember the day his father taught him to disassemble circuit boards. The crowd began to stir. A young man in a worn jacket suddenly crouched down, both hands clutching his head. Someone nearby tried to help him, but he shook them off violently, a muffled groan escaping his throat. No one approached him again. On the other side, a girl was biting her wrist fiercely, her teeth sinking into the flesh. Blood trickled down her forearm to her fingertips, dripping onto the ground. Her eyes were open, but her gaze was unfocused. A low murmur came from a corner. 3 survivors at most from this batch. The voice wasn't loud, but it struck the eardrums like a chisel. Chen Mo glanced sideways. The speaker was a figure wrapped in a cloak, hidden in the shadow of a discarded billboard, only a half-smoked pipe visible. A black market dealer. He knew those things, who exploded, who was dragged into the lab for dissection, whose name was erased from the ration system the next day. 3 years ago, he had heard the same words. Back then, he was working at a black market repair station, 12 years old, just learning to weld broken neural interface modules. 2 failed awakenings were carried back. One had only half a torso left, organs hanging from a support frame still twitching. The other knelt on the ground, clutching a severed arm and screaming. They said it would succeed, but were nothing but flesh bombs. That night, he slept under the repair bench, clutching a handful of burned chips. Now he stood here, a titanium alloy blade hidden inside the right sleeve of his radiation suit, 3 homemade jammers in his tool belt. These weren't prepared for combat. They were for escape. If the rift detection showed abnormal reactions, if the alarm was triggered early, he had at least a 5-second window to try cutting the surveillance signal. But he couldn't escape. Those who missed the ceremony would be added to the purge list, their survival quota frozen, immediately forcibly sent to the border purification camp within 3 days. That place had no records, only numbers and the temperature curve of the incinerator. He looked up. The spiritual abyss rift hovered at the end of the plaza, 2 meters above the ground like a vertical tear. A crimson halo writhed constantly, dark liquid dripping from the edges, sizzling on the steel plates and turning into white smoke. 3 people had already passed the check, their wrists temporarily marked, taken away by special agents. The rest were still waiting. Only 2 remained in front of him. Chen Mo's right eye twitched slightly. He closed his eyes for a second. Memories surged up. At age 3, during a sandstorm in the wasteland, his father pushed him into a shelter and turned to face the sandworm. The creature burst from underground, its maw opening like a blooming metal flower. His father's flashlight was still on, the light reflecting green off the chitin armor. Then everything was swallowed by darkness. When he crawled out, he found only this watch. Now he stood again at a similar boundary. Not a sandworm, but a rift. Not the wasteland, but a plaza. But the smell was the same. Rust mixed with ozone and something deeper like rotting neural tissue. He pressed the watch against his chest, against the beat of his heart. 1 second. 2 seconds. This time I choose my own path. He didn't speak aloud, his lips didn't move, but the words echoed in his mind. He stepped forward. The steel plates trembled slightly under his feet. Each step landed on the predetermined path. No acceleration, no hesitation. The drone cameras turned toward him, locked on. Special agents' hands rested on their weapons but didn't block him. The rules allowed candidates to walk toward the entrance channel on their own. 5 meters. 4 meters. Heat waves hit his face, skin began to tingle. The rift's surface rippled like flowing mercury. He saw his own reflection twist and distort inside it, the scars on his face stretching into 3 burning lines. 3 meters. 2 meters. Someone behind him retched. No one called his name. He reached the entrance and stopped. The final command came from the broadcast. Candidate Chen Mo number 71942. Identity verified. Countdown 1098. He lifted his foot. The instant the sole of his boot met the energy field, the air froze. Red light rose up, first enveloping his calves, then his waist, then his chest. His vision was dyed deep red. The sounds around him vanished. The broadcast, the breathing, the heartbeat. Only a low-frequency vibration remained climbing up from his spine. Half of his body was still outside. Half had already sunk into the light screen. His consciousness remained clear. The awakening reaction had not yet been triggered. Position within the surface energy field of the rift. Action completed. Stepped into the entrance channel. A crimson light flooded Chen Mo's chest, tinting his vision a deep red. He could feel the energy field slithering against his skin like countless fine needles probing his pores. His right eye twitched uncontrollably and a brief double image appeared before him. The light waves at the edge of the rift suddenly warped, revealing a blurred face. It wasn't an illusion. The facial features were collapsing. Eyes bulging, corneas exploding, blood mist spraying from the sockets and coalescing into a grinning silhouette in the air. It was the first awakener. The man stood beneath the ventilation shaft in the northeast corner, wearing a worn-out work coat with frayed shoulders. He had just raised his hands to chest height when his body jolted violently. His mouth opened to its limit, but no sound came. The next second his skull exploded from within, fragments of bone and brain tissue splattering onto the steel plate 2 meters away with a dull thud. The broadcast crackled, "Please remain calm. The spiritual root awakening process varies among individuals. Candidates, please wait patiently for assessment." Chen Mo did not move. His left hand still pressed on the watch fingertips, tracing the shallow dent along the edge of the case. He remembered that spot. The failure who died on the maintenance table 3 years ago had also started splitting from the eyes. The second person fell only 5 steps away. A small girl with a crooked braid. She suddenly dropped to her knees, fingers digging into her throat, as if trying to extract something. Then the blood vessels in her neck bulged one by one, skin turning from white to purple, finally snapping with a soft sound. The blood spurted less than half a meter before evaporating into mist, and within that mist the same ghost face emerged again. He began to count. The third died near the southeast surveillance blind, spot the fourth close to the drainage grate. Each death was accompanied by a sudden surge in spiritual energy fluctuation, and the peak of each wave formed a specific angle with the ventilation ducts, cable shafts, or abandoned brackets. In these places airflow was obstructed and coolant leakage marks were obvious. He knew what this meant. The experience of a black market repairman was etched into his muscle memory. Heat accumulation leads to system overload. If the spiritual energy released by the rift stagnated in certain areas, the meridians of the awakened would be punctured ahead of time. When the fifth fell, his body tilted northwest. The sixth fell the same way. Chen Mo squinted, staring at the ground. The steel plate in that area indeed had a slight depression with radial cracks at the edges, as if subjected to prolonged heavy pressure. Not natural wear. Equipment had been fixed here deliberately. The broadcast kept repeating, "Please remain calm." When the seventh exploded, warm blood splattered half his face. He did not wipe it off. His right hand slowly moved to the tool pouch at his waist, fingertips touching the shell of the jammer. Pressing the start button would cut off signal tracking within 10 meters, giving him a 3-second escape window. But he could not move. The drone lens was pointing at him, a red dot scanning his forehead, pausing for 0. 3 seconds. The eighth died with a twitching mouth. The ninth raised a hand pointing at the depths of the rift before death. The 10th simply knelt and kowtowed as if worshipping something. He kept counting. With each fall, the number in his mind jumped. 11, 12, 13. More and more corpses, blood mist spreading mixed with the smell of ozone and burning neural tissue. The rift's surface grew brighter and brighter, like a monster digesting its feast of flesh and blood. When the 25th exploded, the special operations captain moved. The man stood in the Western Command area, wearing standard protective gear, a green tactical light glowing on his chest. He raised his hand and pressed the confirmation key on the counter. The movement was practiced without hesitation. Chen Mo stared at his cuff. There was a small patch of cloth stuck their dark red rough fibers jagged edges. Canvas. The scavenger who disappeared 3 days ago made a living by rummaging through waste piles. That jacket was traded for 3 batteries. A triangular patch on the left shoulder with cross-twine stitching. Now a corner of that fabric was wedged in the folds of the captain's chemical suit. The 28th fell. The 29th convulsed and breathed his last. The 30th didn't even maintain a complete posture. He collapsed directly into a puddle of flesh. The square was silent except for the low-frequency hum of the rift. Survivors had already collapsed to the ground, some incontinent, some with vacant eyes. No one was shouting anymore. They knew the outcome. When the 36th died, his body twisted at an abnormal angle. He should have been facing the rift but fell in the opposite direction as if pushed by something. Chen Mo noticed an ink dot on the inside of his wrist. Away slum residents secretly marked configuration numbers. This man had been in line behind him for synthetic rations just yesterday. The 37th stood the closest, almost touching the edge of the rift. Before he could react, his entire body expanded and exploded in an instant. A blood mass shot into the sky and fell back like a brief rain. The captain pressed the counter. Still the same ratio, 37-0. His voice was low but clear. He didn't even look at the screen as he spoke, as if he had known the result long before. Chen Mo's hand stopped on the tool pouch zipper. He didn't pull it open. Instead, he pressed his palm against the outer fabric, feeling the edges of the 3 jammers inside. His eyes locked onto the captain's cuff, watching the stained fiber sway slightly with movement. Not a coincidence. Not an accident either. The scavenger didn't go missing. He had already been eliminated. Remove a candidate who might pass the assessment in advance, ensuring the failure count stays at exactly 37. A safe number repeatedly validated. The so-called awakening ceremony was nothing but a veil for targeted elimination. He stood at the edge of the light curtain, half his body still outside, half already swallowed by the scarlet. Consciousness clear. Breathing steady. His right eye continued twitching, as if capturing the residual energy trails in the air. The rift still pulsed like a beating heart. He knew he had to go in, but not to obey orders. To find out who had written the death script behind the scenes. In the instant when crimson swallowed his vision, Chen Mo held his breath. His body sank entirely into the fissure, the energy field clinging to his skin like a living thing burrowing inward through his pores. His skull felt as if clamped by an iron hoop, eardrums swelling, hearing distorted into a series of fractured whines. He did not struggle. His right hand still hung by his side, but his left hand had already pressed against the watch casing, his fingertips sliding along the shallow groove. The final gesture his father made before his death, when Chen Mo was 3 years old, now an anchor against his instinctive fear. At the center of his vision, a blood-colored number emerged, 000259. The countdown projected from his brow, its edges tinged with a burning sting. Golden threads then spread outward, extending from his forehead, across his entire body, outlining a 3-dimensional meridian map on his retina. 12 main channels, and the 8 extraordinary meridians were clearly discernible, each trembling faintly with the flow of spiritual energy. This was no hallucination. It was a neural-level projection with precision far surpassing the brain-computer interfaces circulating on the black market. He recognized this structure. At the age of 12, while dismantling discarded cyborg bodies at a repair station, he had seen a similar bioelectric current model. The difference was that the map before him was dynamic, mapping the real-time path of spiritual energy flowing through his body. The first wave of impact struck his sea of consciousness. An invisible pressure suddenly crashed down like a 1,000-pound hammer, smashing into his temple. He clenched his teeth and endured, his right eye beginning to tremble faster than when it had previously detected the anomalies in the ventilation ducts. Muscle memory took over his reactions. His head tilted slightly to the left. A translucent blade of light grazed past his temporal bone, leaving a scorch mark in the void. It was not a physical attack. It was a trial of mental will by an energy screening mechanism. If he had been half a beat slower, his neural circuits would have been fused by the high-density spiritual energy. The tremor in his right eye intensified and his vision split. Reality and projection overlapped. 3 luminous paths rose from his dantian, arranged in left, right, and center directions. The central path led to the heart meridian, marked with death probability 97. The entire route covered in red warning symbols. The spiritual energy flowed extremely fast, but many nodes appeared blocked. The right path extended to the Xiaoyang meridian, displaying basic thunder spirit route with stable data slow flow rate and a generation efficiency rated as low. The left path only flickered with the 4 words unknown mutation, with all other parameters blank, the route pulsating in waves appearing unstable, yet like a precursor to evolution. He stared at the left path. The absence of feedback information did not mean it was ineffective. His experience as a black market repairman told him that the most dangerous malfunctions often first manifest as a system showing no response. The more unanalyzable a variable, the more likely it harbored a breakthrough point. The countdown ticked down to 000248. Spiritual energy gathered again. This time the pressure came from the back of his neck. A needle-like sting shot from the location of the scorched barcode tattoo. The energy fluctuations from the depths of the fissure resonated with something within his body. He remained still, breathing, minimized his mind running at full speed. 3 paths, he could only choose one. The center was a dead end, as the data had clearly indicated. The right was safe but inefficient. After awakening, its combat rating would likely struggle to reach evened grade. The left was unknown, but since the simulator listed it as an option, it meant feasibility existed. The question was it truly a path to survival or another form of trap? His right eye continued to tremble, capturing the subtle changes in all 3 paths. He noticed that whenever the left path flickered with unknown mutation, the Taiyin lung meridian in the meridian map would briefly resonate. The amplitude was small, yet a pattern could be discerned. This didn't seem like random perturbation. It was more like some hidden protocol was attempting to establish a connection. The countdown entered 2 minutes. The pulsation rhythm of the fissure changed. It shifted from uniform pulsation to intermittent oscillation. At each peak, the golden threads shook violently. He realized the external energy field was accelerating its pressure, forcing him to make a choice within a limited time. He couldn't wait. He had to decide. He recalled the scene 3 years ago when his father was devoured by sandworms. That was no mere accident. The timing, route, and attack pattern of the swarm's raid on the slums upon post-analysis all matched the characteristics of a man-made inducement. Just like today's awakening ceremony, the death toll was precisely controlled at 37 people. The cloth from a scavenger appeared on the sleeve of a special forces captain. Every detail pointed to a conclusion. Rules could be designed, and they could also be broken. So was the simulator at this moment also a kind of higher-level screening program? If so, its purpose wasn't to kill him, but to test whether he could find the only path to survival in a hopeless situation. He focused his attention on the left path. Although it had no parameter feedback, it had never been marked as infeasible. In system logic, this meant it at least possessed a theoretical pathway. And unknown often meant unrecorded, unclassified, uncontrolled. It was precisely this state that might allow one to bypass the predetermined script. The countdown read 000153. He still hadn't moved. The choice had not yet been finalized. The simulator only provided a preview. It did not enforce execution. The true decision must be made by him alone. Golden threads intertwined in his pupils, the blood-colored numbers coldly decrement. Spiritual energy gathered for the 3rd time, this time targeting the core of his sea of consciousness. If he delayed even 1 more second, his nervous system would overload. His right eye gave a sudden jolt. Just as the blade of spiritual energy took shape, a thought flashed through his mind. What if the 3 paths were not parallel options but a causal chain? The center was the surface, the right was the convention, and the left was the trigger condition. Only by choosing the unknown mutation could the true awakening mechanism be activated. His consciousness began to tilt. The countdown read 000147. Golden threads trembled across his retina as the countdown read 000147. The left path flickered with only the words unknown mutation, leaving the rest blank. The data on the right side, the basic Thunder Spirit route, was suffocatingly stable. Its flow constant, its nodes unobstructed like a deadened road paved with bricks. The middle path leading to the heart meridian was already shrouded in red light, with spiritual energy stagnating like a festering wound ready to burst at any moment. He could not wait. His right eye suddenly constricted and the edges of his vision grew grainy, a precursor to nervous system overload. The countdown jumped to 000130. The energy field deep within the fissure began oscillating at high frequency, each pulse striking his spine like a sledgehammer. His left hand pressed down on his wristwatch, his fingertip gliding along the indentations of the casing. It was the same motion his father had used, resting a hand on his forehead before shoving him into the sewage pipe when he was 3. The memory did not surface. It was torn open by pain. At 12, he was scavenging for usable parts in a scrap heap when a sandworm ambushed from underground. His father did not flee. He grabbed a welding torch to lure the swarm away, turning back once to look at him, his lips forming the word "go." That glance weighed heavier than any command, embedding itself into his marrow as instinct. And now the system was silent. No warnings, no prompts, no restrictions on the left path. That itself was a clue. An option implied possibility. It was not marked as infeasible, meaning it fell outside the rules of elimination. Safe paths led to inefficient awakening, efficient paths led to death. The only way to break this closed loop was the unknown. Gritting his teeth, he locked his consciousness onto the left path. The golden threads suddenly twisted, no longer following the standard meridian structure. They were forcibly stretched and folded by some external force, splitting open a black fissure at the position of the Tai-Yin lung meridian. Spiritual energy slithered in like venomous snakes. Agony erupted. It was not burning or cutting, but more like nerves being peeled and replaced one by one. Hard lumps bulged beneath his skin, creeping along his ribs, toward his shoulder blades, leaving stabbing pain in their wake. He did not scream. His teeth bit into his lower lip, the taste of blood spreading through his mouth. His left hand clenched the edge of the watch, the metal corners digging into his palm. The countdown read 000115. His vision blurred for a moment before forcibly refocusing. He knew this was not a loss of physiological control. The simulator was reconstructing his internal model. The left path was no longer just an option. It had become a gravitational source, actively attracting the scattered spiritual energy around it. The energy that had flowed to other meridians began to veer and converge like a flood breaching a dam. He recalled a saying from the old man at the repair station. The scariest thing isn't a machine breaking down, it's when it rewires itself. At this moment, he was being rewritten by the unknown. The foreign sensation beneath his skin grew stronger. Blue arcs of electricity seeped out from under his dermis, forming spiderweb-like patterns on his boda's surface. With every heartbeat, the arcs advanced half an inch. He could feel them probing, searching for an exit. The countdown read 000038. A memory flashed back again. It was not the image of his father pushing him into the sewage pipe, but what came after. Crawling at the end of the pipe, hearing the sound of flesh being torn behind him, the entire metal tube vibrating. He did not look back. He knew that looking back would make him stop, and stopping meant death. So he could not stop now. Even if this path led to a deeper hell, he had to keep going. The motion of his left hand stroking the watch did not cease. Once, twice, as if confirming a certain frequency was still there. His right eye continued to twitch, capturing every deformation of the golden threads. He noticed that whenever the electric arcs approached the main branch of the lung meridian, the threads would violently shake, as if the system were struggling to maintain its original logic. But it failed. The countdown read 000019. Spiritual energy had already penetrated deep into the Tai-Yin acupoint, like a piece of red-hot iron lodged inside, sending waves of heat, spreading through the collateral meridians to his limbs. His fingers began to twitch uncontrollably, faint blue light gathering at their tips. This was not release, it was overflow. His body was sounding the alarm, the nervous system issuing its highest level warning. But he was still alive. No body explosion, no paralysis, no annihilation of consciousness. The choice had taken effect. The countdown read 000010. He stared wide-eyed at the last seconds. The golden threads suddenly collapsed into a spiral, rotating at high speed around the main lung meridian like a program undergoing a forced reboot. All the electric arcs beneath his skin surged toward his palm, condensing into a pulsating core of light. 000003, 000002, 000001. The countdown reached 0. There was no sense of relief. The electronic watch suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, perfectly synchronized with the fluctuations of his internal spiritual energy. The scar on his left cheek twitched slightly. The blue light in his palm abruptly contracted, sinking beneath his skin. The alarm still reverberated within his skull, the blue light in his palm, sinking beneath the skin yet refusing to vanish. Chen Mo remained standing at the center of the awakening platform, his feet seemingly welded to the metallic floor. He tried to move, but his muscles felt pinned, nerve signals slipping at the end of his spine. The scar on his left cheek twitched violently. Not from pain, but from some deeper force tearing and reconstructing within. At the edge of his right visual field, a graininess resurfaced. This time it was not overload but superimposition. Golden threads re-emerged, suspended above reality, delineating a new map of his internal meridians. The main trunk of the lung meridian was no longer a single pathway, but it split into 3 strands, the left one pitch black like an abyss, spiritual energy, writhing like living creatures, the middle one tinged with scorched yellow as if embers still smoldered, the right one densely cracked with arcs of electricity darting through the fissures. Before he could analyze this transformation, a surge of heat erupted from the Tai-yin acupoint rushing straight toward his eyes. His left eye snapped open abruptly, and a golden thunderbolt burst forth, piercing the steel dome above, sending sparks cascading down. His right eye followed suit, spewing crimson flames. The air instantly warped, and the acrid smell of ozone permeated the space. The two energies did not dissipate, but instead formed a faint halo before his eyes. One gold, one crimson, intertwining and spinning. The ground began to crack. Blue arcs spread from his soles like creeping vines, causing the metal plates to warp and melt wherever they passed. The monitoring instruments around the awakening platform burst one after another. The last display on the shattered screens read, "Energy reading exceeds threshold." The alarm system switched to flashing red, but the sound had already distorted, reduced to intermittent beeps. He levitated. It was neither a jump nor floating, but a failure of the gravitational field around him. His body hung 30 centimeters above the ground, thunder and fire still blazing from his eyes, the hem of his clothes fluttering in an invisible current. He looked down at his hands. Blue light seeped from his palms once more, but this time it was uncontrollable, flowing from his fingertips into the air, resonating with the thunder and fire. The special operations team moved. A 7-man squad closed in from all sides, their tactical boots crushing the residual arcs. The captain stood directly in front, only half of his scarred face visible beneath the black ballistic helmet. His left hand held a gun, while his right hand had already drawn a high-frequency blade. The blade was electrified, emitting a low-frequency hum, its edge tracing a faint blue trajectory through the air. "Target is anomalous. Execute elimination protocol." He spoke, his voice transmitted through a throat microphone, cold and devoid of emotion. The first shot was fired. The bullet tore through the air at tremendous speed, its trajectory perfectly straight. 3 inches from Chen Mo's brow, the air suddenly twisted. The crimson flame turned as if sensing the threat, meeting the bullet heat. The iron bullet heated to its melting point within 1,000th of a second, transforming into a single droplet of molten metal that fell slowly, landing on the ground with a faint sizzle. A second and third shot followed in succession. The result was the same. 2 droplets of molten metal landed side by side, their residual heat causing a faint glow on the metal surface. The captain did not fire again. He stared at the suspended youth, his expression shifting from calm to grave. The high-frequency blade came down in a sudden arc, its edge aimed directly at Chen Mo's neck. This strike was not a test but a killing blow. Chen Mo did not think. His right hand instinctively rose, fingers spread, palm facing the blade. An instant before contact, a surge of cold energy erupted from the depths of his dantian, bursting forth through the meridians of his arm. Before the blade even touched his skin, a layer of frost rapidly enveloped the entire weapon, spreading from the edge to the hilt. The vibration frequency ceased instantly, the high-frequency oscillation completely frozen. The blade stopped in midair, less than 5 centimeters from his throat. The captain's pupils contracted. His fingers still gripped the hilt, but he could not advance another inch. He could feel the chill emanating from the blade, penetrating his protective gloves and piercing into his marrow. This was not the cold attributed spiritual energy of the cultivation world. It was more like some unknown phase transition. The temperature had not dropped yet, the state of matter had been rewritten. A dead silence fell over the surroundings. The 6 team members held their fire, their tactical formation frozen. All monitoring equipment was destroyed, communications were cut off. For the first time, they faced an awakener who was neither a failure nor a success. He was alive, but he was no longer an entity that could be defined as human. Chen Mo looked down at his own palm. The cold energy was receding from his palm, a thin layer of frost forming on his skin before evaporating. He did not know what this was. The simulator had given no prompts, and the golden threads had not marked it. The 3 meridian paths still existed, but the energy circulating within his body at this moment had exceeded the scope of any prediction. Just then, the golden threads on his retina suddenly collapsed and reconfigured into a new countdown interface. 000300. The numbers ticked down silently, yet they were more oppressive than any alarm. This was not an awakening countdown, nor a system restart. It was like some kind of progress bar originating from a source he could not comprehend. He remained suspended in midair, the thunder and fire in his eyes, still unextinguished, residual cold energy lingering in his right hand. His body was beyond his control, but his consciousness remained clear. The special operations team had not withdrawn their encirclement. Their gun barrels tracked his every movement. The countdown began to decrease. At the moment the countdown reached 000254, his suspended body suddenly sank. The anti-gravity field vanished like a power outage, and Chen Mo's feet crashed onto the wreckage of the awakening platform as the metallic framework emitted a piercing groan. He bent his knees slightly to absorb the impact, his right eye twitching uncontrollably for a moment, while blue light continued to seep from his palm, dripping through his fingers and scorching small pits into the charred ground. He closed his eyes. The thunderfire energy surged within his eye sockets like lava about to breach a dam. He summoned his consciousness, reversing along the meridian paths previously marked by the simulator to suppress it. Not guiding it, but sealing it. His left thumb rubbed the edge of the digital watch once, twice, and a faint resistance came from the cracked glass of the dial. After 3 seconds, the burning sensation in his eyes receded. He opened his eyes, his vision restored to clarity, and the thunderfire extinguished. He stepped onto something soft beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw the corpse of an awakened one who had exploded to death, the chest cavity blown open and the entrails exposed. A shadow suddenly twisted on the ground, and a translucent humanoid rose slowly from the rotting flesh, its contours blurred yet recognizable. It was the old scavenger uncle who had gone missing 3 days ago at the junkyard. The figure opened its mouth, silently whispering, extending a hand towards him, its fingertips passing through his arm, leaving a cold scratch. Chen Mo stepped back, his back colliding with a broken monitoring pole. He did not look back at the spirit turning and leaping off the high platform. The iron debris cast a jagged silhouette under the moonlight as the distant roar of engines drew closer. The armored vehicle's tracks crushed the gravel. 6 black heavy transports fanned out to encircle the square. The special forces had retreated 30 meters away, crouching behind the vehicle. One of the vehicles raised a cylindrical device, its surface covered with circular sound wave amplifiers. The driver pressed the activation button, and low-frequency pulses spread outward. The first sound wave swept over the edge of the slum. The iron shanties were as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, their walls caving in, roofs curling into twisted shapes, welds bursting and metal fragments flying. The second pulse followed swiftly, causing the entire building complex to undergo a chain reaction of deformation, doors and windows twisting shut, suffocating like living beings. The shockwave knocked Chen Mo over. He rolled twice, his left cheek brushing past a sharp metal shard, the scar burning fiercely. He rolled into a collapsed cellar entrance, the slope steep, debris and rusted rebar sliding down incessantly. Losing control as he slid down, his right hand hit the ground to stop the flesh of his palm, scraping against frostbitten areas, sending sharp jolts through his nerves. The space below opened up, the air damp and moldy, the echo revealing this was a deep underground structure. Rising to his feet, the blue light in his palm reignited, illuminating the surroundings. The walls were made of concrete with remnants of ventilation ducts hanging down from the ceiling, and the ground laid with tracks long since rusted. It was an abandoned subway maintenance passage. He advanced 10 meters along the tunnel and turned a corner. Suddenly, intersecting bioluminescent mycelium patterns emerged on the walls, spreading in a geometrically regular network, casting a faint green glow on the slick surface. Those patterns. His pupils contracted. The brain's spiritual root simulator had yet to activate its analytical function, but the visual memory was painfully clear. This design was identical to the Yozu's secret pattern that had flashed during the simulator's failed rehearsal days ago. Not similar, but a replica. He halted, leaning against the tunnel wall, his breathing slowing. The countdown continued to pulse on his retina. 000120. A vibration came from above. Dirt fell in a shower mixed with the sound of metal scraping. Above the ground, the special forces were scanning the area with ground-penetrating radar. Thermal imaging drones took flight, and infrared beams pierced through the seams of the ground. A rope descended from above its end, equipped with a claw, breaking through the concrete of the tunnels, ceiling rushing towards his position amidst the dust. The moment the countdown hit 000118, Chen Mo's right shoulder abruptly sank. A psionic rope burst through the tunnel's concrete, sealing its grappling hook, striking like a viper's tongue, precisely latching onto his crossed wrists. The metal teeth locked, instantly biting into the fabric layers of his radiation suit. Electric current surged along the rope, climbing through the neural network of his arm. The 3 scars on his left cheek began twitching rhythmically once every 0.8 seconds, synchronizing with the blinking countdown digits on his retina. His knees buckled and he dropped to one knee. Blue light still seeped from the flesh of his palm, dripping onto the rusted tracks in intermittent glowing specks. He attempted to channel residual lightning spiritual energy to disrupt the rope's nodes, but as the heat surged toward his shoulder acupoint, the current's intensity spiked. A steel needle seemed to pierce his spine. His right eye twitched uncontrollably twice, and static snowflakes danced at the edge of his vision. The rope automatically tightened, hoisting his arms high, suspending him 30 centimeters off the ground. His body swayed in the air. A low-frequency hum of rotors came from above. An infrared scanning beam pierced through the crack, sweeping across the tunnel walls in a fan-shaped pattern. The mycelial network revealed its complete veins under the thermal band. Faint green light patterns pulsed in cycles of 3 with an interval of 0.8 seconds, perfectly matching the frequency of his scar twitching. 000059. The ventilation duct suddenly burst. A silver-haired girl descended on a magnetic levitation skateboard. 4 electromagnetic thrusters at the board's base spewed blue-white flames, the airflow dispersing dust and smoke. She raised her left hand lightly and dozens of silver specks materialized in the air, rapidly coalescing into an arc-shaped flying blade. The nanobot's surface shimmered with green light synced to the mycelium's frequency. The flying blade sliced through the middle of the rope, severing it silently. The cut was smooth as a mirror. Chen Mo hit the ground and rolled his right hand, instinctively reaching for the buckle of his tool pouch. As he landed, the pad of his left finger traced the edge of his electronic watch twice. A faint resistance came from the crack on the watch face. He leaned against the tunnel wall, lowering his breath, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. The girl folded the skateboard into the size of a palm and tucked it into a side pocket of her work suit. Her visor remained on her mechanical prosthetic. I emitted a pale blue scanning beam that swept from the top of Chen Mo's head to his feet. A faint hum of data streams filled the air. She tapped her temple with the tip of her right finger, and the beam from her prosthetic intensified, abruptly focusing on the still glowing blue light in his palm. Thunder and fire, dual attributes. She spoke, her voice cold and flat without excess modulation. In this wasteland era, surviving this long means you've got tough luck. As her words trailed off, she tossed him a collapsible electromagnetic rifle with one hand. The rifle's paint was heavily worn, but the energy indicator glowed green, and the magazine interface was compatible with the slum's universal battery module. The moment Chen Mo caught the rifle, his gaze swept past her collarbone. An LED diode tattoo pulsed in 3 group cycles, its frequency perfectly synchronized with the mycelium on the tunnel wall. From above came the sound of tracks grinding gravel. 6 armored vehicles had already advanced to the entrance of the cellar perimeter. Searchlight beams pierced through the smoke and dust. Drones ascended, their rotor noise drawing nearer. The girl turned and walked toward a collapsed gap on the west side of the tunnel, where a half-buried iron door, marked E07, stood. The door frame was heavily rusted, but the electronic lock panel still showed faint fluctuations of current. "Coming with me or not?" she said, without stopping, her voice coming from behind the visor. "Decide in 10 seconds. Chen Mo quickly checked the rifle's energy, finding it fully charged, and the trigger damping was specially adjusted for rapid successive shots. He slung the rifle over his shoulder, stood up, and quickened his pace to follow. His last glance at the mycelium on the wall. The green light pulsed with the girl's footsteps like a breath. The iron door clanged shut behind them, its rusted hinges screeching in protest. Chen Mo leaned against the wall, his right eye still twitching, the scar on his left cheek pulsing with a slower rhythm each beat, sending a numb ache through his temple. He glanced down at his left wrist. A trickle of dark red seeped from the cracks in his digital watch, as if the internal circuits had shorted and burned into his skin. Ahead, the passage sloped downward, its walls a tangle of crisscrossing cables and ventilation pipes. Condensation dripped from the seams, pooling into murky puddles on the floor. Lin Xiaoqi had already activated her magnetic levitation board, skimming low to the ground. The speed was kept to a minimum, the thruster's glow dimmed below the infrared spectrum, leaving only a faint hum. "Stay close. Don't step on the bright spots," she said, without turning back, her voice compressed through the helmet speaker, taking on a metallic timbre. Chen Mo stowed his electromagnetic rifle and pressed his back against the left wall as he advanced. The clasp on his toolkit popped open a crack, and he held the signal jammer in his palm. 20 meters ahead, 3 sets of sensor grids spanned the corridor. Blue-violet arcs of electricity leaped between the metal mesh, scanning in pulses every 2 seconds. He stopped, crouching to inspect the ground. Fresh scratches marked the concrete floor. The patrol trail of a mechanical hound. The cover of the ventilation duct on the right was loose with traces of oil at the edges. He looked up at Lin Xiaoqi. "Take the top." She didn't reply, but her board lifted, rising half a meter, as she tapped her toe on the duct's flange, using the leverage to flip herself up. Chen Mo followed, prying open the cover and crawling inside. The duct's inner surface was thick with dust. As he crawled, his shoulder guards scraped against the metal, producing a faint scraping sound. After 10 meters, Lin Xiaoqi raised a hand, signaling him to stop. Below the grid's control box lay exposed, its wiring bare, the main control chip blinking red. Chen Mo took out the jammer, connected it to a spare port, and injected a reverse noise signal. 3 seconds later, the chip's indicator light shifted from red to yellow. The grid's arcs weakened and the pulse interval stretched to 5 seconds. 10-second blind spot, he whispered. Lin Xiaoqi slid down from the duct landing without a sound. Chen Mo followed, leaping down, and the two accelerated past the grid area. The passage ended at an airtight door numbered E07B. Its panel showing a locked status. Lin Xiaoqi folded her board and inserted it into the card slot. Nanobots spread across the contact surface, cracking the circuit. 30 seconds later, the lock disengaged, and the internal pressure released with a hiss. The door opened, revealing the black market trading zone. The dome was a converted, abandoned subway station. Broken fluorescent strips hung from the steel framework, lit by sporadic emergency power and the stall's own energy sources. The crowd was a mix of people, most wrapped in dust-proof cloaks and wearing simple breathing masks. The air was thick with the smell of machine oil, ozone, and cheap coolant. Lin Xiaoqi walked directly to a modified stall deep in the eastern district. The counter was piled with disassembled weapon parts, various electromagnetic gun models hung on the wall, and in the corner stood an old spiritual energy charger, its shell blackened and its vents clogged. The stall owner sat on a high stool clad in heavy protective gear, his face hidden, only a pair of murky eyes visible. He saw Lin Xiaoqi and grunted from his throat. Here again. What needs fixing this time? The electromagnetic rifle's charging module is unstable, Lin Xiaoqi said, placing the gun on the counter, tapping the magazine interface with her finger. Might have been affected by a strong magnetic field. The stall owner picked up a scanner and ran it over the gun. The screen flickered a few times before he frowned. Energy reflux anomaly. One more use and it'll blow the barrel. Fixing it is possible, but it won't come cheap. Can't pay cash, Chen Mo interjected, placing his hand on the gun. Any other options? The stall owner sneered. Intel, parts, or something on you. His gaze fell on the digital watch on Chen Mo's wrist. Lin Xiaoqi stepped in first. I'll use a nanite swarm for localized repairs in exchange for basic tuning services. The stall owner squinted. How much? 300 units, recoverable type. She raised her wrist and a holographic interface popped up. She swiped her finger to confirm the release command. The stall owner nodded and stepped aside. Lin Xiaoqi put on a connection glove, aimed a microinjector at the inside of the gun barrel, and released the nanobots. Silver particles like a mist seeped into the metal crevices, beginning to reconstruct the damaged circuits. Chen Mo took the opportunity to disassemble the gun and inspect its structure. As he flipped the barrel to clean the guide rails, he caught the cold light reflected from Lin Xiaoqi's bionic eye and saw an engraving on the inner wall. For fine lines forming the words Thunder Forge, less than 0.1 millimeter deep. It was clearly a factory mark. He paused, looked up at Lin Xiaoqi, and moved his lips slightly. This forge. What is it? Lin Xiaoqi didn't answer. Her mechanical eye rapidly scanned the barrel data streams scrolling across her pupil. After a moment she said, Not a public organization. 30% of high-end weapons on the black market carry that mark. No one knows where it is. The stall owner interjected. All we know is the stuff they fix doesn't blow up, and even if it can't kill, it might buy you an extra 2 seconds. Chen Mo reassembled the gun and loaded the magazine. The power indicator glowed a steady green, and the trigger's resistance returned to normal. Just as he was about to speak, an alarm blared overhead. Red light spun, and a mechanized voice boomed over the speakers. In sectors D3 to F5 of the Eastern Zone Mechanical Hound System anomaly. All personnel stand by. All three looked up. In the distance, the sound of metal paws striking the ground grew louder, the rhythm erratic, accelerating. 3 mechanical hounds burst into the trading area cracks, splitting their back armor, white smoke venting from their cooling ports. Infrared targeting lights flickered between Chen Mo and Lin Xiaoqi, emitting a low growl. Virus intrusion, Lin Xiaoqi assessed, quickly opening a remote protocol port. System hijacked. The control signal source isn't from the guard center. She tried to cut the connection, but the interface displayed an encrypted lockout prompt. The mechanical hounds had locked onto their target forelegs, planted, assuming an attack stance. No time, she said abruptly, tearing back the sleeve of Chen Mo's right arm, exposing the meridians beneath. Release your lightning spiritual energy. Now. Chen Mo instinctively resisted. I'll lose control. Do it if you don't want to be torn apart. She pressed the injector against the artery in his wrist and pressed the release button. A cluster of nanobots surged into his bloodstream, racing toward his palm. He gritted his teeth and summoned the remnants of his lightning spiritual energy. A blue light surged from his Taiyang acupoint, flowed down the lung meridian, and flooded into his arm. The moment the energy touched the nanite swarm, they resonated, and a faint electromagnetic field materialized in his palm, spreading like a spiderweb. The nearest mechanical hound suddenly froze, sparks bursting from its eye camera. His front legs buckled, and it collapsed paralyzed. The other two continued to advance, but their movements slowed, their systems clearly disrupted. A sharp pain shot through Chen Mo's brain, as if a needle had pierced his skull. A line of text flashed across his optic nerve: nanobots, lightning, spiritual energy, neural synchronization. The image lasted only 0.3 seconds before vanishing. He grabbed the edge of the stall, his right eye twitching violently, sweat beading on his forehead. What did you see? Lin Xiaoqi stared at him, her mechanical eye scanning his brainwave patterns. Chen Mo gasped for breath. Words. A line of text. Neural synchronization. What does it mean? Lin Xiaoqi's pupils contracted, her bionic eyes data stream freezing instantly. She was silent for 2 seconds, then her expression hardened. Don't ask. This isn't the time. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, more than one person. She grabbed her board and shoved it into Chen Mo's hands. Take passage B7. There's a maintenance ladder at the end leading to the lower level. I'll hold them off. Chen Mo grabbed the modified electromagnetic rifle and cast one last glance at the corner of the stall. The blackened spiritual energy charger, its vents caked with dust where the same Thunder Forge inscription was faintly visible. He turned and plunged into the shadows. Below the maintenance ladder, a concrete passage slanted downward, its ceiling festooned with snapped cables dangling like withered vines. As Chen Mo landed, his right leg sank slightly, his knee pressing over a length of exposed rebar, eliciting a faint metallic screech. He pushed himself up with his left hand, his palm scraping against damp mortar, leaving dark brown stains between his fingers. The hoverboard folded automatically mid-fall, and he tucked it under his arm, still gripping the electromagnetic rifle, its barrel still radiating residual warmth. A scraping sound of metal came from above and behind. Lin Xiaoqi leaped down the ladder, activating her hoverboard's cushioning half a second before landing, her thrusters throttled down to silent mode. Once steady, she spun around. Her mechanical eye scanned the end of the passage. A twisted alloy door stood before them. The left wall had collapsed, revealing a broken support pillar, while the right side held a corroded control panel with a shattered screen, only a single green indicator light blinking slowly. B7 maintenance zone, bottom level, she murmured. Her voice, uncompressed by her mask, had regained its natural tone, but remained cold and hard. We shouldn't have stopped here. Chen Mo did not reply. His right eye twitched slightly as his gaze swept the floor. A dragging trail was etched into the cement, leading toward the collapsed area. He crouched, running a fingertip along a deep groove. A fine iron-gray powder clung to his skin. Not left by a person, he said. A metal component was forcibly dragged. Lin Xiaoqi stepped closer, her mechanical eye switching to microscopic imaging mode, a faint blue halo blooming across her pupil. She bent to examine the groove's edge. Cutting angle 47 degrees. Uneven force distribution. Looks like displacement caused by internal structural collapse. She straightened up. There's space beyond. Chen Mo walked to the alloy door. The clip on his toolkit snapped open and he pulled out a hydraulic cutter. The bolts were long rusted. He aligned the jaws with the connection points and squeezed. The metal let out a piercing groan. The first bolt snapped. The second jammed the tool. He repositioned and pressed again. After 3 consecutive impacts, the door frame loosened. He stowed the cutter, placed both hands on the door's edge, and shoved with sudden force. The alloy panel crashed inward onto a pile of debris, kicking up a cloud of dust. The passage was open. The inner chamber was roughly 20 square meters. The walls were charred black and broken fluorescent tubes hung from the ceiling. In the center lay an overturned console beneath which were several skeletons. Their clothes had rotted away, leaving only fragments of hazmat suits tangled among the ribs. In the corner stood a small cooling unit, its fan blades still covered in a thick layer of dust. Lin Xiaoqi remained at the entrance, her mechanical eye scanning continuously, data streams scrolling at the edge of her vision. After 3 seconds, an alert icon flashed. Unknown radiation residue detected. Dose below lethal threshold. Filtering device recommended. She retrieved a portable respirator from an inner pocket of her coveralls, pressed it over her nose and mouth, and only then stepped inside. Chen Mo had already reached the console. He pried open a drawer with the butt of his rifle. The first 3 were empty. In the bottom of the fourth lay a black anti-magnetic case, unmarked, secured only by a fingerprint lock. He tried to pry it open. It didn't budge. He looked up at Lin Xiaoqi. "Can you open it?" She walked over, crouched, and raised her wrist. A holographic interface flickered to life, displaying a connection port. A nanofilament wire extended from the port and slid into the seam of the case. 30 seconds later, the lock released and the lid sprang open. Inside lay a yellowed membrane, its texture reminiscent of old film stock. Etched onto its surface were spiral patterns and non-human characters arranged in a circular array. A fan-shaped section was missing from the center, its edges jagged, as if it had been torn away by force. "A fragment," Chen Mo said. Lin Xiaoqi reached out to take it, but pulled her hand back the moment she touched it. Her mechanical eye locked onto the target, automatically magnifying the image. Her pupil contracted sharply once. She lowered her head, pressing her right hand against her temple. Her voice grew taut. "Don't touch it for too long. You know what this is." She didn't answer. Instead, she spread the membrane flat on an undamaged corner of the console and activated its projection function. A thin laser beam shot from her mechanical eye, scanning the entire pattern. A three-dimensional model materialized in the air. A double helix structure rotating slowly. The surrounding runes were automatically cross-referenced, with the database parsing line by line. Suddenly, a red warning box flashed on the interface. "High-risk knowledge contamination source detected. Involves the forbidden art system of the Yu clan. Termination of access is recommended." Lin Xiaoqi swiped her finger, forcing the prompt closed, and invoked a low-level protocol to bypass the safeguard. The data comparison continued. 5 seconds later, the classification result appeared: match successful. Yu clan ancient script spiritual pivot guide fragment. Spiritual pivot guide. Chen Mo stared at the model. "What's it for?" "Forcibly opening a Lingyuan rift," she said, her voice dropping. "It requires stellar energy to anchor the coordinates and guide the convergence of all meridians." She pointed to the missing section at the center of the model. "This part should mark the specific location, but now there's only an energy trend pointing deep underground." Chen Mo stared at the translated line. "Break the seal with stellar energy, converge all meridians into one." He reached out and pressed his palm against the center of the membrane. "Don't!" Lin Xiaoqi raised a hand to stop him, but it was too late. He released a faint thread of lightning spiritual energy. A blue light surged from the Taiyin acupoint, flowed down through his lung meridian, and flooded into his palm. The moment the spiritual energy touched the formation diagram, the membrane blazed to life. Blue light spread along the patterns like electric current, surging into a dry riverbed. The temperature in the room dropped. The air ionized, filling the space with the smell of ozone. In the cracks of the walls, the mycelium that had appeared in the tunnel began to glow. Faint blue veins rapidly expanded, connecting with similar structures in the gaps between floor tiles. Threads of light crawled and intersected, eventually forming a three-dimensional star map that covered the entire space. Its center pointed directly to a location deep underground with an estimated depth exceeding 800 meters. The data stream in Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical eye suddenly went haywire. The interface flickered with static snow and her pupil's dilation went erratic. She stumbled back a step, clutching her head, her knuckles white from the strain. She gritted her teeth, forcing out a few words. "This isn't the first time. I've seen it. 12 years ago." Chen Mo immediately cut off the spiritual energy output and withdrew his hand. The light of the formation diagram faded, but the star map continued to glow for another 10 seconds before extinguishing. He strode over and steadied Lin Xiaoqi by the shoulder, noticing she was trembling slightly. "What's going on?" She gasped, sweat beading on her forehead. Her mechanical eye temporarily shut down to reduce the load. After a moment, she opened her left eye, seeing only with her natural vision, her gaze vacant. "These patterns." Her voice was hoarse. "They've existed in my mind for 12 years. Chen Mo didn't let go. He looked at her, his right eye still twitching, his left hand unconsciously rubbing the edge of his electronic watch. The blood stains in the cracks of the watch casing had already dried, turning a deep brown. The laboratory fell into silence. From a distance came the sound of groundwater dripping, regular and cold. Lin Xiaoqi slowly straightened up, shook off his hand, and reactivated her mechanical eye. The system reboot completed. She bent down, picked up the fragment of the formation diagram, folded it, and tucked it into the inner pocket of her chest. "Let's go," she said. "We can't stay here long." Chen Mo didn't move. He stared at the floor where the star map had vanished. In the gaps between the tiles, a faint residual glow still lingered, slowly fading away. He had memorized that coordinate direction. At the end of the concrete passageway, a faint emergency light flickered, and the air was thick with the mingled scent of rust and disinfectant. Chen Mo exerted force with his right leg to push off the ground, the gravel slipping beneath his sole. Steadying himself, he tucked the folded skateboard into the tool packs compartment. Lin Xiaoqi landed half a step behind him, her mechanical eye scanning ahead. Beyond the alloy door lay a gentle downward slope, the floor paved with anti-slip patterned metal plates. Every 5 meters a red indicator light was embedded in the walls on both sides, leading into the depths. Registration Hall of Shelter Zone B. She murmured, her voice unfiltered, dry and taut. Complete the assessment within 30 seconds, or the alarm system will automatically lock onto the outsiders. Chen Mo nodded, his left hand unconsciously rubbing the edge of his electronic watch. The dried bloodstains in the cracks of the watch casing had hardened, causing a faint sting against his skin. He gripped the electromagnetic rifle in his right hand, the residual warmth from the barrel still lingering. Through his palm, he could feel the slight tremor of the internal coils. They stepped onto the slope. 10 meters ahead, a heavy gate stood across the passage with a sign hanging above it: identity verification point, unregistered weapons prohibited. Beside the gate was a registration counter where an administrator in a gray-green uniform was recording data with his head down, not looking up. "Stop," the administrator said, his pen pausing. "Set down your weapons and submit to inspection." Lin Xiaoqi stepped forward and placed the electromagnetic rifle on the counter. She tapped the right side guard of the gun, with her fingertip producing a crisp sound. "Want me to dismantle it for you?" she said. Modified 6 Malawian kwaches, core module efficiency, boosted by 40A, energy consumption, reduced by 27. A high-end black market item now yours. The administrator finally looked up, his eyes wary. He pressed a button under the desk, and 2 guards emerged from a side room, approaching with detection devices. Lin Xiaoqi voluntarily pulled open the rifle's casing, revealing the intricate internal structure. The guard scanned the core chip, the readings fluctuating for a few seconds before stabilizing. "The data is accurate," the guard said, looking at the administrator. The administrator was silent for 3 seconds, then picked up the communicator. "Allow the 2 to enter. Grant a 3-day temporary residence permit. Activate Level C surveillance protocol. Aim all cameras at the targets." The gate slowly rose. Chen Mo stepped through, his eyes sweeping across the corner. 3 cameras rotated in unison, their lenses gleaming with a cold light. He said nothing, merely reshouldering his rifle, his right hand always resting on the outside of the trigger guard. Inside, the registration hall was laid out in a circular pattern, with a service island in the center, surrounded by living pod doors and supply distribution windows. A dozen residents peered from behind glass partitions, whispering among themselves. A child pointed at the scar on Chen Mo's face, but was quickly silenced and dragged away by his mother, who covered his mouth. "Let's go to the square," Chen Mo said. Lin Xiaoqi followed. They crossed the hall and entered an open area. This was the shelter's public activity center, the floor covered with heavily worn rubber mats, with discarded training equipment piled in the corners. Several groups of residents were huddled around for warmth, their conversations ceasing abruptly as they approached. Chen Mo stopped, raising his right hand palm facing upward. He released a strand of lightning spiritual energy. A blue light surged from his Taiyang point, descended along the lung meridian, and coalesced into a leaping electric arc in his palm. The current hummed and a faint scent of ozone drifted in the air. "I can control it," he said, his voice not loud but clear enough to carry. "No need for isolation." The crowd was silent for 2 seconds. Then the administrator burst out of the broadcast room, his face changing drastically as he slammed the red button on the wall. A piercing alarm blared and red light spun and flashed. "A pure-blood awakener. Immediate isolation," he roared. "Regulation Article 7: high-risk individuals are not permitted to move freely." Footsteps approached from all directions. A dozen fully armed guards rushed into the square, clad in military-grade exoskeletons, with clear engravings on their shoulder plates, Thunder Forge Custom Series. They quickly formed ranks, their gun muzzles not yet raised but already forming an encirclement. Chen Mo's right eye twitched slightly, his gaze locking onto one guard's shoulder armor. The scratch mark was exactly the same as the marking inside his own gun barrel. He lowered his voice. "Their equipment is your modified version." Lin Xiaoqi stood half a step behind him, to his left, a holographic interface silently unfolding on her wrist. She didn't answer, only let out a cold laugh, her fingertip gliding across the projection keyboard, inputting a string of encrypted protocols. In the next instant, the electromagnetic rifles in all the guards' hands automatically rotated their barrels, precisely aiming at each holder's head. The triggers were locked, impossible to release manually. One guard yanked his trigger, the weapon emitting a warning beep, the muzzle unmoving. Who did this? Someone roared. No one answered. The guards stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Some tried to remove their weapons only to find the connection interface had been remotely locked. Others knelt on the ground, hands on their heads. The administrator retreated to the command room door, slamming the emergency lock switch with force. The heavy blast door thundered down, sealing off the control console from the outside. The broadcast crackled and his voice came through. You have been classified as threat level S. Higher authorities will make a ruling within 6 hours. Do not act rashly. The square fell silent once more. Only the low hum of the weapon charging systems continued to echo. The residents hid behind windows, not daring to approach. Chen Mo still stood in place, a faint remnant of lightning embers glowing in his right palm, casting a bluish tint on his knuckles. Lin Xiaoqi maintained the holographic interface, a sheen of sweat on her temples, the brightness of her mechanical eye slightly diminished. A breeze blew in from the ventilation ducts, stirring up dust on the floor. The reflection from an electromagnetic rifle scope swept across Chen Mo's face. The alarm still echoed in the distance, crimson light spilling through the iron grating of the ventilation duct, casting alternating patterns of brightness and shadow across Chen Mo's face. He crouched against the wall, his right eye twitching slightly. The residual lightning in his palm had dissipated, yet his fingertips could still feel the restless surge lingering within his meridians. He could not stay in the square for long. Once the 6-hour adjudication period began, the shelter's higher-ups would dispatch stronger suppression forces. He had to obtain his official identity credentials before then. The otherwise only confinement, experimentation, and elimination awaited him. He unzipped the side pocket of his toolkit and retrieved 3 sealed blue capsules, nanobot ammunition. This was Lin Xiaoqi's last reserve. Each round was enough to cripple the core control system of a heavy mecha. Now they had become his bargaining chip for survival. At the end of the passageway stood a rusted alloy door, a dim yellow light seeping through its cracks. He kicked it, or the hinges screeched in protest as the door slid open slowly. Inside was an abandoned water purification chamber. The walls were stained with watermarks and mold. In the center sat a metal table upon which hovered a cracked projection screen, displaying a line of text: Residency Certification Service, excluding Pureblood Awakened. A black market merchant sat in the shadows, clad in a bulky radiation suit, his face hidden beneath a hood, revealing only a half-dried cracked lip. Without looking up, he tapped twice under the table, and the microcameras in the 4 corners of the chamber simultaneously lit up with red dots. Someone like you want last 3 days, he said, his voice hoarse as sandpaper scraping iron. Chen Mo did not move his left hand, rubbing the edge of his electronic watch. The cracks on the watch case scraped against his skin, bringing a familiar sharp pain. I've survived until now, not by luck. He placed the 3 capsules on the table. The sealed tubes emitted a cold blue luster. The merchant finally looked up, his mechanical prosthetic eye scanning the ammunition, his pupils contracting for a moment. He reached for a detector, inserted it into the capsule interface. The readings jumped for a few seconds before stabilizing. Validity confirmed, he murmured, withdrawing his hand. Deal. A burned chip slid out from under the table, landing before Chen Mo. The label bore the 7 characters for Elementary Chi Refinement Technique General Edition, the font rough as if hastily printed. Chen Mo grabbed the chip and turned to leave. Behind him came the merchant's dry laugh. Don't expect to turn things around with this kid. In this world, even cultivation techniques have their ranks. He did not look back, walking straight through the underground passage into Sector BS residential level. His assigned living pod was at the end of a row of iron shacks numbered B317. The lock was an old electromagnetic latch. He inserted his temporary pass, and with a click the door opened. The space was less than 10 square meters. The wall paint was peeling, the insulation coating cracked into a spiderweb pattern. The bed was a metal plate welded to the floor with an old terminal hanging above it. He closed the door, activated the electromagnetic jammer in his toolkit. A green light flickered on, indicating the surveillance signal had been blocked. He inserted the chip. The terminal screen lit up, displaying 3 verses of a mantra and a crude meridian guidance diagram. The text was blurry, like a poor-quality copy after multiple transcriptions. He skimmed through it. The content was basic: the circulation path standard, descending through the conception vessel and converging at the dantian. There was no mention of spiritual root compatibility, nor any risk warnings. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to guide the residual lightning spiritual energy within his body. The Taiyang point grew slightly warm. A wisp of blue light flowed from the lung meridian into the conception vessel, descending slowly. The first cycle completed without incident. As the second cycle commenced, the spiritual energy had just passed the Shanzhong point when a sudden constriction seized his meridians, as if countless fine needles were simultaneously piercing his blood vessels. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. His left hand again rubbed the electronic watch. The pain intensified, the spiritual energy flow slowed, yet it continued to push forward. Just as the spiritual energy touched the Jiuwei point, a golden interface abruptly surfaced in his mind. Abnormal spiritual energy pathway detected. Insufficient purity will trigger backlash. Immediately terminate recommended. The warning box was a glaring, piercing red. A countdown began to flash. 000215. He opened his eyes, breathing heavily. Fine cracks had already appeared on his skin, oozing faint blue blood streaks. Before he could pull out the chip, the door lock emitted a soft click and automatically swung open. The black market merchant stood at the entrance, the hood pulled back slightly, revealing the twisted smile at the corner of his mouth. After all, this is just a neutered version, he whispered. The real technique has to be earned with your life. The door closed behind him, locking shut. Chen Mo curled up against the wall, his knuckles pressed against the area beneath his ribs, where a sawtoothed, dull pain throbbed. Blue blood slid down his temple, dripping onto the terminal screen, blurring the last character of a mantra. Blue blood slid down the edge of the terminal screen, dripping onto the Chuji Lianqi Shu Beginner Qi Refinement Technique chip interface with a faint sizzle as the metal contacts began to oxidize and blacken. Chen Mo curled in the corner. The dull pain beneath his ribs had spread across his chest as if countless red-hot wires were plucking and probing his meridians. He pressed his right hand hard against the Jiuwei acupoint, his left hand absently rubbing the case of his digital watch. The pads of his fingers were torn by the cracks, mixing with the pale blue fluid seeping through his skin and leaving viscous streaks on the floor. At the instant the countdown hit 0, his heart skipped half a beat. Then a violent force detonated from the lung meridian, surging back along the renmai and striking toward his heart wheel. Cracks on the skin's surface deepened, webbing outward toward the limbs. Each fissure pulsed with a faint ghostly blue like an overloaded circuit board. He opened his mouth to call, but only expelled a mouthful of saliva laced with electric arcs that splashed onto the planks and burned several small holes. A golden interface snapped into his mind, the full screen flashing a crimson warning: high-risk energy disturbance detected. Abort the cycle immediately. Before the words had faded, the second shockwave struck. The lightning chi had gone rogue and turned back upon him, no longer following its prescribed channels but rampaging through the extraordinary meridians like a wild stallion. His right eye trembled uncontrollably, a streak of electric light flashing deep within the pupil. He tried to marshal his will to suppress it, but his consciousness was like a lone boat in a gale, poised to capsize at any moment. At the brink of breath failing, the cabin door suddenly burst open. The alloy frame twisted and deformed, shards embedding themselves into the opposite wall. Lin Xiaoqi rushed in, her work jacket sleeves cuffed. A holographic interface on her wrist scrolled biological signal data at high speed. Her gaze swept over Chen Mo's state. Her mechanical eye instantly shifted to deep scan mode, and on her retina mapped the errant paths of lightning chi slithering through his body. Temperature 34. 1C, heartbeat 22. Cellular activity below critical threshold. She murmured, her voice 8 tones lower than usual. 30 seconds later, he would be gone. She dropped to Chen Mo's side, and with a wrist flip summoned the control panel for a swarm of nanobots. 37 microscopic units hovered within the projection, arrayed like a honeycomb. Teeth gritted, she confirmed the command and pressed the injection probe to Chen Mo's left chest, aiming for the heart. "Hold on," she cried as the probe pierced skin. The nanoswarm surged into the ventricles, with the blood colliding heeding with the frenzied lightning chi. Chen Mo writhed violently, his fingers raking the metal floor and gouging 5 deep grooves. Lin Xiaoqi's eyes remained locked on the holoscreen, sweat beading at her temple. A strand of her battle braid loosened from tension and fell over her shoulder. She adjusted frequency output, continuously striving to force the nanobots to emit stabilizing bands that would sheath each errant thread of chi. Within his body, the battlefield of data and lightning intertwined. The simulator refreshed abruptly and presented a new option: neural synchronization 100 enable. In agony, Chen Mo nodded without awareness. The system auto-confirmed. In an instant, the nanobots resonated with the lightning chi, forming a provisional guiding channel. The chaotic energy began to flow with order. Some seeped into ruptured meridians to mend them. The skin fissures ceased widening and the blue blood congealed into scabs. He gave a muffled groan, his back arching before he collapsed heavily back onto the floor. Yet, in that brief moment of stability, a strange force detonated from his dantian. It was the product of fusion, an unnamed, uncontrollable new form of energy. It raced up the arms, nerves surging toward his palm. Chen Mo's eyes shot open, lightning flared in his right eye. His right hand lashed out uncontrollably, the fist wind tearing the air and producing a shrill sonic boom. His palm struck the opposite cabin wall. The metal layer melted through in an instant, a charred crater 5 meters deep. The edges carbonized into radiating patterns, as if struck by a high-temperature particle beam. The corrugated iron structure groaned, the roof plates warped and sagged, dust cascading down to cover their shoulders. Lin Xiaoqi slumped to the floor as the holographic display pulsed red nanocluster integrity down 37. Her left mechanical eye briefly lost focus. After rebooting, it recentered on Chen Mo. Breathing ragged, her fingers lingered on the control interface, poised for a second intervention. Chen Mo stood before the palm imprint, slowly drawing his arm back. Residual heat clung to his palm. Faint blue light drifted beneath his skin. He lowered his gaze to his hand, then to the deep hole in the wall, his Adam's apple bobbing. He rubbed the digital watch again with his left hand, the motion stiff. The whole residential sector fell into a brief, tense silence. Distant alarms still wailed, red light swept across his profile through the breach, illuminating the 3 parallel scars. The scorched fist imprint on the bulkhead still radiated residual heat, and the acrid smell of carbonized metal hung in the air. Chen Mo stood before the cave, the electric light in the depths of his right eye not yet dissipated, blue light flowing like a stream slowly beneath his skin. His left hand pressed against the electronic watch, his knuckles white from the force, his breathing heavy but steady. Lin Xiaoqi sat on a piece of scrap iron before the hatch, her mechanical eye flickering with red light, a holographic interface floating in midair displaying nanocluster cooling in progress. She didn't raise her head, only watching Chen Mo's back from the corner of her eye. Wind poured in through the breach, stirring up the ashes on the ground. The distant alarm finally ceased, replaced by the sound of footsteps. Not 1 or 2 people, but a crowd approaching over rubble and twisted steel plates. 6 awakened emerged from between the iron shacks, clad in stitched bulletproof vests, wielding modified knives and shock batons. The leader was a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, his right arm, wrapped in alloy chains, a captured spiritual energy detector hanging from his shoulder. He glanced at the 5-meter-deep fist crater in the wall and sneered. That's it. A brat who just went berserk thinks he can hold the zone resource point. A man behind him muttered, thunder and fire, dual attributes. Not to be messed with. Bullshit. The burly man kicked a piece of scrap metal at his feet. He can't even stand steady. That move almost blew himself up. If we strike now, all the credit is ours. They fanned out, deliberately stomping their feet to pressure the space. Residents peeked through gaps in doors and windows, no one speaking, no one leaving. A few children crouched on the edge of a high platform, clutching rusted iron shards, their eyes fixed on Chen Mo. The burly man stopped just 5 paces from Chen Mo. He raised his chain blade, cutting an arc through the air. Be smart, hand over your gear, and I'll let you crawl out to the outer ring with your life. Chen Mo didn't move. His right hand hung at his side, palm down, fingers slightly curled. His left fingers still rubbed the electronic watch, slow but persistent. His right eye suddenly twitched. On his retina, a golden interface unfolded silently. Hostile units detected. 6 threat level, medium counterattack path calculation initiated. Data streams flashed across his vision in an instant. 127 red lines interwove into a web in his mind, each marked with energy consumption, hit probability, and counter risk. His consciousness cut into the data like a blade into ice, precisely isolating the optimal solution. Not the fastest, not the safest, but the one with the greatest deterrent effect. Seeing no response, the burly man roared, his chain blade tearing through the air, descending straight toward Chen Mo's head. Before the blade even arrived, the force of the wind had already parted the hair on his forehead. Chen Mo raised his hand. It was not a block, not a dodge. It was a counterstrike. His right hand's 5 fingers spread open, aimed directly at the blade's trajectory. Thunder and fire surged from his palm, condensing into a sphere 30 centimeters in diameter, its surface crackling with blue-violet arcs. He pushed the sphere forward, letting it fall to the ground. Boom! The energy exploded upon impact, but instead of spreading outward, it extended precisely along the cracks in the ground. A web of cracks spread, rapidly tracing a massive character for Scram into the scorched earth. Every fissure glowed with high-temperature red light like a branding iron seared into the ground. The chain blade was mere half a meter from his head. Chen Mo suddenly clenched his left hand around the watch electric light, surging in his right eye. He took a step forward, his right hand grabbing directly for the blade. The moment his palm touched the metal, thunder and fire surged backward along the chain. The burly man cried out and let go, but it was too late. The high heat instantly melted the alloy chain flames, and electric current ravaging the nerves of his arm. His entire right arm began to carbonize from the fingertip skin, cracking muscles contracting into charcoal. The screams stopped abruptly. His heart was pierced by the reverse-flowing thunder energy. The corpse was still smoking as it fell, the remnants of the chain blade stuck in the scorched earth, molten metal dripping down. The remaining 5 stood frozen. One of them retreated a half-step, tripped on a piece of rubble, and fell to the ground. No one dared pick up their weapons, no one dared speak. Chen Mo slowly withdrew his hand. His palm was slightly red with no wound. He swept his gaze over the remaining men, his stare passing over every pair of pupils like a scanner. The 5 turned almost simultaneously and scrambled into the iron sheet alleyways, disappearing around the corner. The wind swept across the open ground again, stirring up ashes and charred debris. The residents remained silent, but more figures appeared behind the windows. Someone quietly pulled down a tarp curtain, another dragged a child back inside. The child on the high platform, who had been clutching the iron shard, finally let go, letting the rusted piece fall into the dust. Lin Xiaoqi finally stood up, her steps unsteady. She walked to Chen Mo's side, not looking at him, only staring at the glowing scram character on the ground. "Did you get it under control?" "Not completely," his voice was hoarse. "Just suppressed the backlash." She nodded, lowered her head to call up the holographic screen, and refreshed the data once. "The nanocluster can still manage one more emergency intervention. Don't make me use it again." "I won't," he said. He stood still, neither pursuing nor retreating. The electric light in his right eye gradually dimmed, but the blue light wandering beneath his skin had not yet faded. His left hand still rested on the electronic watch, as if confirming some existence. A gust of sand and wind blew in from afar, carrying a piece of burnt plastic that scraped past the toe of his boot and stopped at the end of the last stroke of the scram character. The entire residential area fell into a dead silence. The red light no longer flickered. Only the residual heat in the cracks of the earth bore witness to what had just occurred. The scorched fist imprint on the bulkhead had begun to cool, its surface condensing into a fine layer of gray frost. The last flicker of electric light deep in Chen Mo's right eye extinguished, and the blue light beneath his skin retreated to his wrist, halting there like a current trapped by some obstruction. His left hand still rested on the electronic watch's fingertips, tracing the dent along the edge of the casing. A mark left 3 years ago from a sandworm attack. Lin Xiaoqi stood half a step behind him, to the side, her holographic interface retracted, and her mechanical eye switching to low-power standby mode, its pupil contracting into a vertical slit. She said nothing, but her right index finger slightly lifted, hovering over the nanomagazine button on the side of her tool pouch. Wind poured in through the gap in the ruins, carrying scorched iron debris across the ground. The lights in the distant residential district remained off. No one dared approach this clearing, where a killing had just occurred. Only the child still crouched in the corner of the platform, clutching a deformed metal shard, his gaze fixed on Chen Mo's back. On the 5th step, a vibration different from the wind reached the ground. Heavy, steady, each interval precise to 0. 8 seconds. Neither a fugitive nor a patrol. Chen Mo's right eye suddenly twitched, his palm slightly opened. No thunderfire ignited, but a restless stir had already begun in his meridians. He did not turn around. His peripheral vision swept toward the shadowed area at an angle behind him. A tall figure emerged from behind the abandoned watchtower in Sector B. His silhouette was fragmented by the broken walls. The exoskeleton joints at his shoulders emitted a faint hydraulic sound. His left arm hung at his side, while the right arm's equipment module flashed red. He took 5 steps, paused once, and slowly tapped the tactical knife sheath at his waist with his left hand. The rhythm had nothing to do with a heartbeat yet. It synchronized with the pulse frequency of the tattoo beneath Lin Xiaoqi's collarbone. Thunderforge Workshop. Lin Xiaoqi murmured, her mechanical eye instantly switching to scanning mode, focusing on the emblem on the newcomer's exoskeleton pauldron. A split lightning bolt embedded within a gear, the edges heavily eroded, but the red light at its core still flickering. The man stopped 10 meters away from them. The cracks in the ground bearing the character roll extended beneath his boots as new fissures, the heat causing the metal fragments to curl slightly. His gaze swept over the carbonized corpse on the ground. The broken blade of a chainsword was stuck in the scorched earth, and the final drop of molten metal dripped precisely before the tip of his boot. "Im Lei Meng." His voice was deep, carrying a standard accent rare in the wasteland. The weapon you just used. I designed it. Chen Mo did not move. His left hand finally left the electronic watch, slowly shifting toward the cuff of his right arm. The titanium blade slide unlocked, silently ready to deploy with just a single neural signal. He stared at the wear marks on the left shoulder of the other's exoskeleton. The missing third-level shock absorber, the welded repair seam on the second hydraulic rod. Classic features of the old 3 Malawian Quaches model. Lei Meng seemed to notice something. He raised his left hand, bit the edge of his left sleeve, and tore it off with a sudden jerk. The sound of fabric ripping was starkly clear in the silence. The moment skin was exposed, a blue-green diode tattoo, lit up among the old burn scars, pulsing in a steady rhythm, once every 3 seconds, perfectly identical to the interface beneath Lin Xiaoqi's collarbone. Lin Xiaoqi's fingertips trembled. The holographic interface automatically brought up a draft of defensive protocols, then closed itself the next second. She did not step back, but her breathing rate changed, surging from 12 breaths per minute to 18. 12 years ago, I was part of the Spiritual Hub project. Lei Meng said, his voice dropping even lower, as if afraid to disturb something sleeping. The 37th Research Institute, 7 floors underground. The number they gave you? Was it an experimental subject ID? No, it was a distress signal. 30 of us were implanted with the first-generation neural bridge. Only 2 survived, you and me. The air seemed to freeze. The wind in the distance grew stagnant, and even the child on the platform froze, his fingers tightening around the metal shard. Chen Mo finally spoke. You said you designed this weapon. Evidence. Lei Meng did not answer immediately. He took a burnt circuit fragment from a hidden compartment in his belt. Its edges showed irregular melt fractures, and the central chip was carbonized. He gently placed the fragment on the ground and pushed it half a meter forward with the tip of his boot. The gesture was restrained, non-threatening. This is the oscillation module prototype you dismantled yesterday. Serial number LX7M. I engraved it myself at the 37th Research Institute. He paused. On the back there's a scratch code. Decode it and it reads, "Don't trust the data." Lin Xiaoqi stepped forward slowly, her mechanical eye locking onto the fragment. The scanning beam lasted 3 seconds, locking onto a nearly invisible scratch on the back. She lightly touched the projection key and the decryption program initiated. The Morse code variant analysis completed. The result displayed, "Don't trust the data." She looked up at Chen Mo and gave a slight nod. Chen Mo's shoulder muscles relaxed a fraction, but his right hand remained withdrawn into his sleeve. He stared at Lei Meng's face. The burn scar on the left side extended from the base of his ear to his jaw, with noticeable tissue hyperplasia at the edges, a classic sign of high-energy arc burns. "So why are you here?" he asked. Lei Meng did not answer. He looked down at the electromagnetic pulse emitter on his exoskeleton's right arm, its red light dimmed, entering standby mode. Then he raised his head, his gaze passing over Chen Mo to land on the rusted iron door at the entrance of the resource point in Sector B. "You need to clear out the mutated sandworms," he said. "I know their movement patterns." Wind carrying scorched iron debris sliced in through the ruins, breached Chen Mo's right peripheral vision, still locked onto the cracked gear on Lei Meng's exoskeleton shoulder armor. The burnt circuit fragment lay silently on the sandy ground, its backside bearing the words, "Don't trust the data," which Lin Xiaoqi had already decrypted and confirmed. He slowly released the blade slide on his sleeve, yet his knuckles did not fully relax. "You said you know the sandworm activity patterns," Chen Mo spoke, his voice pressed low in his throat. "Not the patrol routes, how they move and when they move." Lei Meng did not answer immediately. He glanced down at his right arm module, where a faint red light flickered, then raised his hand and slapped the tactical terminal on his exoskeleton's back. A translucent projection shot out from his shoulder, spreading like a fan over the sand. 3 red dots marked on the desert map, one of which was slowly moving toward the residential cluster in Sector B, perfectly matching the vibration frequency Chen Mo had recorded on his electronic watch. Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical prosthetic eye switched to spectrum analysis mode, scanning the energy output band of Lei Meng's exoskeleton. The green pulse signal was stable, with no residual aggressive coding. She tapped the side of her toolkit lightly, the nanomagazine button retracting, and a strand of silver-white hair was lifted by the airflow, which she then tied into a high ponytail with one hand. "I can keep up," she said, her tone still cold. "But if you dare to swing the electric net our way, I won't mind dismantling your emitter first." The corner of Lei Meng's mouth twitched slightly, but no smile formed. He dismissed the projection, turned, and walked toward the dune line at the edge of the ruins, his steps heavy yet maintaining a steady rhythm. The first nest is 2 kilometers away, 5 meters beneath the quicksand layer. They sense prey through vibrations. We must approach silently within 30 seconds, or the entire sand field will come alive. The three set off together. Chen Mo took the left, his steps light and steady, avoiding every loose sand pit. Lin Xiaoqi followed at the rear, a holographic interface floating beside her wrist, mapping the underground vibration patterns in real time. Lei Meng led the way, his exoskeleton's hydraulic system tuned to the lowest noise, setting the crackmark emblem on his shoulder armor, glowing a dim red in the twilight. The 2-kilometer journey took 27 minutes. They stopped 3 times, twice due to abnormal underground vibrations, and once because Lin Xiaoqi detected charged dust particles in the air, predicting that electrostatic interference might trigger the swarm's alertness. During the third pause, Chen Mo crouched, testing the ground temperature with the back of his hand, and murmured, "There's a thermal updraft beneath the sand layer. This isn't natural. It's metabolic heat." Lin Xiaoqi interjected, her mechanical eye focusing 10 meters underground. There's more than one large individual. Their heart rate is below 12 beats per minute, and their body temperature stays above 41 degrees. This isn't an ordinary worker worm. Lei Meng nodded. The sandworm king won't show itself easily, but it will lay sensory threads around the nest. We need to hurry. When they reached the target area, daylight had faded. The dunes formed a ring-shaped depression, the ground at the center cracked with a pale yellow mucus seeping from the fissures, its odor pungent. Lin Xiaoqi retrieved a microsampling needle, inserted it into the sand layer 3 meters from the crack, retrieved it, and injected the sample into a portable analyzer. The screen flashed a warning: high concentration of neurotoxin precursors detected. The extermination mission is confirmed. She put away the device. If we delay 6 more hours, the toxic mist will spread to the ventilation shafts of Sector B. Lei Meng stood firm, his feet shoulder-width apart, his right hand resting on the exoskeleton's right arm emitter. A low hum emanated from the mech's core, and the energy bar shifted from red to blue. He said in a low voice, "Step back 5 meters and close your eyes." Chen Mo grabbed Lin Xiaoqi, and they quickly retreated. The next instant, Lei Meng thrust his right arm forward, and high-voltage current shot from his palm, forming a fan-shaped electric net above the sand. A blue explosion illuminated the entire dune basin, and dozens of dark shadows burst from the quicksand, writhing and twisting, their shells sparking and cracking under the electric shock. The swarm was instantly paralyzed, lying limp on the ground, their antennae twitching uncontrollably. "The main nest isn't here," Chen Mo said, staring at the empty zone in the swarm's distribution, his voice tense. "They're bait." Before the words faded, the ground shook violently. The dune beneath them suddenly collapsed, a massive chasm opening in the center, and a colossal carapace burst forth. An 8-meter-long sandworm king reared, its upper body purple arcs of electricity dancing in the grooves of its back, its compound eyes arranged in a ring fixed on the trio's position. Lei Meng raised his arm to unleash another electric net, but the emitter's yellow light flashed, signaling insufficient energy. He growled, "Hold on. I need 10 seconds to recharge." Lin Xiaoqi reacted faster. She traced 2 command trajectories in the air with her hands, and a swarm of nanobots surged from her toolkit, rapidly aggregating in midair to form a translucent alloy shield 2 meters in diameter. She leaped forward, holding the shield horizontally before her chest. The sandworm king dove down, its tail striking the shield's surface with a heavy blow. A piercing screech of metal filled the air, and a web of cracks instantly spread across the shield's surface. Lin Xiaoqi's arms shuddered violently, her knees buckled, and she dropped to one knee on the ground. She gritted her teeth, maintaining control as her mechanical eyes overload. Alarm blared, red mist creeping into the edges of her vision. Chen Mo rushed behind the shield, pressing both hands against its surface. The thunderfire spiritual energy within him surged forth, flowing through his meridians straight to his palms. Blue and red energies intertwined, rapidly etching a charred rune onto the shield's surface. The moment the rune took shape, it ignited with dark crimson flames, causing the sandworm king to pause, a flicker of confusion in its compound eyes. Lei Meng completed his recharge and was about to strike, but his gaze locked onto the shield. His pupils contracted and his voice trembled. "Wait, is that the script of the Nether Race?" He staggered forward, ignoring the stray electricity, reaching out almost to touch the rune's edge. "This symbol. I've seen it in the classified files of the 37th Research Institute." "Where did you learn it?" The sandworm king slowly retreated, burrowing back into the ground, the vibrations fading. The battlefield returned to silence, save for the flames still burning on the shield, casting light on their faces. Lin Xiaoqi was still catching her breath, her fingertips retrieving the nanobots. Chen Mo's right hand trembled slightly, the thunderfire not yet fully withdrawn into his meridians, his left hand unconsciously rubbing the edge of his electronic watch. Lei Meng stood, rooted, his gaze locked on that charred rune, as if he had seen something that should not exist. In the distance, the silhouettes of dunes swayed faintly in the night breeze and low-frequency vibrations still emanated from beneath the earth. Wind whipped through the drifting sand, the mine entrance resembling a torn, gaping maw. Chen Mo traced the edge of his electronic watch with his left index finger. A corner of the watch face was shattered, its hands frozen at exactly 23 minutes. He stared at the number, his right eye twitching slightly as he mentally reviewed the timing nodes from before. The first eruption occurred 7 minutes after they entered the mine, the second precisely 30 minutes in. The interval was 23 minutes with an error margin not exceeding 2 seconds. Lin Xiaoqi leaned against the cave wall. The red light of her mechanical eye flickered, and the holographic interface crashed once every 3 times it appeared. She removed her goggles to wipe them, fine beads of sweat forming at her temples. "The signal interference source isn't on the surface," she said, lowering her voice. "Starting 10 meters underground, there are regular pulses perfectly synchronized with the spiritual wave from 0.8 seconds before the eruption." Lei Meng stood 3 meters ahead, a faint hum emanating from the left arm module of his exoskeleton. The energy bar flickered once, shifting from blue to yellow. He glanced down, said nothing, only tapped the hilt of the dagger at his waist with his right hand in a short, sharp rhythm. "This isn't a natural occurrence." Lin Xiaoqi put her goggles back on and pulled up the waveform replay. The energy release from geological fissures should be gradual, but this was a cliff-like surge, as if someone flipped a switch. Chen Mo crouched, touching the crack on the ground with his fingertips. A faint blue mist was seeping from the stone crevices, carrying a weak heat. He took his electronic watch and pressed it against the crack. The timing program, still running on the back of the watch face, began automatically recording the vibration frequency. 3 data points appeared on the screen, forming a straight line. "Once every 23 minutes, he said. "The third one should be in about 17 seconds. Before the words faded, Lei Meng abruptly raised his head. His pupils contracted, his gaze sweeping over the positions where the 3 stood, his body reacting before his conscious mind. "No warning, no turning back." He bellowed, "Get down." His entire body charged like a heavy armored vehicle, his left shoulder slamming into Lin Xiaoqi, his right arm sweeping to pull Chen Mo to the ground. The two were pressed hard against the damp rock surface, their backs scraping against the gravel. A thunderous boom erupted. The ground where they had just stood exploded. Scorching hot spiritual liquid gushed forth, a dark crimson like molten iron, instantly covering a 3-meter radius. Metal supports twisted and deformed, emitting a piercing, screeching sound. An alloy plate was directly corroded into bubbles, hissing incessantly. The wave of heat slammed into them. Chen Mo's right cheek tightened, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, a faint flash of lightning fire flickering in his palm before vanishing. 3 seconds later, the eruption ceased. The spiritual liquid still roiled on the ground, emitting a stench of scorched flesh mixed with oxidized metal. Gravel from the cave ceiling fell in a shower, striking the liquid surface and raising small puffs of white smoke. Lin Xiaoqi propped herself up. The casing of the tool pack on her wrist was hot, and the nanomagazine had automatically locked for protection. She caught her breath, switching her mechanical eye to thermal imaging mode to scan the eruption area. Peak temperature exceeds 1200 degrees, cooling rate is 4 times faster than natural fissures. She paused. And the composition of the spiritual liquid is off. Chen Mo sat up, still holding the electronic watch in his left hand. The screen was black, but the internal chip was still running, transmitting a weak current through his nerve endings. He closed his eyes for a moment, 3 sets of data surfacing in his mind. Eruption cycle, energy peak, cooling rate. Artificial catalysis, he said. Lin Xiaoqi nodded, taking a sampling needle from her tool pack. The moment it neared the liquid's surface, the needle melted into a silver droplet and fell. "The container can't withstand it. But I recorded the microseismic waveform from 0.5 seconds before the eruption," she said, pulling up the storage image from her mechanical eye and enlarging the waveband. "Look here." A projection expanded in the air, a fine dense waveform marked for attention. A standard geological activity map was displayed alongside it. The front sections of the two were similar, but a drastic deviation appeared at the critical point. 97 discrepancy, she said. "And there's an encoded characteristic in this waveform. It's not random oscillation, it's a trigger signal injected by a person." Lei Meng knelt on one knee. The burn warning light on his exoskeleton's left arm was flashing. The protective layer splashed by the high-temperature spiritual liquid was slowly carbonizing. He wiped his face with the back of his hand, sweat mixed with ash streaming down. His gaze swept across the depths of the cave ceiling. The cracks were multiplying with faint blue mist visible flowing within them. "Who did this?" he asked, his voice hoarse. To remotely control a fissure, how powerful a transmission array would that require? It's not just the power. Lin Xiaoqi stared at the end of the waveform. This signal seems to be emitted from a fixed coordinate and it knows we're here. Chen Mo stood up, brushing the debris from his work clothes. The scar on his left cheek twitched faintly. He walked to the edge of the eruption point, crouched, and reached his hand toward the surface of the still uncongealed spiritual liquid. At a distance of 5 centimeters, his skin felt a burning pain, but he didn't pull back. It's not to kill us, he said. It's for testing. Testing what? Reaction time, he said, withdrawing his hand and looking at the reddened skin of his fingertips. Or testing if anyone can discover the pattern. Lin Xiaoqi closed the holographic interface, a lock of silver-white hair falling over her shoulder. She didn't bother to tie it back, just stared deeper into the cave. Darkness was thick there, but every 23 minutes a dark red light would flash. Lei Meng straightened up, or the hydraulic system of his exoskeleton emitted a low calibration hum. He raised his right arm, the electromagnetic pulse emitter entering standby mode, the energy bar slowly recovering. Before the next eruption, we have to get out of this position, he said. That is, Lin Xiaoqi interjected. If we can be sure it only follows this rhythm. Chen Mo didn't answer. He looked down at the electronic watch. The face was black, but the internal chip was still transmitting data. His right eye twitched slightly, 3 words flashing through his mind: countdown. In the distance, the underground tremors came again, the frequency steady, the rhythm distinct, like the ticking of a clock. The wind and sand outside the mine were fiercer than those inside. Chen Mo's left thumb grazed the edge of the electronic watch, leaving tiny scratches on his skin from the shattered glass. The dial was dark, but the chip was still operating, a faint current flowing along his nerves into his brain, resonating subtly with the data stream from the spiritual root simulator. He no longer looked at the numbers. His right eye quivered slightly as his gaze swept toward the horizon ahead. Lin Xiaoqi stood half a step to his left, her silver hair blown against her neck by the wind, her right hand absent-mindedly twirling a metallic pen etched with intricate circuit patterns. Her mechanical eye flashed red, the holographic interface barely appearing for 2 seconds before crashing, a wisp of white smoke rising from the heat vent. The tool case remained hot to the touch, the nano cartridge automatically locking, and the sampling function had failed. Thunder struck down last, the protective layer of the exoskeleton's left arm charred, halfway the hydraulic system emitting a low rumbling sound. He tapped the hilt of his dagger with his right hand, the rhythm short, his eyes fixating on 3 silhouettes ahead. 3 figures emerging from the dust, their steps synchronized, wearing dark brown uniforms that resembled some kind of organizational standard equipment. The man in the middle stopped 15 meters away. He raised his hand palm, holding a diamond-shaped spirit crystal, its surface, etched with twisted runes at the center, was a clear mark, a vertical pupil, surrounded by star orbits. Those who submit will find protection. The man said, his voice not loud but penetrating through the wind and sand. The rebels. His words were left unfinished. His head suddenly exploded, not in a burst but instantaneously, liquefied flesh and blood peeling away from the bones, forming a thick mist of blood. His body stood upright for 2 seconds before collapsing, his clothes falling empty. The spirit crystal dropped, bouncing on the sandy ground before rolling into a crack. Chen Mo's right eye twitched violently. His vision was suddenly filled with red. 37 projected paths appeared, each extending towards him from different angles, labeled with methods of death: suffocation, vein rupture, skull fracture, spinal separation, heart coagulation, brainstem piercing. The number pulsed: 37. He paused in his breathing. The scene flashed back in front of the awakening platform. 37 corpses lay sprawled, charred remnants scattered, some with burst eyeballs, others with blood spraying from their throats, the ground sticky with brain matter and shattered bones. As the countdown reached 0, the Special Operations Team Leader announced the result: 37-0. Don't get caught in it. Lin Xiaoqi lowered her voice. She raised her left hand, her fingertip resting against Chen Mo's wrist, releasing a trace of calming current from the nanorobots that crawled along his blood vessels. The current was weak, just enough to interrupt the chain reaction of memory recall. Lei Meng stepped forward, shielding the 2 behind him. The exoskeleton activated defense mode, the shoulder armor unfolding, the electromagnetic pulse emitter charging, the energy bar slowly rising. He stared at the spot where the blood mist had dissipated, his jaw tightened. Don't stop. We can't linger here. The 3 began to retreat, slowly moving back to back. Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical eye continued scanning the sound wave analysis, indicating that the laughter came from a circular diffusion with no clear source. Lei Meng's exoskeleton right arm module overheated, the energy bar stuck at 42. The 37 red paths in Chen Mo's right I had yet to disappear, adjusting their angles in real time as his vision moved, as if something in the distance was calibrating shooting coordinates. They retreated into a collapsed industrial ruin. The steel bars crisscrossed like beast bones, concrete slabs slanted into the ground, forming natural cover. The wind and sand were blocked, yet vibrations from underground continued to resonate with a stable frequency and clear rhythm. Chen Mo lowered his head. The electronic watch chip was still transmitting data. His right eye trembled, the 37 paths overlapping in his vision, intersecting with the eruption cycle data from the mine, producing a faint resonance. Lin Xiaoqi leaned against the crumbled wall, a strand of silver hair falling at the end. She did not tie it up, merely staring at Chen Mo's profile. Lei Meng knelt on one knee, inspecting the damage to the exoskeleton's left arm. The charred layer could not repair itself and needed an armor module replacement. He brushed his thumb over an old scratch on the dagger at his waist. In the distance, the wind stirred up dust, faintly outlining more silhouettes moving toward them. The sand and wind swirled beyond the ruins, the night filtering through the skeletal steel beams, sinking down like rust. Chen Mo sat down with his back against a fractured steel girder, his right eye still twitching. At the edge of his vision lingered the afterimages of 37 crimson paths, each pointing toward a different manner of death. He rubbed his electronic watch with his left hand, the shards of cracked glass embedded into his skin. A faint electric current seeped into his brain, along the nerve impulses slowly aligning with the data stream of the spiritual root simulator. The crimson light in his vision began to warp and stretch like bloodstains scattered by the wind. He closed his left eye, concentrating his consciousness to retrieve the deeper data of the simulator. The dual attribute coordination model for lightning and fire was loading, the progress bar stuck at 73. Lin Xiaoqi stood 2 meters away, her mechanical eye flickering with a red light, the white smoke from her heat vents not yet dissipated. She said nothing, merely clipped the metal stylus back into her work pocket, a strand of silver-white hair at the tip of her ponytail, lifted by the night wind, plastered against her neck. Try again, Chen Mo said, his voice pressed so low it seemed ground out from the depths of his throat. He no longer waited for a response, directly guiding the spiritual energy. The lightning attribute surged from his dantian along the Ren meridian, blue arcs of electricity leaped within his channels, the speed controlled at 0.8 rhythmic points per second. The fire attribute ascended from the coccyx against the Du meridian, a stream of crimson heat advancing steadily. The two energy lines converged before the Tanzhong acupoint. At a distance of 3 inches, they began to repel each other, a faint crackling sound arising in the air like metal expanding under high heat. A sudden searing pain struck. It did not come from a single source but exploded from between his heart and lungs, as if two forces were tearing apart his chest cavity. Scorch marks emerged on his skin's surface, spiderweb-like patterns of electrical burns appeared below his collarbone, and the 3 scars on his left cheek all flared with heat simultaneously. He gritted his teeth, maintaining the output. His right hand pressed unconsciously against his chest, blue blood seeping between his fingers, dripping onto the concrete rubble with a faint hissing sound. The simulator interface flashed a warning: energy counterbalance threshold breached, risk of tissue rupture 91. 6. Lin Xiaoqi stepped forward in one swift motion, dropped to one knee, and pressed her palm against the back of his neck. The temperature of her palm was abnormally cold, clearly having activated the nano-cooling system. She said nothing. She simply bit her fingertip and rapidly drew a set of guiding runes on his Tianling acupoint. The lines were precise, the spacing even the result of pure mechanical calculation. The diode tattoo beneath his collarbone suddenly flared with an icy blue light. Hundreds of nanobots detached from the interface surged into his brain along the blood vessels in his scalp, penetrated the skull to enter the central nervous system, and then diverged into the meridian network. They did not attack or repair any tissue. Instead, they rapidly constructed a temporary protective membrane, enveloping the turbulent flow of spiritual energy, forcibly compressing the convergence point of lightning and fire to a diameter of less than 2 millimeters. A sweet metallic taste rose in Chen Mo's throat, reaching his lips, but he swallowed it back down. He could feel the change within his body. It was not harmonization but a prelude to an explosion held under suppression. Lightning and fire were no longer 2 independent paths. Under the forced intervention of the nanobots, they were compelled into a spiral entanglement like a twisted cord about to snap taut. Hold on. Lin Xiaoqi's voice was very cold, but her speaking speed was 0.3 times faster than usual. Her right hand hovered in midair, a holographic interface barely materializing, displaying the brainwave synchronization rate 687481. The fingertips of her left hand trembled slightly, and her mechanical eye experienced a brief burst of snow noise due to overload. Just as the synchronization rate jumped to 85, the unexpected happened. Blue-violet arcs of electricity violently entwined with the crimson flames. At the Tanzhong acupoint, they completed their first true fusion, then shot up rapidly along the spine, tearing through the fabric of his clothes at the Dazui acupoint on his back. A phantom image soared up. Wings spread, head held high tail feathers like blades. The form of a phoenix had begun to take shape, its entire body wreathed in the blazing light of interwoven lightning and fire. The simulator interface refreshed abruptly, a golden border flashing with a prompt dual attribute fusion technique unlocked. Annihilation Thunderflame initial level I skill trait Lightning Fire Resonance induces local spatial oscillation capable of penetrating level 3 defensive shields, current controllable, release time 2.7 seconds. The Phoenix Phantom flickered after 3 seconds, its light wavering uncertainly. Every muscle in Chen Mo's body was taut, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He tried to maintain the form but found the energy flow was not entirely under his control. The Annihilation Thunderflame formed a miniature vortex on his back, sucking in the surrounding air and emitting a low-frequency hum. Lin Xiaoqi withdrew her hand. Her mechanical eye scanned his vital signs. She said in a low voice, "You survived, you idiot." She took out the last cooling agent. As the needle pierced the artery in Chen Mo's neck and the transparent liquid was injected, his body gave a violent shudder and his breathing changed from rapid to deep and long. The Phoenix Phantom finally dissipated, leaving only a faint scorched smell in the air and a trail of energy residue not yet cooled. Chen Mo slowly raised his head, his right eye no longer trembled, his vision clear. He stared at his own raised hand. The lightning glow in his palm faded, but it had gained a barely perceptible trace of crimson residual warmth. "I saw it," he said, his voice hoarse. "The two paths have finally merged into one." Lin Xiaoqi leaned against the broken wall. The ends of her hair were slightly singed and the holographic interface on her wrist automatically shut down. She did not respond, merely checked the nano reserve. 63 remaining, a slight overload requiring over 12 hours of static recovery. In the distance, the sand and wind continued, the silhouettes of figures no longer approaching. The frequency of the underground vibrations was stable, the rhythm unchanged. Chen Mo slowly stood up, leaning against the steel girder. The back of his work uniform was torn, revealing a fresh burn mark on the bone of his shoulder blade, its shape faintly resembling a wing just beginning to spread. He flexed his right arm. The titanium alloy blade silently slid out half an inch, then retracted. Lin Xiaoqi glanced at him. "Can you walk?" He nodded. He took half a step forward, his foot landing on a cracked metal plate with a faint brittle sound. The wind blew through the gaps in the steel bars, stirring a torn strip of cloth that gently brushed past the fallen spirit crystal at his feet. Wind poured through the gaps in the rebar of the ruins, carrying the sound of sand scraping against metal. Chen Mo stepped onto the cracked metal plate, a faint brittle sound coming from beneath his feet like the aftershock of some signal. He did not turn around, merely pressing his right hand against the edge of the tool pouch at his waist, sliding the titanium alloy blade out half an inch before retracting it. Lin Xiaoqi stood 2 paces away, the tips of her hair dusted with scorched ash. Her holographic interface had not yet fully closed, projecting a final line of data. Nanomaterial reserve 63. Lei Meng did not follow. They waited for 17 seconds. Then the direction of the ground's vibration shifted. Not from the swarm, but from the sound of human voices, mixed with the echo of an iron door being forced open coming from the main passage of Shelter Sector B. Chen Mo turned, the scar on his left cheek tightening. The hands of his electronic watch shifted slightly, and an electric current seeped into his nerves along his wrist bone. As he stepped forward, his right leg lagged by half a beat. The burn marks on his back were still hot, each step feeling like a hot nail churning in his spine. The water tower appeared at the edge of his sight. Green water dripped from the inspection port, pooling into a murky puddle on the concrete ground. Several children crouched nearby, clutching empty plastic bottles. One of them suddenly retched, vomiting a foamy liquid. A mother rushed over to drag him away, cursing, "Shouldn't have drunk it." Yet her eyes were fixed on the water tower valve. The air carried a stench of decay mingled with the smell of rust and fermented algae. Chen Mo walked to the railing, raised his left hand to rub his electronic watch. The cracked face revealed the internal circuits, a faint blue light pulsing with his heartbeat. He took out a sampling tube, unscrewed the cap, and inserted it into the drain. The liquid was a dark green with fine bubbles floating on the surface. Upon contact with the air, faint arcs of electricity sparked. Lin Xiaoqi approached her mechanical eye, scanning the sample with a red light, and reported in a low voice, "Page 4. 2. Dissolved oxygen below 0. 3. Detecting unknown ion oscillation frequency. With a flick of her wrist, a holographic interface displayed a waveform chart. 3 curves jumped violently, one of them highly coinciding with the fluctuation of Chen Mo's internal thunder chi. Chen Mo closed his eyes, activating the low-power mode of the spiritual root simulator. A gray interface emerged on his retina, a progress bar loading slowly. After 3 seconds, text appeared: high concentration of chaotic spiritual energy particles, source seepage from underground fissures, contamination level 3. It's not a device malfunction, he said, his voice pressed in his throat. The fissure is forcing the spiritual energy dregs from the wasteland into the water purification system. A crowd surged from the passageway, a dozen figures blocking the entrance to the ramp. The administrator walked at the front, wearing an old protective suit with a rusty registration badge pinned to his chest. Behind him, some carried iron bars, others held broken water pipes. You again. The administrator stopped 5 meters away, his gaze sweeping over the burn marks on Chen Mo's work clothes. 7 kids died in the last awakening ceremony, and now the water's gone bad. You still dare to come here? No one answered. The wind blew, a torn cloth strip dangling from the water tower support. Chen Mo raised his hands, palms facing outward. His right eye twitched slightly, guiding a thread of thunder chi from his dantian down the Han Shaoyin heart meridian, condensing a blue arc the size of a thumb at his fingertip. The electric light leaped, illuminating the zipper of his tool pouch. I can clean the contaminants, he said. Let me test it on a section of pipe first. He crouched down, opened his tool pouch, and took out a portable guide tube, fitting it into the drain valve interface. His movements were slow, the burn on his shoulder blade tearing at his muscles with each bend. The front end of the guide tube aligned with the sampling port, and the blue arc slowly injected. The administrator suddenly rushed forward, shoving his arm away. The arc extinguished, and the guide tube fell askew to the ground. Keep your pure blood hands off, he roared, the veins on his neck bulging. Every time you awaken, a batch of us die. We don't need your charity to survive. The crowd pressed forward. An old woman bent down to pick up an empty water bottle and hurled it hard at Chen Mo's feet. The plastic shell shattered, fragments splashing onto his combat boots. Get lost, she shrieked. Go back to the slums. Chen Mo didn't move. He stared at the fragments on the ground, his left hand rubbing his electronic watch again. Shards of glass embedded in his skin, seeping blood. He slowly bent down again to straighten the guide tube. Footsteps came from the ramp. Heavy, steady, each step making the ground tremble slightly. Lei Meng appeared at the top of the slope. The hydraulic system of his exoskeleton emitted a low hum. The electromagnetic pulse launcher on his left arm retracted into its compartment, replaced by a triangular titanium steel blade that sprang from the side, its cold gleam cutting through the gloomy sky. He walked down, his tactical knife tapping twice at his waist, then stopped and stood still. Move aside, he said. No one moved. He looked around, raised the tip of his blade, slightly pointing at the administrator's throat, his voice even lower. Either let him fix it, or I'll kill you all and fix it myself. A dead silence fell over the scene. The wind whipped sand against the iron walls, clattering. The administrator's lips turned white as he took a step back. The crowd parted to form a narrow path. Chen Mo looked at no one. He took a deep breath, guiding the thunder chi from his dantian, traveling down the meridian to the center of his palm. A blue electric arc danced at his fingertips again, injecting into the front end of the guide tube. The water flowed through the ionization zone. The green gradually faded. The first clear droplet fell, landing in the container with a crisp sound. Lin Xiaoqi stood half a step behind him, her holographic interface unfolding again, scanning the change in water quality. Toxin decomposition rate 68. It will reach safety standards in 5 minutes. She reported, her voice steady, but her fingers unconsciously twirling a metal pen. Chen Mo stared at the flowing water and said, It will take 3 hours. Lei Meng was still standing by the metal ladder, his blade not sheathed, facing the crowd of residents. The engraving of Thunder Forge on his exoskeleton shoulder plate was faintly visible in the wind and sand. The residents retreated to the outside of the railing, gripping their tools tightly, watching in silence. No one approached and no one left. The droplets continued to fall, their clear sound echoing at the base of the tower. The sound of water droplets falling into the container persisted, crystal clear, as if it came from another world. Chen Mo's right hand still rested at the end of the drainage tube, a faint sensation of ionization lingering at his fingertips as lightning spiritual energy, like fine threads, flowed back along his meridians and seeped into his dantian. He remained motionless, a slight twitch in the muscles of his left eye. Intermittent blue light seeped through the cracks on the surface of his electronic watch, electric current, crawling along his wrist bone like some low-frequency warning. The purification of the last section of the pipeline was complete and the water quality monitoring data reset to 0. Lin Xiaoqi's voice did not sound. She had already retreated beyond the railing and ceased the holographic scan. Lei Meng still stood on the high slope, his exoskeleton, not yet retracted, the blade suspended in the air. But most of the crowd had dispersed. A few remaining residents leaned behind rusted iron sheets, tools still clutched in their hands. No one dared to approach, yet no one dared to leave either. Chen Mo took a slow breath, the burn marks on his shoulder blades rising and falling with each exhale, the pain like hot nails still lingering. He prepared to withdraw his hand, but the zipper of his tool bag caught halfway, causing a momentary delay in his movement. Just as he was about to rise, a brief tremor shook the deep underground. It did not come from the direction of the mine shaft. It was residual energy from a fissure. A turbulent stream of spiritual energy backflowed through the drain valve interface, surging up along the drainage tube, and crashing directly into the fingertips of his right hand. Chen Mo instinctively constricted his meridians, but the energy was too dense, carrying a coded oscillatory frequency that forcibly breached his defenses and rushed straight into his sea of consciousness. The spiritual root simulator activated automatically. The gray interface on his retina twisted violently, data streams pouring down like a torrential rain, the progress bar exploding into a mess of garbled code. A rift tore through the world before his eyes. Reality overlapped with projections. Countless luminous nodes materialized out of thin air, densely filling his vision like a starry sky, each marked with distance intensity and spiritual root attribute codes. 37 blue nodes flickered erratically, their positions corresponding to those who had died in the awakening ceremony. 12 yellow nodes formed a ring-shaped distribution at the periphery of the shelter, belonging to unregistered latent awakened individuals. More gray dots scattered across the distant sand ruins and underground pipelines, faint yet persistently pulsing. His brain began to overload. Neural synapses felt as if they were pierced by high-voltage current, intracranial pressure, rising rapidly, blood seeping from his ear canals. External sounds blurred into a low-frequency hum. The wind, the scraping of metal, distant footsteps. All vanished. His body stiffened, knees still pressed against the ground, fingers curling, nails embedding into his palms. He knew he was losing focus. Memories of black market training surfaced when sensory overload strikes lock onto a physical anchor to rebuild self-awareness. His left hand abruptly rubbed against the electronic watch, the shattered glass cutting into his skin, the pain transmitting to his central nervous system. He closed his eyes for 3 seconds, cutting off part of the visual input, pulling his consciousness back to the tactile sensation on his wrist. When he opened his eyes again, the interface had been restructured. The star map was stable, the nodes remained, but their arrangement had changed. They were no longer randomly distributed, but connected in a topological structure, forming an energy network covering the entire area. Among them, a single red node floated at the very center of his vision. Its distance was marked as unknown, its intensity rated class with no other markers approaching it. It pulsed. Each flicker was perfectly synchronized with the resonant frequency of the thunderfire spiritual root within him. Chen Mo attempted to isolate the node through mental commands. The simulator responded with priority S-class associated target cannot be blocked. He frowned, guiding a thread of lightning spiritual energy upward to the pineal gland region, attempting to establish a reverse analysis channel. After a brief delay, the system responded with a new prompt: homologous signal detected. Match rate 98.7. He paused. Reason told him to sever the connection and terminate the data interaction. But that red dot seemed to possess a gravitational pull, drawing his attention like some deep-seated call. He knew it was dangerous, and he was well aware that this fell outside the scope of normal functionality. Yet the more he resisted, the more he could sense the resonance between them. Not just in spiritual root attributes, but something more fundamental like genetic sequences, energy waveforms, even the nascent form of consciousness. He raised the index finger of his right hand and gently tapped that red dot in the void. The moment of contact, a mechanical female voice sounded in his mind: homologous spiritual root detected. Ascension plan countdown initiated, 299 days. The voice was cold, devoid of emotional fluctuation, ceasing immediately after the announcement. There was no explanation, no source indication, and no follow-up prompts. The entire system fell into a brief silence. The node map remained, but the red dot had extinguished as if it had never existed. Chen Mo's finger paused in midair, a slight numbness in his fingertip. The tinnitus had not yet subsided, and residual afterimages still drifted at the edges of his vision. He slowly withdrew his hand, clenching his fingers into a tight fist, leaving for nail marks on his palm. The current in the electronic watch finally stabilized. The blue light flickered evenly in sync with his heartbeat. For the first time, he did not look at the water tower, nor did he check his tool bag. His gaze crossed the railing, passed through the array of abandoned water pipes, and settled on the distant sand dune contours. The wind and sand gradually subsided, the morning light slanted in, and the horizon was clearly visible. There was nothing there, only yellow-brown hard soil and fractured steel skeletons. But he knew the direction now. Just before it vanished, the red dot's coordinate trajectory had briefly projected onto the corner of his vision, pointing to a certain location deep in the desert. The margin of error was less than 500 meters at a depth of approximately 3 underground structures. It was not a natural fissure nor an ordinary ruin. It was a man-sealed node pod. He remained crouched, his left hand still pressed against the surface of the electronic watch, his body temperature conducting through the metal casing. His right eye had stopped twitching, his pupils contracted, fixed on a distant point as if confirming a path. The zipper of the tool bag was pulled open again. He took out a spare battery and replaced the depleted energy module. The movements were slow but precise. The drainage tube was detached, folded, and stored. Only after all operations were completed did he slowly stand up, his feet bearing the weight of his body, the burn marks on his shoulder blades rising and falling with his breath. Wind blew through the crevices of the ruins, stirring up a wisp of sand that struck the torn edge of his work pants. He took the first step. The wind whipped grains of sand against Chen Mo's work pants, producing a faint rustling sound. He stepped his right foot into a dried, cracked gully, leaning forward to steady his center of gravity. 300 meters ahead, the ground had collapsed into an irregular pit, its edges covered in gray-green mycelium that pulsed faintly like the breathing of some living organism. Lin Xiaoqi crouched at the pit's edge, her mechanical eye emitting a pale blue beam to scan the residual energy traces on the ground. Lei Mang stood half a step behind her, the drill module on his exoskeleton's shoulder activating its low-frequency hum, spreading through the silence. The three of them didn't speak. 6 hours had passed since they left the slums. Magnetic field disturbances had rendered navigation useless. Relying solely on the residual thunder spiritual energy, in his conduit tube Chen Mo carved ionization marks into the sandy ground, step by step tracing back to the entrance of this 3-tier underground structure. The residual energy points downward, Lin Xiaoqi said, retracting her beam, her voice flat. But the mycelium has neural conduction characteristics. It's not ordinary biological tissue. Chen Mo nodded, rubbing the surface of his electronic watch with his left hand. The blue light in the cracks of the watch face flickered steadily in sync with his heartbeat. He took a telescopic titanium alloy probe from his toolkit and inserted it into the densest area of the mycelium. The moment the probe's tip touched the ground, the entire patch of mycelium suddenly lit up with a faint fluorescence spreading inward along the cracks like a circuit being awakened. "It's alive," Lei Mang said, tapping the tactical dagger at his waist and chewing on a tobacco substitute. "Don't touch the walls." The stone door was half hidden beneath the collapsed rock layer, its surface covered in intertwined mycelial veins. Lei Mang stepped forward, switching his exoskeleton's right arm to drill mode. It spun at high speed and cut into the stone crevice. Debris flew as the drill bit penetrated 30 centimeters before hitting a metal barrier. He increased the power. With a dull thud, the stone door fell inward, kicking up a cloud of dust. The three entered one by one. The interior space was dome-shaped, about 15 meters in diameter. The walls were densely covered with a network of mycelium, motionless like a dried-up riverbed. The air was odorless, the temperature a constant 18 degrees. Lin Xiaoqi approached the left wall, adjusted the frequency of her mechanical eye, and began a multi-layer penetration scan. Her fingers unconsciously twirled a pen, then paused for a moment. Within the mycelium there were synapse-like structures, and the signal transmission pathways were highly similar to the human nervous system. "These aren't decorations," she said. "They record information." Chen Mo stood in the center, his right eye trembling slightly. In his field of vision, no simulator interface popped up, nor any node projections. Everything was normal, yet too normal. He lowered his head to check his toolkit, taking out a spare battery to replace the power module, his movements precise and slow. Lei Mang circled the hall, once his electromagnetic pulse emitter on standby, his gaze sweeping over every inch of the wall. Lin Xiaoqi increased the scan frequency to the 7th level. Her mechanical eye emitted a specific wavelength of purple light, illuminating a recessed area in the center of the wall. There the mycelium was arranged in a ring with a slight protrusion at the center like some kind of interface. The moment the beam touched it, the mycelium on the entire wall suddenly blazed with blue-green fluorescence. Self-organization began. The mycelium rapidly reorganized, detached from the wall, and constructed a three-dimensional star map in the air. 37 points of light floated arranged in a spiral pattern, surrounded by 12 secondary nodes. The structure evolved dynamically, each flicker accompanied by a faint pulse wave. "Stop the scan!" Lei Meng barked, stepping forward. Lin Xiaoqi didn't move. Her mechanical eye was still running data streams scrolling in the corner of her vision. The star map rotated once and then froze, its form stable. Her left hand subconsciously touched the area below her collarbone. The light-emitting diode tattoo there was flickering in sync at the same frequency and brightness. Her body temperature rose by 0.6 C. The nanobot cluster experienced a brief period of autonomous acceleration lasting 2-3 seconds before returning to normal. She stepped back half a pace, leaning against the wall, her voice cracking for the first time. "This isn't a tattoo? It's the bloodline seal of the Yu clan royalty." The star map's light gradually dimmed. The mycelium returned to stillness, as if it had never moved. Chen Mo's right hand hovered at the edge of his tool kit, his fingertips 5 millimeters from the zipper pull. The knuckles of his left hand pressed lightly against the surface of his electronic watch, his palm slick with a thin layer of sweat. Lei Meng maintained a defensive posture, his eyes fixed on the surrounding walls, his exoskeleton not deactivating combat mode. Lin Xiaoqi stood against the wall, her left hand still covering the area below her collarbone, her face pale, her breathing slightly rapid. Her mechanical eye continued to record the residual spectral data, the analysis process showing 97. The hall fell into silence. The sound of wind and sand was shut out. The shadows of the three were cast on the wall, overlapping with the mycelial veins. Chen Mo did not withdraw his hand. Chen Mo's fingers still hovered above the zipper of his tool bag, the tips a mere 5 millimeters from the metal clasp. Within the crack of his electronic watch's surface, a blue light pulsed steadily. His right eye suddenly twitched, a peculiar tremor brushing the edge of his vision. Not from the simulator interface, but a low-frequency fluctuation emanating from deep underground. Lin Xiaoqi leaned against the wall, her left hand still pressing down on the luminescent tattoo beneath her collarbone. Her mechanical eye continued to record the residual data stream after the star chart had extinguished. Lei Meng stood in the center of the hall, the drill module on his exoskeleton's shoulder not yet retracted. His gaze swept across the surrounding walls as he chewed on a tobacco substitute, then his movements abruptly ceased. "There's movement," he said. The moment his words fell, the dome trembled. The gray-green fungal threads suddenly contracted, then convulsed violently. The entire ground rippled like the surface of water. Cracks spread from the corners of the walls to the center, and sand and soil rained down. The first sandworm burst forth from the earth, its head segment already colliding with the guide tubes Chen Mo had laid on the ground. High-voltage current activated instantly. Lightning spiritual energy detonated along the ionization path through the sand layer. The worm's body carbonized midair, its charred remains crashing down 3 steps away from the trio. Chen Mo finally withdrew his right hand from the tool bag, pulling out 2 spare guide tubes. He reversed his grip and inserted them diagonally into the ground. The fingers of his left hand lightly pressed the side button on his electronic watch, adjusting the energy output to 75%. The Annihilation Thunder Flame shield took shape, a hemispherical barrier enveloping the 3 of them. The second and third sandworms charged out in succession, their impact against the shield triggering a chain of explosive crackles. High-temperature steam mixed with a putrid stench spread outward. Faint ripples appeared at the edges of the shield due to the continuous impacts. "This is no ordinary swarm." Lin Xiaoqi retreated half a step against the wall. Her right hand moved swiftly, and a holographic interface sprang from her wrist scanner window. The data displayed multiple large heat source signals within 30 meters underground, approaching the center in a circular formation. Lei Meng bit through the substitute in his mouth. The power module in his exoskeleton's left leg issued a faint alarm. He dropped to one knee, detaching the pulse emitter from his right arm and smashing it into the sand. Simultaneously, 4 sets of electromagnetic coil arrays deployed from his shoulders, embedding themselves into the ionization nodes formed by the guide tubes. "Prepare to connect the net," he growled. Lin Xiaoqi took a deep breath, deactivated the main visual system of her mechanical eye, and switched to neural direct link control mode. A swarm of nanobots gushed from the interface beneath her collarbone, weaving into a honeycomb-like conductive grid midair, precisely covering the electromagnetic base Lei Meng had set up. The moment the grid closed, Chen Mo detonated the residual energy from the buried guide tubes. Boom! An artificial thunderstorm erupted from the ground, blue-violet arcs of electricity, weaving into a cage trapping the Sandworm King that had just broken through the surface at its center. The colossal creature, a full 8 meters long, opened its maw and sprayed a thick green liquid. The corrosive spiritual fluid touched the lightning net, producing a piercing, sizzling sound. The edges of the shield began to peel away as high-temperature steam roiled upward. "Can't hold for more than 3 seconds," Lin Xiaoqi said, her voice taut. Her right hand slid rapidly across the holographic interface, adjusting the nanobot cluster's frequency. White mist vented from the cooling vents on the back of Lei Meng's exoskeleton. The charge bar on his pulse emitter glowed red in the warning zone. He didn't respond. Instead, he drove his tactical knife into the sand beside him, pressed both hands against the ground, and forcibly increased the electromagnetic output power. Chen Mo took a step forward with his right foot and pressed his palm against the inner wall of the shield. His Thunderfire spiritual root activated. The energy within his body surged along his meridians, pouring into the terminals of the guide tubes. The shield's strength rebounded. The lightning net contracted arcs of electricity, piercing the Sandworm King's body. The smell of scorched flesh permeated the air. But more sandworms were approaching. The undulation of the distant ground intensified. Sand dunes rose and collapsed like breathing. The vibration frequency was highly similar to the eruption cycle of the mine shafts, only denser and more urgent. Lei Meng suddenly looked up. His mechanical eye synchronously read the data relayed by the atmospheric sensors. Wind speed, humidity, and air pressure curves were superimposed and calculated within his field of vision. The result popped up: sandstorm arrival time, 180 seconds. "Run east," he roared. "Sandstorm in 3 minutes. Chen Mo immediately packed up his tool bag and grabbed Lin Xiaoqi with his left hand. Her steps faltered, her breathing rapid. The nanite system entered energy-saving mode, and her mechanical eye automatically shut down to conserve power. The titanium alloy blade on Chen Mo's right arm extended halfway, a cold glint flickering as he warily scanned their rear. The three of them moved swiftly eastward in a triangular formation. The lightning net cage behind them collapsed with a thunderous roar, the final arc of electricity exploding into a shower of sparks. The trapped sandworm seized the chance to break free, but no sooner had it crawled above ground than it was swallowed by the onrushing sandstorm. A wall of yellow-brown clouds pressed in from the western horizon. The wind speed surged abruptly, and sand grains struck their work suits with a dense, rattling sound. Chen Mo's left hand gripped Lin Xiaoqi's wrist firmly, his pace unbroken. Lei Meng brought up the rear, his tactical knife dragging on the ground. The power module in his exoskeleton's left leg kept alarming, but his speed did not falter. His gaze continuously swept between the collapsing area behind them and the approaching wall of sandstorm clouds. The wind and sand grew denser, compressing visibility to within 50 meters. Lin Xiaoqi's left hand still pressed against the interface beneath her collarbone. Her steps were unsteady, yet she forced herself to keep pace. Only the basic navigation function remained operational on her holographic interface. All other systems were in hibernation. Ahead, a faint depression was vaguely visible on the slope of a sand dune. The best cover route through the storm zone. Chen Mo's right eye twitched again. It was not a warning but confirmation. He said nothing, only quickened his pace. The wind and sand lashed against their faces, fine as needles. Chen Mo still gripped Lin Xiaoqi's wrist with his left hand, his palm slick with sweat, yet he dared not let go. Lei Meng's footsteps fell 3 paces behind the power module of his exoskeleton's left leg, emitted a low-frequency alarm like a steel wire stretched to its breaking point. 50 meters ahead, the outline of a sunken zone in the dunes gradually came into focus. The only safe path through the storm area. Chen Mo's right eye suddenly twitched. A faint trace of energy disturbance flickered at the edge of his vision. Not from underground tremors or changes in wind pressure, but a high-frequency oscillation in the air drawing near. He had no time to speak. 1,000 meters away, within an observation tower, half buried in the dunes, a spiritual energy sniper rifle had completed its charge. The barrel was forged from the core of a discarded spirit hub device, and the bullet was wrapped in a tamed flow of spiritual energy, capable of self-correcting its trajectory mid-flight. The trigger was pulled silent and soundless. The bullet tore through the air. As it pierced the thunderflame shield, the barrier experienced a millisecond fluctuation due to electrostatic interference before the sandstorm. That imperceptible fissure was precisely targeted. The armor-piercing projectile sliced through its speed, undiminished, a faint green luminescence rippling across its surface. Chen Mo instinctively sidestepped. The bullet grazed his right ear, tearing the skin and sending blood droplets flying. The shockwave stung his eardrums. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the rock wall behind him explode, a 10-meter-deep crater instantly forming. Debris sprayed outward in a radial pattern, one shard striking Lei Meng's shoulder armor with a metallic clang. "Get down!" Lei Meng roared, dropping to one knee. He switched the pulse emitter to point defense mode, the cannon rapidly scanning the high ground and distant elevations. Chen Mo did not fall. He stood his ground, his right hand already drawing a titanium alloy blade, its cold gleam reflecting the dusty sky. His left fingers tapped the side of his electronic watch, adjusting the energy output to 85. The thunder flame shield expanded again, but its edges showed irregular ripples, a clear sign of compromised stability. Lin Xiaoqi stumbled back half a step. Her mechanical eye automatically rebooted its red light, scanning the crater. Her breathing was rapid as the interface beneath her collarbone grew hot. The nanosystem remained dormant, and forced awakening caused a surge in neural load. But she did not stop. Armor-piercing rounds, containing the resonance frequency of the spirit hub, she said, her voice dry. Her fingertips slid rapidly across a holographic interface, calling up a residual energy spectrum. Material analysis match 98.7. Only a scientist could master this modification technique. Data locked. She looked up, her face pale. They've captured him. Lei Meng bit down on his third tobacco substitute, his gaze turning icy cold. He rose slowly, sheathing his tactical knife, and gripped the pulse emitter with both hands, the cannon aimed skyward, entering standby mode. He knew what the spirit hub meant. It was the government's highest-level spiritual energy research facility and the last refuge of the scientist. "We can't head for the center," he said, his tone brooking no argument. "The sandstorm will hit in 2 minutes. We don't have time for an ambush. Take cover first, then we'll figure something out." Chen Mo did not move. He stared at the still hot remnants of the bullet core deep within the crater. His right eye twitched again, and the simulator interface flashed across his retina. Among 100 spiritual route paths, 37 marked the same threat source, all pointing deep into the ruins. That direction was precisely where the sniper's trajectory had originated. "They're not after us," Chen Mo said, his voice low. "They're after the formation core. The scientist has been captured, which means they've already initiated the retrieval protocol. If we retreat now, we're handing them the key." The ballistic angle came from over 30 meters underground. Lin Xiaoqi added, leaning against the wall, her breath still ragged. "That means the sniper position was set in the ruins' upper-level corridors. They've already set up defenses inside." The three fell silent. The wind and sand gradually weakened visibility, extending to over 100 meters. At the end of the sunken zone ahead, the faint outline of ancient stone architecture was visible. The walls were carved with wind-worn patterns highly reminiscent of the secret scripts of the Yu clan. A faint flow of spiritual energy moved through the air, as if some array was slowly activating. Lei Meng stared at the ruins, white vapor venting from his exoskeleton's heat sinks. He knew what this meant. Once the government controlled the formation core, they could mass-produce pure-blood awakened beings, completely monopolizing the spiritual energy distribution system. And people like them would all be marked for elimination. "Are you sure you want to go in?" he asked Chen Mo. "We have no choice," Chen Mo replied, putting away his blade, and instead retrieving a spare conduit from his toolkit. He inserted it into the ground to detect the ambient spiritual energy concentration. "But what they don't know is that I've memorized the coordinates of this place's formation map." Lin Xiaoqi leaned on his shoulder, barely standing. Her mechanical eye had temporarily shut down due to overload, relying solely on touch to maintain balance. Yet she still raised her hand, tracing a brief command in the air. The remaining cluster of nanobots began to reassemble, preparing for the next wave of attack. Lei Meng finally nodded. He adjusted his exoskeleton's posture, switching the pulse emitter to dual-linked mode. He stepped forward, placing himself in front of the other two. The alarm from his left leg continued, but his stride was steady. The three changed their original eastward course, turning toward the center of the ruins. The sand dust settled slightly, the wind pressure dropped. The outline of the stone structure ahead grew clearer. Above the doorway lay a broken runic beam, its fractured edges stained with dark red crystals, as if formed from dried, congealed blood. The flow of spiritual energy in the air accelerated, forming a faint vortex that spun around the entrance. Chen Mo walked at the front, his left hand shielding Lin Xiaoqi, his right hand ready to draw his weapon at any moment. Lei Meng took the rear, his gaze sweeping over the high broken walls and collapsed corridors, vigilant for any potential ambush points. They were 40 meters from the entrance. Lin Xiaoqi suddenly whispered, "Behind us." "There's a residual signal." Chen Mo's footsteps faltered. He did not turn back. His right eye merely narrowed slightly. The simulator interface flashed again, and a new path of death silently emerged its starting point, precisely the sunken zone they had just left. The wind and sand gradually subsided, and the broken beams at the entrance of the ruins cast long shadows in the dim light. Chen Mo stepped onto the first stone step with his left foot as blood seeping from the wound on his right ear slid down his neck and into his collar, warm and sticky. He did not wipe it away. Instead, his right hand pulled the guiding pipe from the tool bag, aligning the interface with the groove of the earth vein node and tightening it. The residual energy of the thunder flame shield sank into the ground through the metal conduit, as faint blue light shimmered around the edges of the outer rune ring, and the weathered engravings gradually became clearer. Lin Xiaoqi leaned against the door frame, her left hand propping against the wall. Her mechanical eye was still rebooting, relying solely on touch to determine her position. She bit down on her molars, forcibly awakening the nanocluster, and the projection interface flickered 3 times before stabilizing. Her fingertips brushed through the air, calling up the mid-layer rune topology map as the data flow began to accelerate. Resonance frequency. Found it. Her voice was hoarse as her right hand slammed onto the ground, and the nanoprobes pierced into the stone crevice. 3 seconds later, the mid-layer rune lit up, spiraling inward with the energy flow directed toward the blank area at the center of the formation. Chen Mo crouched down, his palm pressed against the ground. The simulator interface flashed across his retina. 100 paths, all locked onto the same coordinate. He looked up at Lin Xiaoqi. The inner ring requires a living key. Can you hold on? Lin Xiaoqi did not answer. Suddenly she curled her body, her knees crashing heavily against the ground, gagging once but bringing nothing up. The diode tattoo below her collarbone burned intensely, and the nanotechnology system automatically severed 70% of its computational modules to preserve core functionality. Her pupils began to tremble, her vision losing focus. Xiaoqi. Chen Mo reached out to support her shoulder. Just as they made contact, a high-density stream of information surged into Lin Xiaoqi's brain. Before her eyes burst forth a blinding white light, her consciousness dragged into the abyss of memory. The operating table was cold. The shadowless lamp was blinding. Her 12-year-old self was bound to a metal table, limbs secured by restraining rings digging into her flesh. A figure in a white lab coat had their back to her, operating the instruments, an old scar clearly visible on their wrist. The scientist turned his head, speaking calmly. This is the genetic key of the royal family of the Ghost Clan. Once injected, it will activate the spiritual hub network. The scene shifted. Fungi were implanted through the spinal incisions, spreading along the nerves and merging with the quantum chip in her brain. Agonizing pain pierced through every nerve. She wanted to scream, but her vocal cords were silenced by anesthetics. The scientist leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Don't be afraid, you will become the first cornerstone of the new world." In reality, Lin Xiaoqi suddenly convulsed, cold sweat soaking her work suit. She opened her mouth, but could not produce a complete syllable. Only fragmented gasps escaped her throat. Fungi. Key. I am. Lei Meng stood 5 meters away, his gaze fixed intently on her face. When the phrase, the genetic key of the royal family of the Ghost Clan, slipped from her trembling lips, his right hand jerked violently, causing the tactical dagger to fall from his grip, its tip plunging into the stone crevice with a crisp sound. He did not pick it up. He stared at Lin Xiaoqi, his lips moving slightly, as if he wanted to ask something, yet it seemed more like an instinctive repetition of a long-forgotten action. The white mist spewed from the heat dissipation ports of the exoskeleton condensed into fine frost before him, silently melting upon contact with his shoulder armor. His expression was no longer that of a vigilant warrior, but something deeper. A raw wound, exposed nerve endings laid bare to the air. Chen Mo knelt beside Lin Xiaoqi, his right hand still resting on her shoulder, while his left hand pressed against the ground to maintain balance. He watched her twitching fingers, observing her mechanical eye constantly rebooting and failing, its crimson light flickering like a dying heartbeat. He did not press her with questions, nor did he attempt to awaken her. He understood that some truths could only be excavated by the bearer themselves. The stone hall fell into dead silence. Only the low-frequency alarm of the nanotechnology system, the hissing of the exoskeleton's heat dissipation, and Lin Xiaoqi's rapid and irregular breathing filled the air. 3 layers of rune rings quietly nested on the ground. The inner ring remained blank, but the flow of spiritual energy in the air had changed, forming a faint vortex that slowly spun around them. Lin Xiaoqi finally ceased her retching, leaning her back against the wall, breathing heavily. She raised her hand to touch the tattoo beneath her collarbone, her fingertips burning. She did not look at anyone, merely murmuring, I am not a test subject. I am the key. Lei Meng remained standing, his gaze unwavering. He saw her mouth twitch slightly as she spoke, resembling a smile, yet also a twisted expression of profound pain. Chen Mo looked down and found his palm smeared with her sweat mingled with a trace of blood. He slowly tightened his fingers, clutching that warmth deep within his palm. Lin Xiaoqi leaned against the stone wall, her breath, still uneven, the diode tattoo beneath her collarbone, still radiating a searing warmth. Her lips were pale, her fingertips pressed against her forehead, and the projection interface of her mechanical eye flickered erratically, as if on the verge of extinguishing completely. Chen Mo knelt on one knee, his left palm clenched tightly, a damp trail of sweat and blood seeping deep into the crevices of his fingers. He did not let go, nor did he lift his head, his gaze fixed on the empty inner ring of the triple rune array etched into the ground. The instant she uttered, "I am not an experiment subject. I am the key," the air twisted violently. A low-frequency hum rose from beneath the earth. The energy vortex at the center of the rune array abruptly contracted, then exploded into a blinding blue light. A tearing sensation pierced Chen Mo's right retina. The simulator interface forcibly projected itself, red warning frames, flooding his entire field of vision. High-energy reaction locked. Threat level S. He instinctively shifted sideways, his left arm muscles tensing as the titanium alloy blade snapped out half an inch in a defensive posture. But the attack came faster than his perception. A beam of spiritual energy thick as an arm erupted from the center of the array and shot straight toward Lin Xiaoqi's chest. Before Chen Mo could rise, his body reacted ahead of his consciousness. He lunged forward, his back facing the beam. A thunderous impact. The radiation suit carbonized and peeled away upon contact. The shockwave hurled him half a meter, his back slamming heavily against the edge of the rune array. A coppery taste flooded his throat as blood sprayed onto the stone floor, forming a star-shaped splatter. The blade on his right arm fully extended, yet he lacked the strength to retract it. The simulator interface jittered violently in his vision. A crimson progress bar climbing from the bottom. Meridian rupture progress 87. His dual Thunderfire spiritual root spiraled out of control due to the severe trauma. The two opposing energies clashed furiously at the intersection of his lung meridian, like high-voltage current and raging flames detonating within a sealed pipeline. His right hand spasmed, a small cluster of thunder arcs coalescing at his fingertips, crackling as the surrounding air began to ionize. Lin Xiaoqi struggled to her feet, only to stagger and collapse to her knees the moment her left foot touched the ground. She gritted her teeth and shook off the cold sweat on her brow. Her mechanical eye switched to energy scanning mode, data streams scrolling frantically. 3 seconds later, the interface froze, displaying the final verdict: no survival path. Her pupils contracted as she stared at those 4 words. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and dug her nails into the diode tattoo interface beneath her collarbone, tearing through skin and flesh as blood gushed forth. Her fingertips plunged deep into the interface and pressed firmly. Synchronization protocol. Final injection initiate. A low resonance hummed within her body. The nanobot swarm broke free from the quantum brain's control, surging at high speed along neural pathways. Through the point of contact, her left hand still resting on Chen Mo's shoulder, they all rushed into his chest cavity. The frequency of his heartbeat was forcibly taken over by an external force, and the chaotic flow of spiritual energy was suppressed. She could feel her consciousness peeling away, her computational modules extinguishing one by one, darkness encroaching from the edges of her vision. A muffled groan escaped Chen Mo's throat as his body convulsed. The thunder arcs did not dissipate. Instead, they surged violently due to the reactive force of the nanite intervention. A fist-sized thunderfire orb coalesced above his palm, its temperature skyrocketing, causing fine cracks to spread across the stone floor beneath. Lin Xiaoqi crawled over, using her last ounce of strength to wrap her arms around his torso, preventing him from rolling and touching the array nodes. Her cheek pressed against his back, and she could hear the sound of blood vessels bursting beneath his skin like tiny glass tubes, shattering one by one. "Don't explode." Her voice was barely a whisper, almost just a breath of air. "If we're going to die, let's die together." As her words faded, the mechanical eye in her left socket went dark, its projection interface vanishing. Her body went limp, yet she still clung to him fiercely, her fingers digging into the fabric of his damaged work suit. At that moment, the ground trembled. The ancient scripts, silent for millennia, on the surrounding stone walls began to light up one by one, emanating a ghostly blue glow from bottom to top like an ancient neural network awakening. The rune chains automatically connected, forming a circular energy-absorbing array that siphoned off the rampant spiritual energy spilling from Chen Mo's body. The Thunderfire orb, just as it reached its maximum expansion, was drawn into a fine thread of light and flowed deep into the crevices along the wall. The sensation of ionization in the air subsided abruptly. Chen Mo's hand fell limp, the thunder arcs extinguished. His breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, his pupils unfocused, his consciousness sinking into the abyss of darkness. His body remained in a half-kneeling posture, kept upright only by Lin Xiaoqi's embrace. Lin Xiaoqi tilted her head back against the stone wall, every nerve in her body feeling as if it had been seared by electric current, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. She wanted to raise a hand to wipe it away, but couldn't even move a fingertip. Her field of vision was reduced to a gray haze, with only the peripheral sight of the runes still flowing on the wall, the blue light casting flickering shadows across her face. Her hand still rested on Chen Mo's chest, feeling the nanobots maintaining a minimal heartbeat rhythm within him. Her computational power was down to a mere 3, and her core system had entered hibernation protection mode. At the center of the ruins, the triple rune array lay quietly nested within the ground. The inner ring remained blank, but the spiritual energy vortex in the air had stabilized. Wind rushed in through the broken dome, stirring up gravel and dust that settled upon the two figures. There was no sound, only the flow of the ghostly blue runes on the stone walls like a silent breath. The blue light in the stone chamber dimmed, the flow of runic chains gradually slowing. The ionized, scorched smell in the air was swept away by a cold draft surging from the depths below, leaving only the scent of rock and rusted metal. Chen Mo's consciousness floated up from the darkness like an iron block, sinking into a deep well, finally hitting bottom and rebounding. When he opened his eyes, his vision was blurred. On the retina of his right eye, a warning box from the simulator interface remained uncleared, its blood-red border flickering faintly like a heartbeat. His throat was parched. Each breath sent a jagged, dull pain through his ribs. The muscles in his left arm were stiff, the titanium alloy blade still half stuck in the subcutaneous sheath channel, unable to retract. He tried to push himself up from the ground, but his palm slipped on the cold stone slab. It was covered in sticky sweat and clotted blood. Lin Xiaoqi leaned against the wall corner, her silver-white short hair plastered to her cheeks, the diode tattoo below her collarbone dim and lifeless. The mechanical prosthetic eye in her left eye was completely dark. Her right hand rested on her chest, fingertips trembling slightly, as if confirming whether the nanoclusters were still responsive. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. She simply shifted her gaze toward Chen Mo. Lei Meng stood at the entrance of the stone chamber. The hydraulic rod in his exoskeleton's left leg emitted an unstable clicking sound. The joint lock had failed, forcing him to support his body with one knee slightly bent. A tactical dagger was wedged into a crack in the floor to bear some of his weight. He looked up and scanned the dome. Fragments of stone were still peeling off slowly, each faint sound causing the muscles in his shoulders to tense. "Can you still walk?" Lei Meng asked, his voice kept low as if afraid to disturb something. Chen Mo didn't answer. Instead, he propped himself against the wall with his right hand and slowly stood upright. His knees wobbled, but he didn't fall. He looked down at his own hand. Knuckles pale, the lines of his palm still embedded with ash particles left over from the previous chapter's rampage. Lin Xiaoqi struggled to raise her left hand. The holographic control interface flickered once and then went dark. Gritting her teeth, she dug her fingernails into the edge of her clavicle port, forcibly reactivating her remaining computational power. A second later, a microprojection materialized, half a frame of terrain map in the air before collapsing. "Ahead. There's a door," she panted. "The structure is unstable. The load-bearing columns have a 47 fracture rate." Lei Meng nodded, unstrapped the empty shell of the electromagnetic pulse emitter from his back, and tossed it aside. The thing had long been depleted of energy, nothing more than an empty frame. He shuffled forward, stopped at the passage entrance, and reached out to test the temperature of the rock wall. "There's an air current," he said. "That means it leads somewhere." The three of them began to advance. Lin Xiaoqi took the lead, using her remaining nanobots to scan the path ahead. Each time she released a cluster, a spasm shot through her temple, and fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Chen Mo took the middle position, his right hand always resting on the hilt of his blade, ready to respond to any sudden collapse. Lei Meng brought up the rear, one hand on the wall, the other gripping his dagger pressed to the ground, his steps heavy but steady. The passage was narrow, allowing only one person to pass. A twisted, jammed metal doorframe blocked the way. Chen Mo crouched down, rubbed his electronic watch with his left hand, and his right eye trembled slightly as he began calculating the stress points. 3 seconds later, he drew his titanium alloy blade, inserted it into the door crack and pried with force. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. The door frame deformed and the gap widened. Lin Xiaoqi squeezed through sideways. As Lei Meng followed, his shoulder armor scraped against a sharp edge, tearing the ballistic layer and exposing the burn scars beneath. 20 meters further on, the passage ended at a stone door, embedded in the rocket's surface, engraved with 6 characters, records of the Heaven-Earth Spirit Severance. Lei Meng stepped forward, his fingers tracing the edges of the characters. He had participated in 3 ancient relic clearance missions during his time in the Special Operations Unit and had seen similar inscription formats. "This is a primitive recording medium," he said. "It's not decoration." Lin Xiaoqi deployed the last 12 of her nanoprobes, attaching them to the jade slip surface. Data streams trickled back, projecting a fragmentary audio waveform. "Activation requires a trigger mechanism," she said, her voice weak. "It could be voice, bloodline, or spiritual resonance." Chen Mo stared at the 6 characters and suddenly felt a slight vibration from the simulator in his mind. He closed his eyes. His right eye trembled again as he attempted to release a minute resonant frequency using his Thunderfire spirit root. Hum! A faint light glowed from the jade slip, and then a hoarse male voice projected. The Shenshao sect master, to prevent a spiritual energy rampage, sealed all spiritual abysses with the spirit pivot device, causing the severance of heaven and earth spirit. This calamity was not sent from heaven, but was a man-made disaster. If any awakened one in later ages sees this record, remember this. The spirit root is not a blessing, but the beginning of a shackle. Before the voice finished, the rock layer above shook violently, and stones fell like rain. Lei Meng instantly lunged toward Lin Xiaoqi, shielding her under his body. Chen Mo raised an arm to block. A jagged stone struck his arm, tearing his work clothes and cutting a gash in his skin. The tremor lasted 3 seconds, then stopped. The projection cut out. "Try again," Lei Meng said, wiping the dust from his face, his voice steady. Lin Xiaoqi gritted her teeth and re-injected the nanosignal. The jade slip activated again, and the same voice continued. "The severance of heaven and earth spirit was not to save the world, but to imprison. The spiritual abyss is a cage, the fissures are keyholes. Only those holding a homologous spirit root can open." Another violent tremor struck, more intense than the last. The entire passage groaned like fatigued metal. Steel bars were exposed overhead, and chunks of concrete fell one after another. "We can't play it anymore," Lin Xiaoqi shouted. "Each reading triggers geological resonance." Lei Meng stared at the jade slip, his expression grave. "But we already know the truth." Chen Mo stood still. On the retina of his right eye, the simulator suddenly vibrated violently. An interface was forcibly pushed forward, a red warning box covering his entire field of vision. "Homologous spirit root. Detected, Shenshao sect master, distance 3,000 kilometers. Coordinate lines auto-generated, appearing as a faint red dashed line pointing toward the heart of the desert to the northwest. A line of small text was annotated below the data match 98. 7th path uniquely confirmed. His pupils contracted. The old wound twitched in response, and the tear on his back began to bleed again. "What's going on?" Lei Meng sensed something was wrong and turned to look at him. Lin Xiaoqi forcibly activated the residual functions of her mechanical prosthetic eye, connected to Chen Mo's nervous system, and manually intercepted the simulator signal stream. Her fingers moved rapidly in the air. Holographic interfaces flashed and died. Veins bulged on her forehead. "The signal is too strong. Reverse tracing." "He's looking for you," she whispered. Chen Mo didn't move. He stared at that red line, as if he could see a figure 3,000 kilometers away, slowly turning around. Lei Meng walked over to him, his gaze falling on the projected line. He was silent for a moment, then asked only one question. "Do you still remember what your father said before he died?" Chen Mo shook his head. "Then remember this moment," Lei Meng said. "Some things you can't just avoid by hiding." Silence returned to the stone chamber. The jade slip no longer glowed. The falling debris stopped. Wind poured in through the damaged dome, stirring the disheveled hair on Chen Mo's forehead and extinguishing the last trace of blue light. Lin Xiaoqi sat down against the wall, her right hand still resting on Chen Mo's wrist, monitoring his heartbeat rhythm. Her breathing was weak, her eyelids heavy, but she dared not close them. Lei Meng stood at the doorway, the dagger still planted in the ground, his hand not letting go. Chen Mo stood, his eyes fixed on that red line until it solidified into an undeniable presence in his field of vision. His left hand slowly rose and rubbed his electronic watch. The watch's glass face had a crack in it. Chen Mo's finger still rested on the edge of his electronic watch. The cracked glass cut his fingertip and a drop of blood slid down the casing. The pale red coordinate line still hung motionless in the center of his vision like a scar etched into reality. He blinked his right eye and the simulator interface refocused. The data had not vanished, the match rate was 98.7, and the path was singular. Lin Xiaoqi leaned back in the maintenance chair. Her silver-white hair was plastered to her temples by cold sweat, and the diode tattoo beneath her collarbone flickered intermittently. Her left hand rested on the edge of the console fingertips pressing the cooling switch. Only a faint red light remained in her mechanical eye like a signal lamp about to burn out. Computing power. Restored to 14. Her voice was hoarse. Can connect to local sensors, but we want last 3 minutes. Chen Mo did not turn around. He simply opened his right palm and aimed it at the electromagnetic generator in the center of the console. The device casing was covered in scratches. Marks left by Lei Meng in earlier years. Copper wires were wrapped around the ports, barely maintaining the connection. He used a titanium alloy blade to pry open the panel, revealing the internal coil assembly. Initiate the simulation, he said. On his retina, the spirit root simulator unfolded 100 intricate paths. Each was annotated with energy flow rate meridian load and magnetic field interference coefficient. His right eye trembled slightly as he compared the data frame by frame. He finally locked onto the 7th path, a low-frequency resonance mode with the smallest deviation from the fluctuation frequency of ambient spiritual energy and a rampage risk of only 3. 2. Output parameters. Electromagnetic frequency 47. 6 Hz pulse cycle 120 milliseconds target meridian initial segment of the Han Shaoyin heart meridian. He imported the data into the generator and manually calibrated the output port. The microcoil adhered to the inside of his left arm, closely following the path of the Han Shaoyin meridian. The metal was cold to the touch, and the electric current caused a slight stinging sensation on his skin. Begin guidance. The first pulse was released and a faint hum filled the air. Chen Mo closed his eyes, sensing the reaction of the lightning spiritual energy within his body. It did not become agitated. Instead, it slowly converged toward the coil area, following the electromagnetic pull. His right eye continued its calculations, adjusting the output intensity every millisecond. His left hand repeatedly stroked the electronic watch, steadying his heart rate. 3 minutes later, a faint blue vortex slowly took shape 3 centimeters above his palm. It spun steadily, its edges gleaming with a metallic cold light reflecting faintly off the anti-radiation coating on his work sleeve. The vortex was about 5 centimeters in diameter, its temperature lower than the surrounding air, yet it carried a faint smell of ionization. Lin Xiaoqi forced the residual functions of her mechanical eye to activate, connecting to the lab's portable spectrometer. The holographic interface flickered intermittently and the waveform graph gradually became clear. Her fingers slid rapidly through the air, calling up a comparison table of material ionization curves from the database. Spiritual energy purity. 91. She said in a low voice, a tremor of disbelief in her tone. No impurities, no chaotic particles. The energy structure is highly ordered. She then brought up the standard ionization model for high-temperature plasma and overlapped the two for comparison. The two curves almost perfectly coincided. This isn't qi refining. She lifted her head, her voice trembling. This is the plasma state of spiritual energy. As her words fell, the simulator in Chen Mo's mind suddenly vibrated. The interface forcibly refreshed and a golden-framed achievement icon silently popped up. Founder of scientific cultivation. Below it was a line of small text: achieved the first controllable ionization guidance of spiritual energy, breaking through the traditional meditation paradigm. Chen Mo stared at the blue vortex, feeling a faint gravitational pull from his palm. He did not move, nor did he speak. The old wound on his back was still seeping blood, but at that moment he felt no pain. He only knew that from this moment on, spiritual energy was no longer an elusive qi, but a form of energy that could be measured, guided, and replicated. Lin Xiaoqi leaned back in the maintenance chair, her right hand still pressing on the cooling port. The red light in her mechanical eye flickered once, then powered down. The holographic interface went completely dark, leaving only one final line of unsaved data. In the cache, spiritual energy ionization, threshold 47. 6 Hz 0. 3 suggested to establish a standard frequency library. She raised her hand and scratched a shallow mark on the edge of the console with her fingernail as a notation. Chen Mo slowly closed his fingers. The blue vortex compressed accordingly, finally condensing into a light particle the size of a pea suspended at his fingertip. He guided it into a sealed test tube and snapped the magnetic cap shut. A thin layer of frost immediately formed on the outer wall of the test tube. Record number 001, he said. Lin Xiaoqi nodded, her voice weak. Store it in safe level encryption level S. Chen Mo walked to the metal cabinet behind the experimental table and entered his fingerprint and iris verification. The cabinet door opened, revealing dozens of empty test tubes arranged inside their labels blank. He placed number 001 in the front slot and closed the cabinet door. As he turned around, he saw Lin Xiaoqi writing something on a piece of paper with a pen. The paper was the back of a discarded circuit diagram. The handwriting was scrawled but clear. Spiritual energy plasma state. Guidance method electromagnetic resonance. Key parameter 47. 6 Hz. Danger point frequency deviation 0. 5 Hz increased rampage risk. She finished writing and looked up at him. Next step, perform ex vivo tests. Using the neural tissue samples in the culture chamber. Chen Mo stood still. On his right eye's retina, the simulator interface was still active. The red line was still there, pointing to the heart of the desert 3,000 kilometers away. But he knew now that he was no longer just a target being tracked. He was the first person to turn spiritual energy into a science. He walked back to the console, reconnected the generator, and called up the frequency calibration module. The screen lit up and the cursor blinked in the input box. Lin Xiaoqi leaned back in her chair, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Her silver hair clung to her cheeks, and the tattoo beneath her collarbone finally stopped flickering, entering a low-power sleep mode. The laboratory lights were steady, and the equipment switched to standby monitoring mode. The array of test tubes stood in silent order with number 001 at the head. Chen Mo pressed the enter key, and the new parameters were written into the system. The next second, an alarm suddenly blared. The main control screen flashed a red notification. Abnormal water purification system in shelter, toxin concentration exceeds level 2 standard, initiating emergency response protocol. The alarm continued to reverberate crimson light, pulsing rhythmically across the laboratory walls. Chen Mo's fingers had already left the enter key. He leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the main control screen. Lin Xiaoqi, slumped in a maintenance chair, had just witnessed the red glow of her mechanical prosthetic eye extinguish. At the sound of the alarm, her left eye snapped open. She pushed herself up, pressing her fingertips against the cooling interface on the desk. Amidst the hum of electric current, a faint red light flickered back to life in her prosthetic eye. Reboot local sensors. Her voice was hoarse, yet her commands were crisp. Retrieve the water sample data from the purification station for the past 3 hours. Chen Mo did not reply. Instead, he turned and walked towards the safe. He opened compartment B and retrieved a sealed test tube numbered 001. The frost had not yet melted, luminous particles floated in the center, rotating steadily. He inserted the tube into the auxiliary slot of a portable analyzer, the interface locking into place with a click. The device screen flickered and a waveform began to oscillate. The spectral module, which could originally only run for 3 minutes, had its activation time extended by the infusion of spiritual energy particles. Toxin type unknown, organic compound containing trace spiritual residue. Lin Xiaoqi read the data. Molecular structure unstable, suspected to be a parasitic active substance. Chen Mo donned a gas mask, grabbed his toolkit, and rushed out of the laboratory. Lin Xiaoqi struggled to her feet, a holographic interface projecting from her wrist, displaying the structural diagram of the water purification station, marking the path of contamination spread in real time. She followed quickly, her steps unsteady, yet she did not stop. When they arrived at the purification chamber, over a dozen residents were already gathered outside the door, holding empty water jugs, their faces etched with anxiety. A man in an administrator's uniform stood before the gate, shouting to the crowd. The system runs fully automated. There's no way it was tampered with. Don't panic and spread rumors. The moment the pure blood arrives, something goes wrong. Who's to say it's not a coincidence? The crowd grew restless. Someone pointed at Chen Mo. It's him. Yesterday he used lightning fire to burn the pipes. Who knows if he didn't release the poison? Chen Mo paid no heed, pushing through the crowd and entering the purification zone. Lin Xiaoqi followed closely, her holographic interface simultaneously scanning the internal structure of the filtration system. She entered commands at the control console, retrieving the monitoring logs. At 2:17 a.m., there's a record of an external signal connection, she said softly. The source terminal is encrypted, but the data packet characteristics match high-level administrative privileges. Chen Mo crouched down and opened the inspection port of the main reactor. The residual high temperature had not dissipated and the metal edges were hot to the touch. Using a titanium alloy blade, he scraped off the deposits on the inner wall, collecting them into a sampling bottle. The liquid was a pale green, slowly writhing. "It's not chemical contamination," he said. "It's a biological agent." Lin Xiaoqi took the sample and brought her mechanical prosthetic eye close to the observation window. The 30-centimeter thick alloy chamber wall became transparent in her field of vision, the internal structure of the filter cartridge clearly visible. She zoomed in on a local area, her pupils contracting. "There's something in the water," she said. "A worm-like life form 0.3 millimeters in length with a spiritual energy shielding layer on its shell, invisible to the naked eye." She called up a database for comparison and the result appeared spirit goo vein devouring seed 89 match. Artificially cultivated. Chen Mo stood up, his gaze cold beneath his mask. "It can penetrate 3 levels of filtration mesh and only targets individuals with a specific constitution." "How do you know?" Lin Xiaoqi asked. "This kind of product is available on the black market," he said, rubbing the edge of his electronic watch. "Used specifically to eliminate target groups with certain genetic markers." He turned and walked towards the exit, quickening his pace. He had to confront the management immediately. Just as he was about to push the door open, heavy footsteps sounded from behind. Lei Meng stood at the end of the corridor, the joints of his exoskeleton emitting faint hydraulic sounds. He raised his hand and placed it on Chen Mo's shoulder. "Wait," he said. Chen Mo stopped but did not turn around. Lei Meng activated the scanning module on the back of his exoskeleton, and a red laser beam swept across the wards on both sides of the corridor. The imaging was projected onto Lin Xiaoqi's holographic interface. Over 20 patients lay in their beds, all unconscious, their abdomens twitching. Penetration imaging shows abnormalities in the subcutaneous tissue. Lei Meng's voice was low, concentrated in the nape area. The image magnified. Lin Xiaoqi's fingers trembled as she quickly called up a comparison layer. Beneath the skin on the nape of each patient's neck was a barcode tattoo. The black codes were neatly arranged in a uniform format. Chen Mo unbuttoned his collar and pulled down the neck of his work shirt. He turned around, revealing the back of his own neck. A scarred old burn mark, its shape incomplete, but the code structure was clearly discernible. Lei Meng overlapped and compared the scanned image with Chen Mo's tattoo. They matched perfectly. The red light in Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical prosthetic eye flickered once, then died. She leaned against the wall, her breathing becoming heavy. "This isn't a coincidence," she whispered. "We've all been marked." Chen Mo's right eye twitched slightly. The simulator in his mind activated automatically, the interface unfolding 100 pathways, yet none of them lit up. This was not a choice of spiritual roots nor a battle rehearsal. This was a questioning of identity. He stared at the rows of identical barcodes on the screen, his left hand unconsciously rubbing his electronic watch. The crack on the watch casing cut his skin and beads of blood seeped out, sliding down along his wrist bone. The laboratory lights were steady. The array of test tubes stood in silent formation. Number 001 was still running inside the analyzer, the frost not yet melted. Lei Meng withdrew his hand, his exoskeleton scanner still active and in standby mode. He stood slightly behind and to the side of Chen Mo, his body posture seeming both like protection and like a blockade. Chen Mo did not move. His gaze fell on the main control screen, where the contamination data continued to fluctuate. But he was no longer looking at those numbers. He only looked at the rows of barcodes on the backs of necks and at the scorched scar on the back of his own neck. The red light in the laboratory continued to pulse rhythmically, the air thick with the acrid scent of overheated metal. Chen Mo's fingers still rested on the edge of the control panel, but his palm no longer trembled. He stared at the comparison images of the nape barcodes displayed on the main screen, saying nothing. Lin Xiaoqi sat slumped in a maintenance chair. Her mechanical prosthetic, I had just rebooted, its crimson glow dimmed by 30%. She raised a hand to press down on the light-emitting diode tattoo beneath her collarbone. A jolt of electric pain spread from the interface to her shoulder blade. Her strength had not yet returned, but she still activated the holographic interface and pulled up the exoskeleton access log. Lei Meng entered the section storage locker area at 2:15 a.m. She said, her voice barely above a whisper. Access locked, surveillance power cut for 3 minutes. Chen Mo's right eye twitched slightly. The neural simulator in his mind automatically launched its interface. 100 pathways materialized, but only one glowed with faint light. Target Lei Meng. Behavior prediction, hostile action. Betrayal probability 79. The soul path, with a survival rate exceeding 50%, was marked with 2 words: eliminate. His left hand unconsciously rubbed against his electronic watch. The crack reopened and beads of blood seeped into the crevices of the casing. His gaze slowly shifted towards Lei Meng. Lei Meng stood at the end of the corridor. The hydraulic system of his exoskeleton emitted a faint hiss of pressure release, and the scanning module on his back was still active. He did not move, nor did he offer an explanation. "You took something of mine," Lin Xiaoqi stated, her fingertip pointing at the holographic interface, enlarging an image of a test tube. The label clearly read, LN07. A concentrated sample of nanobots extracted from the core circulatory fluid of her original body. Lei Meng was silent for 2 seconds, then removed his tactical faceplate, revealing the left side of his face, a scarred lattice from burns. "There are some things I cannot speak of now." The words fell like a stone into stagnant water. Chen Mo's right hand slowly moved to his waist. The titanium alloy blade slid out silently by half an inch. Annihilation Thunderflame coalesced in his palm, the blue-white energy compressed to its critical point, the air emitting faint crackling pops. His right eye trembled violently. The simulator continuously refreshed counterattack paths, but each one was appended with a warning: team synergy value reduced to 0. Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical prosthetic eye flashed red light, rapidly monitoring vital signs in real time. Lei Meng's heart rate is 142, adrenaline spiking. He's preparing for a fight. Before the words had faded, Lei Meng abruptly drew a high-frequency vibroblade. The blade hummed, its edge shimmering with a silver-white oscillation wave. He took a single step forward, the metal floor panel ringing under his foot. Chen Mo spread his arms wide, the thunder flame surged, a shield about to manifest. Just 0.3 seconds before the energy was released, Lei Meng's blade suddenly changed trajectory, slashing fiercely towards the artery in his own left arm. Blood sprayed forth, striking the floor seams with a hissing sound. The pool of blood spread rapidly, seeping into a barely visible engraved line. He dropped to one knee, his left hand bracing against the floor, his right hand still gripping the blade embedded beside him, his breathing heavy and ragged. "Look closely," he roared, his voice tearing. "This blood. Only those from Thunder Forge have the right to spill upon this door. The seal of the Nether King's bloodline can only be broken with our blood." The blood flowed along the gaps in the floor. Upon contacting a certain spot, an ancient rune outline faintly emerged on the metal surface, its lines a dark red like burn marks, lasting less than a second before fading. Chen Mo stood frozen, the annihilation thunder flame suspended in his palm, neither dispersed nor detonated. He stared at the blood gushing from Lei Meng's wound, then at the fleeting engraving on the floor. His right eye still twitched, the simulator interface remained open, but all pathways had turned gray. Lin Xiaoqi's fingers hovered over the holographic interface, about to record the rune data, when she found the projection signal suddenly distorting. She gritted her teeth and forcibly stabilized the connection, the brightness dropping another notch as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Lei Meng knelt on the ground, the blood loss rapidly paled his face, and some modules of his exoskeleton automatically shut down to conserve energy. He looked up at Chen Mo, his gaze unwavering. Chen Mo neither advanced nor retreated. His left hand was clenched tightly around the electronic watch. Blood dripped along his wrist bone, falling onto the edge of the control panel and splattering into a small patch of dark red. The laboratory lights were steady. The alarm continued its cyclical broadcast of water purity anomalies, but no one was listening to the numbers anymore. The 3 figures remained locked in their positions. Lin Xiaoqi leaned back in her chair, the holographic interface flashing warnings. Lei Meng knelt on one knee, blood streaming from his left arm, his blade embedded in the floor. Chen Mo stood in the central corridor, the thunder flame in his palm compressed to its limit, his gaze fixed on the vanished rune trace. The bloodstain was still slowly eroding the gaps in the floor. The bloodstain continued its slow spread, the gaps in the metal floor like a parched riverbed, greedily absorbing the dark crimson left by Lei Meng. Chen Mo did not move. His right hand still hung in midair, the compressed annihilation thunder flame in his palm, having dropped below the critical threshold. The energy field was stabilizing, yet not entirely dissipated. The electronic watch on his left wrist emitted a short beep, its screen flickering twice before going black. The energy interference had exceeded the threshold. He lowered his head to look at his own hand. A faint tremor ran through his fingertips, born not of tension but of something within him stirring to life. The first wave of mutation struck without warning. A surge of heat erupted from the depths of his dantian, shooting up through the conception vessel to his throat, then traveling in reverse along the governing vessel. It was not the stabbing pain of lightning spiritual energy, nor the searing heat of flames, but a denser, more solid force, like molten metal coursing through his meridians. A barely perceptible golden light flickered across his skin, vanishing in an instant. The simulator interface automatically appeared. Warning: activation of an unknown attribute. Spirit root detected. Attribute determination metal. Provisional current status 3 attributes coexisting. Energy repulsion coefficient rising to 47. 8 predicted berserk time 61 probability within 72 minutes 93. Within 120 minutes 100 paths unfurled swiftly only to gray out one after another. Only one faintly glowing line remained. Maintain low output operation. Isolate the fire attribute. Guide metal energy into the 8 extraordinary meridians. Chen Mo closed his eyes, pressing his left thumb against the edge of the electronic watch, giving it a gentle push. The casing split open with a thin crack, revealing the burnt circuit board inside. This was the last thing his father had left him, and the anchor that had kept him alive in the slums. He relied on it to keep time, to remember his rhythm, to know how long each breath should last. Now it had stopped. He opened his eyes, his right pupil trembling slightly, his gaze locking onto Lei Meng, who lay 5 meters away. The exoskeleton system was in hibernation mode. His vital signs were stable, but blood loss continued. The engraved mark was now covered in blood, the rune completely gone. He knew he could not wait any longer. His footsteps were light, each one landing at the point of lowest resonant frequency in the metal. He stopped 2 meters from Lei Meng, crouched down, and pressed his right hand to the floor. He simultaneously released both the lightning and fire attributes, forming a miniature shield to encircle the bloodstain, preventing further seepage. Then he attempted to channel the nascent golden spiritual energy. At first it would not obey. It lay heavy as lead at the bottom of his dantian, refusing to be guided. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mo used the simulator's predicted path as a blueprint, forcibly tearing open a channel. Agony lanced through him, a dull, serrated pain at his ribs, as if blades were scraping against bone. But he did not stop. The golden spiritual energy finally began to move slowly along the belt vessel. When it passed through the Jiwei acupoint, it collided with the lightning spiritual energy for the first time. The air vibrated, the light tube above exploded, and fragments rained down. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He steadied himself with his right hand on the floor, his fingernails digging into the gaps of the metal plates. The second round of guidance began. This time he slowed down, letting the metal energy advance segment by segment like a probe. Whenever he encountered resistance, he called upon the simulator to recalculate the angle and flow rate. After 7 failures, the metal energy successfully bypassed the Shanzhong acupoint and entered the Yinwei vessel. The repulsion reaction weakened, and the survival path's viability rate rose to 58. He stood up and turned to face the wall. It was an alloy wall covered in cracks with remnants of broken runic lines, the vestiges of some ancient formation. Lin Xiaoqi had scanned it before and deemed it irreparable. But now he had to try. The simulator initiated a scanning function comparing the wall's wavebands. Lightning spiritual energy match 21, flame spiritual energy match 18, metal attribute spiritual energy match 100. The results were clear. He extended the index finger of his right hand, condensing a minute amount of metal energy at the tip, suspended like a liquid bead. Then he slowly touched a broken section of the circuit on the wall. The moment of contact, the golden bead seeped into the engraving. The rune lit up. Not the entire segment, but a small arc from the starting point to the third turning point, glowing with a dark golden light, burning for 10 seconds before fading. But it was enough. The energy circuit briefly closed, and a low click came from within the wall, as if some mechanical lock had loosened. Chen Mo withdrew his finger, a faint luminescence lingering at its tip. He immediately retrieved a memory fragment. When Lei Meng's blood had flowed into the engraving just moments ago, there had been a similar reaction. The frequencies of the two were highly similar. Although the composition analysis was incomplete, a preliminary judgment indicated that this metal attribute spiritual energy had an essential connection to the blood of the Thunder Forge. It was no coincidence. He was the inheritor of the Forge's design blueprints, the bearer of lightning and fire spirit roots, and the only one capable of enduring the coexistence of 3 attributes. And this power was awakening. The simulator issued another warning. The coexistence of 3 attributes will continue to accelerate spiritual energy decay. Suggested protocol: operate metal attribute within a daily time limit of 15 minutes. Automatic circuit break upon timeout. Note: temporary repair effects are irreversible and require continuous energy supply to maintain. He nodded, accepting the settings. He turned and sat down with his back against the wall, adjusting his breathing rhythm. The 3 types of spiritual energy within him each returned to their places. Lightning traveled through the 12 regular meridians. Fire guarded the Dantian and Mingmen, and metal settled in the 8 extraordinary meridians. The repulsion coefficient dropped to 39.2, and the berserk warning was postponed to 97 minutes. The laboratory lights remained steady, and the water purification system's alarm cycled its broadcast. Its sound monotonous and repetitive. He did not turn it off. His right palm opened slightly, and a wisp of metal energy surfaced once more, traveling beneath his skin like a buried cable waiting for power. He stared at the extinguished rune, not shifting his gaze. The final round of testing began. The output of metal energy was increased to 30 re-injected into the wall along his fingertip. The rune lit up again, extending 2 centimeters further than before and lasting for 13 seconds. A faint vibration came from deep within the wall, as if some dormant mechanism had been awakened. Just as the light pattern was about to die out, his left hand unconsciously rubbed the electronic watch, then paused. In the crack of the casing, a glint of gold light was reflected. He looked down. It was light emanating from his own skin. The alarm blared incessantly. Chen Mo leaned against the wall, the golden light lingering in his palm, slowly sinking into his skin. The electronic watch's screen was pitch black, and a faint glimmer reflected from the depths of his pupils in the cracks. His right eye twitched slightly as his gaze swept over the fallen Lei Meng. His exoskeleton system was in sleep mode, and the blood had congealed into dark red streaks extending along the grooves of the metal floor to the corner. Footsteps echoed from the depths of the workshop. Lin Xiaoqi emerged from the shadowy area, a holographic interface hovering at her wrist displaying 3 streams of data, while her mechanical eye locked onto the entrance of the corridor 5 meters away. She said nothing, merely raising her left hand to tie a strand of silvery short hair into an upright braid, her movements crisp and decisive. The identity chip has been scanned. Her voice sliced through the air like a blade against metal. Government envoy, serial number G09, authorization level cardinal. There is a resonance source of spirit crystal within, and the frequency does not match that of the shelter's master control array. The alloy door at the end of the corridor slid open silently. The figure wore a dark gray standard robe with shoulder insignia depicting 2 entwined serpents. The soles of his boots made a rhythmic tapping sound as he stepped on the ground. He removed his gloves, revealing a ring on his left ring finger. A jade ring embedded with a gray-blue spirit crystal, its surface rippling with faint waves. "You have done well." He began, his tone as stable as if reading a report. The data from the extermination mission surpassed the expected completeness by 23. Chen Mo remained still. His right hand hung at his side, fingers slightly curled as metallic spiritual energy slowly circulated beneath his skin, maintaining a low output state. The simulator interface silently popped up in the corner of his vision, showing a survival rate of 58, a rejection coefficient of 39.2, and a rampage warning time of 97 minutes. That was not extermination, Lin Xiaoqi scoffed. It was selection. The envoy nodded, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Did you think that was a mutated beast? No, that was an elimination mechanism. Only those who can withstand the impact of multiple spiritual roots and still output steadily will be recorded. His gaze shifted to Chen Mo. Especially you. Your dual attribute of thunder and fire has achieved a fusion efficiency of 87, which is the theoretical limit, while the spontaneous awakening of the metal attribute is the key the sect master has awaited for 3,000 years. Chen Mo pressed his left thumb against the edge of the electronic watch and gently pushed. The watch's casing cracked further, revealing a burnt circuit board exposed to the air. His right eye twitched violently. Specimen number C19. The envoy continued. The genetic sequence match rate is 99. And the compatibility of spiritual roots is confirmed. You are the only one capable of bearing the core vessel of the ascension plan. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lei Meng's body suddenly convulsed. The exoskeleton joints emitted a low-frequency hum, the power chamber in his back automatically rebooted, and the electromagnetic pulse emitter locked onto the envoy's knees. In the next moment, a high-voltage current surged, causing a network of electric arcs to erupt from the metal ground, welding the envoy's feet to the spot. Lei Meng propped himself against the wall, standing up with a red scar on his left cheek, blood-stained bits of substitute tobacco mixed with saliva spilling from his mouth. He advanced step by step, each step causing a slight tremor in the ground. R17. His voice was hoarse. Are you saying that was a routine check? The envoy stood amid the electric arcs without struggle. The spirit crystal on the ring continued to flicker, its frequency stable. 12 years ago, I signed the approval form. he gazed directly at Lei Meng, because it stated to optimize the synchronization rate of exoskeleton nerves. I had no reason to refuse the daughter of a Special Forces captain from participating in a national key project. She was only 6. Lei Meng roared, his right arm's electromagnetic pulse emitter charged to maximum, the barrel aimed at the envoy's chest. You locked her in a sterile chamber for 3 years and inserted 17 tubes into her spine. By the time she called my name, her voice was already hoarse. The envoy remained silent for a moment, raising a hand to touch the ring. I know she is your daughter, but I also know that without that experiment, the design plans of the Thunder Workshop would never have leaked. You would not be standing here today. Lin Xiaoqi closed the holographic interface, stepping back half a pace, as the diode tattoo beneath her collarbone began to heat up. She fixed her gaze on the resonance waveform of the spirit crystal within the envoy, whispering, "What he said might be true. We have been under observation all along." Chen Mo stepped forward, slowly gathering a small amount of golden qi in the palm of his right hand, forming a liquid bead suspended in the air. He did not attack, but rather brought the golden bead close to the envoy's chest fabric, tentatively releasing a hint of frequency. The simulator silently displayed a prompt match rate 98.7, same origin as the sect master's token. The three formed a triangular stance surrounding the center. The alarm of the purification system continued to loop, monotonously repeating like some sort of countdown. The envoy smiled slightly, and a vertical line pattern suddenly illuminated on the spirit crystal of the ring. Chen Mo tightened his grip with his right hand, retracting the golden qi. The alarm continued to wail, but its rhythm had changed. It was no longer the monotonous buzz of the water purification system, but a low-frequency tremor emanating from deep underground, like the heartbeat of some colossal creature. The ground began to tremble, stirring up years of accumulated dust from the metal seams which hung in the air as a grayish-yellow haze. The triangular formation surrounding the envoy instantly dissolved. Chen Mo's right eye twitched violently, and his left thumb instinctively pressed against the edge of his electronic watch. A faint current seeped from the cracks in the watch's casing, flowing along his wrist bones to his nerve endings. Lin Xiaoqi took a half-step back. The holographic interface, which had just rebooted, displayed data anomalies. Intersecting red interference lines flickered across the vision of her mechanical eye. She swiftly tied back her silver hair, tracing 3 commands in the air with her fingertips. The swarm of nanobots automatically entered a defensive standby mode. Lei Meng's exoskeleton power cell was still charging, residual arcs clinging to the high-frequency blade. He did not sheathe the weapon. Instead, he pressed its tip into the ground, using the reaction force to steady himself. At that moment, the vertical crystalline lines on the envoy's ring suddenly extinguished. Immediately after, the alloy floor beneath their feet emitted a piercing, tearing sound. A circular fissure rapidly expanded outward from the stone pillar. Black rock burst forth from the earth, its surface covered in dark gold runes, arranged in a pattern identical to the fragments of the Yu clan star map. The stone pillar rose, lifting the foundation of the entire area. The alarm wires were severed, and the sound ceased abruptly. A figure ascended from the abyss. It bore a humanoid outline, but possessed 6 tentacle-like limbs, their ends forked like roots, slowly writhing against the pillar's surface. Its head had only one eye, deeply set in the center of its forehead, with a spiraling, contracting pupil. Its robe was woven from some unknown fiber, swaying slightly with the air currents. Though unblemished, it exuded an aura of decay. Royal blood. The voice resonated directly within their skulls, bypassing the air. Finally awakened. The first tentacle shot out with a speed surpassing Lin Xiaoqi's reaction threshold. Before she could complete the command to activate her nanoshield, the tendril had already bypassed the shield's generation path, aiming straight for the artery in her neck. Her mechanical eye instantly lost focus, and the holographic interface exploded with a string of garbled code. She instinctively tilted her head back to dodge, her back slamming against a cooling pipe with a dull thud. Chen Mo moved. It was not calculation, not a premeditated maneuver, but pure muscle memory driving his body forward. The metal attribute spiritual energy gathered in his right palm surged instantly. The simulator in his mind flashed over 100 paths, all marked in red. Uncontrollable. But he did not stop. He slammed his left hand hard onto the electronic watch's button. Sparks flew from the scorched circuit board, and a power he had never controlled detonated from his dantian. Golden spiritual energy spread in ripples, forming a hemispherical shield that enveloped Lin Xiaoqi. The backlash of the shockwave sent him staggering backward, his spine crashing into a wall as the taste of iron flooded his throat. His right eye continued to twitch, and transient black spots appeared at the edges of his vision. Ripples undulated across the shield's surface and spiderweb-like cracks formed where the tentacle had struck. A second tentacle silently slipped through a gap in the shield its target, still the diode tattoo beneath Lin Xiaoqi's collarbone. At its faint touch, the tattoo immediately lit up, its frequency synchronizing with the runes on the stone pillar. Gene sample extraction protocol initiated. The elder's single eye locked onto Lin Xiaoqi. Resistance is futile. This is destiny. Lin Xiaoqi gritted her teeth, attempting to command her nanite swarm to sever the neural connection, only to find the control system's latency had reached 0. 8 seconds. She looked up at Chen Mo, her lips moving slightly but no sound came out. Yet her expression had changed. It was the first time she had shown him undisguised fear. Chen Mo roared. The sound tore through his throat. The golden spiritual energy broke free from control, and the shield's intensity surged by 230%, slowing the spread of the cracks. He pushed off with his legs, ready to forcibly break through the backlash's limits, even if it meant snapping his own meridians just to tear that tentacle apart. But the third twist came faster. Lei Meng erupted from the embers of the electric arcs. The right arm of his exoskeleton switched to high-frequency combat blade mode, the blade's hum reaching its resonant critical point. He did not leap at the elder's main body. Instead, he charged at an oblique angle, his blade, precisely severing the tentacle at its base where it penetrated the shield. The blade cut in, encountering immense resistance, as if hacking into living alloy. But the high-frequency vibration continued to act. Black mucus splattered out, hissing corrosively, as it hit the wall, rapidly pitting and carbonizing the metal surface. The tentacle snapped and the stump retracted into the stone pillar. For the first time, a fluctuation appeared in the elder's single eye. Its pupil's contraction frequency became erratic. His body, suspended in midair, leaned back slightly, as if encountering an unexpected variable for the first time. Impossible! His voice was no longer steady, trembling. This is the sect masters. The words cut off. Chen Mo knelt on one knee, his left hand pressing firmly on his electronic watch to prevent it from exploding due to overheating. The residual energy of the shield was still active but teetering on the brink of collapse. He looked up, meeting the elder's single eye, and saw the other's gaze fixed on the fading golden halo in his own palm. Lei Meng pressed forward, his blade aimed at the base of the stone pillar. The shoulder armor of his exoskeleton deployed a protective module, bringing Lin Xiaoqi under its cover. Lin Xiaoqi stood against the wall, her right hand swiftly swiping across the holographic interface to scan the elder's vital signs. The energy readings exceeded the device's upper limit, marking it as Unknown Entity Class 1 threat. The three formed a triangular formation, sealing off the area around the stone pillar. No one spoke, and their breathing rhythms were uniformly subdued. The elder did not attack again. The tentacles retracted into his body, and the stone pillar began to slowly descend, carrying him back into the earth. At the last moment, that single eye was still fixed on Chen Mo, its reflection capturing the final glimmer of golden spiritual energy. The fissure closed. The dust settled. The hall fell silent save for the rhythmic drip of a cooling pipe. A single droplet oozed from the remnants of the severed tentacle, sliding down the wall and pooling on the floor into a small smoking black stain. The sound of dripping water continued. One drop, another drop, splashing onto the ground, stained with black liquid, rising thin wisps of white smoke. Chen Mo's left hand rested on the edge of the digital watch, the metal casing scorching hot as electricity surged through his wrist into his nerves, bringing waves of tingling sensations. He slowly raised his head, his right eye twitching slightly, and a translucent interface materialized in his central vision. Ascension Plan Countdown 299 days. No explanations, no sources, only the crimson numbers quietly pulsating. Lin Xiaoqi stood up against the wall, the holographic interface stabilized again, and her mechanical eye scanned the liquid pooling on the ground, rapidly refreshing data streams. Frequency match 98. 7. This slime shares the same energy source as the runes on the stone pillar. Her voice was low and tense as her fingertips traced out 3 commands, and a swarm of nanites surged from her wrist interface, quickly collecting samples before retracting. Lei Meng retracted the high-frequency blade into his arm slot, the exoskeleton shoulder guard closing with a dull hydraulic echo. He stared at the fissure in the ground, taking half a step forward, the sole of his boot crushing a piece of charred rock. The elder's retreat is peculiar, he said. It's not a defeat, but the completion of a task. The three exchanged silent glances for a moment. Chen Mo pushed himself off the wall and stood up, the scar on his left hand twitching slightly from the electrical stimulation. He said nothing and simply walked towards the depression left by the stone pillar, crouching down, his fingers brushing over the edge's carvings. The runes had not completely vanished. The remaining dark golden lines glimmered faintly under the dim light, their arrangement consistent with the fragments of the Yo clan's star map, but exhibiting a certain regularity of fluctuation. This is not decoration. Lin Xiaoqi approached her mechanical eye, switching to spectrum analysis mode, projecting overlapping images. It's a path guidance. These carvings record a sequence of coordinates. Lei Meng took out a tactical dagger and lightly marked a line on the wall. Let's head deeper. The passage was severely collapsed and debris filled the steps. Lei Meng activated the exoskeleton propulsion module, forcefully pushing aside the broken beams to clear a path. The air grew heavier, and with each breath, he could feel the ionization intensifying as a slight static charge rose on the surface of his skin. Chen Mo walked in the middle, his right hand always resting on the tool bag at his waist, the simulator interface, refreshing the countdown automatically every few seconds, the numbers unchanged, but faint ripples appeared in the background. Lin Xiaoqi suddenly stopped. On the wall. She pointed to the left rock face, her voice tense. The originally rough stone surface was covered in shallow marks, appearing from a distance as wind erosion, but up close it was dense with carved lines. Her mechanical eye quickly scanned, stitching together a complete paragraph. The holographic projection revealed 2 lines of ancient characters. Touch the core, awaken, the spirit pivot. Spirit pivot. Chen Mo repeated softly. Spirit pivot instrument. Lin Xiaoqi called up the database comparison results. A control center for spiritual energy from ancient legends, said to be the last device activated before the severing of the world's spiritual essence. In theory, it could reconstruct the global spiritual energy network. Or completely tear it apart. Lei Meng scoffed. We are walking into a powder keg. No one objected. They continued onward. At the end of the passage was a circular platform about 20 meters in diameter with a hemispherical device standing in the center, its surface, as smooth as a mirror made of neither metal nor stone, with ring-shaped grooves embedded along the edges and silver-blue light threads flowing faintly within. The surrounding walls were covered with arrays of runes. Unlike the surface ruins, the symbols here were complete and orderly, resembling a dormant neural network. This is the spirit pivot instrument, Lin Xiaoqi said. She stepped forward, standing at the edge of the platform. The device remained unresponsive. She turned back to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo shook his head. You understand system interactions better. Lin Xiaoqi hesitated no longer. She raised her right hand, palm down, slowly bringing it closer to the device's surface. At the moment of contact, the silver-blue light patterns suddenly brightened, spreading along the surface of the device, like veins, rapidly expanding to cover the entire platform. The rune arrays activated one by one, emitting low-frequency hums. The air began to tremble, rhythmic pulses transmitted through the soles of their feet, as if some massive machinery was awakening. Chen Mo's right eye twitched violently, and the simulator interface popped up new information: signal synchronization in progress. Match rate rising to 94.1. The countdown still hovered in the center, unchanged. Suddenly the entire ruin shook violently. Debris fell from the dome and cracks appeared along the edges of the platform, with light patterns extending down into the ground through the fissures. Lin Xiaoqi's hand remained on the device, and her mechanical eye frantically refreshed data. Global Spiritual Energy Index is skyrocketing. Detected 327 new fissure signals. The positions are distributed radially. Lei Meng took a step back, the exoskeleton automatically entering a protective standby state, the shoulder guards spreading out to shield the two from the sides. He looked up at the top rock layer. What should have been a sealed 1,000-year rock cover was visibly cracking at a rapid pace, the gaps widening like a withered tree bursting open. A beam of light pierced through the darkness. Following were the second and third beams. The rock layers peeled away like petals, revealing the night sky. In the center of the pitch-black sky, a massive vertical fissure stretched across, unfathomably deep, with edges flickering with purple-black arcs of electricity, as if the universe had been cleaved open by a sharp blade. From within, small fissures continuously erupted, scattering like a meteor shower. With each impact, a micro-explosion occurred, shaking the earth. Lei Meng removed his soldier's helmet, the wind tousling the hair on his burned side. He gazed at the sky, his voice hoarse yet clear in the ears of the two. So it wasn't the severing of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Someone has cut it open. The sect leader has turned the entire world into a spiritual abyss. The platform continued to tremble. The light patterns on the surface of the spirit pivot instrument flowed incessantly, and Lin Xiaoqi's hand could not be withdrawn. Her holographic interface displayed. Synchronization rate continues to rise, now at 87. Unable to actively disconnect. Chen Mo stared at the countdown on the simulator. 299 days. The numbers remained, but the background ripples grew stronger, as if something was approaching. He tightened his grip on the digital watch, the scar on his left hand, oozing tiny beads of blood mingling with the electric current tracing faint arcs across the surface of his skin. From the rift in the sky, another fissure fell, striking the distant ridge, erupting into a brilliant crimson beam. The hum of the spiritual mechanism grew increasingly urgent, cracks spreading visibly along the platform's edge. Lin Xiaoqi's hand remained pressed against the instrument's surface, the holographic interface, ceaselessly refreshing the synchronization rate. 89. 390. 191. 7. The numbers continued to climb. Beads of sweat formed on her temples, and a small hole had been burned through the shoulder of her work suit, the charred edges curling to reveal a mesh of metallic fibers beneath. Chen Mo stood diagonally behind her, his right hand pressed against his tool pouch, the casing of the electronic watch on his left wrist, scalding hot as electric currents surged up his arm along his nerves. His right eye twitched slightly, and a simulator interface materialized at the center of his vision. Countdown, 299 days. The background ripples churned violently, as if something was drawing near. He stared at the crimson digits, recalling the runic fluctuation patterns glimpsed in the previous chapter. Combining them with real-time feedback data, he rapidly deduced the operational logic of the spiritual mechanism. A triple resonance of attributes non-dispensable. We must activate thunder, fire, and metal simultaneously. He murmured, his voice cutting through the platform's vibrations. Without turning, Lin Xiaoqi traced 3 commands with her fingertips. Nanocluster ready. Conduction matrix deployed. Her speech was rapid fire. Thunder and fire on the outer layer, metal within. I'll build the bridge to support your meridians. As her words fell, the interface at her wrist released a silvery gray mist of nanobots that spread swiftly along the ground's fissures, forming a dense conductive network. Threads of light emerged from the rock crevices, docking with the ring grooves on the instrument's edge to construct an energy pathway independent of the main system. Chen Mo took a deep breath and began to channel his spiritual energy. Thunder attribute surged first into the Sanjiao meridian of the Hanxiaoyang, followed by fire attribute into the pericardium meridian of the Hanjuan. The 2 streams advanced in parallel, converging at the Danzhong acupoint. Agony detonated instantly, as if 2 high-voltage currents were clashing within his chest. The simulator flashed a warning: tissue tier risk level 4. He gritted his teeth, maintaining the rhythm. His left hand caressed the electronic watch, injecting a microcurrent to anchor his consciousness through the pain. The twitching in his right eye accelerated, locking onto the soul-safe path within the interface. Just as the thunder and fire attributes verged on spiraling out of control, his metal element spiritual root activated passively. A golden current surged upward from the gallbladder meridian of the foot Xiaoyang, pierced through the belt vessel, and precisely embedded itself between the 2 violent energies, forming a stable triangular circulation. Conduction efficiency dropping 17. Lin Xiaoqi called out abruptly. Deploy 30 more clusters to reinforce the nodes. The nanomist rapidly split and reorganized, filling the weak points in the energy matrix. The platform's tremors subsided slightly, but the spiritual mechanism's core continued its operation. Silver blue light patterns still extending into the earth. Veins bulged on Chen Mo's forehead, and a searing pain like a knife slash coursed through his meridians. He knew time was short. According to the simulator's projections, if the link wasn't severed before the synchronization rate reached 95, the 327 nascent fissures worldwide would solidify permanently, and the ascension procedure would enter an irreversible phase. He marshaled every shred of his will, adjusting the output rhythm. The thunder and fire attributes spiraled around the outer layer, their speed increasing until the air was torn with sharp pops. The metal attribute compressed, and converged energy at the center, gradually gathering the chaotic forces into his palm. His skin began to carbonize and flake away. Blood seeped from his fingertips, mingling with the electric arcs to form a viscous dark red-black liquid. The outline of a black thunderflame orb emerged, roughly the size of a fist. Its surface constantly devoured surrounding light, even extinguishing the projected nano-monitoring points cast upon it. A new prompt flashed on the simulator: energy level exceeds critical threshold. Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical eye frantically refreshed the load data. Outer layer temperature has exceeded 8,000 degrees, magnetic field distortion expanding to 5 meters. We can't wait any longer. Chen Mo lowered his gaze to his left wrist. The electronic watch's screen was shattered, a faint golden light seeping through the cracks. He gripped the casing, using his last vestige of clarity to calculate the throwing angle. If he could send this fused mass into the central groove of the instrument, he could forcibly interrupt the resonance frequency. He slowly raised his arm, every muscle taut poised to exert force. At that very instant, a sharp shout erupted from the platform's edge. "Throw it now. It's going to explode." Before the voice faded, the black thunderflame orb had already left his hand, tearing through the ionized air, trailing a violet flame as it shot straight toward the spiritual mechanism's core. Chen Mo's right arm remained frozen in its throwing posture, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on the light-devouring flame. Lin Xiaoqi hovered her hands over the holographic interface, her mechanical eye continuously tracking the nanocluster's status, another burn scar added to her shoulder. The thunderflame orb was still half a meter from the instrument center. The thunderflame sphere tore through the ionized air, trailing a ghostly purple tail as it hurtled toward the core of the spirit hub apparatus. Chen Mo's right arm remained frozen in the throwing posture, muscles rigid as iron, while threads of blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, dripping down his jaw and sizzling into tiny craters on the charred ground. Lin Xiaoqi manipulated the holographic interface with both hands suspended in midair, her mechanical eye constantly refreshing the status of the nanoclusters. The edges of the burn marks on her shoulder had already taken on a metallic oxidized bluish-gray hue. Lei Meng lunged to the center of the platform, his exoskeleton's hydraulic system shrieking overload warnings as both knees pressed deep into the fractured rock. Just as the thunderflame sphere was half a meter from its target, a burst of crimson fire suddenly erupted from the side of the spirit hub apparatus. The shockwave, laden with scorching air, swept across the entire arena. The spiderweb-like cracks on the ground instantly expanded, and a figure emerged from the surging mist of blood, walking slowly and deliberately. She was tall and slender, fine strands of blood entwined in her flowing black hair. A viscous liquid dripped from the tips of her left fingers, solidifying into a curved blade upon hitting the ground. The blood blade lifted lightly, meeting the onrushing thunderflame sphere. Their collision produced no explosion, only a low, devouring sound like parched earth drinking in the last of the rain. Black flames like streams merging into the sea were drawn layer by layer into the blood blade. They flowed backward along the blade, seeped into her skin, and spread across her body as streaks of scarlet patterns. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply, his right eye twitching uncontrollably. He forcibly summoned the remnants of his spiritual energy and erected a lightning barrier in front of him. The moment the net took shape, the blood Rakshasa was already upon him, her blade swinging down. The instant the blade touched the lightning net, the current did not hinder it. Instead, it was ensnared and absorbed by the blood threads, transforming into another ring of red patterns on her body. Her aura surged higher and higher. The faint scars on her body healed rapidly, and her skin took on an unnatural sheen. The sect master was right. She licked the blade, her voice hoarse yet laced with amusement. The spiritual energy of purebloods is the most delicious nourishment. Sparks suddenly burst from Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical eye. In her field of vision, the trajectory of the blood Rakshas's blood flow displayed an anomalous frequency fluctuation. She immediately cut off input from part of her visual module to prevent signal feedback. "There are nanobot reactions in her blood," she said, urgently pressing her left hand to her forehead to forcibly cool down. Tiny arcs of electricity emerged from the charred edges of her work suit's sleeves. Lei Meng's exoskeleton activated emergency mode, and the electromagnetic pulse device began charging, a low-frequency hum echoing across the platform. He positioned himself in front of Chen Mo and Lin Xiaoqi, his eyes locked on the blood Rakshas's movements as a tactical knife slid from his belt into his palm. Hydraulic system pressure warnings flashed red inside his helmet, but he did not retreat a single step. Chen Mo's left wristwatch casing was scorching hot, a faint golden light seeping through its cracks. He gripped the edge of his toolkit tightly, a titanium alloy blade protruding half an inch. His knuckles were white from the strain. Waves of dizziness from physical exhaustion washed over him, yet he still stood at the edge of the platform, his eyes fixed on the blood Rakshasa. Blood beaded on the scar on his left cheek, slowly trickling down the 3 parallel old marks. The blood Rakshasa stood amidst the dust and smoke, her blood blade in hand, making no further advance. Blood stained the corners of her mouth, her gaze locked on Chen Mo. The red patterns on her body pulsed endlessly like some kind of living runes circulating within her. At the other entrance of the platform, the floor tiles had been soaked a dark brown by bloodstains, and a faint bloody odor seeped from the cracks at the edges. Lin Xiaoqi stood behind Chen Mo, and to the side, her holographic interface flickering erratically as her nanomaterial reserves continued to deplete. She gritted her teeth and maintained a vigilant stance, her fingers unconsciously spinning a pen whose body had been warped and twisted by the intense heat. Lei Meng held the core position of the defensive formation the electromagnetic pulse charging progress bar, stalled at 37 white steam, venting from the cooling ports. The four of them had not changed positions. The battlefield had not been evacuated, and the situation had descended into a stalemate. The blood Raksha stood amidst the dust and smoke, the crimson patterns on her body swirling without cease. Beads of blood seeped from the scar on Chen Mo's left cheek, trailing down the old wound. Lin Xiaoqi's fingertips still twitched unconsciously, the holographic interface flickering unsteadily as the nanomaterial reserve continued to decline. White mist sprayed from the heat vents of Lei Meng's exoskeleton. The electromagnetic pulse charge indicator stalled at 37. A tactical dagger clenched tightly in his palm. The platform floor suddenly sank half an inch, and a pitch-black fissure stretched from beneath the blood Raksha's feet to the shadowy area at the entrance. Chen Mo's right eye twitched. His peripheral vision caught a distorted silhouette within the shadows. A human figure slowly rising from the subterranean gloom, its movements as stiff as if pulled by invisible strings. Barefoot it stepped soundlessly onto the scorched rock. Its face was covered with metallic plates, leaving only a pair of hollow pupils exposed. The figure lunged straight for the nape of Chen Mo's neck. Its 5 fingers elongated into metallic bone spikes, the tips jagged, aiming precisely at the location of the burnt barcode tattoo. A warning tone from the hydraulic system overload buzzed in Lei Meng's ear. Without a moment's thought, he activated the exoskeleton's propulsion unit, swinging his left arm's armor plating as a shield behind Chen Mo. The metallic fingerspikes pierced the armor plate with a grating screech, sparks flying in all directions. In that instant of impact, Lei Meng's pupils contracted sharply. He could now clearly see the shape of those metal phalanges. 3 parallel grooves, the ends splitting into hooks, perfectly matching the outline of the burn scar of the barcode on Chen Mo's nape. He yanked Chen Mo back, pulling him in front of himself, his voice low but explosive. "You're using the shelter's slaves as puppet vessels." Chen Mo stumbled half a step, his left hand instinctively rubbing the casing of his electronic watch, a faint golden light glimmering in the crack. He turned his head to look at Lei Meng. The armor on the latter's left arm was dented and fractured, the metal fingerspike stuck fast within, unable to be pulled out. The assailant stood motionless, its body tilted like a marionette with cut strings, its hollow, unfocused eyes staring ahead into nothingness. Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical prosthetic eye switched to scanning mode, her vision locking onto the target's throat structure. Her hair automatically tied itself into a high ponytail, and a 3-dimensional cross-section diagram popped up on the holographic interface. "The vocal cords have been replaced," she said, her words rapid and urgent. "There's a sound-transmitting crystal chip embedded in the trachea. The sound source comes from a spiritual crystal resonance unit located at the 2nd cervical vertebra in the neck." The assailant's head suddenly twitched, and the metallic tubes in its neck emitted a faint clicking sound. After 3 seconds of silence, a hoarse staccato voice emanated from within its chest cavity. "Must obey the sect master." The voice repeated mechanically, devoid of any emotional inflection, then ceased as abruptly as it had begun. Lei Meng held his tactical dagger horizontally before his chest, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the opponent. He recognized the construction method of this body. Identical to the remains discovered 3 years ago during the cleanup of the shelter's underground laboratory zone, multiple corpses, stitched together, key parts reinforced with a spiritual conductive alloy skeleton, neural nodes controlled by a series of miniature arrays. This was no living person but a killing tool that had been reassembled. Chen Mo stared at his own reflection in the fragment of broken armor, the edges of the barcode tattoo faintly glowing red. He recalled the first time he had clearly seen this brand at the age of 12 in a black market repair shed. The boss had said back then, "This number series is the registration code for the 3rd batch of refugees. Even if it's burned off, the records can still be traced." He had always thought it was a mark of servitude and identity, never imagining it could be some kind of access interface. Lin Xiaoqi pulled up the status panel for the nanorobot swarm and reported in a low voice, "There's a faint signal circulating inside the target. The frequency matches the baseband of a spiritual pivot device. It's not autonomous movement. It's being driven by remote commands." Lei Meng gritted his teeth. The left arm of his exoskeleton disengaged, releasing the stuck metal fingerspike, and the fragments of armor fell to the ground with a dull thud. He stood his ground, neither attacking again nor relaxing his vigilance. He knew that this kind of puppet felt no pain, no fear. As long as its core wasn't destroyed, even a single remaining head could continue to execute its orders. Chen Mo's right eye trembled slightly. In his mind flashed the image of the 37 corpses that had exploded during the awakening ceremony, followed by the scene of testing the eruption rhythm in the mine shaft. He realized a certain pattern was emerging, All those who were chosen bore specific marks, and all the anomalous events pointed to the same source. The blood Raksha remained standing where she was, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her gaze shifting between the puppet and Chen Mo. She too seemed to be assessing the changing situation. The floor tiles on the other side of the platform were stained a dark brown by blood, a hint of a bloody odor seeping from the cracks at the edges. Lin Xiaoqi maintained the holographic interface in an alert state, her high ponytail slightly curled from the high temperature. Her fingers lightly tapped the void, archiving the recording of the puppet's vocal frequency band. Lei Meng stood in the center, the cooling system of his exoskeleton still operating, but the propulsion unit had entered a cooling protection phase. The puppet still stood in the shadow of the entrance, its eyes vacant, its body in a standby posture. It neither attacked nor retreated, like a weapon abandoned on a battlefield, awaiting the next command to be activated. Chen Mo stood panting by Lei Meng's side, his left hand tightly gripping the electronic watch, its casing burning hot. He looked down at the ash remaining in his palm, the last trace of the thunder flame sphere before it was devoured. His right eye still twitched, his gaze unable to tear itself away from the puppet. Wind poured in through the broken dome, billowing the tattered edges of the puppet's clothes. A piece of scorched black fabric fluttered up, revealing a blurred number on the inside of its right arm. SL097. Chen Mo's breath caught in his throat. That was the batch code for slaves he had once seen in the black market archives, specifically used for transporting laborers to the border regions. Chen Mo stared at the serial number, SL097. Engraved on the inner side of the puppet's right arm, his fingertips numb. The electronic watch case in his left hand burned like a branding iron, and a flash of golden light flickered through the cracks. His right eye began to twitch violently, and at the edge of his vision 37 blood-red paths emerged, overlapping with the eruption rhythm of the mine. He gritted his teeth, fiercely attempting to invoke the spiritual root simulator to pre-calculate a stabilization plan, but the interface instantly flooded with red warnings. Meridian rupture progress 100. Agony exploded from the barcode at the nape of his neck, surging up his spine and into his skull. The three strands of spiritual energy, thunder, fire, and metal, rampaged uncontrollably within his body like three wild beasts tearing at his meridians. He stumbled half a step back, his left hand rubbing the electronic watch, obsessively, knuckles turning white. The tremor in his right eye quickened, and cold sweat trickled down the scar on his left cheek, leaving a wet trail on the old wound. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His knees buckled uncontrollably, and his Bodhi's center of gravity sank. Lin Xiaoqi's holographic interface suddenly blared an alarm, and her mechanical eye switched to deep scan mode. Her hair automatically twisted into a high ponytail, and her fingers tapped rapidly in the air. Your heart rate is down to 40 beats per minute. All meridians are ruptured. Her voice trembled slightly, though her tone remained harsh, and her fingers moved so fast they became a blur. I tried 3 diversion paths. All failed. Chen Mo didn't respond. He held himself upright through sheer willpower, his right hand instinctively reaching for the titanium alloy blade, only to realize that even the strength to lift his arm was fading. The chaotic flow of spiritual energy within him, intensified thunder-type energy, accumulated at the Danzhong acupoint, fire-type energy churned in his dantian, and metal-type energy slashed through his limbs. The simulator kept popping up new paths, each marked with failure rate 100. He recalled the 37 people who had exploded on the awakening platform, their bodies falling at angles eerily similar to his own posture now. Lin Xiaoqi suddenly looked up, her mechanical eye flashing red light repeatedly. She watched Chen Mo's trembling figure as he knelt, her throat tightening. Who allowed you to die? She growled, her voice stripped of its usual cool, sharp edge, replaced by a raw, tearing quality. The next second her hands traced complex commands in the air, and the holographic interface exploded into dozens of windows, finally locking onto the cardiac injection protocol. A swarm of nanobots surged from the diode tattoo beneath her collarbone, flowing through the air as a silver stream and penetrating directly through the chest area of Chen Mo's work uniform. His skin split open and metallic particles burrowed into his flesh, heading straight for his heart. The light in her mechanical eye dimmed rapidly, her breathing grew labored, and her entire body began to twitch slightly. Reserve. 30%. Fully injected, she murmured, as if speaking to Chen Mo or convincing herself. Her high ponytail curled slightly from system overload, and sweat slid from her temples. Chen Mo's consciousness began to blur. In his ears echoed the roar of his father being devoured by sandworms, mingled with the screams from the awakening ceremony. His bodily sensations were fading, leaving only the simulator interface flickering deep in his mind. He saw images of himself as a child hiding in a corner of the ruins to repair circuit boards and Lin Xiaoqi's eyes when she first connected his neural sync. Just before darkness completely swallowed his vision, the simulator interface refreshed. All failure prompts vanished, leaving only one option: quietly emerging sacrifice simulator to repair body. His pupils contracted slightly. He wanted to speak, but couldn't make a sound. 1,000 words lodged in his chest, and finally, in the depths of his consciousness, he silently uttered a single word: choose. Lin Xiaoqi sat slumped against a pile of rubble, her mechanical eye now emitting only a faint blue glow. She stared at Chen Mo's motionless figure on the ground, her lips moving but no words coming out. The holographic interface on her wrist had long since gone dark, and the tattoo beneath her collarbone no longer glowed. She panted, her fingers unconsciously twirling, as if holding a pen that wasn't there. Wind poured in through the shattered dome, stirring up a swirl of burnt ash that settled on the open collar of Chen Mo's shirt. The wind swept in the ash and soot from the shattered dome, falling onto Chen Mo's open collar. Before the ashes even touched the ground, his consciousness had already sunk into an endless darkness. The echoes of his father's screams, as he was torn apart by the sandworm, rang in his ears, mingled with the dull sounds of 37 corpses exploding during the awakening ritual. His bodily sensations had completely vanished, leaving only a trace of obsession deep within his brain. The character select embedded into his nerves like a nail in the final moment before consciousness faded. The simulator interface silently collapsed. Countless golden particles exploded from within his skull, rushing down through the neural synapses. It was not healing, it was a cleansing. The data stream violently ground over every broken meridian, every charred nerve fiber like molten metal poured into a mold, forcibly reshaping the structure. He felt as if his brain was being disassembled and reassembled, fragments of memory swirling in the torrent, fingers repairing circuit boards in the ruins of his childhood, the numbers on the black market chip trading slip, the warmth of Lin Xiaoqi's fingertips when she first synchronized his nerves. All past experiences compressed into information blocks, scattered and then fused with the golden data. 3 old scars on his left cheek began to heat up while the electronic watch on his wrist trembled slightly. His right eye ceased to twitch, replaced by a deeper change. A semi-transparent overlay emerged in his field of vision, and the drifting particles of spiritual energy in the air became clearly visible. The lightning attribute appeared as purplured threads, the fire attribute as orange-yellow ripples, while the metal attribute flowed like silver-white needles, intertwining and moving like the rotation of a galaxy. He could not tell how much time had passed. The pain receded. He opened his eyes. His gaze swept across the ground where a particle of ash was slowly rising with the airflow. In his eyes, the trajectory of the ashes was automatically marked with a faint golden arrow, a small note appearing beside it: residual wind attribute fluctuation duration 0.7 seconds. He looked down at his chest. The skin beneath the torn work clothes was intact, and the barcode tattoo on the back of his neck no longer burned. The 3 streams of spiritual energy within him quietly returned to their places, lightning hidden in his Dantian fire guarding his core, and metal circulating through his limbs, isolated yet stably coexisting. His left hand instinctively brushed against the electronic watch, its metallic casing still warm. He confirmed 2 things: he was still alive, the world had changed. Not far away, Lin Xiaoqi was leaning against a pile of rubble, her silver-white hair, disheveled, the once lofty braid now collapsed. Her mechanical eye emitted a faint blue light, and the diode tattoo below her collarbone had faded to colorlessness. She heard a noise, struggled to lift her head, and the holographic interface failed to reboot, forcing her to recalibrate the target using basic scanning mode. Vital signs: normal. Her voice was dry as if squeezed from a rusty pipe. Meridian repair rate 100, but something's off. She propped herself up, her fingers tracing phantom lines in the void, as she invoked the last computational power for deep analysis. Despite the system's damage, she remained one of the few people in the world who understood data the best. Your nervous system has been overwritten. She stared at the scanning results, her tone shifting. A high-dimensional structure has embedded itself into the visual center with a density far exceeding that of a nanobot cluster. This is not a repair. She paused, as if reluctant to believe her own judgment. The simulator burned itself. It transformed all processing modules into your senses. You no longer see spiritual energy. You directly read its constituent parameters. Your eyes are the new simulator. Chen Mo remained silent. He slowly stood up, his movements somewhat stiff, as if using this body for the first time. His palm opened slightly, and a trace of lightning flame began to condense, spontaneously spiraling around his fingertips. He did not consciously guide it, the spiritual energy responded on its own. He looked at Lin Xiaoqi. Her face was pale, her breathing still uneven, and the red light of her mechanical eye flickered clearly in a state of severe overload. She had exhausted her reserves for him while he had been reborn. What was the cost? There would be no more rehearsal paths, no more failure prompts, no more 100 possibilities for him to choose from. He lost the ability to calculate the optimal solution but gained the eyes to see the essence of the rules. He walked towards her, squatted down, and placed a hand on her shoulder. She did not resist, leaning against his shoulder, her hair brushing against his neck, carrying a faint scent of metallic coolant. The two fell silent. Unspoken words. The wind rose again, stirring the ashes swirling in the air. In his eyes, every speck of dust carried traces of metallic ions, the disturbances of spiritual energy in the air forming a complex map. Even the geothermal energy seeping from the distant rock wall was marked with precise values. He lifted his head, gazing at the gray-yellow sky beyond the dome. Golden light flowed deep within his pupils. I see. Everything. The wind swept the scorched ash across Chen Mo's brow. He stood atop a pile of rubble, his right eye twitching slightly. In his field of vision, the air was no longer a chaotic grayish-yellow but was dissected into countless flowing parameters. Crimson threads for thunder, orange ripples for fire, and silver needles for metal. Every speck of dust carried the trajectory of metal ions, and every disturbance in the airflow was annotated with its direction and duration. Lin Xiaoqi leaned against a broken cliff, a data cable, still plugged into her left hand, the interface at the back of her neck, glowing a dull red. Her breathing was heavy and ragged, the mechanical eye in her head, reduced to a single thread of blue light, her hair singed and curled from the electric current. That 30-second synchronization had nearly drained her last ounce of computational power. I can still. Hold on. She gritted out, her voice hoarse. Link your visual signal to me. Chen Mo did not turn around. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, a fragmented auxiliary layer emerged at the edge of his vision. A temporary node constructed by Lin Xiaoqi using her last nanoclusters, grafting fragments of her perception into his data stream. The image flickered like an old projector with a bad connection, but it was enough to convey critical information. At the northwestern breach, a bloody mist churned. 3 heat sources were approaching, forming a triangular formation. The energy fluctuation of the one in the center was extremely powerful, with blood activity over 300 times that of a normal person. Although the trajectory prediction module had failed, Lin Xiaoqi forcibly invoked a ballistic inverse calculation algorithm, barely marking out a faint blue dashed line. She's coming, Lin Xiaoqi murmured. No sooner had she spoken than a gash of blood exploded from the ground. The blood Rakshasa leaped out from the blood, missed her arms extending into blood blades, a spiral slash aimed directly at Chen Mo's throat. Her speed was so great it tore the air. The naked eye could only capture a smear of crimson afterimage. But this time Chen Mo saw it. He saw the moment her scapular muscles contracted, saw the path of spiritual energy gathering in her blood, saw the 0.3-second delay between the rotation angle of the blood blade and the deflection of the airflow. The data wasn't deduced. It was the direct presentation of the rules themselves. He sidestepped in a sliding motion, his movement not fast yet precisely wedged into the gap of her attack. His fingertips drew thunder and flame into an arc, using the nanoclusters remotely controlled by Lin Xiaoqi to briefly focus the fire attribute, instantly detonating the sharpness of the metal attribute. The 3 forces did not merge, but in that same instant they superimposed and erupted, forming a compressed thunderfire the width of a palm. The moment his fist touched her chest, golden thunderfire coiled around her like chains and exploded. The blood Rakshasa grunted, her protective blood membrane evaporating on the spot, her chest armor shattering. She was sent flying, crashing deep into the rock wall. The blood mist instantly thinned, and she staggered to one knee upon landing, her left arm hanging limp, the blood blade broken. You! She looked up, a flicker of shock appearing in her eyes for the first time. No prediction, how could you possibly? Chen Mo didn't give her a chance to finish. He stepped forward, the rock cracking beneath his feet. The 3 streams of spiritual energy within him each returned to their place. Thunder stored in the Danzhong fire guarded the Dantian, and metal patrolled his limbs, isolated from each other yet operating stably. He no longer relied on the simulator to calculate the optimal solution but directly read the underlying logic of the world's operation. He saw the subtle change in her breathing rhythm, saw the decrease in blood flow velocity by 0.8 seconds, saw the change in surface pressure before her right leg exerted force. The second strike was faster. He closed in his left fist, carrying a thunder arc, his right palm, condensing metal into a spike, a double strike crossing at the intersection of her shoulder and ribs. The sharpness of the metal attribute pierced the protective blood layer, and the thunderfire spread along her blood vessels, instantly disrupting neural transmission. The blood Rakshasa spat out a mouthful of black blood, flew backward, and collapsed half a stone wall. Before the dust had settled, heavy footsteps sounded from the distance. Lei Meng walked out from the other side of the ruins, his exoskeleton armor, fully deployed, the electromagnetic devices on his arms, charged to a red heat, fine cracks appearing on their surface. He chewed on a tobacco substitute, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, finally settling on the northwestern breach. "Clean up?" he asked. "Clean up," Chen Mo replied. Lei Meng let out a low growl, stomping the ground. A ring-shaped shockwave exploded outward, dispersing the remaining blood mist. Immediately after, the electromagnetic cannons on his arms completed charging, locked onto the depths of the breach, and two high-energy pulses were fired simultaneously, blasting into the underground passage. Explosions rang out in succession, and all heat source signals vanished. The battlefield fell silent. Chen Mo slowly retracted his fist, the palm scorched black, the mark of thunderfire backlash. But he stood straight, his internal spiritual energy undisturbed, his new senses steadily mastering the power. He lowered his head to glance at his wrist. The electronic watch case was still warm, the hands stopped at 1347. Lin Xiaoqi slumped to the ground, pulling the data cable from the back of her neck, blood oozing from the wound. She raised a hand to wipe her face, silver hair sticking to her forehead. The blue light in her mechanical eye flickered and finally died. She leaned against the rock wall, breathing rapidly, but managed to smile. "All done." "All done," Chen Mo said. Lei Meng knelt on one knee, the right arm of his exoskeleton, smoking the electromagnetic device shut down. He took off his helmet, his face a mixture of sweat and mud, his left hand still tapping a tactical dagger, his gaze scanning the surroundings, alertly confirming there were no further threats. None of the three moved. They remained where they were, facing the direction of the spiritual pivot instrument. A faint resonance began to emanate from there at an extremely low frequency, as if some dormant mechanism had been slightly disturbed. From deep within the rock strata came a barely perceptible tremor. Chen Mo looked up. Beneath the grayish-yellow sky, the wind blew the scorched ash again, swirling it through the air. In his eyes, every speck of dust carried a precise energy annotation, the air disturbances formed complex diagrams, and even the trace radiation seeping from the ground was marked with concentration curves. His eyes retained a faint golden glimmer. The wind swept the charred ashes across Chen Mo's brow. His right eye twitched slightly, and within his field of vision, the air was dissected into flowing parameters. Purplured lightning threads, orange-yellow flame patterns, silver-gold needles, all interweaving into a net beneath the gray-yellow sky. Every speck of dust was marked with an energy value, and every disturbance in the airflow displayed its direction and duration. Lin Weiner leaned against the broken cliff, blood seeping from the interface at the back of her neck, her mechanical eye reduced to a single thread of red light, strands of singed hair stuck to her forehead. Her left hand was still plugged into a data cable, her fingertips twitching faintly, her computational power nearly depleted. Lei Meng knelt on one knee, smoke rising from the right arm of his exoskeleton, its electromagnetic device shut down. He had removed his helmet, his face a mess of sweat and mud, yet his left hand continued tapping on a tactical dagger. The three faced the direction of the spirit pivot apparatus, their senses still in a state of heightened alert. Just then, the ancient device embedded in the rock stratum suddenly intensified its resonance. The low-frequency vibration transformed into a piercing shriek. The rock layer cracked into a spiderweb of fissures, and a blue-white intense light erupted from the core, forming a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. A silhouette coalesced within the light, and a man stepped out slowly. The silver hair of the Shenshao sect master stirred without wind, his star-patterned robe shimmered with a faint glow, and he lightly tapped a jade thumb ring against his palm. He landed without a sound, his aura as still as an ancient well, yet it caused the air to stagnate. The breath of the three hitched simultaneously. Chen Mo's right eye trembled more intensely. Not from calculation, but because he sensed a secret resonance between the other's aura and his own spiritual root, like an electric current passing through a severed nerve, subtle yet real. The sect master's gaze swept over the three, finally settling on Chen Mo. He raised his hand, his movement slow yet brooking no resistance, and his fingertips touched the scar on Chen Mo's left cheek. At the moment of contact, the pointer on Chen Mo's wristwatch jumped wildly, and the barcode tattoo on the back of his neck grew slightly warm. His skin did not flinch, his muscles did not tense, but he knew this touch was wrong. It was not hostility nor a probe. It was a confirmation, like a scanner reading a code. "Worthy of being my perfect experimental subject," the sect master murmured, his voice echoing like an ancient bell. Lin Weiner jerked her head up. A red light flashed in her mechanical eye and a holographic interface conjured a defensive matrix. Lei Meng gripped his tactical dagger, his knuckles white. Though his exoskeleton was damaged, its power was not yet spent. Neither of them moved. Not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. The man stood there as if the very rules of existence had descended, the pressure came from his presence, not his power. The sect master withdrew his hand and clenched his fingers into an empty fist. In the air, spiritual root summoning runes materialized, triple interlocking rings, aiming directly at Chen Mo's Tanzhong acupoint. Before the runes even touched him, the thunderous flame within Chen Mo's body raged into chaos, his legs bending slightly, as if pinned to the spot by an invisible force. His meridians felt as if pierced by fine needles, his spiritual energy flowing backward, his fingertips going numb. At this critical moment, Lin Weiner threw herself forward to block him. She knocked Chen Mo half a step aside, her holographic interface exploding into a defensive matrix. As nanobots surged beneath her skin, the diode tattoo on her collarbone flickering at high frequency. "Take mine?" she screamed, her voice tearing. "I am of royal blood. If you want pure blood, I'll give it to you." The sect master sneered. "Merely a failed replica." Before his words faded, Lei Meng erupted into action. His exoskeleton forcefully rebooted and alloy chains shot from his shoulders, instantly binding the sect master's limbs. The electromagnetic devices on his arms charged to a red-hot state, cracks spreading across their surfaces, the power core emitting overload alarms. He roared, "And what about us? A puppet forged from our daughter's blood. Is that also a failure?" Gravel fell, the rock walls trembled. The sect master was bound, yet he did not struggle. He stood at the edge of the light pillar, his expression composed. The jade thumb ring glowed faintly, as if he had a hidden move yet to play. The summoning runes still floated in the air, locked onto Chen Mo's Tanzhong acupoint, neither fading nor dispersing. Chen Mo stood frozen, his spiritual root restrained his body, unable to move an inch. His mind was highly alert, and his right eye caught a slight color change in the spirit crystal on the sect master's sleeve, shifting with each breath. Lin Weiner shielded Chen Mo, her physical strength weak, but her will unbroken. Her nanite system was active to the point of crisis, a faint light coursing beneath her skin like a river. Lei Meng's feet were deeply planted in the ground, his teeth clenched as he maintained the tension on the chains. Smoke continued to rise from his exoskeleton's right arm. The four remained in their positions, no movement occurring. The light pillar of the spirit pivot apparatus did not extinguish its blue-white radiance, illuminating the ruins. Residual energy fluctuations lingered in the air. The sect master, physically restrained, showed no fear in his expression. Chen Mo had not broken free, his gaze was fixed on the sect master's jade thumb ring. Lin Weiner had not retreated, the afterimage of her holographic interface still lingered. Lei Meng had not released his grip, the tactical dagger remained clenched in his palm. The wind once again swept up the charred ashes, scattering them across the sky. The wind swept the scorched ash across Chen Mo's brow, the debris tracing fine trajectories through the air. His right eye twitched slightly, the world before him dissolving into fluid parameters within his vision. Purplured lightning lines, orange-yellow flames, silver-white needles weaving an intricate web beneath the gray-yellow sky. Every speck of dust bore a marked energy value, every air current displayed its direction and duration. The sect leader's binding runes still hung in the air, locked onto Chen Mo's Danzhong acupoint, the spiritual pressure constricting his meridians like iron hoops. Lin Xiaoqi stood in front, the residual image of his holographic interface yet to fade. Lei Meng's arms were taut with chains, the core of his exoskeleton screaming with power. Yet they could not move, not from unwillingness but incapacity. The pressure emanated from the very fabric of rules, as if gravity itself had turned enemy. Chen Mo did not look at them. His focus was fixed on the sect leader's sleeve cuff. The spirit crystal there shifted color with each breath, its every flicker interval of 0.7 seconds, perfectly synchronized with the frantic beat of the electronic watch on his own wrist. The watch his father left him had a cracked face, the second hand stuck at the 27th mark, yet the gears inside still trembled as if retaining some resonant remnant. He closed his eyes. The simulator within his mind had long collapsed. After the golden light particles reshaped his nervous system, the prophecy function vanished. But he remembered the final path: unite the three spirits, channel them in reverse, guide lightning and fire with metal, break the extreme to birth darkness. That was the only option for survival. Now he did not need to calculate the optimal solution. He only needed to execute. The pad of his left finger traced the edge of the watch case, his skin meeting the dent. From when a metal shard cut his face at age 3, just as his father was fastening this watch onto him. Pain surged from the depths of memory. The scar on his left cheek burned suddenly as if an electric current pierced his skull. Using this pain, he forcibly mobilized the 3 streams of spiritual energy. The lightning spirit erupted from his dantian, surging up the Du meridian. The fire spirit rose inversely from his Yongquan acupoint, traveling the Ren meridian straight to the heart chakra. The metal spirit descended from the Baihui acupoint, slicing through the middle hall like a blade. At the moment the 3 currents converged at the Danzhong acupoint, excruciating pain exploded as if his chest were torn asunder. His meridians shattered inch by inch, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. But he was smiling, for the rune began to tremble. In the gap of the 3rd pulse, the 3 spirits vibrated in unison, their frequency perfectly matching the fluctuations of the spirit crystal. In an instant, the binding chain snapped, the invisible shackles dissolved. His feet touched the ground, cracking the floor beneath into a web of fissures. His left hand slammed abruptly against his chest. A cloud of black mist burst from the Danzhong acupoint, thick as ink, spreading rapidly outward. The 3 colors of lightning, fire, and metal flickered at the edge of the dark domain, only to be devoured. The domain took shape. Within a radius of 5 meters, the air stagnated, dust particles froze, even light was warped and stretched. The sect leader frowned for the first time. The jade thumb ring glowed faintly, as if about to activate a hidden mechanism. But Chen Mo had already moved. What the simulator taught me, his voice echoed within the dark domain, eerily calm, is that in the world of data there is no absolute possibility or impossibility. As his words fell, the domain contracted. The black mist compressed to 4 meters, the bedrock beneath cracking. At 3 meters, the sect leader's star chart robe began to fade, his silver hair peeling away into motes of light. At 2.5 meters, the jade thumb ring exploded, its fragments turning to dust mid-flight. The sect leader's body manifested pixel-like cracks, dissolving frame by frame from his fingertips, as if being overwritten by a data stream of higher authority. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came forth. His entire existence was being formatted. Chen Mo stood still, his hands hanging limp, traces of black qi lingering at his fingertips. The scar on his left cheek flushed red, the electronic watch had stopped completely, and the barcode tattoo on the back of his neck burned persistently. His breathing was labored, a jagged, dull pain gnawed at his ribs, as if 3 forces were still tearing at each other within his body. But he did not fall. His right eye still twitched, capturing the final frame of the sect leader's dissolution in those eyes, once as calm as an ancient well. A flicker of astonishment finally flashed. The domain contracted to its critical point, the black mist condensed into a solid-like translucent silhouette, barely the height of a man, suspended in the air. It descended 3 feet, unable to maintain its form any longer. Chen Mo stared at the spot, his throat parched, and uttered the final word, "Begone." The sect leader's final silhouette shattered into motes of light at the edge of the black mist, and the oppressive pressure in the air suddenly eased. Chen Mo's right eye still twitched, the afterimages of data streams lingering in his vision, each frame of the decomposed scene annotated with frequencies and attenuation curves. He stood unmoving, his breath caught where his ribs were fractured, as if being repeatedly torn by serrated edges. The electronic watch had completely stopped, its hands frozen at the 27th mark. The barcode tattoo on the back of his neck burned incessantly, as if 3 forces within him were still tearing at each other along the remnant pathways of his meridians. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical eye detected an anomaly. From the center of the dissipating translucent silhouette, a high-frequency oscillating wave suddenly erupted. Its wavelength locked onto the neural synchronization zone, its speed far exceeding the limits of human reaction. She didn't shout, nor did she have time to think. She pushed off the ground with her left foot, launching herself diagonally in front of Chen Mo. Her shoulder blade collided with his chest, shoving him violently aside. The impact struck. Her body stiffened abruptly. The holographic interface on her wrist exploded into a mess of garbled code, and the projection vanished. The casing of her left mechanical eye instantly overloaded. The internal circuits melted and burned. A black liquid seeped from the rim of the eye socket, mixing with blood and trickling down her cheek. She fell to her knees, her left hand clamped tightly over her left eye. A dark red fluid laced with metallic fragments oozed between her fingers. "Suppress them?" She coughed up blood, her voice broken but clear. "Use lightning qi, quickly." Chen Mo rolled to the ground upon landing, propping himself up on one knee. He turned his head and saw her collapsing silhouette. The tremor in his right eye intensified. His vision automatically focused on her interior. The nanobot clusters were spiraling out of control. Program errors had triggered an infinite loop of self-replication commands. Dense swarms of microscopic units surged toward the spinal neural bundles, triggering localized necrosis at every point of contact. Her vital signs curve was plummeting by the second. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet, stumbled to her side, and placed his hands on her back just below the shoulder blades. The remnant lightning chi surged from his palms, flowing retrograde along her governor vessel. A high-frequency tremor like an electric current pierced her meridian system, causing a violent repulsion against the rampaging nanobots. Each collision seemed to detonate a miniature thunderbolt inside her body. Her frame convulsed continuously. She bit through her lower lip and blood dripped from her chin onto the scorched earth. When the lightning chi advanced to the cervical vertebra node, the repulsion reached its peak. Her right eye snapped open, her pupils contracting violently as she stared at Chen Mo's blurred reflection. The agony nearly robbed her of her voice, but she didn't scream. Only a muffled grunt escaped her throat. Chen Mo could feel the muscles in her back tighten like iron, then slacken in the next moment as if some defensive line was collapsing. He dared not stop. He adjusted the output intensity to the threshold. Any weaker, and it couldn't suppress the replication cycle, or any stronger, and it would permanently damage her original neural network. His hands began to tremble. Veins bulged on his temples. Blood again seeped from the corner of his mouth. The three streams of chi were still tearing at each other within him, and every mobilization felt like ripping open a wound that had yet to heal. Wave after wave of nanobots were incinerated in the lightning fire. Signals extinguished one by one. Her body temperature began to drop, her breathing grew shallow, but her heartbeat steadied. The last cluster of out-of-control units was cleared from the periphery of her brainstem. The system reset to 0. Leaning against his arm, she slowly tilted her head back, her right eye gazing at his weary face. Her lips moved, her voice so faint it was nearly carried away by the wind. This time, it's my turn to protect you. As the words faded, her eyelids closed and her body went limp. Chen Mo did not let go. He remained kneeling, his arms encircling her protectively. The residual waves of lightning chi still lingered in his palms, and his fingertips twitched slightly. The tear tracks on his face were not yet dry, carving two wet streaks through the dust-caked skin. His right eye still trembled, reflecting the faint light from the rift in the sky that had yet to close, and also reflecting the sight of her left eye casing cracked and smoking. All around the ground was covered in scorched earth. Spiderweb-like cracks extended to the edge of the ruins. A gust of wind swept past the rubble, lifting a wisp of ash that settled on her silver-white hair like a thin layer of frost. He lowered his head, gently pressing his forehead against her shoulder, saying nothing. In the distance, the remaining rift on the mountain ridge still spewed thin mist, but it no longer expanded. The battlefield fell silent. The wind swept ash across the scorched earth, and among the rubble lay Lin Xiaoqi's unconscious body. Chen Mo's knees were buried in the fissures of the cracked ground, his arms still encircling her, his palm pressed against her back. The residual waves of lightning spiritual energy still trembled within his meridians like rusted gears grinding repeatedly in the crevices of his bones. His right eye twitched slightly, and at the edge of his vision lingered the afterimages of data streams, each frame annotating the declining curve of vital signs, but the numbers had blurred into gibberish. He slowly raised his left hand, his fingertip rubbing against the surface of the electronic watch. A diagonal crack had split the glass, and the hand was stopped at the 27th mark, no longer moving. The barcode tattoo on the back of his neck was still burning hot, as if the three strands of spiritual energy within him had yet to return to their places, tearing at each other in the broken remnants of his meridians. He closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. As his chest expanded, it pulled at the fractured ribs, sending a jagged, dull pain through him. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had already shifted away from Lin Xiaoqi's face, turning toward the stone platform rising in the center of the ruins. His step faltered as he moved forward, his left leg muscles twitching, but he did not stop. 1 step, 2 steps, treading over melted metal fragments and charred runic arrays, he advanced toward where the elder of the Yu clan stood. Lei Meng was 5 meters to the side of the stone platform, his exoskeleton armor covered in cracks, his right hand gripping the handle of a high-frequency blade, his knuckles taut. Chewing on a substitute tobacco, he stared fixedly at the translucent figure of the elder. The elder floated above the stone pillar, the outline of his body beginning to emit a faint glow like a lampwick about to be extinguished. His tentacles hung down his rocky shell covered in ancient runes, now peeling off inch by inch, dissolving into fine star-like particles that drifted away. "You say she is of royal blood." Chen Mo stood still, his voice low and hoarse, carrying the remnants of unspent breath. The elder slowly turned his head, his hollow eye sockets reflecting Chen Mo's face. He raised his hand, the movement sluggish, as if resisting some invisible force of gravity. The bloodline is not a curse, but a key. His voice was intermittent like a communicator with a poor signal. Lin Xiaoqi is the last of the royal blood. Only her genes can activate the spirit pivot instrument. Lei Meng suddenly stepped forward, his high-frequency blade drawn its wine-piercing as the edge pressed directly against the elder's neck. "Speak clearly?" He growled, his teeth clenched, the muscles in his cheek twitching. "What happens after activation? Will she die? Speak." The elder did not dodge. He let out a faint laugh, his breath weak. "The reboot will release the sealed, ancient evil spirit." Before the words faded, lightning radiated from within the elder's body, his skin beginning to crack, transforming into countless specks of light that floated upward. His body grew increasingly transparent, his outline blurring. Lei Meng did not sheathe his blade but stood frozen. He stared wide-eyed, his lips moving, but in the end he did not press further. The elder's last wisp of consciousness hung in the air, his voice barely audible. "The sect master never betrayed the world." The specks of light dissipated completely, the final strand of starlight merging into the faint glow of the rift still open in the sky. The stone platform was empty, nothing remained but the howl of wind passing through the broken totem pillars. Chen Mo stood motionless. His right eye still twitched, the words royal blood, evil spirit, and sect master echoing in his ears, looping in his mind like a program error. He clenched the electronic watch in his left hand, his knuckles turning white, the edge of the crack cutting into his palm, seeping blood. Lei Meng slowly sheathed his blade, his chewing motion ceasing. He leaned against the broken stone pillar behind him, the exoskeleton emitting a faint metallic scrape, and asked in a low voice, "What now?" Chen Mo did not answer. He gazed at the residual rift on the distant ridge, a mist still billowed from it, but it no longer expanded. The wind brushed past his feet, lifting a wisp of ash that settled on his shoulder like a thin layer of frost. Wind swept the ashes across the scorched earth as Chen Mo stood still at the edge of the stone platform. The tremor in his right eye persisted like an electric current, repeatedly jolting his nerve endings. He stared at the rift tearing through the sky over the distant ridge. The mist still surged, but its rhythm had changed. No longer an unchecked expansion, but a slow, measured contraction. His left hand still clutched the electronic watch, knuckles white cracks slicing through his palm. Blood trickled along his wrist bone into his sleeve. The pain was real, yet his consciousness began to drift. The words cycling through his mind, royal clan, evil spirits, the gate master never betrayed the world, were abruptly severed by a force, the data stream coalescing into a vertical pillar of light that plunged from the depths of his skull straight down through his spine. A golden eye emerged at the center of his vision. It hung motionless, suspended in the middle of his sight, as if it had always been there. Within its pupil, intricate runes swirled, rotating once before projecting a line of text: "Congratulations on obtaining the identity of spiritual arbiter." Chen Mo instinctively stepped back half a pace, his left hand darting toward the side pocket of his tool bag, ready to retrieve the electromagnetic disruptor. The instant his fingers touched the metal casing, his body froze. It wasn't control, but a voluntary shutdown of his nervous system. His muscles refused to obey, his breathing adjusted automatically, and even his heartbeat steadied. The entire world fell silent. Even the wind sounded like a filtered low-frequency signal. The golden eye slowly rotated, locking onto the rift in the sky. Chen Mo attempted to use the operational logic of the old simulator, inputting an interrupt command through thought. The command had barely formed when it was absorbed by the eye, transformed into a surge of heat that flowed reversely into his meridians. 3 remnants of spiritual energy, thunder, fire, and metal, that had been tearing at each other began to circulate in an orderly fashion, reconstructing pathways along the fractured meridians. He jerked his head up. The space at the edges of the rift was contracting inward like molten glass being pinched together by an invisible hand. The process was slow but irreversible. Radiation dust settled from the air, the wind weakened, and the first raindrop fell onto the scorched earth, striking his forehead with a biting cold. "Who gave you the authority?" he asked in a hoarse whisper. The golden eye remained still. A mechanical female voice echoed from the depths of his consciousness. "This is not punishment but a reward for protecting the balance of the world." As her words faded, the rift had already closed by a third. The rain grew denser, hissing as it struck the molten metal debris. Chen Mo's left fingers loosened. The electronic watch slid from his shoulder and fell into the pile of ash at the edge of the crack. He didn't bother to retrieve it. A memory flashed, the last glimpse of his father before being devoured by sandworms, his mother's back as she threw herself in front of the insects, Lin Xiaoqi's unconscious face, Lei Meng's silent sheathing of his blade. These images no longer crashed chaotically but lined up like archived data. He murmured, "If this is power, then I can no longer let anyone die from the unknown." He raised his right hand palm facing the sky. The golden eye turned in sync, pointing at him. A faint beam shot from its pupil, leaving an extremely thin golden mark on his forehead before vanishing. His skin felt no burning pain nor any rejection from a foreign intrusion, as if the mark had always belonged to him. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his right eye had stopped trembling. He knew something had changed. His body was still wounded with broken meridians yet to heal, and the temperature of the barcode tattoo had just returned to normal. But he could sense the flow of spiritual energy in the air. Not through calculation or simulation, but by seeing it directly. Every fluctuation was a part of the rules, every wisp of dissipating energy awaited guidance. He stood still, facing the closing rift in the sky. Rainwater streamed down the 3 scars on his left cheek, mixing with ash to form dark stains on his collar. The outline of the distant ridge blurred in the rain, but the suturing sky scar remained starkly visible. He didn't move. There was no need to. In this moment, he was no longer a survivor nor a fugitive. He was the point of intervention for the rules, the first node in the system's reboot. The wind ceased. The last wisp of ash fell at his feet like a soft whisper. Rainwater dripped down the ventilation pipe, pooling into a murky puddle on the metallic floor of the control hall. Chen Mo stepped through the water, leaving a trail of wet marks from his work boots. His right eye no longer trembled, the golden pattern on his brow, hidden in the shadow of his hairline. The surveillance screen was still lit, replaying a frame of him standing amidst the ruins. Gaps sealed rain falling like needles. The crowd was blocked at the end of the corridor. A resident representative held a broken radiation meter, the needle stuck in the red zone. "You changed the gap." The person's voice trembled. "Now the spiritual energy outside is chaotic, the purification tower readings are all messed up. You brought this disaster." Chen Mo remained silent. His left hand was empty, the electronic watch buried in the ashes, unnecessary to retrieve. "We do not seek your understanding." Lei Meng emerged from the side corridor, the exoskeleton joints emitting a low hum. He stood in front of Chen Mo, towering over everyone. "But you do not have the right to judge him. He is a monster." Another voice shouted. "Who knows if the next to explode will be the shelter?" The alarm suddenly blared, red lights sweeping across the ceiling. Several modified gun barrels protruded from the compartments, aimed at the center. Lei Meng turned his fist, slamming into the main control console. The screen shattered, sparks flying onto his face. He grasped the smoking frame, his roar vibrating the pipes. "If they fear you, let them fear enough. We do not seek refuge, only the freedom to walk. Let's go now." The gun barrels hesitated and lowered. No one spoke further. Chen Mo moved through the crowd toward the medical area. The access control system was powered down. He pried open the deformed alloy doorframe with his hands. Lin Xiaoqi lay on a mobile stretcher, the oxygen mask covered in a thin mist, her mechanical left eye flickering clearly, having forcibly connected to external surveillance. She heard footsteps and slowly opened her eyes. Her lips moved behind the mask, her voice intermittent. "Go. Find the true answer." Then she raised her right hand, forming a V gesture. Chen Mo stared at the gesture for 2 seconds. He recognized it as the signal she used to connect to the communication channel for the first time when she escaped the research facility at the age of 12. He nodded, the movement slight, as if responding to a certain vow. The data room door was half open. He walked in, closed the door, and leaned against the wall. A golden pupil materialized in his vision, runes slowly rotating. He attempted to connect through the old path of the simulator, the interface flickering 3 times before displaying an error code. Function not fully activated, only basic information projection retained. He closed his eyes, concentrating his mind. On the 3rd attempt, coordinates emerged: latitude 89, 7, longitude 135, 2, the far north icefield. Next stop, the far north icefield. He confirmed quietly, then opened the communication frequency. Logistics team prepare extreme cold gear, complete packing within 3 hours. Heavy footsteps were heard outside the door. Lei Meng's voice came through the door panel. 1/3 of the equipment has been dismantled. Take whatever you can carry. Injured personnel should be prioritized for transfer, Chen Mo said. Understood. He took one last look at the wreckage of the console. The golden pupil slowly faded away. He turned and opened the door, meeting Lei Meng's gaze. The two exchanged no words, walking one in front of the other toward the depths of the corridor. Lin Xiaoqi on the stretcher was pushed out of the medical area by two technicians, her breathing steady, still receiving oxygen. Her hand hung over the edge of the stretcher, her fingertips slightly curled, as if waiting for some command input. Chen Mo paused, glancing back. Wind rushed in through the damaged dome, stirring her silvery short hair. A drop of residual rainwater fell from the end of the pipe, striking the edge of the stretcher and splashing tiny droplets. The wind poured in through the damaged dome, blowing Lin Xiaoqi's silver-white short hair. She lay on a stretcher, an oxygen mask covered in a thin mist, her fingertips slightly curled, as if waiting for some command to be input. Chen Mo stood at the end of the corridor, Lei Meng half a step behind him. The three had been away from the core area of the shelter for 3 hours. The extreme cold gear was packed, and the transport sled was being pulled by two remaining powered engineering robots, slowly traversing the gray-white snowfield. The sky was iron gray with low clouds pressing down, and the spiritual energy readings had been continuously rising since their departure. 10 kilometers ahead is an unshielded area. Lei Meng lowered his head to check the projected map on his exoskeleton, raised his voice, muffled by the windproof mask. Wind speed is 28 meters per second, with a felt temperature of minus 67 degrees. Chen Mo did not respond. His right eye twitched slightly, the golden pattern on his brow flickering in the cold light. A vertical golden pupil slowly emerged in his field of vision, its runes rotating and scanning the environmental variables. 37 data streams scrolled rapidly: pressure gradient, magnetic field disturbance, particle density, thermal radiation, decay rate. Survival probability 37, the text appeared and then dissipated. He looked up. The distant horizon twisted slightly, and a gray-white plume of gas rose from the snow surface, its diameter rapidly expanding. A spiritual energy storm was coming. The howling wind swept in, carrying ice crystals, instantly reducing visibility to 0. Snowflakes struck the surface of the work clothes, creating a series of explosive sounds. One side of the transport sled's tracks got stuck in a frozen ground, cracked, the mechanical arm broke, and the entire device toppled over. Lin Xiaoqi's stretcher slid 2 meters, the securing strap snapping. Lin Xiaoqi. Chen Mo rushed over, reattaching her to the stretcher. Her mechanical eye flickered with red light, displaying fluctuations in vital signs. Lei Meng knelt on one knee, trying to restart the exoskeleton power system. But frost had already formed at the joints, the hydraulic pipes frozen and broken, and the energy core output had dropped to 12. Heating module malfunction. He struck the control panel, and the exoskeleton emitted a piercing alarm. Main drive locked. Chen Mo crouched beside him, reaching out to touch the calf area of the exoskeleton. The metal was as cold as black iron, and a slight tremor was transmitted through his fingertips. Internal structures were undergoing microcracking due to the low temperature. He stood up, his left hand unconsciously rubbing his left wrist. The digital watch had long been buried in the ashes of the shelter, leaving only a shallow mark on his skin. But he still remembered his father's last action before dying, that hand covered in dust pressing firmly on his head, saying, "Hold on. Don't die." A voice suddenly echoed through the communication channel. It was Lin Xiaoqi, intermittent and weak. "I haven't taught you how to repair the nanobots." Chen Mo turned around sharply. She was leaning against the edge of the stretcher, her right hand resting on the medical pod, control interface, blood seeping from her fingertips. The holographic interface was lit. The energy distribution diagram showing a red line that originally supplied her life support system was declining. A branch line had been forcibly cut off, and power was flowing toward Lei Meng's exoskeleton heating module. "What did you do?" Chen Mo growled. "Manual override." She gasped for breath, her left mechanical eyes focus unstable. "Shut down self-check. Free up power. Enough for him to survive." Before she finished speaking, her head tilted, and she fell into unconsciousness. Chen Mo stared at her pale face, the twitching of his right eye intensified. He closed his eyes, and the golden pupil reappeared, recalculating the shield construction plan. A single attribute of spiritual energy could not resist the storm's erosion. A thunderfire was unstable, frost easily dissipated, and the penetrating nature of thunder was strong but hard to form. The 3 types of spiritual energy must operate simultaneously. He took a deep breath and opened his arms. Thunderfire surged from his palms, appearing dark red. Frost rose from his feet, flowing backward along his meridians. Thunder surged within his spine, impacting the Zhongfu point. Before the 3 forces could converge, they began to tear at each other. A sweetness rose in his throat, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The shield barely formed before it exploded. In the second attempt the frost dispersed early and the thunderfire went out of control, burning his right arm's work clothes. He gritted his teeth to maintain the output, guiding the spiritual energy for the third time, synchronizing the thunder frequency with his heartbeat, using frost as the base and thunderfire as the guide, finally allowing the three forces to form a continuously trembling triangular area in front of his chest. The golden pupil projected the resonance frequency curve, and he made slight adjustments to the output rhythm. The shield solidified. The gray-white storm crashed against the transparent barrier, creating ripples. The temperature inside the barrier began to rise, and Lei Meng's exoskeleton emitted a reboot alert. The heating system restored to operation. He struggled to stand, leaning against the outer edge, panting. "Did you hold on?" he asked. Chen Mo did not answer. His knees bent slightly, still standing at the center of the shield, hands extended to maintain structural stability. Sweat ran down his forehead, forming ice beads at his chin. His right eye twitched incessantly, as if an electric current was surging through the nerve endings. "Everyone must survive," he roared, his voice cutting through the howling wind, striking the metal wreckage. The snow accumulated at the shield's edge began to melt, revealing the frozen ground layer underneath. Among the wreckage of the transport sled, a signal light from an engineering robot flickered weakly. In the distance, the storm had slightly weakened and the horizon reappeared. The golden pupil was still operational, showing that the external threat level had decreased to medium risk. Survival probability updated 58. Lei Meng moved his arms, confirming that some functions of the exoskeleton had been restored. He walked over, moving Lin Xiaoqi's stretcher to the innermost part of the shield and covering her with a damaged thermal blanket. "How much longer to the coordinate point?" "Soon," he said. The shield trembled slightly but had not been retracted. Although the storm had weakened, high-energy particle streams still drifted through the air, which could trigger a secondary impact at any moment. He stood still, his hands still raised like a stake driven into the frozen ground. Blood dripped from his fingers, forming dark red ice particles at his feet. Lin Xiaoqi's breathing was steady, but her body temperature had not yet risen. The medical pod's indicator light was yellow with 11 energy remaining. Lei Meng leaned against the edge of the shield, chewing on a piece of synthetic nutrient paste, scanning the surroundings. His exoskeleton had not completely thawed, limiting his movements. The wind stopped for a moment. The snowfield was silent. Only the humming of the shield and the sound of electricity leaking from the machine wreckage could be heard. Chen Mo slowly lowered his head, looking at his palm. Thunderfire, frost, and thunder were still circulating within him, but no longer violently. It was as if they were bound by some new rule, flowing along unfamiliar paths. He did not know whether this could be considered evolution. He only knew that they were still alive. Outside the shield, a new fissured light shadow moved beneath the snow surface like underground lava. In the distance on the horizon, it seemed that contours were faintly emerging beneath the ice layer, but they were not clear. He did not mention it, nor did he move. He just lifted his left hand a little higher, shielding the direction of the stretcher. The snow at the edge of the shield slowly melted away, revealing the grayish-black surface of the frozen soil. Chen Mo's arms hung slightly, his fingertips still tingling from the flow of spiritual energy, while the twitching frequency of his right eye remained unchanged, as if tiny needles were repeatedly piercing the nerve endings. He glanced down at Lin Xiaoqi. She lay on the stretcher, her breathing shallow, and even the medical pod's indicator light still stuck at 11, casting a shadow of yellow light on her pale cheek. Lei Meng leaned against a piece of overturned engineering robot debris, the exoskeleton joints emitting a low-frequency hum, the heating module struggling to circulate energy after rebooting, and a thin layer of frost had formed on his lower legs. He bit open the seal of the synthetic nutrient paste, his chewing stiff, his gaze sweeping across the undulating ice field in the distance. "We can still walk," he said, his voice hoarse. "The sled can drag for a bit." Chen Mo did not respond. His left hand instinctively reached for his wrist. The old scars on his skin had long since scabbed over, yet he could still feel the circle of indentation. He closed his eyes, a golden pattern flashing at his brow, golden pupils emerging as his vision refreshed, showing the wind speed, particle density, and surface thermal radiation curves. 37 data streams swept by, finally locking onto a point at 3 o'clock ahead. 15 meters underground, a massive cavity structure existed with an abnormal thermal gradient that differed from the surrounding ice layer by 41 degrees. "There's something down there," he opened his eyes. "It's not a natural cave." Lei Meng looked up. "Can we enter?" "We have to break the ice." Chen Mo walked towards the remains of the transport sled, pulling out a titanium alloy crowbar from his toolkit. Lei Meng stood up, slotting the high-frequency knife into the back mounting groove assisting in dismantling the remaining powered sections of the engineering robot's tracks. The two of them pieced together a simple sled frame using broken metal brackets securing Lin Xiaoqi's stretcher. The entire process was silent, only the sounds of metal scraping and the wind rushing across the icy surface. Half an hour later, the sled modification was complete. Lei Meng activated the exoskeleton propulsion assistance with Chen Mo leading the way, and the three moved towards the heat source signal. The ground gradually rose the ice thickness, increasing the surface covered with wind-eroded wave patterns. Upon reaching the central point, Chen Mo stopped, crouching down to place his palm on the ice surface. The cold was piercing, but a faint vibration could be felt beneath the ice. He gathered a trace of lightning fire, channeling it through his meridians into his palm. The flame was dark red, not blazing, yet it continuously released heat. The ice surface began to melt, vapor rising as spiderweb-like cracks formed. Lei Meng added strength, using the tip of the high-frequency knife to pierce the crack and cut laterally. The entire ice layer collapsed, revealing a deeply sunken stone staircase below. About 2 meters wide, built of black-gray rock, covered in intricate runes, the steps descending into darkness. The air stirred, carrying a stale chill. "Shall we go down?" Lei Meng asked. Chen Mo nodded. He first maneuvered the sled into the passage and secured it with ropes, then, with Lei Meng's help, lowered it slowly. Lin Xiaoqi entered the passage with the stretcher, her body temperature still not rising. Chen Mo followed closely behind, and finally came Lei Meng. The staircase was steep, with each step landing on an intersection of runes. As his foot fell, a slight tremor was felt beneath, as if the entire relic sensed their presence. At the end of the passage was a spacious hall. The dome soared high, supported by 6 massive pillars, its walls covered in ice layers faintly revealing relief-patterned star trails. Circling a jade seal, 3 concentric circular arrays nested within one another, with inscriptions engraved in seal script at the center. The air was thin, breath misting out, and frost formed again on Lei Meng's exoskeleton shoulder, the system warning of low temperature. "I can't hold on for too long," he murmured. Chen Mo forcefully suppressed the chaotic flow of spiritual energy within him, guiding a trace of lightning fire to circulate through the Zhongwan point, then directing it to the tips of his limbs. The flame was weak, yet it raised the surrounding temperature by half a degree. He looked up at the dome's mural, the golden pattern at his brow, suddenly heating up, and his golden pupils activated, automatically entering scan mode. Streams of rune data surged into view, comparing with fragments of the refuge database, the matching degree rising second by second. Recognizing symbols. Totem comparison completed. Triple star ring, Jinyuan order affiliation, Tianji Pavilion. The last enforcement system before the era of spirit severance, the translation emerged. "This is not an ordinary sect," Chen Mo spoke, his voice echoing in the vastness. "It is the last enforcement agency before the severance of spirits." Lei Meng looked up, the high-frequency knife already gripped in his hand. He stared at the reliefs, his expression serious. At that moment, Lin Xiaoqi's fingers moved slightly. Though she remained unconscious, her left hand instinctively lifted, fingertips touching the groove on the right ice wall. A convergence point of runes shaped like a palm print. At the moment of contact, the entire hall trembled, the ice layer glimmering with a ghostly blue light, and the runes illuminated one by one, spreading upward to the dome. The tremors intensified. The three steadied themselves, Chen Mo quickly stepping back a step, his right hand shielding Lin Xiaoqi. Lei Meng held the knife across his chest, the exoskeleton's power fully activated, the hydraulic pipes roaring. At the center of the ice wall, light and shadow twisted, and a human silhouette gradually emerged. Silver hair reached the waist, a black robe embroidered with star maps, the sleeves adorned with spirit crystals glowing with a cold light. The phantom's expression was calm, its gaze sweeping over the three before finally resting on Lei Meng's face. "You've finally come." The voice was not loud, yet it pierced the air like rusted iron scraping against stone. Lei Meng roared, the high-frequency knife tearing through the air, the blade aimed directly at the phantom's throat. "This time I will kill you completely." The blade passed through the light and shadow unhindered. The phantom remained unmoved, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of its mouth as it chuckled softly. "Kill me. Your daughter will be quite pleased." As the words fell, the temperature in the hall plummeted. Lei Meng's hand holding the knife suddenly froze, his eyes flickering violently, muscles tensing like iron, yet he did not advance another step. The tip of the high-frequency knife trembled slightly, reflecting his distorted shadow. Chen Mo's right eye twitched more vigorously. He stared at the phantom, the golden pattern at his brow burning hot, as if information was trying to force its way into his consciousness. He gritted his teeth to suppress it, his left hand pressing on Lin Xiaoqi's shoulder, confirming she remained in a deep sleep. The medical pod's indicator light flickered the energy unchanged. The phantom did not dissipate. It hovered before the ice wall, its gaze indifferent, as if observing 3 ants that had wandered into a chess game. Seconds later the light and shadow faded, but did not disappear, still lingering in the air like an indelible mark. "We cannot go deeper." Chen Mo spoke, his voice low. "We are not yet prepared to face it." Lei Meng did not respond. He slowly withdrew the knife, reinserting it back into the mounting groove on his back, standing by the side of the hall entrance, leaning against the stone pillar, his gaze fixed on where the phantom had vanished. The frost layer on the exoskeleton shoulder thickened, the system alarm flashing silently. Chen Mo dragged the sled to the edge of the hall, sitting against the giant pillar. He pressed his right hand on the ground, sensing the flow of energy beneath. This was neither spiritual energy nor electromagnetic waves, but a kind of sealed rule power, the pulse frequency completely synchronized with the runes of Tianji Pavilion. With each tremor, the golden pattern at his brow heated up further. Lin Xiaoqi's left hand rested on the medical interface, her fingertips oozing dried blood. She breathed steadily, her eyelashes fluttering, yet she remained unawakened. Chen Mo looked up. The star ring in the dome mural spun quietly, as if it had never changed. His right eye continued to twitch, the lightning, fire, frost, and thunder within him, maintaining a low-frequency resonance, neither collapsing nor merging. Golden pupils hidden deep within his vision did not pop up new prompts. The hall was silent, only the ticking of the exoskeleton's cooling system and the faint pulses emanating from deep underground. Chen Mo leaned against the colossal pillar, his palm still pressed against the ground. The underground pulses continued to emanate, each tremor causing the golden mark on his brow to burn hotter, as though a branding iron were searing beneath his skin. His right eye twitched incessantly, the stinging sensation at the nerve endings more acute than before, as if the entire optic nerve were entangled and tugged by fine threads. He attempted to suppress the anomaly with thunderfire, but the spiritual energy came to an abrupt halt at the Shanzhong acupoint. His meridian seemed clenched by an invisible hand, the flow stagnating and unable to advance. Gritting his teeth, his left hand unconsciously rubbed the old mark left by an electronic watch on his wrist. The skin was rough, the cracks unhealed, the texture more distinct than usual. In that instant, the golden eye activated uncontrollably on its own. His vision shifted abruptly. The starry sky shattered and the earth collapsed. The ruins of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion from 3,000 years ago unfolded before him. The mountain gate toppled, halls consumed by flames, countless corpses strewn among the broken walls and collapsed beams. Disciples clashed with swords, spiritual light interweaving blood, staining the long steps. Spiritual energy rampaged, tearing apart mountains and rivers, while chaotic black mist spewed from the fissures, devouring all living things. The sky held neither sun nor moon, only gaping wounds that pierced the heavens like countless festering eyes opened by deities. At the center of the vision, a figure stood within the core of a star array. Silver hair cascaded to his waist, a black robe embroidered with constellations and spirit crystals on his cuffs glowed with a cold light. The master of the profound void sect formed hand seals, and 3 concentric ring arrays materialized around him, layered one within another, identical to the abyss-suppressing command on the dome mural. He chanted ancient incantations, each syllable heavy, resonating with heaven and earth. The final spiritual abyss fissure slowly closed before him, the world wailing in lament, dust and sand swirling in reverse. His body began to disintegrate. Flesh and blood dissolved into specks of light, drifting away with the wind. His consciousness detached from the corporeal shell, suspended in the void. A whisper pierced through time and space, landing directly in the depths of Chen Mo's consciousness. "They call me a demon." The scene shifted abruptly. Chen Mo found himself standing in the void, with no trace of the relic hall, the colossal pillar, or the icy walls. Only he and that silver-haired figure stood face to face. The master of the profound void sect appeared young, his gaze profound, devoid of the aloofness and detachment from the earlier apparition. He raised his hand, his fingertip lightly touching the scar on Chen Mo's left cheek, the very spot injured by a metal shard in childhood. The movement was slow, almost tender. "But you will understand me, my child." With those words, the memory ceased. The golden eye receded and his vision returned to reality. Chen Mo's eyes snapped open, his breath slightly quickened, his chest rising and falling noticeably. His left hand still pressed against the ground, his palm, sensing the pulse frequency of the underground law power, yet that fluctuation seemed to resonate with the memory he had just experienced. He looked down at his right hand, the fingers trembling faintly, as if the warmth of that touch lingered. He did not move. Still leaning against the colossal pillar, he maintained his seated posture. The medical pod's indicator light still blinked a yellow glow reflecting on Lin Xiaoqi's unchanged face. Lei Meng leaned against another stone pillar, his exoskeleton cooling system dripping rhythmically, the frost layer on his shoulders thickening, unaware of anything amiss. The entire hall was silent save for the faint steady vibrations emanating from deep underground. Chen Mo's gaze no longer focused on the ground. He stared ahead at the icy wall, his eyes piercing through the layer of frost, gazing into the unknown depths. The twitching in his right eye gradually slowed but did not cease. The residual warmth of the golden mark on his brow had not faded, still faintly hot. His right hand slowly lowered, the fingertips brushing against the side of his work pants, touching the titanium alloy blade slot on the edge of his tool pouch. He did not draw it, nor did he speak. A gust of wind swept through the hall's entrance, stirring up a trace of dust. A single strand of blackened hair drifted from the edge of the stretcher, lightly landing on Chen Mo's collar. Wind poured in from the hall's entrance, carrying debris that swirled across the icy floor. Chen Mo still leaned against the massive pillar, his palm pressed flat against the ground, his knuckles turning white. The underground pulse had not ceased. Each tremor sent a faint warmth through the golden mark on his brow, as if an electric current were crawling along his nerves. The twitch in his right eye had slowed but not completely subsided, and the edges of his vision still bore the burn marks left by the fading golden pupils. Lin Xiaoqi sat on the edge of the medical pod, her mechanical prosthetic eye flickering erratically as a stream of garbled code flashed across the holographic interface. She pressed her left hand against her temple, her fingertips cold. The nanite system was experiencing a brief disruption from the resonance of the recent memory. The data breakpoints automatically backtracked, unlocking a blocked underlying log. A scene from the night before the spirit pivot array was activated. The sect master stood at the center of the star chart, both hands placed on the array's core, chanting a sealing incantation instead of a summoning spell. "Not an enemy," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "He was sealing to prevent a rampage." As her words faded, Lei Meng abruptly raised his head. He had been leaning against another stone pillar, the cooling system of his exoskeleton ticking softly, the frost on his shoulders still unmelted. At her words, his right hand had already moved to the tactical knife's holster, his fingers tightening. He didn't look at Lin Xiaoqi nor at Chen Mo. His gaze was fixed on the ice wall ahead, as if an invisible opponent stood there. "A guardian." His voice was low, as if ground out from his chest. "Then who were we fighting against all this way? And what about the awakened ones who were eliminated?" Before his words had even faded, he suddenly pulled out the knife and spun around, slashing at the 1,000-year-old frozen wall beside him. The blade bit into the ice with a harsh screech, followed by a shattering crack. Ice fragments flew in all directions, a chill wind sweeping through the air as the chunks scattered across the ground, revealing faintly flowing patterns beneath the ice. Runic veins of the same origin as the spirit pivot array, pulsing at an extremely low frequency. Lei Meng stood panting heavily, the knife embedded in the cracked ice fissure, his hands still trembling. Not from exertion, but because a rift had been torn in his understanding. He had once believed he was dismantling a flawed order, only to be told now that the architect of that order might have been the only one trying to hold the world together. Chen Mo slowly released his left hand, the old scar from the electronic watch peeling away from his palm. He said nothing, just stood up gradually, the titanium blade slot on his work pants brushing against his fingertips, but he did not draw it. He walked toward the fractured ice surface, crouched down, and traced his fingers over the exposed runic grooves. His spiritual perception extended along the points of contact. The pulse frequency matched the sealing ritual in his memory perfectly. "We are not judges," he finally spoke, his voice not loud, yet it overpowered the wind in the hall. "Nor are we inheritors." He straightened up, the golden mark on his brow glowing faintly. In the next instant, a golden eye snapped open, its light cutting through the cold air like a blade, casting a straight, sharp beam across the ice wall. "We are arbiters," he said. "We must find a balance between the old order and the new." As Lin Xiaoqi listened, the interface on her mechanical arm emitted a soft calibration click. She tied her hair into a high ponytail with a swift motion, the holographic interface stabilizing again, as it began scanning the ice layer's load-bearing data. She gave a light snort. "Finished arguing? Then let's get moving. Data analysis shows the ice layer can only bear the weight for 3 more hours." Lei Meng stared at the beam of light for 2 seconds, then reached out, gripped the knife handle, and yanked it out with a sharp motion. He walked back to Chen Mo and gave him a heavy slap on the shoulder, the force making Chen Mo stumble forward half a step. "Since we're going to be arbiters, don't let these old bones of mine sit idle." Chen Mo nodded. He lifted his foot and brought his boot down hard. Crack. The ice beneath his feet fractured, spreading like a spiderweb. In the depths of the crack, the faint outline of a descending stone staircase could be seen, covered in ice dust, its destination unknown. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes piercing the deep passage. Mist drifted and the ice walls reflected their shadows. No longer scattered but merged into one. Lin Xiaoqi's wrist hologram lit up, recording environmental parameters. Lei Meng gripped the knife tightly, the power module of his exoskeleton humming softly. The residual tremor in Chen Mo's right eye had completely ceased, his golden pupil flickering in and out of sight as if calibrating a newly awakened sense. They stepped forward, their footsteps echoing through the empty hall. The ice behind them continued to crack, the faint sounds like the fractures of time itself. The passage grew darker ahead, but there was already light. Not from above, but a faint blue glow seeping up from below, as if a slumbering order was beginning to awaken. Chen Mo walked at the front, his left hand hanging at his side, the torn edge of the electronic watch scraping against the fabric of his work pants with a soft rustle. The ice beneath their feet continued to crack, the faint sounds spreading like a spiderweb. Chen Mo led the way, the soles of his boots scraping over the remnants of rune grooves, the edge of the cracked screen on his left wristwatch brushing against his work clothes with a soft rustle. The passage sloped downward, the blue glow intensifying. It no longer merely seeped through, but instead cast a solid beam of light from the dome ahead, illuminating the floating ice dust in the air. Lin Xiaoqi followed half a step behind, her mechanical prosthetic eye flashing with calibration signals. A holographic interface floated above her wrist, scanning the terrain in low-power mode. She unconsciously spun the stylus in her left hand. The moment her fingertip touched the metal casing, the emergency protocol activated automatically. The pulse from earlier had not yet fully subsided, and the nanosystem remained on high alert. Lei Meng brought up the rear. Drops of water fell from the heat vents on his exoskeleton's shoulders, quickly turning to frost in the low temperature. He tapped the tactical knife holster with his right hand. His knuckles no longer trembled, but his gaze still swept across the ice walls on both sides, checking their stability. "Stop!" Chen Mo's voice cut through the silence, his feet planted firmly. Ahead, the ground had collapsed into a 3-meter-wide chasm. The stone steps were broken, connected only by a few frozen metal supports. The blue light surged from below the chasm, accompanied by a low-frequency vibration. A faint sensation of weightlessness crept up from the soles of his feet. Chen Mo crouched, pressing his palm against a patch of rock beside the supports that was not covered in ice. The screen on his electronic watch flickered with a wavelength reading. His right eye trembled slightly as his perception extended through the point of contact. The energy flow converged on the dome area ahead, fully connecting with the remnants of the rune network from the previous chapter. He rubbed the edge of his watch, stood up, and pointed to a load-bearing point on the upper left that had not collapsed. "That way." Lin Xiaoqi immediately projected a terrain model, the blue light sketching a 3-dimensional path in the air. She marked 3 safe footholds, swiping her fingertip across the interface to sync the data to the navigation module of Lei Meng's exoskeleton. Lei Meng nodded, tapping the nearest block of solid ice with his knife. The resonance was short and crisp. The structure was intact. The three advanced in turns. Chen Mo leaped onto the first ledge, first reaching out to grab Lin Xiaoqi's wrist and help her up. Lei Meng was the last to jump over his exoskeleton, letting out a dull thud upon landing, the hydraulic rod in his right leg trembling slightly. After another 20 meters, the passage suddenly opened up. The dome soared 10 meters high, and at its center hung a star map composed entirely of pure blue light. Neither carved nor painted, but seemingly formed by countless flowing points of light arranging themselves. The star map rotated slowly, its edges extending 7 bands of light, each pointing in a different direction. One pointed straight into the far north, its brightness far surpassing the others. The frequency of pulses from the rune network on the ground suddenly intensified. The air distorted and gravity briefly fluctuated. Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical arm jerked violently as the nanobot swarm experienced a momentary loss of control. The holographic interface flashed a red warning. She gritted her teeth, rapidly spinning the stylus in her left hand 3 times to force a switch to manual mode. She shut down the affected auxiliary modules, preserving the core control system. The golden mark on Chen Mo's brow throbbed with intensified pain. Golden pupils flickered in his eyes like a faulty projection signal. He closed his eyes, rubbing his electronic watch with his left hand, pressing his thumb over the crack. His heartbeat gradually steadied. When he opened his eyes again, the golden pupils re-emerged, their light stable, reflecting the data stream fed back by the star map. Ascension Project Truth unlocked 50. The text appeared in the center of his vision, then faded. Lei Meng stood at the edge of the star map, checking the ammunition module of his exoskeleton. The low temperature had frozen the power interface, causing a 3-second delay in startup. He patted the heat vent on his shoulder and muttered under his breath. This old buddy wants to retire too. Lin Xiaoqi remotely accessed the system, releasing a microcurrent to thaw the frozen interface. The module returned to normal, the status light turning green. Lei Meng completed his check and looked up toward the exit of the passage. There the ice had been melted into a gap by the light of the star map, letting through a sliver of grayish-white daylight. Then let's move. But next time, can we find a place with some sunshine? Chen Mo chuckled, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Lin Xiaoqi rolled her eyes, but her double buns were tied neatly, and the holographic interface ran steadily. The three walked side by side toward the exit. At the edge of the ice field, the horizon was tinged with orangeade. The morning sun rose, slicing through the clouds like a blade of light, casting dazzling bright spots on the snow. They stepped out of the ruins and onto the first stretch of the road leading to the ancient sect's remains. The blade of dawn slashed across the snowfield, reflecting a blinding white. Chen Mo squinted for a moment, then turned to Lei Meng and Lin Xiaoqi, uttering a single word, "Go." The three of them set foot on the first stretch of the path leading to the ancient sect ruins. After every 5 kilometers, the wind shifted. Chen Mo halted, raising his left wrist. A shard of ice was wedged in the cracked edge of his digital watch. He flicked it gently, and the screen lit up, scrolling through data on wind speed, particle concentration, and heat source trajectories. His right eye twitched faintly, capturing the footprints pressed into the ground. Not those of beasts nor the standard boot prints of the patrol, but the fresh imprints of a privately modified exoskeleton, mingled with dragging marks heading toward the shelter. Someone's been inside, he said. Lin Xiaoqi switched her cybernetic eye to infrared mode, scanning the frozen earth ahead. Half a second later, she dismissed her holographic interface. More than one group. Near the East District ventilation shaft, there are records of 3 different heat sources entering and exiting, concentrated between 2 and 4 last night. Lei Meng chewed on his tobacco substitute, rapping his knuckles against the shoulder plate of his exoskeleton, which produced a dull echo. When we left, the East District was under curfew. The three exchanged glances and changed direction. The alloy gate at the main entrance of the shelter stood half open with scratch marks from forced entry on the rusted tracks. The sentry post that should have been manned was empty, the console dead, the surveillance screen black. Chen Mo crouched, wiping a finger across the dusty floor. It came away with a layer of grease. Cheap lubricant commonly used on the black market. Unauthorized personnel, he said, standing up and brushing the dust from his fingers. Before entering the living quarters, the laughter of children should have rung out in the morning light. But today the alley was unnervingly silent. An old man who usually sat at his door mending shoes saw them approaching and immediately rushed to gather his drying laundry. His movements hurried. Through a crack in a nearby door, a little girl withdrew her head and the door clicked shut. Lin Xiaoqi murmured, "Are we the plague?" Lei Meng didn't answer, his gaze sweeping over the ventilation duct above. A camera should have been there, now only an empty shell remained. He tapped the slot for his tactical knife, his knuckles turning white. "It's quieter than when we were at our most desperate." They continued inward. A short queue had formed at the water purification station, each person holding a single empty bottle. 2 women stood at the end of the line, their voices low, but still captured by Lin Xiaoqi's auditory enhancement module. "Your family took an extra half tube of nutrient paste. Who told your man he wouldn't go to the front line for patrol? Rations are cut, tasks are increased. If I don't take a little more, my kids will have nothing to eat." Lin Xiaoqi pretended to adjust the filter of the water purifier, recording the conversation without a sound. The data synced to the terminal with keywords marked: ration cuts, increased patrol frequency, uneven resource distribution. Lei Meng went to the armory. Old Zhang, an acquaintance, used to be a logistics officer in the special forces. They had worked together for 3 years. But today, when the man saw him, his eyes shrank, and he immediately turned his back to tidy the shelves. "How have things been lately?" Lei Meng asked. Old Zhang didn't look up. "Don't meddle too much. People have been disappearing recently." "Who?" "Night watchmen, supply runners, even the clerks who register supplies. People vanish and their records are wiped too." He paused, his voice dropping even lower. "People have been coming and going through the East District underground tunnels, but no one's reported it." "You? Be careful." Lei Meng nodded and left. At the end of the corridor, several figures quickly ducked into a side alley, a flash of their clothing, revealing a corner of fabric. Dark gray, embroidered with the dark pattern of a gear entwined with a serpent and a sword. the mark of the black market's 7th guild. At 11:17 p.m., the shelter entered low-power mode. Lighting was halved and the heating was turned down to the bare minimum. Chen Mo sat on the metal-framed bed in his room. His digital watch connected to the terminal projecting a simple diagram. Using the tip of a pen, he tapped the screen, marking out anomalous nodes one by one. Over the past 2 weeks, the consumption of water purification chips had risen by 47, and the procurement of energy cells had increased by 63. The legal quotas for both items had long been maxed out, yet actual usage far exceeded the standard. Flow records indicated that 82 of this was concentrated in the East District's underground levels 3 through 5. Abandoned old maintenance tunnels that in theory should have no large-scale demand for electricity. He encrypted the data and sent it to Lin Xiaoqi's terminal. 2 minutes later, a reply popped up. These transaction volumes are already 3 times over the legal limit, unless someone has privately expanded the black market node. Chen Mo stared at the line of text, his left hand unconsciously rubbing the edge of his watch. The crack in the casing pressed against his fingertip, sending a faint pain through him. He remembered the last movement his father made before he died. The same gesture, stroking his watch over and over as if he could scrape time out of it and trade it for his life back. "It's not a struggle," he whispered. "Someone is manufacturing it." Lin Xiaoqi didn't reply immediately. The terminal showed she was still cross-referencing, pulling up the power load curves for the past 3 months. 10 seconds later, a new message appeared. In the East District B3 to B5. There were 3 unscheduled grid fluctuations last week, each lasting between 11 and 14 minutes. The fluctuation peaks matched the startup characteristics of high-power smelting equipment. Chen Mo closed his eyes, his right eye twitching. He pieced the clues together in his mind: illegal expansion, concealed power usage, abnormal outflow of supplies, rising anxiety among the residents. This wasn't chaos, it was precise manipulation. Someone was stoking tension, turning resources into a weapon. He opened his eyes. The screen of his digital watch reflected the 3 scars on the left side of his face. In the cold light, they looked like 3 trails of frozen blood. Footsteps sounded from outside the door, heavy and slow. It was Lei Meng. He stopped at the door, not knocking, just standing there, as if to confirm the light was still on inside. Chen Mo didn't look up, only said, "There's something in the East District underground." Lei Meng was silent for a few seconds, his voice hoarse. "I know. Old Zhang didn't come back last night. His daughter reported him missing this morning." In the room, the light from the digital watch cast a glow on the wall like a tombstone that would never pulse. Lin Xiaoqi closed her terminal interface, unplugged the cable, and leaned back against a metal crate in the corner of the workshop. Her silver hair was disheveled, her top knot half undone. The blue standby light of her cybernetic eye flickered like a star that refused to go out. She wasn't asleep. She was waiting for the next data packet. Lei Meng returned to his dormitory, took off his exoskeleton armor, and placed it by the bed. He didn't lie down. He sat on the edge of the bed, continuing to chew his tobacco substitute. The surveillance screen was black, but he knew that some images were clearer with his eyes closed. Most areas of the shelter had their lights out, but a few faint rays of light still seeped through door cracks, accompanied by muffled arguments, the cries of children, and the sounds of objects being moved. Someone was reinforcing their door, someone was taking inventory, someone was writing a will. Chen Mo sat at the table, staring at the resource flow map on his digital watch. The sketch was already filled, the tip of his pen hovering over a certain node in the East District's underground tunnels. His right hand slowly rose, his thumb gently rubbing across the crack in the watch. Wind blew in from the vent, stirring an unsecured supply list in the corner of the wall. The pages flipped, revealing 3 words written in red on the back: "Save me." The red light of the emergency lamp rotated above the corridor, casting shadows on the walls that looked like they were seeping blood. Chen Mo's fingers lingered at the edge of the crack in the electronic watch, and the words "Save me" on the paper were turned over by the wind, the edges of the sketch charred. He stood up, leaving the projection on. The footsteps outside were more hurried than before, the rhythm of metal boots striking the ground in disarray. Lin Xiaoqi's voice came through the headset: "The heat source density at B1 Central Square has doubled as someone is raiding the water supply station." Chen Mo grabbed the tool bag and slung it over his shoulder, then pushed the door open. Lei Meng was already waiting for him in the corridor, his exoskeleton armor, half deployed, the electromagnetic pulse module in his right arm, humming as it warmed up. He chewed on the last piece of tobacco, substitute, his cheeks bulging slightly, as he said, "Old Zhang's daughter was just dragged out from the ventilation shaft. She is alive but has gone insane from fright." The 3 of them hurried through the side path of the living area. The closer they got to the central square, the more turbid the air became. The crowd was packed in front of the water supply station, their shouts drowning out the alarm's fading sounds. Several teams of Awakened surrounded the supplier, one of which was wearing modified combat suits emblazoned with a trident symbol on their chests. This was the Cracked Spine Group, often found haunting the Eastern District. A member of the Cracked Spine Group raised an energy blade, pointing it directly at an old civilian standing next to the water purification device. The old man was clutching a bottle of freshly collected purified water, his hands trembling violently. "Take another bottle and I'll chop off one hand," the blade wielder sneered. The blade flashed down. Lei Meng moved. He smashed through the wall of people blocking his path, his left shoulder armor deploying a barrier which clashed against the tip of the blade with a loud clang. With a swift backhand, he struck the opponent's wrist, the sound of breaking bones clear and distinct. The energy blade fell to the ground, sparks flying. "Who gave you the authority to enforce the law?" Lei Meng's voice was not loud, but in the chaos it rang like a hammer striking a bell. The two teams of the Cracked Spine Group immediately scattered their formation. A team using earth element spiritual techniques sprang up from the ground, 3 stone spikes shooting up from beneath Lei Meng's feet. He pushed off the ground and leapt the exoskeleton's thrusters, giving a short burst, twisting his body midair, his right leg sweeping to kick one person away, crashing them against the wall. Another team unleashed fireballs, which he redirected using the heat-dissipating fins on his back, igniting the ceiling cables. Smoke billowed up. Chen Mo did not advance. He leaned against the broken distribution box, his right eye twitching slightly as his gaze scanned the crowd. Among the fighters, 7 individuals exhibited anomalous synchronized spiritual fluctuations, their frequencies progressing in a sawtooth pattern, indicating it was not spontaneous behavior. He whispered to Lin Xiaoqi, "Record the biological signals of all the combatants with a focus on marking the heartbeat resonance segments." Locked in. Lin Xiaoqi crouched behind the cover on the west side, a holographic interface materializing on her wrist as her fingers moved quickly. The data of 6 individuals is abnormally consistent, as if triggered by the same signal. Lei Meng had already dealt with the first wave of attacks. With the electromagnetic pulse module fully charged, he pressed a button on his shoulder, a wave of blue energy spreading out, causing 3 Awakened who were about to form a formation to convulse and fall to the ground. The remaining 2, sensing the danger, attempted to retreat, but Lei Meng pursued them, grabbing the last one's collar and forcing him to kneel on the ground, his knee pressing against the man's lower back. "Who sent you here?" The man gritted his teeth, refusing to answer. Lei Meng increased the pressure, the hydraulic system of his armor emitting a low compressive sound. Finally, the opponent spoke. "We just want to survive. Then go somewhere else to live." Lei Meng released his grip, drawing out a tactical dagger and plunging it into the ground before the man. "Next time you make a move, check if you have the qualifications to stand and speak." The crowd fell silent for a few seconds. Just then, a crimson gold electric arc suddenly shot up from the ruins of the water supply station, crashing down to the ground. Concrete exploded, creating a 3-meter-deep pit, scorched earth rising with blue smoke and cracks spreading like spider webs to the feet of the onlookers. Chen Mo stood above a remnant of electric sparks lingering in his palm. He did not look at anyone, merely stating, "Next time it won't be a warning." The crowd instinctively recoiled. Several Awakened who had been charging in secret withdrew their hands and melted into the shadows. The remaining members of the Cracked Spine Group helped each other, dragging their injured comrades quickly out of the Eastern District passage. The central square was left mostly empty, with only a few ordinary residents huddled against the walls, none daring to pick up the bottles that had fallen to the ground. Lin Xiaoqi closed the terminal, walking up to Chen Mo and lowering her voice. "Those 6 individuals have faint residual spiritual waves in their bodies, the frequency matching the fluctuations of the power grid from last night. This was not a spontaneous riot. It was a remote-triggered stress response." Chen Mo rubbed the edge of his electronic watch with his left hand, his gaze directed towards the shadowy entrance of the ventilation shaft in the distance. There were fresh scratch marks on the edge of the well cover, as if left by heavy equipment coming in and out. He said nothing, but his stance shifted, his center of gravity, moving forward, his right hand hanging down with his fingertips slightly spread, ready to summon lightning and fire at any moment. Lei Meng approached, his shoulder armor, dented smoke wafting from the heat dissipation vent on his right arm. He spat out the remnants of the tobacco in his mouth, staring at the ventilation shaft, his voice hoarse. "They knew we would come." Lin Xiaoqi glanced up at the overhead pipe, her mechanical eye switching to spectrum mode. After a brief scan, she whispered, "There is still a signal being looped, very weak, hidden in the background radiation. The source is not on this level." Chen Mo finally spoke. "They are waiting below." The 3 of them stood still. The lighting system of the shelter flickered, the power supply still unstable. In the distance, the dull thud of a metal door closing echoed, as if some secret passage had been locked again. The red light of the emergency lamp continued to spin overhead, while the power supply system emitted intermittent buzzing sounds. Fresh scratches lingered on the edge of the metal cover of the ventilation shaft. Chen Mo stood still, slowly retracting his right hand as the electric arc dissipated from his fingertips. He did not glance back at the deep well, but instead turned to walk towards the ruins of the water supply station. Lin Xiaoqi crouched beside the water purification device, her mechanical eye switching to internal perspective mode. The filter cartridge was severely clogged with a thick layer of crystalline deposits adhering to the inner walls of the pipes. She raised her wrist and a holographic interface popped up displaying a three-dimensional structure diagram with data stream scrolling rapidly. The efficiency of the main filtration unit has dropped to 8, and the voltage of the pyrolysis module is unstable. Operating for over 2 hours will lead to overload. Lei Meng leaned against a broken concrete pillar, the heat dissipation vent of his exoskeleton arm still emitting wisps of smoke. He chewed on a newly replaced tobacco substitute, scanning the edges of the square with his gaze. A few residents huddled in the corner, their lips cracked, some holding empty water bottles without moving. The air was filled with a mingled scent of rust and poverty. Chen Mo approached the damaged distribution box, running his left hand along the edge of the electronic watch. His right eye twitched slightly, revealing a translucent interface in his field of vision. The spiritual root simulator was activated. 100 virtual paths unfolded, each representing a different combination of energy input and mechanical adjustment. He imported the device structure diagram sent by Lin Xiaoqi into the simulation space and began filtering for the optimal parameters. The first path attempt failed. The electromagnetic frequency was too high, causing the catalytic mesh to melt prematurely. The second path was interrupted. The pyrolysis distillation rhythm was imbalanced, resulting in a ruptured condensation tube. After the 17th iteration, Chen Mo locked onto path 37, a low-energy, high-circulation mode. This plan increased the net water purification rate by 40 by adjusting the electromagnetic filtration frequency and the intermittent pyrolysis rhythm. However, the prerequisite was to reconfigure the flow valve group and replace the 3 main control pipes. "We need to remove the outer shell," he said. Lei Meng immediately stepped forward. The exoskeleton armor expanded into operational mode, and the hydraulic arm locked onto the fixed bolts of the water purification device. He applied pressure with both hands, a sharp metallic distortion sound echoing. 3 rusted joints were stuck and unyielding. Lin Xiaoqi took out a swarm of nanobots and injected them into the seams for molecular-level cutting. Amidst the sparks, the last bolt shattered. Chen Mo opened his toolkit, retrieving a portable welding gun and spare tubing. Lin Xiaoqi removed the electromagnetic shielding layer from her work uniform, cutting it into pieces to create a temporary ion adsorption membrane. Lei Meng precisely exerted force with his exoskeleton arm, replacing the deformed main pipe. The entire process was devoid of unnecessary dialogue, filled only with the sounds of tools clashing and the fading echoes of system alarms. 20 minutes later, the modification was complete. Chen Mo connected to the main control circuit and initiated the testing program. The device emitted a low rumbling sound, and the first wave of water flowed out murky and yellow, mixed with flocculent impurities. 5 minutes later, the water quality gradually cleared. The detector's values fluctuated before finally settling in the drinkable range. The water output has recovered to 78 of pre-disaster levels. Lin Xiaoqi confirmed. Chen Mo stood beside the device, gazing at the steady stream of clear water flowing from the outlet. He pressed the record button, saving the optimized parameters into the local database. Lin Xiaoqi synchronized the upload to the public terminal, granting access to the basic maintenance manual. Around the central square, crowds began to gather. An elderly woman approached, leaning on a cane, carrying a plastic bucket. She hesitated for a moment before finally stepping forward to collect water. The sound of water flowing into the container attracted more attention. Some followed suit and stood in line. Voices arose. "Who knows how long it will last? It might break down again tomorrow." Lei Meng walked over, positioning himself at the front of the line. He said nothing, merely resting his hand on the tactical dagger at his waist, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. The commotion quieted down. 2 hours later, the water flow remained stable. A young man silently set down a wrench at the edge of the maintenance area before turning to leave. Next came several batteries and a fragment of a solar panel. No one spoke, but beside the pile of tools, there was an additional bottle of sealed, purified water. Chen Mo lowered his head to check the operational data, unconsciously rubbing the edge of his electronic watch with his left hand. The device status was normal and the energy consumption curve was stable. Lin Xiaoqi stood 3 steps to his right, her mechanical eye continuously scanning the water quality spectrum, while the holographic interface on her wrist displayed a straight purification curve. Lei Meng leaned against the wall at the entrance of the water supply station, the heat dissipation vent of his exoskeleton arm still emitting light smoke. He chewed on a new tobacco substitute, his eyes wide open. Footsteps echoed from the distant corridor, growing closer. The footsteps from the distant passageway grew clearer. The dull thud of boots on gravel, a chaotic rhythm yet purposeful in direction. Chen Mo did not lift his head. His left hand still caressed the edge of his electronic watch while his right eye twitched slightly. Not due to the simulator but from ingrained vigilance. He stared at the water flow curve from the outlet of the water purification unit. The data was stable, energy consumption normal. Lin Xiaoqi crouched beside the unit. The blue light of her mechanical prosthetic eye flickered, and a holographic interface hovered above her wrist, scrolling through water quality spectra and ambient electromagnetic fluctuations. Lei Meng leaned against a concrete pillar, spinning a tactical knife between his fingers before sheathing it at his waist. He chewed on a tobacco substitute, his gaze sweeping across the empty square after the crowd had dispersed. The footsteps halted at the edge of the maintenance zone. 5 or 6 figures stood at the fringe of the emergency light's red glow, dressed in a motley mix. Some carried tool bags, others had old bandages wrapped around their arms. They did not approach. They simply watched the operating water purification unit, then turned their eyes to Chen Mo and the other 2. A young man stepped out from the crowd. He was in his early 20s, thin, with frayed cuffs on his work clothes, holding a deformed multimeter. He stopped 3 paces away, his voice low but clear. I tried to fix it. 3 times. The last time I nearly blew the control board. Chen Mo looked up. I don't understand the structure like you do, the young man said, lowering his head to look at his hands. But I can wire things, solder circuits, and go out to check lines. I didn't come alone. The few of us used to handle water and electrical maintenance at another shelter. We got kicked out. The 7th Black Market Guild took over the resource points and doesn't recognize technical people. Lin Xiaoqi tapped lightly on her wrist interface, whispering, the signal interference source is gone. There was microwave surveillance just now, it's cut off now. Chen Mo nodded, saying nothing. The young man took half a step forward. I want to form a mutual aid group. Not relying on the guild, not waiting for handouts from above. Fix our own equipment, manage our own distribution. What you did today makes me think it's possible. Lei Meng spat out the remnants in his mouth, fixing his gaze on him. What's your name? Zhang Yi, the young man said. Used to be a technician at the South City power plant. Now, just a fugitive. Lin Xiaoqi stood up, brushing the dust off her work clothes. Have the people you brought been registered by the black market? We've all escaped 2 rounds of purges, Zhang Yi said. No one wants to be priced and sold again. Chen Mo finally spoke. Why come to me? Because you don't snatch things by force and you don't wait for orders. Zhang Yi looked at him. You solve problems. And you change the system's underlying logic, not just patch the holes. Chen Mo was silent for a moment, then slowly released his right hand from where it had been pressing on his tool bag. He walked over to the water purification unit, opened the side panel, and took out a recording chip, handing it over. The parameters are open source, and I've put the maintenance manual on the public port. If you want to build a team, you can share these. Zhang Yi took the chip, his fingers tightening around it. But don't use the open network to transmit it, Chen Mo said. The 7th Guild monitors traffic. Zhang Yi nodded and tucked the chip into an inner pocket. The others came forward one by one. Some left a wrench, others a battery. No one spoke. They simply placed the items at the edge of the maintenance zone, then retreated into the shadows. The square fell silent again. Lin Xiaoqi crouched back down, continuing to scan the water quality. Lei Meng still leaned against the pillar, but his hand now rested on the control valve of his exoskeleton's right arm, ready to activate defense mode at any moment. Chen Mo stood still, his left thumb repeatedly rubbing across the glass face of his electronic watch. His thoughts traced back. The expansion node discovered in Chapter 51, the black market markings in the secret passage, and the night transactions old Zhang had mentioned before he disappeared. The clues had never been severed, they just lacked an outlet. Footsteps sounded again, this time from a single person. Zhang Yi returned, circling behind Chen Mo, lowering his voice. In the last 3 days, 5 shipments have gone missing. It's not wastage. They've been intercepted. Water filter cartridges, energy modules, high-frequency oscillators. All strategic-grade supplies. The buyer is a black market merchant, but not an ordinary dealer. They carry encrypted beacons, the kind of identification codes only high-level figures have. Chen Mo's right eye twitched. They bring in goods at midnight triple, the price cash settlement leaving no trail. But I know a porter who said these people don't use the main passage for transport. They use abandoned ventilation shafts. Destination unknown. Zhang Yi paused. I think they're stockpiling. Not to sell, to control. Lin Xiaoqi switched her mechanical eye to an encrypted frequency scan. Confirming no signal residue in the vicinity, she tapped twice on her wrist interface to signal safety. Chen Mo turned and walked toward Lei Meng. The two exchanged a glance, no words needed. Lei Meng nodded, indicating he had heard. Do you have a chain of evidence? Chen Mo asked. No direct footage, Zhang Yi shook his head. But they're coming again tonight. Word is it's the last run. If they really want to monopolize the system, they'll create another round of shortages next. Just like the water supply collapse last time. Lin Xiaoqi straightened up, a strand of hair falling before her eyes. She raised her hand and tied her hair into a high ponytail. A habitual gesture she made when preparing to delve into a complex problem. Information rapidly connected in Chen Mo's mind: abnormal resource flow, use of secret passages, escalating panic among residents, frequent conflicts. This was no natural crisis but man-made manipulation. The black market merchants were not opportunists profiting from the fire. They were the arsonists. We can't wait for them to make a move, Lei Meng said in a low voice. Next time it might not just be about stealing water. Chen Mo looked at the steady stream of purified water flowing from the unit, then turned his gaze to the deep shadowy entrance of the passageway in the distance. He knew that maintaining order here was important, but if the puppeteer behind the scenes continued to sow chaos, all repairs would become nothing more than repetitive labor. He took a portable terminal from his tool bag, pulled up a three-dimensional map of the shelter, and pinpointed several potential black market connection points. His finger slid across the screen, marking 3 possible routes. Tomorrow at 6 a.m. Disguised as scrap recyclers, Chen Mo said. We'll go through the collapsed alley in the East District via the underground pipe network and feel our way to the peripheral trading point. Lin Xiaoqi input coordinates for calibration. I can provide remote thermal and signal monitoring, but I can't stray too far from the water purification system, or the water quality monitoring will be interrupted. I'll hold the fort here, Lei Meng said. You go. Chen Mo nodded and put away the terminal. He made a final check on the unit's operating status, and after confirming no anomalies, he shut down the main control panel. Zhang Yi stood not far away, not approaching further. He simply cast a silent glance at Chen Mo, then turned and disappeared into the entrance of the southeastern passage. The maintenance zone returned to silence. Lin Xiaoqi crouched back beside the unit. The blue light of her mechanical eye flickered, continuously scanning every drop of flowing water. Lei Meng leaned against the pillar, chewing on a new tobacco substitute, his gaze never leaving the perimeter of the square. Chen Mo stood at the edge of the maintenance zone, his left hand stroking his electronic watch, his right eye twitching slightly. He was recording the black market leads into his portable terminal. His finger paused over the action plan field for a second before pressing save. The terminal screen went dark. At 5:47 in the morning, the temperature in the corridor was -6 degrees Celsius, and the air dust content exceeded the standard threefold. Chen Mo pressed forward along the concrete remnants of the East District collapse alley, the friction of his radiation-proof suit's shoulders against the rubble emitting faint rustles. His left hand pressed against the surface of his electronic watch, his right eye trembling slightly, as he scanned the thermal imaging outline of the pipe network corner ahead. Lin Xiaoqi's voice came through the bone conduction module in his ear. 10 meters ahead, at the intersection of the ventilation shafts, main trunk, 3 abnormal breathing frequencies detected, irregular intervals, not patrol personnel. Lei Meng followed 2 steps behind his exoskeleton's hydraulic system in silent mode, the electromagnetic pulse emitter on his right arm already precharged. He chewed on a tobacco substitute, tapping the hilt of his tactical dagger with his knuckles, and said in a low voice, not a patrol. An ambush. Chen Mo didn't turn around, his fingertips slid across the side of his tool pouch, unlocking the titanium blade ejection mechanism. He slowly retreated to the edge of the corner, holding his breath. The cross-section of the pipe network ahead was about 2 meters high, with rusted iron frames draped in cables, the ground covered in semi-solidified industrial gel. 3 figures lurked behind the second support pillar, their spiritual energy fluctuations rising in jagged patterns as they gathered power. Move, Chen Mo whispered. Before the words faded, a burst of crimson flame exploded from behind the left pillar, the shockwave of spiritual energy crashing into the shoulder shield that Lei Meng had already deployed. A piercing metallic screech rang out as Lei Meng was pushed back half a step, his feet carving deep grooves into the gel layer. He raised his right arm, and the micromissile array on his shoulder clicked open, 3 spike-tipped missiles whistling forth to detonate a plasma net above the enemies. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure rolled to evade, while a second leaped up, hands forming seals, and a blade of earthy yellow spiritual energy slashed toward Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo sidestepped and slid the blade springing from his right arm, sparks flying as he parried. The third enemy dropped from an overhead pipe, black chi coalescing in his palm, as he aimed straight for Lin Xiaoqi's hiding spot. Lei Meng bellowed, his exoskeleton's feet slamming into the ground as thrusters spewed white mist, and he charged into the fray like a heavy war chariot. His left fist shot out, trailing a sonic boom, smashing the airborne enemy into the ground. His right arm's pulse emitter, fully charged, emitted a fan-shaped arc of electricity, with a hum forcing all 3 enemies back against the wall. Suppressive fire! Lei Meng roared. Chen Mo ceased his entanglement, using the momentum to retreat 3 steps, pressing both hands to the ground, as his Thunderfire Spirit Root instantly activated. Arcs of electricity shot from the cracks in the ground, blue-white currents spreading like a spiderweb, sealing off all escape routes. The last enemy tried to break through the electric net, but the moment he touched the arc's edge, his entire body convulsed, and he fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Lei Meng approached the fallen man, stepping on his hand that held a talisman, then leaned down to pull off his mask. The man's face was covered in scars, his pupils dilated, and a suicide capsule was clenched between his teeth. Lei Meng reached out and broke his jaw, the capsule falling out, which he picked up with his dagger and tossed into a distant puddle. Rogue awakened, no brand, no organization markings. Lei Meng straightened up, scanning the other 2. One had a broken neck and was already still, the other had severe burns on his back and was still gasping for breath. Lin Xiaoqi emerged from behind, cover her mechanical prosthetic, scanning the residual energy traces on the battlefield with a blue light. Confirmed all 3 were temporary hires, no biosignal binding records. They should be peripheral enforcers for the black market's 7th chamber of commerce. The beacon they carried has residual high-level encryption segments. Chen Mo retracted his blade, walked over and crouched before the still-breathing man, his left hand still touching the electronic watch. He stared into the man's eyes, his voice calm. "Who sent you? Where's the transaction point?" The man grinned, blood frothing from the corner of his mouth. "Kill me? You won't find it. The goods were shipped long ago." Before he finished, his carotid artery suddenly ruptured, blood gushing out. Chen Mo quickly retreated to avoid the splatter. Lei Meng frowned. "Remote detonation of a vascular capsule. The control chain is tighter than we thought." Lin Xiaoqi stepped forward swiftly, using tweezers to pick up the fallen beacon fragments and placing them in a sealed bag. "I can still extract some data. Tracing the signal source will take about 40 minutes. But their equipment was wiped remotely, leaving only the shell." Lei Meng shut down the exoskeleton's main engine, white mist venting from the heat sinks. He leaned against a pillar, chewing on a new tobacco substitute, his gaze sweeping into the depths of the corridor. "We've been exposed." Chen Mo stood up, looking toward the end of the pipe network. It was pitch black there, with only the faint red glow of emergency lights in the distance. Exposure was inevitable, but their attempt to stop the investigation with force means the supplies haven't been fully transferred yet. Lin Xiaoqi adjusted the interface on her wrist, a holographic projection displaying the beacon's frequency spectrum. "I can reverse engineer the signal's frequency hopping pattern, but it'll need a stable power source." "How much longer can the backup batteries at the water purification unit last?" 8 hours, Chen Mo said. "You go back and handle it. We'll take care of things here." Lei Meng nodded. "I'll guard this side. You go support her." Chen Mo shook his head. "We'll go together. Since the enemy set an ambush, the transaction point must be prepared. Solo action is too risky." Lin Xiaoqi tied her hair into a high ponytail, a habit of hers, when gearing up for deep analysis. "Then we'll advance simultaneously. I'll decode as we move. The signal strength is decaying by the minute." The 3 began to move. Lei Meng took point, his exoskeleton in low-power alert mode, shoulder shields still deployed. Chen Mo walked in the middle, his right hand resting on the tool pouch zipper, ready to retrieve combat components at any moment. Lin Xiaoqi brought up the rear, manipulating her interface, as she walked, a blue glow dancing across her face. The corridor gradually sloped downward and the air humidity increased. 20 meters in fresh tire tracks appeared on the ground, mixed with the tread marks of heavy transport equipment. Lin Xiaoqi stopped to scan. "There's signal residue here. Large cargo passed through at least 2 hours ago." Lei Meng crouched to examine the tracks, not standard shelter specifications, more like modified snow transport vehicles. The direction, 30 degrees north by west. Chen Mo pulled out a portable terminal bringing up a 3D map of the underground pipe network and marked the only abandoned branch line leading to that location. Take this route. Lin Xiaoqi input the coordinates for calibration. I can increase tracking accuracy to within 5 meters, but it'll need 10 minutes to build the model. That's enough, Chen Mo said, putting away the terminal. We still have time. Lei Meng stood up, brushing the dust off his knees. He glanced at Chen Mo, then at Lin Xiaoqi. Nice teamwork back there. Chen Mo said nothing, merely lightly rubbing the edge of his electronic watch. Lin Xiaoqi looked up, her mechanical prosthetic eye flickering with blue light, then lowered her head to continue operating the interface. From deep within the corridor came the sound of distant footsteps, their rhythm chaotic, the number of people unclear. The three stopped simultaneously. Lei Meng's right hand rested on the exoskeleton's control valve. Chen Mo slowly drew his blade, and Lin Xiaoqi shut down the projection interface, melting into the shadows. The footsteps drew closer, mixed with muttering. There's a fight up ahead. Someone's using real firepower. Not seventh chamber people. They're outsiders. Heavy firepower. The higher-ups want us to keep watch, don't get close. The voices gradually faded away. Chen Mo released the blade's lock, saying in a low voice, "The news has already spread." Lei Meng spat out the residue in his mouth and sneered. "Let them spread it. From today on, no one will be able to manipulate resources in the shadows anymore." Lin Xiaoqi reactivated her interface. The signal model was complete. She looked up, tracking path locked. "Shall we move out?" Chen Mo nodded and took the first step. Lei Meng followed closely, the joints of his exoskeleton emitting faint hydraulic sounds. Lin Xiaoqi packed up her equipment and quickly caught up. At the end of the corridor, a rusted metal door stood half open, revealing a vast underground space beyond, with the outlines of stacked cargo crates faintly visible. Wind blew in, carrying a mix of oil and icy snow. Chen Mo stood before the door, his left hand brushing across the glass face of his electronic watch, his right eye still trembling slightly. He didn't enter immediately, but turned to look at the two behind him. Lei Meng chewed on his tobacco, substitute his gaze steady. Lin Xiaoqi stood at his side, and slightly behind, strands of hair falling before her eyes, her finger hovering over the activation key on her wrist interface. The three exchanged glances for a moment, no words needed. Chen Mo pushed open the door and stepped into the darkness. The rusted metal door slowly closed behind Chen Mo, emitting a dull grinding sound. The cargo area was spacious inside, with stacked crates forming a labyrinthine outline, and the air was thick with a blend of machine oil and snow. The residual energy fluctuations deep within the passage had been marked by Lin Xiaoqi as low threat level. The tracking signal source continued to attenuate, but the model had already locked on. Lei Meng stood inside the door. The shoulder armor of his exoskeleton slightly depressurized, and the hydraulic system switched to low-power mode. He chewed on a tobacco, substitute his gaze, sweeping the surroundings, his right hand still resting on the handle of his tactical dagger. "No signs of life, no energy sentries either," he said, his voice low. "But they've been here." Lin Xiaoqi crouched down, the blue light of her mechanical eye projecting a three-dimensional map of the track marks on the ground. "Heavily modified transport vehicle passed through at least 2 hours ago. The direction deviates 15 degrees from the main network." Her fingers swiped across the interface, pulling up the residual frequency hopping data of the beacon. The signal encryption level is higher than the 7th chamber's standard protocols. Someone is using high-level authority to conceal the flow. Chen Mo did not move. He rubbed the edge of his electronic watch with his left hand, his right eye twitching slightly. His gaze fell on a broken cable ahead. On it hung a half-scorched circuit board, its edges marked with irregular melting traces as if instantly severed by high heat. He walked over, took it down, and ran his fingertips over the carbonized patterns on its surface. This board was not a standard shelter component. It came from an earlier era. A decommissioned military interface module circulating in the black market's underworld, the kind he had rummaged through countless times in scrap piles when he was 12. His father had once used a similar module to connect an old brain-machine interface, teaching him to write his first binary command. "They knew the three of us were coming," Chen Mo said, his voice calm. "The ambush point, the beacon clearing, the remotely detonated vascular capsules. This isn't a targeted elimination of individuals, it's aimed at the team." Lei Meng stopped chewing, his eyes sharpening. Lin Xiaoqi looked up, her mechanical eye focusing on his face. "You mean they already see us as a single unit?" We should have realized it long ago. Chen Mo put the circuit board into his toolkit, his movements slow. From the water purification device modification to the snowfield shield construction to the street combat coordination just now, every action we take is reconstructing their threat assessment model. Now we are not three awakened individuals, but a single system. The air was still for a moment. Lei Meng leaned back against the crate behind him, removed half of his shoulder armor, and the metallic clang echoed in the emptiness. He pulled out a spare battery, plugged it into the exoskeleton's charging port, and said in a low voice, "When I used to lead missions, what I feared most was the opponent seeing through our coordination rhythm. Once we are identified as a system, we can be systematically dismantled." Lin Xiaoqi stood up and tied her hair into a high ponytail, a habit of hers, when preparing for deep analysis. But this time she didn't immediately operate the interface. Instead, she looked at the two of them. "So next, either we split up to reduce risk or we strengthen this system itself." "No splitting up," Lei Meng interrupted, his tone resolute. "I've already walked that path. Those who fight alone either die or end up like them." Chen Mo was silent for a moment. He took the scorched circuit board fragment from his toolkit and placed it on a flat metal plate on the ground. He drew a titanium alloy blade and carved a straight line on one corner of the fragment. "I have no family, no bloodline inheritance," he said. "I don't rely on talent, bloodline, or the patronage of some ancient sect. I crawled out of the scrap heap relying on computational power, logic, and trust." He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the two of them in turn. "Those who rewrite the rules with technology should not kneel before the old gods." Lin Xiaoqi stared at the carved line, a faint light flickering in her mechanical eye. She crouched down. A swarm of nanobots briefly surged from the interface below her collarbone, charging for 1 second at the second corner of the fragment, leaving behind a silver-glowing fine line. Lei Meng watched her finish the action without a word. He drew his tactical dagger, and its tip carved 3 parallel notches on the third corner of the fragment, uniform in depth like military markings. The 3 sat in a circle, their breaths mingling, no one speaking. Wind seeped through the door crack, stirring the stray hairs on Lin Xiaoqi's forehead. She did not reach up to smooth them. Lei Meng reattached his shoulder armor and turned off all alarm prompts. Chen Mo put away the circuit board, sealing it back in the inner pocket of his toolkit. "From today onward," he said, "we are no longer just a temporary collaboration. We are the Iron Triangle, a trinity of technology, combat, power, and decision-making. The goal is clear: maintain shelter order, uncover the truth of the ancient sects, and prevent anyone from using crises to manipulate resources." Lin Xiaoqi nodded. The blue light in her mechanical eye dimmed, and she let down her ponytail, her hair falling over her shoulders. She shut down the holographic interface, the projection on her wrist fading completely. Lei Meng stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, chewed the last bit of tobacco substitute, and spat out the residue. "I've seen too many moments when command chains collapsed," he said, "but this time it's not for a superior officer or the system. It's for the people standing beside me." Chen Mo looked toward the cargo area's exit. It was pitch black there. No movement, no signal interference, no signs of an ambush. The threat was temporarily neutralized, but they all knew the real confrontation had only just begun. "Let's head back," he said. "The mission isn't over." The 3 turned around and retraced their steps. Lei Meng walked in front, his exoskeleton in silent cruise mode. Lin Xiaoqi was in the middle, her steps steady, her mechanical eye in standby. Chen Mo brought up the rear, his left hand lightly pressing the surface of his electronic watch, his right eye no longer twitching. The passage sloped upward, the concrete structure becoming clearer. The red emergency lights in the distance still flickered, but the frequency had returned to normal. Their footsteps were even, their rhythm synchronized, the distance between them always within 5 steps. No commands needed, no confirmation required. They were no longer survivors forced to cooperate, nor technical collaborators with separate agendas. They were the 3 pillars of a single system. As Chen Mo stepped onto the last stair of the underground passage, exit, the rift in the sky was slowly closing. A faint blue glimmer rose from the horizon, shining on the scar on his left cheek, burning hot. After the rift closed in the early morning, the sky turned iron gray. Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the Thunder Workshop's metallic passage, the scar on his left cheek, still retaining the burning sensation from the night wind. He glanced down at the electronic watch on his wrist, the dial frozen at the moment the storm ended last night, the hands unmoving. Footsteps approached from behind, steady, in rhythm, the distance of 3 individuals maintained within 5 steps. Lin Xiaoqi walked in the middle, her silver-white short hair styled into a high ponytail, her mechanical eye in low-power standby mode. She held a tool bag in her hand with tiny arcs of electricity, dancing at the interface remnants of the repairs made to the life support system last night. Behind them, the exoskeleton hydraulic device emitted a faint sound of pressure, release his right hand, resting on the handle of a tactical dagger. He did not speak, but one side of his shoulder armor had already been removed as he prepared for combat readiness. They did not return to the medical area, nor did they go to the data room. The first collective action of the Iron Triangle had to start from a solid foundation. As the workshop door opened, the shelter's administrator approached from the direction of the command center. Dressed in standard administrative protective gear, with a permission identification card pinned to his chest, his steps appeared somewhat hurried. Upon seeing the three, he stopped and raised his hand to indicate no need for formalities. I just received the final report from the perimeter guard tower. He began, his voice low. The B District Patrol Team has been out of contact for over 12 hours. Drone reconnaissance captured ground drag marks, with the end disappearing into the old railway tunnel group. Chen Mo remained still. His right eye twitched slightly before returning to normal. He understood that area. The sand was thick with many underground cavities. It had once been a freight hub before the eruption of the Spirit Abyss Rift, and now it was one of the most active hunting grounds for mutated beasts. "We are not your emergency response team," Lin Xiaoqi said, directly placing the tool bag on the inspection table by the door. The last incident with the water purification device was already overstepping boundaries. The administrator nodded. "I know. This is not an order, it is a request." He took out a paper task order from his inner pocket, the cover printed with Chapter 3A Article 7 of the Shelter Defense Regulations. Civilian armed units may undertake public safety commissions and enjoy priority allocation of resources. Task objective: eliminate the groups of mutated beasts threatening the surrounding safety, with a focus on confirming the whereabouts of the missing personnel in B District. Upon success, you will receive 2 sets of high-energy battery modules, a complete set of exoskeleton spare parts, and 3 quotas of first-level rare materials. Lei Meng chewed on a tobacco substitute, not swallowing it. He stared at the task order for 2 seconds before asking, "What was the last communication content of the patrol team?" There was only an audio segment. The administrator handed over the data card, lasting 10 seconds. In the background, there are sounds resembling joint friction and also the sound of bones being crushed. Lin Xiaoqi took the data card and inserted it into her wrist projection interface. The holographic interface flickered and extinguished. She frowned. "The signal is polluted, unable to parse the specific type. But from the frequency, it is at least a clever threat." Chen Mo finally spoke up. "Why don't you send a regular team?" The regular team was ambushed during debris clearing in the East District last week. 7 died. The administrator's voice grew grave. "Now the remaining personnel must guard the energy zone. You 3 are the only team with real combat coordination records." The air fell still for a moment. Chen Mo looked at Lin Xiaoqi. She did not avert her gaze. The blue light of her mechanical eye flickered, indicating the data simulation was complete. Lei Meng also looked at him, silent, but his left hand had begun to check the exoskeleton joint locks. "Accept," Chen Mo said. The administrator sighed in relief and placed the task order on the table. "Authorization takes effect immediately. Communication will occur twice daily at 0600 and 1800. If interrupted for more than 6 hours, it will be considered a mission failure and the evacuation plan will be initiated." He paused. "I know you just reached some consensus. This task can be considered the first trial." After speaking, he turned and left, his silhouette merging into the gray light at the end of the passage. The door closed again and the workshop's lighting system automatically switched to combat mode, the light turning to a cold white. Lin Xiaoqi walked towards the main control console, initiating the equipment inspection program. The screen displayed the status prompts of 3 detection devices: signal attenuation at 37, crystal repair necessary. Only 2 usable replacement parts in stock. She said, "It needs to be modified." Chen Mo walked to the weapon rack, retrieving a titanium alloy blade and a capture net gun. Lei Meng had already begun to sort the ammunition with electromagnetic pulse grenades, packed into the side pocket of his backpack according to standard ratios. He casually tossed a set of reinforced armor to Chen Mo. "Put it on. There are risks not only from beasts but also from collapses in that tunnel." Sounds of tools clashing came from Lin Xiaoqi's side. She opened the shell of the first detection device and used a welding gun to fix the broken wires. Nanobots briefly surged from the clavicle interface, forming a miniature welding array on the circuit board. 3 minutes later, the first device successfully restarted the display, lighting up with green waveforms. added a ground-penetrating filter module. She said without looking up, it can capture the spiritual energy fluctuations of underground moving creatures within 30 meters with an error control within 5. Lei Meng walked over to take a look and nodded. That will suffice. Chen Mo spread out the terrain map projection outlining the route starting from the workshop advancing along the B2 transport corridor skirting known collapse zones, reaching the old railway dispatch station as the first gathering point. He marked 2 backup communication points, setting the automatic transmission of a positioning beacon every hour. The communication protocol will operate under level 3 encryption. He said, intelligence will be consolidated every 4 hours, without transmitting details, only status codes. Lin Xiaoqi uploaded the synchronization parameters for the detection device closing the main control interface. Her high ponytail loosened strands of hair, cascading onto her shoulders, yet she did not tidy them. The tool bag was already resealed, and all repair components were back in place. Lei Meng completed his gear, the exoskeleton entering standby mode, the heat dissipation ports on his back slowly opening. He picked up the electromagnetic pulse launcher, checking the charging status, the green light steady. Are we all ready? Chen Mo asked. Lin Xiaoqi nodded. Lei Meng fastened his neck armor. Waiting for your order. Chen Mo put away the terrain map and walked towards the workshop exit. His left hand pressed lightly on the surface of the electronic watch, his right eye no longer trembling. As the door opened, the outside passage remained dim, the emergency lights restored to normal frequency. The 3 of them stood in a line, fully equipped and stable in condition. The mission had yet to begin, but the action had already commenced. Chen Mo took the first step, the soles of his boots, making a clear clattering sound against the metal floor. The sound of metal striking the ground echoed through the corridor, the shadows of the 3 figures elongated by the emergency lights casting shapes on the mottled walls. Chen Mo walked at the forefront, his right hand resting on the edge of the blade slot on his right arm, the magnetic locks in his tactical boots activated, ensuring every step was firmly planted on the ground. Lin Xiaoqi followed closely behind her. Mechanical eye switched to ground-penetrating mode, a holographic interface materializing in the center of her vision, revealing green waveforms of voids and biological fluctuations within 30 meters. Lei Meng brought up the rear, the joints of his exoskeleton, emitting a low-frequency hum, the electromagnetic pulse emitter in standby mode, his left hand gripping a tactical dagger, his knuckles turned white from long-term impact. They advanced 400 meters along the B2 transport corridor, circumventing 2 obvious collapse zones. The air was thick with the scent of rust, and decaying earth cables hung down from the ruptured ventilation ducts, and occasionally water droplets fell from the ceiling cracks, creating crisp sounds in the silence. The communication beacon automatically sent signals every hour, maintaining signal strength at the minimum threshold allowed by the level 3 encryption protocol. 20 meters ahead, entering the old railway dispatch station area. Lin Xiaoqi whispered, her voice transmitted through the bone conduction module into the team channel. The detector has found a continuously moving heat source 30 meters underground, moving slowly, with an irregular trajectory preliminarily identified as a burrowing type of mutated creature. Chen Mo nodded, raising his hand to signal the team to slow down. He crouched down, his fingers brushing over a shallow mark on the ground. Mixed sandy gravel fanning out in a shape suggesting recent dragging. He looked up at the archway structure of the dispatch station entrance, the concrete columns leaning with exposed rebar resembling broken bones. A wind blew from deep within the tunnel, carrying a pungent odor. Lei Meng stepped forward, lowering his voice. This place isn't suitable for close combat. There's only one way out. No choice, Chen Mo replied, standing up. The last signal from the patrol team stopped here. We must go in. The 3 adjusted their formation, with Chen Mo moving to the center, Lin Xiaoqi providing technical support against the left wall, and Lei Meng maintaining a 5-step distance for rear guard. The internal space of the dispatch station was vast, with wrecked train remnants piled haphazardly, the carriages severely rusted, some already buried under sand. The ground detection device indicated an increase in voids, below the largest having a diameter exceeding 15 meters with an unknown depth. As they reached the central area, Lin Xiaoqi suddenly raised her hand. Stop. 3 o'clock direction, 10 meters underground, spiritual energy fluctuations spiking. Before her words fell, the ground trembled violently. Cracks rapidly spread from beneath their feet, exploding in a web-like pattern. Chen Mo instantly rolled sideways, titanium alloy blades shooting out from his palms. Lei Meng yanked Lin Xiaoqi back 3 steps, the exoskeleton propulsion module activating, crashing into a load-bearing column, using the recoil to create distance. In the next second, 3 points of ground erupted simultaneously. Amidst the flying sand and stones, 3 gray-brown worm-like bodies burst forth from the ground, their bodies, as thick as hydraulic hoses covered in chitinous scales, head devoid of eyes, with spiral, serrated mandibles that sprayed corrosive mucus as they opened and closed. They lunged as soon as they hit the ground, their speed exceeding the limits of reaction. Class and above pack hunting type. Lin Xiaoqi pressed her back against the rock wall, her hands operating rapidly on the projection interface, locking onto 3 primary ganglia, frequency interference ready. Chen Mo slid along the ground, evading a spray of mucus, his blade slicing horizontally into the connection point of one sandworm's abdomen. The scales were hard, only producing sparks. The worm suddenly whipped its tail. Chen Mo rolled to avoid it, his shoulder armor grazed by the mucus, the fabric instantly charred and smoking. Lei Meng let out a roar, lunging forward to block another sandworm's attack with his exoskeleton arm. The metallic gauntlet dented the hydraulic system, emitting an overload alarm. He took the opportunity to detonate an electromagnetic pulse, grenade the strong magnetic field, instantly disrupting the sandworm's sensory systems, causing the 3 worm-like creatures to freeze in their movements. Now, Lei Meng shouted. Chen Mo seized the moment, pushing off the ground to leap, using his magnetic boots to adhere to the wrecked train rooftop, diving down to plunge the entire blade into the previously inflicted crack. The worm's body convulsed violently, spewing mucus, eventually collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming still. Lin Xiaoqi controlled nanobots to attach to the back of the second sandworm, microcurrents invading its nerve cords through the gaps in its joints, causing localized paralysis. Taking advantage of the moment, Lei Meng closed in, accurately stabbing his tactical dagger into the connection point of its cranial cavity, twisting with force, and the worm's body crashed to the ground. The third worm, the largest in size, had a metallic sheen on its shell, but moved more cautiously. It did not attack immediately, but slowly retreated, burrowing into a crack in the ground and disappearing from sight. Has it left? Lin Xiaoqi scanned underground, her brow furrowed. No, the energy signal is still present, it's just descended. Chen Mo landed, a burning pain radiating from his left arm. Looking down, he saw his skin reddening at the damaged part of his suit, already slightly corroded. He remained silent, crouching to examine the first corpse. The tissue cut by his blade was a dark green, the internal structure complex, clearly having undergone multiple rounds of mutation. Lei Meng panted heavily, the hydraulic system in his exoskeleton right leg, flashing warnings, chewing on a tobacco substitute, his gaze fixed on the ground cracks. Just waiting for us to relax. Lin Xiaoqi retracted the nanounits, her mechanical eye flickering with blue light, continuously monitoring the movements underground. The edge of her toolkit was corroded with small holes from the splattered mucus, but she had no time to replace it. Chen Mo stood up, his right eye twitching slightly, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding wreckage and cracks. A wind blew from deep within the tunnel, carrying an even stronger stench. He knew that the real threat was far from over. The ground trembled again. The ground tremor persisted for 7 seconds, longer than the previous 2. Chen Mo knelt on one knee, his left hand bracing against a cracked concrete slab, his right eye twitching incessantly. He could sense that energy emanating from deep beneath the earth. Not a chaotic fluctuation, but a rhythmic pulse, like a signal of some kind. Lin Xiaoqi leaned against the wreckage of a vehicle, her mechanical prosthetic eye flickering with a blue glow. A holographic interface floated before her chest, replaying the past 3 minutes of geological scan data. Her fingers swiped swiftly, calling up the energy curves from before the 3 tremors. No! The intervals are too regular. She murmured, her voice transmitted through bone conduction into the channel. 0. 8 seconds before each tremor, there's a faint ripple in the air. Fixed frequency, consistent propagation path. Lei Meng sat on a broken steel beam, the hydraulic system of his exoskeleton's right leg still flashing an alarm. He chewed on a tobacco substitute, his left hand gripping a tactical knife, his knuckles white from prolonged tapping. He looked up at the cable debris hanging from the ceiling and muttered, "Don't tell me someone set a timed bomb here." "It's not a bomb," Chen Mo said, standing up and retrieving a portable spiritual energy spectrometer from his toolkit. The device's casing bore 2 corrosion marks from where the mucus had splashed, but the core module was still operational. He crouched by the edge of a fissure, inserted the probe into the widest crack, and initiated the scan. 30 seconds later, a waveform pattern appeared on the screen. 3 peaks aligned, perfectly spaced 17 minutes apart with an error margin of less than 0. 3 seconds. This isn't a natural phenomenon. Lin Xiaoqi walked over, her mechanical eye switching to frequency analysis mode, capturing concentric ripples of spiritual energy lingering in the air. She frowned. This kind of propagation requires precise control. There must be a focal point and an energy source. Chen Mo said nothing, removing the electronic watch from his wrist. The watch face was chipped, the hands frozen at 1423. The last time his father had looked at it before his death. Using a screwdriver, he pried off the back cover, revealing the aged timing chip inside, and connected it to the spectrometer's data port. The device recalibrated and the time axis synchronized. The next pulse will appear in 15 minutes, he said, pocketing the electronic watch. Lin Xiaoqi retrieved the recordings from her mechanical eye, tracing the propagation path of the ripples in reverse. The image focused on a collapsed wall foundation in the northwest corner of the dispatch station. She magnified the image and discovered carvings on the surface of the wall debris. Their arrangement didn't conform to modern engineering standards. The lines were evenly spaced, the corners at 60-degree angles, resembling the baseline structure of some kind of formation. Someone designed it. She finally admitted, her tone no longer skeptical. Lei Meng stood up, flexing his right leg. The exoskeleton emitted a dull metallic grinding sound. Even if it was designed, so what? We're low on supplies. Your nano-units are a third depleted and my propulsion module can only sustain 10 minutes of high-intensity combat. Going deep into an unknown area is suicide. But we have no way back, Chen Mo said, staring at the wall foundation. The patrol team's last signal stopped here. The missing might still be alive. Besides, he paused. If these fissure activities are regular, it means we can predict and intervene. This isn't a disaster. It's a rule. Lin Xiaoqi stopped twirling her pen. She looked up at him, her silver-white hair tousled by the ventilation draft. After a few seconds, she opened the holographic interface on her wrist and summoned 3 miniature reconnaissance robots. I'll send them ahead. Set a safe distance of 500 meters, real-time environmental data and life sign feedback. If the passage ahead is stable, well, advance slowly. Lei Meng was silent for a moment, then nodded. You take the rear. I'll handle security. If the signal drops, we pull back immediately. Chen Mo didn't object. He put away the spectrometer and checked if the blade slot in his right arm was unobstructed. The titanium alloy blade extended half an inch, its edge stained with the dark green fluid of a sandworm, already beginning to oxidize black. Lin Xiaoqi activated the robots. 3 palm-sized metal devices slid out of the toolkit, crawling along the ground, advancing in the direction indicated by the carvings. Equipped with infrared sensors, air pressure detection modules, and microcameras, they transmitted data through an encrypted channel. 10 minutes later, the first set of feedback arrived. The passage was intact, the load-bearing structure undamaged, with an oxygen content of 18.7, suitable for human respiration. 20 minutes later, the second set of data showed no life signs within 300 meters ahead. At the 30th minute, the robots reached a sealed metal door with a faint blue mist seeping through its gaps. Temperature dropped 8 degrees, Lin Xiaoqi said, watching the data stream. There might be a low-temperature zone behind the door or an energy source in operation. Chen Mo stood before the wall foundation, gripping the electronic watch tightly in his right hand. He could feel the pulse drawing closer, as clear as a heartbeat. He knew that, in a few minutes, the next ripple would appear. By then, they would be able to confirm if the source lay behind the door. Lin Xiaoqi tied her hair into a high ponytail to improve heat dissipation. Her mechanical eye continued receiving signals, the holographic interface floating before her chest. Lei Meng leaned against the steel beam, his left hand tapping the tactical knife, rhythmically, his gaze sweeping the surroundings to ensure no new signs of breakthrough. No one spoke. The wind blew from the depths of the tunnel, carrying a chill that didn't belong to this era. The reconnaissance robot transmitted its final frame. At the center of the metal door, there was a hexagonal groove, its edges carved with the same runic lines as the wall foundation. Chen Mo raised his hand, ready to issue the next command. Just then, the spectrometer's alarm sounded. The instant the spectrometer's alarm blared, Chen Mo jerked his hand back, his fingertips freezing on the tool bag zipper. The piercing siren lasted 3 seconds before shifting into a low-frequency hum. The waveform on the screen twisted violently, and the once clear signal of spiritual energy ripples was now buried under a sea of noise. Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical eye flashed blue as her holographic interface automatically switched to frequency band monitoring mode. Her left hand swiftly pulled the data cable from her wrist and reverse-connected it to the spectrometer's anti-interference module. The channel is locked, she whispered. This isn't natural interference, it's targeted suppression. They're scanning our encryption protocol. Lei Meng spun around, pressing his back against the collapsed cement wall, his right hand resting on the electromagnetic pulse emitter attached to his exoskeleton's arm. He bit down on his tobacco, substitute the bitter taste spreading in his mouth. How many signals are coming in? 7. Lin Xiaoqi swiped her fingers, pulling up the access log. 3 unknown IDs have connected actively, their frequencies hopping closer to our main band. The other 4 are circling the periphery like they're laying a net. Chen Mo remains silent, retrieving a backup communication terminal from his tool bag and manually switching it to short-range frequency hopping mode. He pressed the send button and a burst of encrypted code shot out, containing only a set of coordinates and a 6-digit identification code. The standard temporary collaboration request used internally by Thunder Workshop. I've cut the robot's remote links, Lin Xiaoqi said, recalling the 3 reconnaissance drones to within a 5-meter radius. The nanosystems are now running offline to prevent reverse infiltration. 2 minutes later, the communication terminal received a response. 3 separate signals returned data packets, each labeled Third Awakening Group Scrap City East District, Sand Ridge Belt Patrol Team Southern Border, and Ice Tunnel Guard Post North. Each team attached a log of local rift activity noting, "We're also searching for the signal source." Chen Mo nodded, signaling Lin Xiaoqi to share part of their scan data. She packaged the waveforms of the 3 tremors, the propagation paths of the air ripples, and the topological structure of the wall carvings into a read-only file, distributing it through relay nodes. During the data transmission, she simultaneously activated a dynamic obfuscation algorithm, embedding false frequency bands within the real information stream to lure external signals into revealing their tracking intent. Lei Meng stared at the channel status bar. The northern team just replied. The pulse cycle of their rift is also 17 minutes with an error of less than half a second. Lin Xiaoqi immediately retrieved the data from the 3 locations and imported it into the spectrometer for overlay comparison. The 3 sets of waveforms were nearly identical, with the initial phase difference of the leading spiritual energy ripples being only 0.12 seconds. On the holographic interface, she marked 4 known rift points: the dispatch station Scrap City, the Sand Ridge Belt, and the Ice Tunnel. The spatial structure formed by these 4 points closely resembled a regular tetrahedron, with its central projection landing precisely at a point deep underground. "This is no coincidence," she said, rotating the image to an overhead view. "Someone is activating the rifts in an array pattern with extremely high control precision. This level of synchronization requires at least 7 base points to maintain." Chen Mo crouched down, shining his flashlight on the carvings at the base of the wall. The rune lines were uniform in depth, with no burrs at the corners, clearly made by the same set of engraving tools. He recalled the etching pen his father used to repair old circuit boards, a precision that only a machine could achieve. "They're calibrating," he said. "These pulses aren't the result, they're the process." Like a self-check program before startup, a new message suddenly popped up on the channel. The southern team transmitted an audio clip before a signal blackout. Their detection equipment captured a repeated low-frequency code that played for 11 seconds, after which the entire area fell into silence. Lin Xiaoqi connected the audio analysis module, and after stripping away background noise, extracted a regular pulse signal. She compared it with the local vibration data and found that the code's rhythm perfectly matched the spiritual energy fluctuations that preceded a rift opening. "This isn't a natural phenomenon," she said. "It's a command sequence. Someone is remotely controlling the opening rhythm of the rifts." Lei Meng tapped his tactical knife. The metallic clang echoed through the empty dispatch station. "If such a system really exists, then it's been watching us all along. Why let us discover the pattern? Why not just jam all signals?" No one answered. The wind blew in from the depths of the tunnel, carrying the scent of rust and dampness. The 3 reconnaissance drones stood motionless on the ground, their lenses aimed at the metal door. The pale blue mist seeping from the door crack still lingered, the temperature reading steady at -8 degrees Celsius. Chen Mo lowered his head, rubbing the electronic watch on his left wrist. The old chip exposed at the cracked corner of the watch face was still faintly warm. He remembered the last watch his father looked at before he died. It had also stopped at this very time. Chaos, disorder without a single warning. That feeling of helplessness was something he never wanted to experience again. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xiaoqi and Lei Meng. "Whether it's a trap or not, the only thing we can do now is stay 1 step ahead of them." Lin Xiaoqi nodded and began saving all communication records. She encrypted the data and wrote it onto 3 physical storage modules, handing 2 to Chen Mo and Lei Meng respectively, and embedding the last into the core compartment of a reconnaissance drone set to self-destruct after 72 hours. Lei Meng checked his exoskeleton combat module. The propulsion system restarted successfully with energy reserves restored to 87. He removed the ammunition pouch and redistributed the ratio of armor-piercing rounds to shock grenades, ensuring readiness against multiple threat types. Chen Mo opened his tool bag, taking out a portable shield generator and a backup power cable. He didn't act immediately but stood before the metal door staring at the hexagonal groove. The rune lines on the edge glowed faintly with a metallic sheen under the flashlight, as if filled with some kind of alloy. Lin Xiaoqi walked to a spot 2 steps behind him on his left, and her holographic interface retracted and shut down. Her silver-white short hair was ruffled by the wind from the vent, and her mechanical eye continuously scanned for life signs in the area behind the door which remained blank. Lei Meng stood guard on the right, his left hand resting on the electromagnetic pulse, emitter his gaze sweeping their surroundings. A faint hydraulic hiss came from the joints of his exoskeleton as the system completed its self-check and entered a high-alert state. Chen Mo's right hand gripped the tool bag zipper, his knuckles turning white. He gave no order to breach, nor did he retreat. Time ticked by minute with only 14 minutes left until the next pulse. 14 minutes remained until the next pulse. Chen Mo still stood before the metal door, his right hand gripping the zipper of his tool bag so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The flashlight beam slanted across the edge of the hexagonal recess where the alloy-filled runes shimmered with a cold luster. Lin Xiaoqi shut down the holographic interface, her silver-white short hair tousled by the ventilation draft. Her mechanical eye continuously scanned the area beyond the door, yet the life signs remained blank. Lei Meng stood against the right wall. After completing its self-check, the exoskeleton let out a soft hydraulic hiss and entered high alert. Wind surged from the depths of the tunnel, carrying the scent of rust and damp chill. 3 reconnaissance robots lay motionless on the ground, their lenses aimed at the gap in the door. A pale blue mist seeped out slowly with temperature reading steady at -8 degrees. Just as Chen Mo prepared to step forward, the left wall suddenly exploded. Concrete and rebar scattered like cannonballs as a dark figure dashed close to the ground, moving at a speed far beyond human reaction limits. The shockwave repelled all 3 simultaneously. Chen Mo's back slammed against the metal doorframe, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat, as his left hand instinctively brushed his electronic watch. Lin Xiaoqi was thrown by the blast, her right shoulder hitting the ground and a wrist data cable detaching. She immediately curled up and retreated while the 3 robots automatically converged into a circular defensive line. Lei Meng sidestepped half a pace, activating the emergency shield on his left arm's exoskeleton to withstand a blow. Amidst a thunderous roar, a web of cracks appeared on the shield's surface, and he was slammed half a foot into the wall. The enemy did not pause. The second strike aimed directly at Chen Mo's throat, its precision akin to mechanical calculation. Chen Mo leaned back to evade a titanium alloy blade springing from his right arm. It slashed across the opponent's forearm, but only left a trail of blue ripples without breaking the skin. The figure spun with the momentum and kicked Chen Mo in the chest, sending him flying 5 meters away, his back crashing heavily against the wreckage of a robot. Defense failure. Lin Xiaoqi gritted her teeth and activated the electromagnetic interference module, forcibly rebooting the holographic interface. The opponent's movement frequency exceeds the tracking limit. The nanocluster cannot lock on. Lei Meng broke free from the wall. Steam sprayed from the hydraulic pipes of his left arm as the exoskeleton's output power dropped to 62. He crushed the tobacco substitute in his mouth, placed his right hand on the electromagnetic pulse emitter and growled, "Cover me for 3 seconds." Before his words faded, the enemy had already turned toward Lin Xiaoqi. Her fingertips had barely touched the control terminal when the dark figure was upon her. At that critical moment, Lei Meng lunged forward, firing the emitter on his right arm at the ground. The intense magnetic field instantly distorted the air, causing the enemy's steps to falter slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaoqi retreated, recalling all robots and deploying a conductive mesh in front of her. Chen Mo pushed himself up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He fixed his gaze on the changes in the ground before each of the enemy's movements. 3 seconds before the phasing occurred, an extremely faint ring of blue ripples would always appear beneath the foe's feet, spreading like ripples on water. Swiftly, he retrieved a micro flashbang from his tool bag, set it to a dual-frequency alternating flash mode, and tossed it into the center of the battlefield. The moment the flash exploded, the enemy phased again, their form flickering and jumping like a faulty projection. Chen Mo concentrated to track the trajectory, rapidly constructing a motion model in his mind. The paths of 3 displacements converged at a single point with an error margin of less than 10 centimeters. Xiaoqi coordinate prediction algorithm, he murmured, making 3 hand gestures with his left hand. Lin Xiaoqi immediately understood, tapping her fingers swiftly to write the algorithm into the robot's main control chips. 6 robots adjusted their positions in unison, the conductive mesh silently extending to the predicted landing spot. Simultaneously, Lei Meng activated the overload mode of his exoskeleton. The propulsion system roared and the right arm's energy stored up to 98 as he feigned a charge. The enemy took the bait and turned to counter. Lei Meng forcibly twisted his posture, deflecting the attack to the side wall. The explosion kicked up smoke and dust. The enemy hesitated briefly as blue light appeared at their feet once more. Just as they prepared to phase and evade, they found their feet entangled by a hair-thin conductive cable. A trap laid in advance by the robots. Now! Chen Mo roared. Lin Xiaoqi connected her hands to the control terminal, forcibly activating a high-voltage current. 6 robots discharged simultaneously, forming an intersecting electric grid in an instant. The enemy's body convulsed violently, the phasing disrupted. On their back, a diamond-shaped energy node lay exposed, pulsing with blue light. Chen Mo leaped from the shadows, flinging a titanium alloy blade from his left hand to precisely sever the connecting line. With his right hand, he thrust a modified electric shock clamp into the core interface. A crackling burst rang out, the blue light extinguished instantly. The enemy's movements ceased, they fell to their knees, then pitched forward, their body rigid and still. Silence reclaimed the passage. Chen Mo knelt on one knee, panting, his left hand brushing his electronic watch to confirm the time. A slight tremor ran through his right eye as his gaze swept over the fallen enemy. Lin Xiaoqi slumped beside the robot wreckage. Her mechanical eye flashed red, signaling system overload as she manually rebooted the nanocontrol system. Lei Meng stood against the wall, his left arm smoking. He placed a new tobacco substitute in his mouth to suppress the pain, his eyes fixed on the enemy's body, not daring to relax. The faint blue ripples lingering on the ground gradually faded away. The lingering blue ripples on the ground gradually dissipated. Chen Mo knelt on one knee, his right hand propping against the icy metal doorframe, his knuckles white from the strain. With his left fingertips, he repeatedly traced the edge of his electronic watch. The dial had long stopped, its glass cracked into a web of fissures. He lifted his gaze, the enemy's body lay prone in the center of the corridor. The diamond-shaped device on its back no longer flickered, yet the cracks at its feet continued to slowly open and close as if breathing. 3 seconds passed. The shadowy figure convulsed violently. Blue light surged across its surface and frost erupted from the fissures. The ground rapidly froze, spreading to the feet of the three. The temperature reading plummeted to -20 degrees Celsius. The air grew stagnant, hindering movement. Multiple gaps split open on the enemy's side. Metal fragments from the wreckage were drawn in, fusing into a gray-blue armor. Ring-shaped runes emerged at the joints. The node resonance frequency has shifted. Lin Xiaoqi, leaning against a corner, her mechanical eye flickering red, swiped across a holographic interface. The nanocluster can't lock on, but we can interfere. Gritting her teeth, she interfaced with the control system. 3 still operational robots crawled to the edge of the battlefield, forming a triangular traction net. High-frequency vibration waves spread, causing the runes on the enemy's surface to briefly fluctuate, slowing the armor's formation speed. Lei Meng's left arm exoskeleton smoked, its hydraulic system emitting a low alarm. He chewed up his tobacco substitute and the thruster on his right arm charged to its limit. Shockwave ready, 3-2. Before he finished speaking, he slammed the ground. The electromagnetic pulse and metal resonance superimposed, and the shockwave spread across the icy surface. The enemy's center of gravity wavered slightly, and a crack appeared on its right shoulder where the armor was incomplete. Now was the time. Chen Mo pressed his right palm to the ground, abruptly activating his Thunderfire spiritual root. Blue electric arcs spread along the conductive wire mesh, entangling the enemy's legs. The opponent attempted to phase shift and evade, but the high-frequency vibrations of the traction net suppressed the energy nodes, interrupting the phasing. The electric arcs surged into the armor's seams, triggering an internal short circuit. The enemy roared, its arms transforming into icy crystal long blades. It swept horizontally, forcing Chen Mo back. Where the blade passed, the air condensed into frost particles that exploded upon landing. Lei Meng raised his arm to block. His shield shattered completely, and he was sent flying to crash into the wall. Lin Xiaoqi manipulated the robots to form an electric net barrier, but a diagonal slash severed the wires. She stumbled back several steps, and an old wound on her right shoulder split open. Chen Mo rolled and leaped to his feet. His right eye twitched, his gaze locking onto the energy fluctuations before each of the enemy's attacks. He noticed that the moment the ice blade was swung, the diamond-shaped node on its back would briefly glow due to overload lasting 0. For seconds. He deliberately lowered his defensive posture. The enemy lunged as expected, its left arm ice blade thrusting straight for his chest. Chen Mo sidestepped to evade, and his titanium alloy blade scraped across the opponent's elbow. It didn't break the armor but left a trace of electric charge. Seizing the moment, he threw out a modified electric clamp, connecting it to the remaining conductive wire mesh on the ground. The current activated the trap, short-circuiting the armor on the enemy's right leg, slowing its movements. Chen Mo slammed his right palm to the ground again. Thunder arcs surged like serpents, coiling around the enemy's waist. He turned his palm, and a torrent of crimson flames erupted, climbing along the electric arcs, forming a stance of thunder-binding fire burning. High temperature and high pressure simultaneously assaulted the armor's seams. The gray-blue metal began to melt, and the nodes emitted a sharp alarm. Xiaoqi! Chen Mo called out in a low voice. Lin Xiaoqi's fingers moved swiftly. High-frequency pulses were injected into the traction net, precisely striking the node's resonance frequency. The enemy's body trembled violently, the ice blades melted back into liquid, and the armor burst apart in multiple places. Lei Meng stood up, leaning on his dagger. His left arm was completely shut down. He gathered strength in his right arm, using the residual kinetic energy of the exoskeleton to leap, and brought his tactical dagger down onto the device on the enemy's back. The sound of metal breaking rang out. The diamond-shaped core was cleaved in two, and the blue light was extinguished entirely. The enemy fell to its knees, its armor peeling off piece by piece. Finally, it pitched forward, motionless. Only heavy, ragged breaths remained in the corridor. Chen Mo collapsed to his knees. A coppery taste filled his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of bloody foam. He tore open his toolkit, squeezed out emergency gel, and applied it to the corner of his mouth. Then, using his left hand, he pushed himself to his feet. Lin Xiaoqi sat in the corner, manually recovering the robot wreckage. The red light of her mechanical eye hadn't gone out, indicating a deep overload. She tugged at the sleeve of her work suit, took a bottle of energy potion from her backpack, and handed it to Chen Mo. "Don't charge in so far ahead next time," she said in a cold, hard tone. "The data model hadn't even finished running before you jumped out." Chen Mo took it, unscrewed the cap, and downed it in one gulp. Lei Meng straightened up, leaning on his dagger. He put a new tobacco substitute in his mouth and grinned. That was a fight worth having. The three stood in silence for a moment, exchanging glances. No words were needed, but in the meeting of their eyes something had changed. Chen Mo looked down at the enemy's remains, confirming it was incapacitated. He pocketed the empty bottle, placed his right hand on the edge of the metal door, and prepared to push it open. From deep within the corridor came the faint sound of metal scraping. The sound of metal scraping echoed from the depths of the passage for 3 seconds before abruptly ceasing. Chen Mo's right hand remained resting on the doorframe, his knuckles still pale, yet his breathing had steadied. He glanced down at the electronic watch, the cracked pointer frozen at the moment the battle ended. Lin Xiaoqi leaned against the corner, the red light of her mechanical eye flickering at a normal frequency, her fingertips gliding over the holographic interface to retrieve the remaining data stream. "The signal has been restored," she said in a hoarse voice. "The relay station has rebooted and is automatically uploading the status report." Lei Meng stood tall, propping himself up with a dagger. His left arm's exoskeleton was completely offline, while his right arm's thruster had finished cooling, emitting a faint hum. He chewed the tobacco substitute in his mouth and scanned the end of the passage. Who received it? Not just one node. Lin Xiaoqi quickly manipulated the display, switching to the transit path diagram. The main console, logistics dispatch, engineering department, emergency channel, and 3 unregistered listening ports. She paused. "We haven't even returned, and the news has already spread." Chen Mo finally released his grip, retrieving a jammer from the toolkit and connecting it to the remaining circuitry. The screen flickered with intermittent text. "Target B has been eliminated. Confirming survival. Task status updated to completed." This was an automated reporting protocol they had previously overlooked, triggered by the built-in system within the battle armor's wreckage, activated the moment the enemy fell. "We were manipulated," Lin Xiaoqi said coldly. The signal was relayed with a tag. "The Thunder Workshop team has eliminated a high-risk individual." This was not a notification but an announcement. Chen Mo put away the equipment, his right eye twitching slightly as his gaze swept over the wreckage of the fallen enemy. The cracks beneath his feet were still slowly opening and closing, resembling the breathing holes of some creature. He crouched down, using a titanium alloy blade to pry open the remnants of the back device, extracting a charred data chip and placing it into a sealed bag. The 3 of them said nothing more, resting in place for 20 minutes. Chen Mo tended to his mouth injury, while Lin Xiaoqi retrieved the core module from the robot wreckage, and Lei Meng inspected the wear on his tactical dagger. Once their strength was restored, they stepped towards the passage exit. As they pushed open the rusted metal door, a bright light pierced through. Outside the door was no longer a desolate transport corridor, but rather the A3 entrance square of the shelter. A crowd had already gathered holding lamps, medical kits, and cans of food standing outside the security line. Someone spotted their appearance and suddenly waved and shouted, "It's them! They've returned!" Cheers erupted. An elderly woman fell to her knees, her hands clasped together. Several children held up talismans made from scraps of circuit boards, with the edges inscribed with thunderfire protection. The residents surged forward agitated, but were stopped by a temporarily erected electric fence. Lei Meng stepped forward, removing his helmet to reveal the burn scar on his left cheek. The crowd fell silent for a moment. "We simply did what needed to be done," he said, his voice not loud yet piercing through the noise. "Clear the way, let us return to the base." The crowd slowly retreated, though some still threw supplies over the electric fence. A bottle of energy serum landed at Chen Mo's feet, rolling to a stop in front of his shoe. He bent down to pick it up and placed it in his backpack without saying a word. When they returned to the Thunder Workshop base, 3 supply vehicles were parked at the entrance marked as emergency dispatch from the engineering department. The administrator stood beside the vehicle, handing over a list. "Superior orders prioritize your needs." Lin Xiaoqi took the list to scan, her brow immediately furrowing. The ordinary maintenance parts and water purification modules were normal, but the serial numbers of the 3 groups of high-energy battery packs were unusual, with voltage readings fluctuating violently, clearly modified. She cut off the connection wires, isolating the battery packs while keeping samples of the internal circuits. Then she reported false serial numbers over a backup channel to trace the signal source in reverse. Chen Mo contacted the logistics supervisor, clearly stating, "We do not need special treatment, just fair quotas." The supervisor remained silent for a moment before responding, "The orders come from higher up and cannot be revoked. But you can choose to accept the content." In the end, they only kept the basic parts and water purification modules. The remaining supplies were returned to the 2 supply vehicles, while the third was privately withheld by Lin Xiaoqi for setting up a signal decoy. Late at night, the base lights were dimmed to the lowest setting. Lin Xiaoqi retrieved public broadcast footage, where multiple unfamiliar faces appeared in the welcoming crowd. One person held an old camera, the lens consistently aimed at Chen Mo. Another hid in a corner, wearing a communication headset without markings, continuously recording for over 30 minutes. "It's not gratitude," Lei Meng said, sitting at the table chewing on a new tobacco substitute while staring at the screen replay. "It's an assessment." Chen Mo sat in front of an old map, tracing 3 paths leading to the core area of the ruins with his finger. The edges of the map were marked with the distribution of ventilation shafts, power load nodes, and unregistered passages. He said softly, "They will come looking for us. We might as well take the initiative." Lin Xiaoqi turned off the recording, encrypting and sealing the suspicious footage. "Starting tomorrow, all external communications will go through frequency hopping links, and the equipment will activate the secondary camouflage protocol." After she finished speaking, she stood up to check the modified detection device, confirming it was on standby. Lei Meng stood up, moving his right arm to ensure the exoskeleton could still support short-range advances. He walked to the outer perimeter of the camp, completing a patrol, and upon returning marked no abnormal approaches in the log. The 3 of them returned to their positions, maintaining their battle readiness. Chen Mo spread out the map using a pencil to mark the shortest path, the arrow pointing deep underground. Lin Xiaoqi disassembled the water purification module, extracting the microfilter core and embedding it into a portable analyzer. Lei Meng inserted the tactical dagger back into its side sheath, returning to the table and closing his eyes to rest. Outside the base, the wind grew tighter and sand grains beat against the metal exterior. Lin Xiaoqi suddenly looked up, her mechanical eye catching a glint outside the window. A lens was aimed at their window from a rooftop in the distance. She remained silent, simply switching the holographic interface to interference mode and activating a low-power pulse. The glint vanished. The wind ceased. After the glint from the window vanished, Lin Xiaoqi switched the holographic interface back to standard scanning mode, the crimson light of her mechanical eye tracing an arc through the darkness. Without a word, she retied her hair into a tight top knot and tapped twice in the air. The detector emitted a low-frequency hum, confirming no signal reflection within a 30-meter radius. Chen Mo remained seated before the map, his pencil poised at the tip of an arrow, his knuckles pressing against the edge of his digital watch. His right eye did not twitch, his gaze fixed on the array symbol marked at Zone B, basement level 3. The symbol bore a resemblance to the runic structures he had seen in the ice-field ruins the previous night, but its circuits were denser, the energy flow arranged in a spiral formation. He raised his left hand and used the tip of a titanium alloy blade to etch 3 parallel lines on the corner of the table, spaced identically to the scars on his left cheek. This was his habit while calculating. Only Lei Meng knew it meant he had locked onto a path. Lei Meng stood at the entrance, the right arm thruster of his exoskeleton cooling down with a faint vibration. He chewed on a new tobacco substitute, his gaze sweeping over the traces of sand and dust on the camp's periphery. No new footprints, no electromagnetic residue from remote device activation. A safe window remained roughly 4 hours. "Let's move," Chen Mo said, putting away his pencil and rising to his feet, his tool kit slung over his shoulder. The three exchanged no further words. The water purification module Lin Xiaoqi had dismantled was now modified into a portable analyzer, its filter core connected to a microsensor capable of capturing faint spiritual energy fluctuations in the air. She strapped it onto her back, her mechanical eye switching to penetration mode, locking onto the entrance of the unregistered passage beneath the ventilation shaft. The passage was dimly lit, the metal walls riddled with rust and cracks. They advanced along the planned route, their footsteps absorbed by soundproofing coating. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance to Zone B, basement level 3. A stone door half buried in the wall loomed before them. Its surface was covered in interwoven runes with a hexagonal crystal embedded at the center, slowly rotating and restructuring at a cycle of 0.7 seconds per cycle. Lin Xiaoqi stepped forward and a wrist projection expanded into a control interface. She released a swarm of nanobots, 327 microunits spread out in a fan shape, penetrating the crystal surface for a 3-dimensional scan without touching the array. Her mechanical eye synchronized to capture the time window of each runic reorganization. "There's a delay," she whispered. "Between each structural reset, there's a 0.7 second logical gap. Enough for us to insert a probe." Chen Mo crouched down, retrieving a signal generator from his toolkit and connecting it to the analyzer's output port. Based on the scan data, he mapped a dynamic topology, discovering the array was composed of 3 nested circuits with the energy flow moving in a counterclockwise spiral. Forcing a break would trigger a chain collapse. "Can't brute force it," he said. "Inject a low-frequency oscillation signal, set the frequency to 1 for hertz, precisely fitting the reorganization gap." Lei Meng nodded, and a data cable emerged from his right arm exoskeleton interface, connecting to the electromagnetic pulse device. He adjusted the output power to the minimum setting, ensuring precise interference without causing resonance. Lin Xiaoqi controlled the nanobots, cutting into the core node at the moment of signal injection to simulate a legitimate authorization code. The crystal's rotation abruptly halted. The runes ceased their reorganization, exposing the circuits. 3 seconds later, a mechanical loosening sound came from within the stone door, which slowly slid open to both sides. Beyond the door lay a sloping stone staircase, the air tinged with a faint blue luminescence. Deep within the passage, the gravitational field showed slight distortion, and the floor dust was arranged in concentric rings. Lin Xiaoqi deployed 2 microdrones to map the spatial curvature changes and delineate a safe path. Data indicated a transparent force field in the central area. Direct contact would cause localized structural instability. They moved cautiously along the side walls, reaching a hidden chamber. In the center stood a stone platform with 3 items sealed within the force field: a jade slip, a short blade, and a bronze token. The force field's surface rippled faintly, sharing the same harmonic characteristics as the previous array. Lei Meng drew a tactical dagger, connected it to the exoskeleton's power source, and released a controlled electric arc to strike the force field's edge. Chen Mo observed the fluctuation frequency, confirming its response pattern matched that of the earlier array's deactivation. Lin Xiaoqi immediately adjusted the nanobot's resonance frequency, applying a synchronized microvibration. 3 seconds later, the force field collapsed. The air trembled slightly and no energy leaked upon the seal's release. Lin Xiaoqi quickly used the modified analyzer to conduct a non-invasive scan of the 3 relics. The jade slip contained a fragment of the incomplete cultivation art, the 9 revolutions qi condensation art, covering basic qi guidance and meridian nurturing. Though incomplete, its structure was clear and could serve as an introductory reference. The short blade was made of an unknown material, its surface etched with thunder patterns. No energy reaction was detected, but the hilt bore residual biometric traces, suggesting it required a specific spiritual route to activate. The bronze token had no text markings, but its internal crystal lattice structure was complex, containing trace amounts of active elements. It might serve as some form of identity credential or authorization key. Chen Mo removed his digital watch and gently tapped the jade slip's surface with the watch's bezel to confirm no traps were attached. He then stored it in a waterproof pouch and began manually transcribing key passages. Lei Meng inspected the short blade's edge, found it intact, wrapped it, and secured it in a dedicated slot at his waist. Lin Xiaoqi placed the bronze token into a shielded box, preparing for in-depth analysis back at the base. The chamber held no other mechanisms, nor did it trigger any alarms. The three completed their packaging, their condition stable. Chen Mo took a final look around, confirming no traces were left behind. Lin Xiaoqi shut down the detector, the red light of her mechanical eye returning to a normal frequency. Lei Meng stood guard at the exit, his exoskeleton's right arm fully functional, ready to execute the escort mission at any moment. They stood at the starting point of the stone staircase, about to return along the path they came. Chen Mo shouldered his tool kit, his fingertips brushing across the scar on his left cheek. Lin Xiaoqi retied her top knot once more, ensuring it wouldn't obstruct her vision. Lei Meng chewed and swallowed the last piece of tobacco substitute, spitting out the residue. The passage fell silent, the blue luminescence gradually dimming. The blue light at the end of the corridor died out completely. Chen Mo put away his electronic watch, his fingertips pausing for a moment on the scar on his left cheek. Lin Xiaoqi retied her hair into a top knot, her mechanical eye switching to low-power mode. Before the scanner shut down, its final frame showed no trace of a tracking signal. Lei Meng spat out the remnants of his tobacco. The thruster on his exoskeleton's right arm emitted a faint hum, confirming it had cooled down. The three of them retraced their steps, their footsteps falling in unison on the metal staircase. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the base laboratory. Lin Xiaoqi swiped her card to unlock it. The door's green light illuminated, and the interior lights turned on row by row. On the center of the workbench lay 3 sealed bags, a jade slip, a short blade, and a bronze token, all arranged in a row and covered with an anti-static film. Chen Mo took off his tool bag and pulled out his electronic watch, connecting it to the analyzer's interface. The screen lit up and the physiological data model from the old era automatically loaded, the nerve conduction velocity and heart rate fluctuation curves recorded by his father before his death stored on the chip embedded in the watch's base layer, never deleted. He called up the transcribed fragment of the 9 Revolutions Qi condensation art, meticulously comparing the ancient script characters with modern spiritual energy theory terms, beginning to construct a draft of the energy circulation route. Lin Xiaoqi sat down at the console and placed the jade slip into the scanning slot. The modified analyzer emitted a weak electromagnetic wave, penetrating the material's interior to capture residual energy traces. A holographic interface unfolded and fragmented text chains gradually emerged, some characters blurred beyond recognition due to their age. She gently tapped the air with the tip of her pen, marking 7 crucial missing passages, then connected to a cluster of nanobots for reverse inference. The core of the first level is guiding qi into the meridians, she said, but the respiratory rhythm parameters and the sequence for warming the meridians are missing. Chen Mo nodded, his right eye twitching slightly. He projected the physiological model from his electronic watch onto the main screen, extracting autonomic nerve regulation data from a deep breathing state, attempting to match the ancient text's mention of 3 breaths as the measure. On the screen, 2 curves slowly converged, achieving an initial match on the 7th iteration. Try it with this rhythm, he said. Lei Meng stood at the edge of the training area and picked up the short blade. The blade was icy cold, its thunder pattern static. He tried injecting a microcurrent from the exoskeleton's power source, no reaction. He changed the pulse frequency 3 times, still no resonance. He frowned and placed the short blade back on the detection table. It needs a specific activation source, he said. Lin Xiaoqi simultaneously completed the data calibration, projecting the supplemented first-level technique onto the wall. The 3 gathered around to examine it, confirming the feasibility of each sentence. Chen Mo took off his gloves, revealing the electronic watch on his left wrist. The edge of the watch face had fine scratches, friction marks from contact with the jade slip the previous night. "Ill practice it," he said. He sat cross-legged in the center of the training area, back straight, hands resting on his knees. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. On the first breath, his chest expanded. On the second, his diaphragm descended. On the third, his consciousness traveled down the conception vessel to his dantian. The faint spiritual energy within his body flowed, accordingly, like fine sand slipping across a dry riverbed. Sensor patches attached to his temples and wrists monitored his brainwaves and blood oxygen levels in real time. On the screen, alpha waves stabilized and his heart rate dropped to 58 beats per minute. After 3 minutes, the spiritual energy formed a tiny vortex in his dantian, neither spreading nor running rampant. Success. He opened his eyes, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. His right eye stopped twitching. It's feasible, he said. But the efficiency of spiritual energy generation is extremely low, less than 12 of a standard awakened individual. Lin Xiaoqi recorded the data while simultaneously calling up the resonance spectrum of the short blade. She discovered that when Chen Mo entered the guidance state, the peak of his brainwave harmonics appeared in the 4.7 Hz range, exactly overlapping with the theoretical resonance frequency of the blade's thunder patterns. Try this. She connected a signal generator to the exoskeleton's power source, set the output frequency to 4.7 Hz, and directed it to the hilt of the short blade. Lei Meng grasped the hilt and injected the oscillating energy. Hum. The thunder patterns lit up with a faint blue light, then extinguished. Almost, Lin Xiaoqi said. The energy input is unstable. Ill-coordinate, Chen Mo said, standing up and moving to Lei Meng's left. He re-entered the guidance state, maintaining his brainwave output. Lin Xiaoqi locked onto his neural signal, and through the analyzer's relay precisely channeled the harmonics into the short blade. Lei Meng exerted force. This time the thunder patterns flashed 3 times in succession, and the entire short blade glowed with a pale blue radiance. The air around the blade's edge distorted, generating faint electric arcs. It's activated, Lei Meng said. Lin Xiaoqi immediately started the monitoring program to record the energy flow. The data showed that the short blade didn't provide its own power. Instead, it used the user's spiritual root as a medium to amplify spiritual energy fluctuations at a specific frequency. This meant it wasn't an ordinary weapon but a piece of tactical equipment requiring coordinated driving. It can't be used by a single person, she said. Someone must provide a matching spiritual root output. Then we'll work in groups of 3, Chen Mo said. They began joint drills. Chen Mo was responsible for guiding the spiritual energy, Lei Meng wielded the blade for output, and Lin Xiaoqi monitored system stability. On the first attempt, the rhythm was off, the spiritual energy conduction was interrupted, the short blade suddenly lost its light, and the analyzer's overload alarm sounded. The beat isn't unified, Lin Xiaoqi said. A 0.3-second deviation in the guidance cycle caused the energy superposition to fail. She proposed establishing a synchronization signal system. Using the analyzer to emit low-frequency pulses set at intervals of every 3 seconds, they established an action benchmark. The 3 adjusted their breathing and movement rhythm based on this beat. During the second drill, Chen Mo inhaled while Lei Meng gathered power, and Lin Xiaoqi confirmed the energy threshold as he exhaled. On the third attempt, the short blade successfully maintained its glowing state for 12 seconds with electric arcs extending 5 centimeters from the blade's tip. On the fourth attempt, a closed loop formed. Spiritual energy flowed from Chen Mo's body, was amplified by the short blade, and was released by Lei Meng in a chopping motion, striking the training target. The target's surface was carbonized, leaving a charred crack. Output intensity has reached the early grade level, Lin Xiaoqi read out. Though it's below the individual's limit, its advantage lies in its controllability. Chen Mo finished the last round of guidance, a light sweat on his forehead. He rubbed the edge of his electronic watch with his right hand. He sat down at the workbench, opened his notebook, and wrote in pencil verification of the first level of the 9 revolutions Qi condensation art passed. Basic guidance safety thresholds established. Can serve as a team's universal cultivation template. Lin Xiaoqi saved the final data onto a shielded hard drive, and the red light in her mechanical eye went out. She leaned back in her chair to rest with her eyes closed, unconsciously twirling a pen in her fingers, her top knot still intact. Lei Meng removed some components from his exoskeleton and placed them on the cooling rack. He inspected the energy storage slot of the short blade, confirmed there was no structural damage, and stored it in a special case. Chewing on a new tobacco substitute, his gaze swept over the equipment cabinet in the corner of the lab. 3 sets of combat suits were already prepared. All materials needed for tomorrow's competition were in place. The sound of a patrol's footsteps came from outside the corridor, regular and steady. The indoor lights were constant with no abnormal alarms. Chen Mo closed his notebook and looked up at the other 2. Lin Xiaoqi opened her eyes and nodded. Lei Meng patted the blade case, signaling he was ready. The 3 sat silently in their places, no longer speaking. Outside the window, the first light of dawn appeared, shining on the sealed bag on the corner of the table. The surface of the bronze token emitted a faint, almost imperceptible green gleam. The morning light pierced through the anti-radiation dome of the shelter's central plaza, casting dappled shadows on the metal floor. Chen Mo stood up, tucking his notebook into the side pocket of his tool bag, the scratches on the edge of his electronic watch gleaming a faint white under the sunlight. Lin Xiaoqi untied her skyward-bound bun and retied it tightly her mechanical prosthetic, switching to normal mode as the console interface faded row by row. Lei Meng hung the last combat suit onto the exoskeleton frame, chewing on a new tobacco substitute, a soft whir from his right arm thruster, signaling the completion of a self-check. The three of them said nothing, walking out of the laboratory in turn. The patrol team at the passageway changed shifts, their footsteps crossing in a rhythmic echo. They headed straight for the arena in the central plaza. Along the way, the eyes of the residents followed the silhouette of the modified work suit and the exoskeleton, their low murmurs lingering in the air. A long line had already formed at the entrance to the arena. Behind the registration desk sat three judges with identity-scanning light screens floating before them. Chen Mo stepped forward to submit their number plate. The judge glanced at the team composition, his brow furrowing. "You registered as a combat group?" the judge said, looking at Lin Xiaoqi. "Is that a holographic operation terminal she's carrying? Is that considered auxiliary equipment or an external system?" According to the rules, non-awakened individuals are not allowed to carry active enhancement devices. Lin Xiaoqi said nothing, twirling a pen between her fingers, the tip resting against the table. "She's a technical coordinator," Chen Mo said. "The equipment isn't powered, it only serves as a signal guide." The judge pulled up the inspection record and found the terminal had no built-in power module, but he was still skeptical. "Well, wait for the review panel's decision. For now, she's suspended from the match." Bystanders erupted in laughter. "Scavenging parts from scrap heaps and you dare to compete?" An awakened in leather armor sneered. "Don't cry and beg to withdraw later." Chen Mo ignored him, turning to Lei Meng. "Take out the short blade." Lei Meng unclipped the blade case, pulled out the short blade, and placed it on the table. The blade was icy cold, its lightning patterns motionless. "Well, demonstrate the activation process right here." Chen Mo put on sensor patches, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. On the first breath, his chest expanded. On the second, his diaphragm sank. On the third, his consciousness descended along the conception vessel to the dantian. The spiritual energy within his body stirred faintly, like a trickle converging into a channel. Lin Xiaoqi connected to the analyzer, locked onto the peak of his brainwave harmonics, and set the output frequency to 4.7 Hz, importing it into the grip of the short blade. Lei Meng took the blade and injected oscillating energy. A hum. The lightning patterns lit up with a thread of deep blue, then stabilized into a steady glow. The air around the blade's edge distorted arcs of electricity leaping. The judge's screen flickered from red to green. "Equipment is legal. Synergy mechanism confirmed." Lin Xiaoqi suspension lifted. The first-round draw results were announced against three rogue, awakened cultivators with a 10-minute time limit of victory by taking down two opponents. The arena opened, the metal gate rising. The three opponents stood in a triangle, their spiritual energy fluctuations palpable. One had a reddish glow on his skin, indicating a fire element. Another gathered wind in his palm, a speed type. The third bore a thick shield on his back, his defensive stance steady. The whistle blew. The fire element awakened struck, first both fists blazing with flames, charging straight at Lei Meng. Lei Meng stood still, the right arm of his exoskeleton powering up an electromagnetic pulse, ready to unleash. Chen Mo stood in the back, breathing steadily, continuing to guide his spiritual energy, releasing faint fluctuations. Lin Xiaoqi activated her holographic projection, generating 3 phantom images on the ground and in the air to confuse the opponent's visual judgment. The fire element awakened strike missed, his movement faltering slightly. Chen Mo seized the gap, intensifying his spiritual energy fluctuations to precisely disrupt the opponent's energy resonance frequency. The fire element awakens, internal spiritual flow, trembled, his flames dimming abruptly. Lei Meng surged forward, his left arm blocking a wind blade, while his right arm unleashed an electromagnetic shockwave blasting toward the enemy's chest. The man let out a muffled groan, flying backward and crashing into the protective net. The defense type awakened, immediately pressed forward, raising his shield to counter. Lin Xiaoqi deployed microdrones into the air, dropping electromagnetic interference bombs. Amid the explosions, the shield's surface current went haywire, its defense failing. Chen Mo seized the opportunity to cut in, guiding his spiritual energy, with the rhythm of the 9 revolutions condensing chi art to restrain the third opponent's movement tempo. Lei Meng closed in from the flank, swinging the short blade. The lightning-patterned arc severed the opponent's wrist guard, forcing him to his knees. At 8 minutes and 17 seconds, victory was sealed. Sparse applause rose from the audience, then grew. Some began discussing the team's tactics. Not a mere stacking of combat power, but like a precisely running machine, each step hitting its mark. The elimination round draw pitted them against an iron triangle combination of 2 fire element awakened and 1 defensive type, a team that had reached the semifinals in the previous tournament. At the start of the match, the opponents quickly seized the central area, setting up a firepower blockade. The 2 fire types alternated jets of high-temperature air, compressing the space for movement while the defender coordinated from the center, advancing step by step. Chen Mo stepped back half a pace, continuing to guide his spiritual energy, with the 9 revolutions condensing chi art, releasing fluctuations to disrupt the opponent's resonance. Lin Xiaoqi activated low-frequency pulse synchronization signals every 3 seconds as a baseline for action. "Here comes the rhythm," she said. Chen Mo nodded, aligning his breath with the pulse. Lei Meng gathered power, the leg thrusters of his exoskeleton, humming with increasing intensity. The fire element awakened, converged again, weaving flames into a net. Just as the combined strike landed, Chen Mo abruptly shifted the rhythm of his spiritual energy output, creating a perceptual delay. The 2 opponents' movements faltered slightly, their flames misaligned. Lin Xiaoqi launched a swarm of drones in a surprise attack from above, dropping interference bombs. The blast forced the defender to raise his shield, creating a gap in their formation. Lei Meng charged out the lightning patterns on his short blade, fully activated the amplified thunderbolt, striking straight down. The electric arc pierced through the shield's surface, numbing the man's arm and forcing him to one knee. The last fire element awakened roared in fury, unleashing all his spiritual power in a desperate counterattack. Chen Mo predicted it in advance, guiding his spiritual energy to form a barrier that weakened the shockwave. Lei Meng closed in, landing an elbow strike to the jaw, sending him flying out of the arena. The entire crowd erupted in uproar. The final opponent was revealed, a 3-man team of official shelter guard members, equipped with standard military exoskeletons, tactical shields, and long-range suppression devices. They were also familiar with the arena's trap layout, giving them a significant home field advantage. The betting board in the audience flipped rapidly, with over 90% backing the guard team. When the broadcast announced the odds, someone whistled. No matter how strong the outsiders are, they can't beat the system's elite. As the starting bell rang, the guard team immediately deployed into formation. 1 advanced with a shield, 1 set up a long-range interference cannon, and the 3rd roamed the flank, preparing for a pincer attack. Chen Mo stood in the center, his right hand rubbing the edge of his electronic watch. He called up the breathing model data left by his father, precisely controlling the rhythm of his spiritual energy output. With each exhale, he left an extremely faint fluctuation in the air. Lin Xiaoqi interfaced with the arena's monitoring system, reverse-analyzing the trigger patterns of the traps. She discovered that the trap zones were distributed in the southeast and northwest corners, activating every 30 seconds. "Avoid those 2 areas," she reported in a low voice. Lei Meng nodded, switching his exoskeleton's right arm to melee mode, moving slowly. The guard team launched a combined attack. The interference cannon released powerful electromagnetic waves, attempting to cut off external signals. Lin Xiaoqi was prepared, activating a dynamic obfuscation algorithm, the terminal signal hopping frequencies, to evade. Just as the cannon shot landed, Chen Mo suddenly shifted his spiritual energy, rhythm creating a brief perceptual delay. The guard team's coordinated movements showed a 0.3-second deviation. Lei Meng seized the opportunity, forcefully breaking through the flank. The lightning patterns on his short blade amplified the thunderbolt, shattering the defense. The shield cracked, the wielder staggering backward. The 3rd guard tried to fill the gap, but Lin Xiaoqi's drone swarm dropped smoke bombs, obscuring the view. Chen Mo guided his spiritual energy, forming directional fluctuations within the smoke to direct Lei Meng's position. Lei Meng charged the short blade, slashing horizontally, the electric arc tearing through the armor. The final blow landed on the shoulder of the interference cannon operator, directly destroying the energy module. The guard team lost their fire support, their formation collapsing. Chen Mo withdrew, his energy sweat beating on his forehead. His right eye twitched slightly before calming. Lei Meng stood leaning on his blade, the left leg of his exoskeleton, smoking, its thruster damaged. Lin Xiaoqi powered down her terminal, her silver-white short hair dusty, the red light in her mechanical prosthetic eye fading. The judge announced, "Team Chen Mo wins." The spotlight shone down as the 3 stepped onto the podium. The shelter administrator approached in person, holding a resource allocation sheet. "Your performance exceeded expectations," he said. "On behalf of the management, I announce a reward of 50 kilograms of rare metals, 3 sets of high-energy battery packs, and 1 independent research pod. Furthermore, you will be invited to participate in the defense system upgrade project." He handed over a copy of the agreement. Lin Xiaoqi took at her fingertips, gently brushing the paper. Lei Meng chewed on his tobacco, his gaze sweeping across the audience. Chen Mo stood in the center, the scar on his left cheek, clearly visible, his right hand still resting on the edge of his electronic watch. His expression was calm, but a faint light flickered in his eyes. The administrator looked down at the newly added allocation sheet, the tip of his pen pausing over the material priority column. Chen Mo stared at the paper in his hand. Lin Xiaoqi's pen tip lightly tapped the table. Lei Meng spat out the remnants in his mouth. After the spotlight dimmed, the shelter manager's footsteps moved away first. Chen Mo stood still, his right hand still resting on the edge of his electronic watch, his fingertips rubbing against the thin white scratch. Lin Xiaoqi folded the agreement page in half, stuffed it into the inner pocket of her work suit, the rough texture of the paper fibers lingering on her fingertips. Lei Meng spat out the residue in his mouth. The left leg thruster of his exoskeleton emitted a short burst of electrical noise. He lowered his head to glance at the status panel. The red warning had not disappeared. Old Zhao is on duty tonight at the Resource Allocation Center, the manager said as he walked holding a data tablet. Your prizes have been entered into the system, but the high-energy battery pack requires priority approval. The entire institute is competing for energy quotas right now. Chen Mo nodded, saying nothing. The three of them followed him across the central plaza. The residents' gazes still clung to them. Some whispered about outsiders beating the guard team, while others stared at Lei Meng's smoking thruster module. The radiation detection gate at the passage entrance hummed twice and then granted passage. The research pod was located on the east side of the second underground level at the end of the corridor. The door lock slid open after reading the team number, and the interior lights turned on automatically. Lin Xiaoqi walked directly to the main console, raised her wrist, and a holographic interface popped up. Her fingers quickly tapped to select the permission lock procedure. A remote access confirmation prompt appeared on the screen. She entered the key, and the pod security level was raised to 3. I've already connected the terminal to the logistics network, she said, her mechanical prosthetic eye switching to infrared mode, scanning the heat flow distribution in the air. The battery pack is still in warehouse B. The administrator is doing the final verification. Chen Mo unzipped his radiation-proof work suit, revealing the toolkit in the inner lining. He sat down on the metal chair beside the console, closed his eyes, and regulated his breath. Spiritual energy flowed sluggishly through his meridians. His right eye twitched slightly, as if fine needles were pricking at the nerve endings. He didn't forcefully suppress it, but instead adjusted his rhythm according to the breathing model his father had left behind. With each inhale and exhale, the disorder within him gradually calmed. Lei Meng stood against the wall and began disassembling the module of his left leg exoskeleton. The burnt wires were exposed and the connector ports were severely carbonized. He took out spare parts from his toolkit, his movements skilled but slow. He had to pause after unscrewing each bolt to avoid aggravating his old injuries. The short blade was placed on a stand beside him. Its thunder pattern was dim and had not yet fully recovered. "I'll submit a damage report." Chen Mo opened his eyes, pulled a record card from his toolkit, and inserted it into the card reader on the table. Using the match footage to support the tactical value should speed up the process. Lin Xiaoqi turned her head to look at him, tapping the table lightly with the tip of her pen. "You write it and I'll send it to old Zhao simultaneously. Also check the usage schedule for this research pod for the next 48 hours. We don't want someone else bumping our slot." Chen Mo began to input the text, his knuckles pale from prolonged tension. The report was concise: combat duration, opponent intensity, equipment loss rate, tactical coordination efficiency. He attached 3 video clips: the keyframes of Lei Meng breaking through the flank, the time nodes of Lin Xiaoqi's signal jamming, and the spiritual energy fluctuation curve of his own perceptual delay creation. Lin Xiaoqi accessed the network and remotely retrieved the warehouse surveillance footage. The high-energy battery packs were neatly stacked on pallets, their nameplates indicating they were new polymer energy storage units, each with a capacity of 1200 ampere-hours. She sent an unlock request, and the system displayed an approval delay prompt. "Waiting for the manager's signature," she said. Half an hour later, footsteps came from outside the door. The manager personally delivered the transport vehicle key and added a temporary energy quota clause to the agreement copy. "You can apply for an additional 2 hours of peak power supply," he said. "I hope you can participate in the defense system upgrade project." Chen Mo took the key but didn't respond immediately. Lei Meng installed the new thruster module and initiated the self-check procedure. The thruster's hum shifted from intermittent to steady. Lin Xiaoqi secured the rare metal block on the processing table and activated the micro laser cutter. "Materials are limited," she said. "How do we divide them?" Chen Mo stood up and walked to the table. Modular sharing plan, he said. Disassemble the battery pack into core units and embed them into each of our equipment to form an energy-linked network. Whoever needs output can draw from it. Lei Meng frowned. My thruster consumes a lot of power. What if the supply is cut off during combat? It won't be, Lin Xiaoqi said, pulling up a circuit diagram. I'll add buffer capacitors to ensure basic operation. And she looked at Chen Mo. Your resonance array also needs a stable power supply, otherwise your cultivation efficiency won't improve. Chen Mo nodded. Priority goes to recasting the short blades guide channel. Improving output stability is more important for you. Lin Xiaoqi started the equipment. The rare metal melted under high heat and was injected into the mold. After cooling, she removed the newly made guide channel. Its surface was smooth and free of bubbles. She replaced it inside the short blade's handle and recalibrated the energy conduction path. When completed, the thunder pattern on the short blade brightened and the arc jumps became more stable. She then installed a passive heat dissipation layer for her own terminal, using the leftover metal to make thermal pads attached to the back of the control module. The temperature of her mechanical prosthetic I subsequently dropped and the red light returned to normal. Chen Mo used the remaining materials to construct a simple spiritual energy resonance array inside his toolkit. 6 microcrystals were embedded into the bag's lining at specific angles, guiding the flow of spiritual energy within his body through low-frequency vibration. He sat back in the chair, activated the device, and his breathing rhythm gradually synchronized with the vibration wave. The frequency of his right eye's twitching decreased and eventually calmed down. Lei Meng completed the exoskeleton self-check. All modules showed green. He drew the short blade and swung it twice. The sound of the blade cutting through the air was sharper than before. He resecured the blade sheath and chewed a new piece of tobacco substitute. I can take over the stability check of the mechanisms, he said, as a start to our cooperation. Lin Xiaoqi shut down the main console and inserted the last high-energy battery into the energy storage slot of her backpack. I also need to access the database to analyze historical energy consumption. Chen Mo finished his practice and stood up, putting his electronic watch back in place and zipping his work suit up to his chest. He looked at the two of them. Short-term collaboration with exploration rights retained. The two nodded. Lin Xiaoqi set up an automatic alarm system to monitor anyone approaching the pod. Lei Meng stood against the wall, checking the secure state of the short blade. Chen Mo inventoried his toolkit, confirming the communication frequency band was compatible with the field environment. The research pod's lights were dimmed to low and the three remained silent. The time read 3:17 a.m. The footsteps in the distant corridor gradually faded. The terminal screen flickered once and then went into standby. Chen Mo's hand rested on the door control switch. Chen Mo pressed his palm against the door control, switched the chill of the metal panel, seeping through his work gloves. The terminal screen inside the research module had just entered standby mode, the last trace of light fading away. He did not look back, merely sliding his thumb across the switch. The alloy door slid silently to both sides, revealing the sloped passage at the end of the corridor that led to the surface. Lin Xiaoqi unplugged the data cable from the main console. The holographic interface instantly condensed into a single blue dot, vanishing into the projection area on her wrist. She stuffed the portable terminal into the side pocket of her backpack and tightened the shockproof straps. Lei Meng straightened his body, the exoskeleton joints emitting a faint hydraulic return sound. The left leg thruster ran a test for 3 seconds, its status light shifting from yellow to green. Without a word, the three of them passed through the doorframe one by one. Their footsteps on the metal corridor were largely swallowed by the sound-absorbing layer. The transport vehicle was parked at the docking bay on the 3rd underground level. Its paint had faded, but the chassis reinforcements and radiation shielding plates were newly replaced. Chen Mo slid into the driver's seat, inserted the key into the ignition slot, and the dashboard lights flickered on one by one. Lin Xiaoqi opened the toolbox in the back seat, checking the power supply of the detection probe and the seal of the sampling tubes. Lei Meng stood at the rear of the vehicle, using a tactical knife to scrape old mud from the crevices of the wheel hub, confirming no crystalline residue remained, a byproduct of cooled high-radiation dust. As the vehicle drove out of the shelter's main passage, the morning light slanted down through a fissure in the surface. The air detector showed a gamma reading of 6.3 μSVH, teetering on the edge of the safety threshold. Lin Xiaoqi linked into the vehicle's navigation system and pulled up geological survey maps from 30 years ago, attempting to match them to the current terrain. The signal flickered intermittently, and the map failed to sync 3 times. Switch to inertial navigation. she said, swiping erroneous coordinates off the screen. Set target to northwest by north 15 degrees. Original research station location. Wheels rolled over the gravel slope, emerging into a vast open wasteland. The surface was covered in a grayish-white alkaline crust with occasional patches of dark red rock visible in the cracks. Chen Mo held the steering wheel steady, avoiding a sinkhole. The tires rolled over a twisted piece of metal debris, producing a muffled grinding sound. Lin Xiaoqi recorded the GPS coordinates, marking it as suspected artificial structure fragment. Lei Meng leaned against the passenger window, switching his mechanical eye to thermal mode, scanning the horizon. No moving heat sources within visual range. Wind speed, at level 3, airborne particles, predominantly silicate-based. After traveling approximately 17 kilometers, the ground revealed regular cracks arranged in a grid pattern spaced about 8 meters apart. Chen Mo stepped on the brake and shifted into neutral. The three got out their feet, landing at the intersection of the cracks. Lin Xiaoqi took out a portable drilling rig and took a sample at the edge of a fissure. The drill bit hit a hard object after penetrating 30 centimeters. The recovered sample showed a silver-gray powder with a silicon content of 92.7, along with trace amounts of titanium and niobium alloy particles. She sealed the sample in a tube and affixed a numbered label. Not natural sediment, she said, quietly transferring the data to the terminal. This purity and ratio could only come from a refinery or a lab. Chen Mo crouched down, pressing the detector close to the ground. The device beeped twice, the needle swinging to the right limit. A metal reflection signal was detected 1.5 meters underground, its outline rectangular with a length-to-width ratio close to 3:1. Unlike a mineral vein. Keep moving forward, he said, putting away the instrument. The signal strength is increasing. Lei Meng got back into the vehicle and checked the weapon mount on his shoulder. The electromagnetic pulse emitter was locked and functioning. Spare magazines were securely fastened. He took a bite of a compressed ration bar, chewing, while keeping his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. The wasteland offered a wide view. Any approach would be exposed well in advance. After another 9 kilometers, the vehicle became stuck in a soft, collapsed area, the front wheels sinking up to the axle. The three of them couldn't push it out together. Chen Mo turned off the engine and declared they would proceed on foot. Each person shouldered 30 kilograms of equipment, advancing northwest. The wind shifted to the southeast, bringing a faint scent of moisture, extremely rare in this wasteland. Lin Xiaoqi adjusted the filter in her breathing mask to prevent inhaling any unknown aerosols. 2 hours before sunset, they reached a gentle slope on high ground. The underground signal piqued the detector, vibrating continuously. Chen Mo selected the camp location, setting up a standard triangular formation, the main tent in the center, lookout points on either side, and the water source and waste area isolated downwind. Lin Xiaoqi set up the shielded tent, connecting a high-energy battery pack to power the low-power analysis module. Once the terminal booted up, she imported the soil and metal sample data collected today and began the comparison. The alloy composition doesn't match any existing database, she said, staring at the screen. But the archives have an incomplete entry with the code TS07. The description is vague, mentioning cross-era material experiments. Chen Mo sat inside the main tent, spreading out a hand-drawn topographic map marking all the anomalies. His right hand rested on his tool pack. The resonance array operated steadily, and the spiritual energy within his body flowed smoothly. His right eye twitched occasionally, as if struck by a current of electricity, but he showed no reaction. Lei Meng completed the perimeter patrol, marking safe paths on the ground with charcoal. He returned to camp, removed the upper body armor of his exoskeleton, and took out a thermal blanket to wrap around his torso. The nighttime temperature had already dropped to -11 degrees Celsius. He chewed a sedative substitute, leaned against a rock, and closed his eyes to rest his ears, still capturing the subtle changes in the wind. Lin Xiaoqi turned off the terminal's cooling fan to avoid noise interference with listening. She sealed the key samples, preparing to bring them back for in-depth analysis. The lighting inside the tent was dimmed to the minimum, just enough to see the outlines of faces. Tomorrow we push another 30 kilometers northwest, Chen Mo said, folding up the map. The strongest signal area is right ahead. Lin Xiaoqi nodded and switched her terminal to standby. Lei Meng opened one eye, looked at them, then closed it again. The camp fell silent. In the distance, wind swept over the rock formations, producing a low-frequency hum. Chen Mo sat in the center of the main tent, rubbing the edge of his electronic watch with his left hand. The watch face had a fine crack, but it didn't affect the timekeeping. He stared at the tent flap. Outside lay the pitch-black wasteland. The wind stopped. The wind ceased. Chen Mo's fingers glided over the edge of his digital watch twice. The cracks on the watch face's glass cut across the time markings, the second hand stuttering slightly with each tick. He didn't lift his head, merely lowering his left hand to press his palm against the ground. No vibrations came, no heat source moved, and even the sound of rolling gravel had vanished. This silence was more piercing than an alarm. He muttered, "Movement." Lin Xiaoqi's eyes snapped open, a blue light flashing at the interface on her nape. A holographic interface flickered into existence in the darkness for half a second before freezing. Without waiting for an order, she slapped the power switch of the shielded tent. The high-energy battery pack hummed to life, the interference field deployed, and a faint ripple expanded outward from the center of the camp. 3 seconds later, the detector's buzzer emitted a short, sharp tone. Southeast 30 meters underground, thermal signal density surged. Lei Meng rolled over and sprang up the hydraulic system of his exoskeleton, instantly pressurizing, and the weapon mounts on his shoulders unlocked. He grabbed a tactical knife and sheathed it at his waist while the electromagnetic pulse emitter on his right arm completed its charging self-check. His mechanical eye switched to penetration mode, and a stratigraphic profile emerged in his field of vision. At the bottom of a fissure, dense clusters were surging upward. Not a scattered group. Lei Meng bit open a capsule of tobacco, substitute his voice extremely low. "It's an encirclement formation." The first beasts burst from the ground less than 70 meters from the camp. Armored crawling species appeared first, their backs covered in a gray-black keratin layer. They advanced on 6 legs, spewing corrosive mucus from their open maws. Close behind were high-speed leaping predators, their hind leg muscles swollen, launching into a forward charge upon landing. Higher up, gliding individuals with membranous wings circled down, using residual air currents, acid dripping from their talons, etching white smoke into the rock face. Surrounded on 3 sides, their retreat cut off. Lin Xiaoqi's hands flew across the projection interface, adjusting the shield field frequency to 12.7 GHz to briefly disrupt the beasts' neural perception systems. 2 leaping beasts tumbled midair, crashing into their kin and causing momentary chaos. But sweat beaded on her forehead, and the cooling fan spun at maximum speed. "The interference field can't hold for 5 minutes, she said. "Overload threshold at 43. Lei Meng dropped to one knee and fired the electromagnetic pulse emitter in a series of shots at the main fissure opening. 3 pulses ignited free ions in the air, forming an arc net that briefly slowed the beast's surge from underground. But he frowned immediately. "Can't penetrate the deep protective layers. They're piling up their bodies to advance." Chen Mo crouched at the edge of the main tent, scanning the ground with a detector. He stared at 3 points of weak energy fluctuation on the screen, his right hand tapping a rhythm on his tool pack. The scar on his left cheek twitched slightly as the muscles contracted. He suddenly stood up, removed a modified energy storage module, and connected it to the igniter circuit of a Thunderfire device. "The southeast gap is the largest," he said. "A sonic disruption can open a 10-second window." Lin Xiaoqi responded immediately. She unplugged the detector's main control chip, reverse-connected it to a high-frequency oscillator, and pushed the output frequency to 45 kHz. The device casing grew hot, the warning light shifting from yellow to red. She tore off her work sleeve, wrapped it around her hand, and continued to increase the pressure. The moment the sonic pulse was released, 4 front-row crawling beasts convulsed and collapsed, their corneas ruptured and bleeding. A clear gap appeared in the encirclement. "Go!" Chen Mo hurled the Thunderfire device. The explosion occurred 2 meters underground. Volatile gases ignited, a wall of fire rose 5 meters high, and the scorching blast overturned 3 leaping beasts. The 3 of them surged forward, breaking through the gap. Lei Meng covered the rear, his shoulder weapons firing in bursts to suppress the pursuers. An acid round grazed his armor, leaving a scorch mark on his right arm. They had barely covered 30 meters when the ground trembled violently. Multiple heavy battering beasts stomped simultaneously, the shockwave disrupting the exoskeleton's balance system. Lei Meng's left leg thruster failed, his knee slammed into the ground and gravel embedded itself in the gaps of his armor. A leaping beast pounced from the flank, its claws aimed directly at his throat. Chen Mo spun and struck sideways, a titanium alloy blade springing from his right arm. He severed the beast's claws while kicking into its chest cartilage. Lin Xiaoqi flung a traction net robot which entangled the leg of another approaching predator. She detonated a micro-explosive, remotely blasting it away. "Module swapped," she yelled. The sonic wave sounded again, sharper than before. The gliding beasts in the air lost their balance, one crashing into the rock wall, its broken wing bone piercing its own neck. The The three continued their sprint forward. The wall of fire gradually extinguished, but the pursuit slowed. The beast horde lingered at the edge, no longer advancing in force. Chen Mo raised his hand and the team slowed down. They entered a broken rock belt, where scattered stone pillars of varying heights provided cover. He leaned behind a tilted metal panel, quickly checking their status. The left sleeve of his work suit was torn by claw marks, revealing 3 bleeding gashes on his skin. Not deep and already clotting. His tool pack was still intact and the resonance array was running steadily. Lin Xiaoqi sat down with her back against a rock wall. Her right palm was red and blistered from burns, her fingertips still trembling. She tore open a first aid kit, applied cooling gel to the wound, then reconnected her terminal to monitor changes in surrounding signals. No new heat sources, no underground energy flow. Lei Meng stood up, supporting himself with one hand on the ground. The exoskeleton's left leg switched to auxiliary support mode. He unlatched the armor's lower cover, cleaned the dust from inside the thruster, and confirmed the mechanical structure wasn't broken. The abrasion on his calf was fixed with a hemostatic patch. Lost a third of our equipment, Chen Mo said. The sample is intact. Lin Xiaoqi nodded and tucked the sealed tube close to her body. Lei Meng flexed his ankle, producing a crack. Can still walk. Chen Mo looked toward the northwest. The terrain ahead was undulating, the rock formations aligning with the grid-like fractures they had discovered yesterday. The wind picked up again, carrying the scent of alkaline soil and scorched metal. He stepped forward. The wind drove grit against the rock face, producing a fine rustling sound. Chen Mo's steps did not falter. The torn edge of his left sleeve was stuck with dried blood, and each step pulled at the wound. He halted behind a tilted metal plate, his back against the cover, and swiftly retrieved a field bandage from his toolkit with his right hand. His knuckles were stiff as he tore the packaging. He bit one end and wrapped the oozing gash tightly. After the dressing, he glanced at the detector screen. No heat source movement within 30 meters, energy fluctuations at 0. Lin Xiaoqi sat on a pile of rubble 2 paces away, the palm of her right hand flushed red, cooling gel freshly applied, her fingertips still twitching slightly. She reconnected the terminal to her wrist interface, and the holographic display loaded slowly. Once the signal stabilized, a confirmation prompt for the interference field shutdown appeared. She tapped the edge of the projection, closed the alarm log, and casually tucked the burnt pen cap into her work pocket. Lei Meng knelt on one knee, the armor panel on his left exoskeleton leg open, sand accumulated in the thruster guide channel. He scraped away the debris with a tactical knife, his movements steady but slowing in rhythm. As he cleared the third slot, the hydraulic system emitted a short beep. He chewed a piece of substitute tobacco, pressed the restart button, and the thruster hummed twice before resuming auxiliary support mode. I can still walk, he said, his voice low in his throat. Chen Mo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the state of the 2 others. Lin Xiaoqi had already put away her terminal and was checking the energy reserve of her shoulder-mounted traction device. Lei Meng closed his armor panel, his left leg wobbling slightly as he stood, then steadied. Chen Mo took a spare energy module from his pack and connected it to the back interface of Lei Meng's exoskeleton. The moment the current connected, the system's self-check progress bar jumped, and the left leg's propulsion efficiency recovered to 47. Lin Xiaoqi simultaneously activated the shoulder-mounted micro-traction device. The magnetic anchor locked onto the fixed ring at Lei Meng's right hip, providing lateral balance compensation. The 2 completed their support configuration in sync, without a word exchanged. Chen Mo turned to face the northwest. The terrain ahead was undulating, the broken rock belt gradually transitioning into low ridges, the rock strata alignment, matching the grid cracks discovered yesterday. The wind direction had not changed, still carrying the scent of alkaline soil and burnt metal. He raised the detector, scanning the load-bearing point distribution along the route to confirm no risk of collapse. The 3 formed a marching formation. Chen Mo took the lead, holding the detector in his left hand, his right hand resting on the outside of his toolkit, ready to access equipment at any moment. Lin Xiaoqi was in the middle, the terminal continuously receiving environmental data, the current sound in her earpiece pulsing rhythmically. Lei Meng brought up the rear, his exoskeleton steps heavy, but the weapon mount remained unlocked, and his mechanical eye scanned the area behind. After walking about 300 meters, the wind grew stronger, lifting dust from the ground. The distant horizon blurred, and the outline of the path ahead appeared and disappeared in the sandy haze. Lei Meng's steps faltered, his breathing slightly heavier. We've been through worse 3 times, he murmured, crushing a capsule between his teeth. Lin Xiaoqi looked up at the back ahead, a faint blue light flickering at her interface. As long as the instruments are still beeping, it means we haven't reached the end. Chen Mo did not respond. He suddenly stopped, turned to face the two, and raised his right hand palm up. Lin Xiaoqi paused for a moment, then raised her hand to meet his. Lei Meng was silent for a second, then placed his hand on top as well. 3 hands stacked together, then parted after 3 seconds. Chen Mo turned and continued forward. His steps were steady, and the coordinates on the detector screen updated continuously. The wind still blew, the rock formations receded behind them, and the horizon ahead remained blurred, but they did not stop. The wind and sand had piled into low ridges behind him as Chen Mo finally came to a halt. Before him stood a metal gate embedded in the mountain, rusted and scarred, its edges half buried by gravel, yet its structure remained intact. A tilted signboard stood beside the gate, its paint peeling, barely revealing the words, 7th Underground Settlement. The signal on the detector flickered and died at this spot, the last bar of battery blinking a warning red. He put away the instrument, his left hand unconsciously rubbing the watch case on his wrist. His fingertips traced the fine, dense scratches. An heirloom from his father, inaccurate in timekeeping but never ceasing to run. Lin Xiaoqi stood 2 paces behind him to the right. Her terminal had just completed the final terrain calibration and automatically entered standby mode. She removed her earpiece, her fingers trembling slightly as she brushed a strand of hair away from the interface. Looking up at the gate ahead, she said, "Before the power runs out, I can initiate 1 short-range relay." Her voice was flat and controlled, but it needs to connect to the internal grid. Lei Meng stood at the rear. His exoskeleton's left leg was still emitting intermittent alarms with the thruster efficiency stuck at 32. He chewed on a piece of synthetic tobacco, spat out a grayish cud, and scanned the surveillance camera above the doorframe. The lens was shattered, but a faint current flickered at its base, indicating the system wasn't completely dead. "Someone's watching," he said, "and they don't like strangers." Less than 5 seconds after his words fell, a screech came from the speaker above the gate. "Stop. State your identity, origin, and purpose." The voice was harsh, crackling with static. Chen Mo raised his hands, palms outward, and did not approach. "A group of 3 from the outer cluster of the eastern shelter. We encountered a beast horde while breaking through, and our equipment is damaged. We request temporary access for supplies and communication support." His speech was steady, each word clearly enunciated. "Weapons. I carry a tactical dagger now sheathed." As Lei Meng spoke, he moved his right hand away from his gun, unfastened the knife sheath from his belt, and gently placed it on the ground. "Her terminal is a tool, not a weapon," Chen Mo added, glancing at Lin Xiaoqi. Lin Xiaoqi raised her hand, closed the projection interface, and turned the terminal over, revealing the maintenance port on its underside. "Acceptable for scanning," she said. A silence lasted for over 10 seconds. A narrow door slid open on the left side of the gate, and 3 guards emerged, clad in patchwork dust-proof suits, holding electromagnetic rifles with muzzles lowered but not holstered. The leader gestured, "Enter the buffer zone for a full-body scan. Contraband will be confiscated and violators will be detained for 24 hours. The 3 passed through the narrow door one by one. The scanner hummed, checking body temperature, residual spiritual energy, and carried items. Lin Xiaoqi's toolkit triggered the alarm. A guard opened it and found a miniature purification module. "This thing works?" The guard frowned. "It can improve water purification efficiency by 18%, Lin Xiaoqi said, "in exchange for 1 high-density battery or 2 kilograms of alloy sheets." The guards exchanged glances, and one nodded. "Register it. The council will decide later." He handed them 3 paper number tags. "Use these to check in at the living quarters. Don't wander around." The living quarters were on the 2nd underground level, converted from an abandoned subway station. Partitioned cabins lined the passageways. The light was dim yellow, and the air carried a faint, musty smell. Residents moved about sparingly, slowing down and eyeing the newcomers warily. Their guide was an old technician with graying hair and frayed cuffs on his work clothes. "You're in luck. Today's our turn to service the water filtration system," the old technician said as he walked. "If you'd come yesterday, they wouldn't have even opened the door." Lin Xiaoqi stopped immediately. "What's the current operating efficiency of your filtration system?" 53%. "Barely enough. I can run an on-site test." She took a portable water quality analyzer from her toolkit. "If the problem is with the circulation pump or ion sieve, I can provide an optimization plan." The old technician hesitated for a moment, then led them into an equipment bay. In the center sat an old water purifier, its casing yellowed with water seeping from the pipe connections. Lin Xiaoqi inserted a probe into the outlet. 10 seconds later, data appeared on the screen. Secondary filter blockage rate at 67. The water pump is overloaded, consuming an extra 0.8 kilowatt-hours per day. She pulled up a structural diagram. Adding a miniature vortex separation module will solve it. I happen to have a spare part. Several technicians gathered around staring at the screen. Someone asked, "Where did you get this?" "I modified it myself," she said. "I can share the blueprints, but it has to be over an encrypted channel, not the open net." Lei Meng spoke up then. "Before we arrived, we encountered 3 waves of mutated beasts within 30 kilometers to the southeast. They were moving in an encircling pattern. They aren't roaming randomly. They're systematically compressing the activity zone." He pulled a folded map from the side of his exoskeleton and spread it on the ground. "At this rate, the next wave could reach your ventilation shafts within 7 days. Murmurs rose from the crowd. A young guard said, "We noticed abnormal ground vibrations last week and thought it was a cavian." "It's not a cavian," Chen Mo said. "The rhythm of the fissure activity is being manipulated. You're not isolated. All small settlements are having their living space gradually squeezed." The council chamber was at the end of the main passage with a long table made from container panels and chairs of varying heights. There were 7 resident representatives, 2 technicians, 3 guard leaders, 1 medical director, and the old technician. Less than 5 minutes into the meeting, a dispute erupted. "Letting them stay means 3 more mouths to feed." A guard leader slammed the table. "Our stockpile can only last 40 days. The technology and intelligence they bring are more important than food," the old technician retorted. "That purification module can save electricity, which means we can keep 2 more communication base stations running." "What's the use of base stations? We can't contact any other points anyway." "That's precisely why we need to establish a connection," Lin Xiaoqi interjected. "I've already tried to access your relay tower. The signal can reach 8 kilometers, but it needs a stable power source and a directional amplifier. If we can link 3 points into a network, the warning time would be extended by at least 6 hours. Chen Mo remained silent until the argument subsided before speaking. "We just escaped a beast horde encirclement. You will eventually face the same threat. An individual can hide and survive for a time, but without unity they will be devoured one by one." No one spoke. The medical director looked down at his record book, which listed the names of 2 people who had died last month due to a lack of medicine. "I support a temporary mutual aid agreement," the old technician finally said. "At least let's first establish an alert exchange mechanism." After another 10 minutes, the protocol was drafted. The paper was recycled, the ink slightly smeared, but the signature lines were all filled. The content was simple: sound a public alarm when encountering enemy activity, allow shared use of defensive fortifications and emergency evacuation routes, and regularly exchange resource lists and environmental monitoring data. After the signing, the guard leader pointed to a side passage on the west. "You'll stay in the empty cabin over there. Keep away from the core area and don't touch the equipment." The cabin was cramped, barely fitting 3 folding beds and a heater. As soon as Lin Xiaoqi entered, she opened her backpack, took out a communication relay, and connected it to a temporary power source. The indicator light glowed green as it began scanning for frequencies. She whispered, "The signal is too weak. I need to find a high point to set up an antenna." Lei Meng sat on the edge of the bed, disconnected the charging port of his exoskeleton, and plugged it into an emergency socket on the wall. The system prompted, "Input voltage insufficient. Recommend changing power node." He said nothing, simply paralleling the backup module as well. Chen Mo didn't enter the room. He walked along the passage to an abandoned observation deck, where a broken surveillance monitor sat with several exposed wires. Using a utility knife, he stripped the insulation and connected a wire to the remaining interface of his detector. The screen flickered a few times before displaying the terrain outline around the shelter. The wind continued to blow sand, pelting the metal walls. He stared at a depression to the northwest, the original coordinates of a research station. Before the terrain contours on the scanner had fully loaded, the signal point in the northwestern lowlands began to jolt violently. Chen Mo's right hand instantly tightened around the utility knife, while his left thumb unconsciously traced the edge of his wristwatch. He stared at that area. Just 3 minutes ago, it had been a mere cluster of weak heat sources, but now it had formed a circular moving trajectory, accelerating as it hurtled straight toward the main shaft of the ventilation well. He broke into a sprint toward the living quarters, his steps slamming against the rusted doorframe of the observation deck, the screech of metal piercing the air. The lights in the corridor flickered erratically as the emergency power supply began to switch over. Just as he rounded the corner of the equipment bay, the communication repeater emitted a short, sharp beep. Lin Xiaoqi looked up, a blue light flashing in her mechanical eye as 7 sets of interlaced signals popped up on her terminal interface. "It's not random fluctuations," she said. "The attack rhythm matches the fissure vibrations." Lei Meng unplugged the exoskeleton cable from the charging port, a faint abnormal sound emanating from his right arm as he stood up. He chewed on a piece of synthetic tobacco and spat it on the ground. "Here." Already at the outer wall, Chen Mo replied, his voice lowered. "The main ventilation well's load-bearing structure can hold for 10 minutes at most. Everyone must evacuate to the emergency shelter passage." Before he could finish, the entire underground space shuddered violently. Sand and gravel rained down from above, and 2 of the light fixtures shattered. The alarm tore through the silence. Not an electronic synthesized sound, but a hand-cranked copper bell, the most primitive warning method of Settlement Point 7. The old technician rushed out of the technical room clutching an emergency command board. "The hydraulic system of Gate 3 has failed. The backup power won't connect." "I'll handle it," Lin Xiaoqi said, taking off her backpack and pulling out a set of modified modules. "Parallel the energy storage tanks in Zone B to the control circuit. I can buy us 3 minutes of power." "That's enough," Chen Mo said, grabbing the tactical flashlight from the ground. "Lei Meng, take the guards to brace the wall frame and delay the collapse. I'll lead the evacuation route." Lei Meng nodded, slapped the electromagnetic rifle hanging on the wall, and strode toward the main corridor. Along the way, residents were already fleeing in panic, children, held in arms, elders hobbling with canes. A guard tried to close the inner protective door, but Chen Mo stopped him. "No one's evacuated yet, don't close it," he said, staring into the man's eyes. "If you dare to touch that switch, I won't mind welding you to the doorframe." The man stepped back half a pace. Chen Mo ignored him, turning to the crowd. "All non-combat personnel, follow the green markers to the left branch passage. Don't stop, don't look back." Lin Xiaoqi connected the last wire to her terminal, and the hydraulic pump hummed to life. The 3rd defensive gate descended slowly, the metal tracks groaning with a long dormant sound of operation. She wiped the sweat from her brow, a strand of hair slipping from the interface below her collarbone. "Power will last only 2 minutes and 47 seconds, she said. "That's enough," Chen Mo repeated Lei Meng's words. The first shockwave came from the bottom of the ventilation well. The thick steel grating was ripped apart, the twisted edges of the metal emitting white steam. A lizard-like mutated beast crashed into the corridor over 4 meters in length, its back covered in a gray-black carapace, each step leaving corrosive mucus on the ground. It opened its mouth and roared, the sound waves sweeping across the walls, causing surveillance probes to burst one after another. The guards opened fire, electromagnetic bullets striking its torso, only sparking off the surface. Lei Meng charged forward, the exoskeleton's right arm fully charged the electromagnetic pulse launcher, unleashing a blue arc that struck the joint of the monster's neck. It paused for a moment but quickly whipped its head around to counterattack, its claws sweeping horizontally, shearing off a third of a wall. "Standard firepower is useless," someone shouted. "Close the inner door. Close it now." Chen Mo stood on higher ground, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. He noticed that before each attack, a red spot would briefly light up on the 3rd vertebra of the beast's spine, the exposed neural center. He pulled out an incendiary grenade and retrieved a modified purification module from Lin Xiaoqi's toolkit. "Xiaoqi, how many more uses does the jammer have?" "The last one," she said, fingers flying across the terminal. "But the signal will be reverse locked and my device might get fried on the spot." "Use it," he said. "I'll count to 3. You release the pulse direction straight ahead at 15 degrees. She didn't respond, just switched the terminal projection to manual trigger mode. 3. The mutated beast lunged at Lei Meng again, who rolled to dodge, his shoulder armor gouged with deep grooves. 2. The guards threw smoke grenades and thick white fog quickly filled the air. 1. Lin Xiaoqi pressed the button. The pulse wave spread and the beast's movements came to an abrupt halt, the red spot extinguished. Chen Mo hurled the incendiary grenade, landing it precisely inside its open mouth. Lei Meng seized the opportunity, closing in and unleashing the electromagnetic pulse at full power, striking its hind knee joint. The explosion erupted from within the monster, let out a dying wail, collapsed, and slid convulsing into a crumbling fissure. A brief silence fell. Wind howled in through the damaged ventilation well, dispersing the smoke. Before anyone could catch their breath, the ground trembled again. This time the tremor was deeper, its rhythm steadier. Everyone looked up toward the end of the corridor. Another figure slowly crawled out from the ruins. Its body was larger, its shell, a dark brown crystalline structure, its limbs ending in drill-like formations. Embedded in its chest was an irregular spirit crystal pulsing in time with its breathing. It didn't attack immediately. Instead, it struck the ground heavily with its forelimbs, sending shockwaves through the entire building structure, causing several cracks to appear in the walls. "This is the leader," Lei Meng muttered. Lin Xiaoqi's terminal screen flickered a few times before going black. She unplugged the cable and found the interface had melted. "The jammer's fried," she said. "Can't paralyze its senses anymore." "Then we changed tactics," Chen Mo said, unstrapping the last Thunderfire device from his belt. Lei Meng drew its attention, move 5 meters to the left, then hit the deck. "Xiaoqi, wait for my signal to detonate the backup gas line." "What gas?" she asked. "Right under its feet," he said, pointing to a crack in the ground. "The smell it kicked up, that's propane." Lei Meng nodded, picked up his rifle, and ran to the side, firing as he went. The mutated beast leader turned to pursue, its steps heavy. Chen Mo hugged the wall, moving stealthily, and wedged the Thunderfire device deep into the crack. Lin Xiaoqi found the pipeline control valve, pried open the protective cover with a screwdriver, and hovered her finger over the lever. "Now!" Chen Mo roared. She pulled the lever down hard. An explosion erupted from underground, a pillar of flame shooting 3 meters high. The mutated beast lost its balance, half its body sinking into the collapsed area. Lei Meng seized the chance, leaped onto its back, and stabbed an electromagnetic dagger into the crystalline gaps. Chen Mo hurled an incendiary grenade from the side, igniting the residual gas. A chain reaction triggered a secondary collapse, massive boulders crashing down one after another, burying it completely. The aftermath subsided. The air was thick with the smell of scorched material and dust. The guards stood frozen, their muzzles still trained on the rubble. A young technician suddenly spoke. "They could have escaped on their own, but they stayed to hold off the first wave for us." No one contradicted him. The old technician stepped forward, holding a yellowed blueprint. "This is the complete structural diagram of the water purification system," he said. "In return for the technology you shared, we'd like to offer this." Chen Mo didn't take it, only asked, "Who's on duty for the monitoring nodes?" "Starting tomorrow, shifts every 6 hours, the old technician said. "Your people can participate too." Lin Xiaoqi sat at a makeshift workbench, disassembling the remnants of the pulse jammer carbon, dust clinging to her fingertips. A faint blue light flickered in her mechanical eye as she scanned for usable components. Lei Meng leaned against the wall, thin smoke rising from his exoskeleton's right arm, chewing on synthetic tobacco, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the equipment bay, the scanner reconnecting to external sensors. On the screen, the signal from the northwestern lowlands had still not disappeared. His left hand gently traced the casing of his wristwatch. The signal on the detector screen still hadn't faded. Chen Mo paused, his left thumb tracing the edge of his wristwatch. He stared at the residual fluctuations in the northwest lowlands, his right eye twitching slightly. The acrid stench of scorched earth and burnt propane still lingered in the air. Water dripped from the cracked ventilation shaft above, a single droplet landing on his shoulder before sliding down his radiation suit. "Don't seal the passage." His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the murmuring crowd. Sealing the door now would lock everyone inside a powder keg. Several guards who were about to close the inner blast door paused at his words. One of them loosened and then tightened his grip on the control lever. "But there might be more beasts out there. Then eliminate the immediate danger first." Chen Mo interrupted, his gaze sweeping the area. "Lei Meng, take 3 men to inspect the load-bearing points of the walls. Photograph every crack. Prioritize supporting sections B3 to C1. Lei Meng, chewing on a synthetic tobacco substitute, nodded in acknowledgement. He detached a diagnostic module from the backplate of his exoskeleton and strode toward the nearest structural pillar. After a moment's hesitation, 2 guards followed him. "Lin Xiaoqi, take over communications restoration." Chen Mo turned to her, his tone unchanged. "Can the relay still be used?" Lin Xiaoqi sat at a workstation, her fingers disassembling the remnants of a pulse jammer carbon, dust staining her knuckles. She raised her left eye, a blue light flashed from her mechanical prosthetic, and the terminal interface reloaded, displaying 3 sets of intersecting signals. The main frequency band collapsed under the blast wave, but I can set up a temporary frequency hopping link. She pulled a set of modified antennas from her toolkit and plugged them into a wall port. "Old tech." Chen Mo turned to the elderly man standing nearby. "Take 2 teams to check the gas concentration. Place monitoring points along the cracks, take a reading every 5 meters. The old technician didn't agree immediately. Instead, he glanced at the yellowed blueprints in his hand. After a few seconds, he nodded. "All right, But my people aren't familiar with this procedure. I'll teach you. Chen Mo had already crouched down, pulling a portable gas analyzer from his toolkit and opening the calibration mode. Let's start now. Less than 2 minutes after the orders were given, the once chaotic crowd began to move. Guards no longer blocked the passageways. Technicians picked up detection equipment and started inspecting the walls. A young apprentice crouched beside Lin Xiaoqi, watching her connect wires. Order, like a thin layer of ice, slowly spread over the ruins. Suddenly a soft alarm sounded from the detector. Lin Xiaoqi looked up. Her mechanical eye projected a red curve onto the wall. Water seepage in the western wall has doubled. There's a pressure change 30 meters underground. It's an underground water pipe rupture caused by the explosion. Chen Mo walked over and stared at the projected data. The seepage point was directly below the living quarters. Without diversion, the water would flood the power bay and grain storage within 2 hours. Is there a rerouting path? He asked. Lin Xiaoqi pulled up the original engineering schematics of the settlement, projecting them onto the wall. 3 dashed lines extended outward. The first line cut through the main load-bearing beam, the riskiest option. The second detoured through an abandoned pipe zone, but some sections had already collapsed. The third ran through a maintenance tunnel to an external drainage ditch, the longest route but structurally intact. The first one is fastest, a guard said. We can connect it in 10 minutes. But also the most dangerous. Chen Mo pointed to the stress red line marked on the diagram. Once the water flow intensifies, the entire wall could collapse. Choose the third. No one objected. He rolled up his sleeves and grabbed a pair of cutting pliers. I'll lead the team to the maintenance tunnel. I need 6 people. Bring metal plates and sealant. 2 technicians immediately stepped forward. 4 more guards raised their hands. They traversed the half-collapsed corridor and arrived at the entrance to the maintenance tunnel. The ceiling was severely rusted. It creaked underfoot. Chen Mo walked at the front using a flashlight to check the ground, confirming the load-bearing capacity of each step. Upon reaching the designated spot, he directed the team to assemble the discarded metal plates into a diversion channel, fixing them to the sloping surface with rivets. Speed it up. He said this while tightening the last joint seal. Every minute we delay increases the risk of collapse. No one else spoke. The sounds of rivet guns and hammers rang out in succession. Lin Xiaoqi remotely accessed a patrol robot, navigating it through a side pipe to transmit real-time water pressure data. Lei Meng at the other end inspected the wall framework, discovering 2 new cracks and immediately calling for reinforcement. 40 minutes later, the diversion channel was complete. The murky water flowed along the slope into the external drainage ditch, and the monitoring readings began to drop. When they returned to the main passage, the atmosphere had changed. No one called them outsiders anymore. A young technician silently handed them a supply pack containing water purification tablets and spare batteries. Can we take shifts to learn from you? He asked in a low voice. Chen Mo took the pack without answering. He walked over to Lei Meng to inspect the smoking right arm of his exoskeleton. The power lines had been reconnected and the system's self-diagnostic progress bar was at 87. It was you who held it off, he said to Lin Xiaoqi as she approached. It was you who blew the pipeline. It was us who survived together. Lin Xiaoqi stood still, the blue light in her mechanical eye flickering slightly. She didn't ask about the next step. Instead, she turned and sat back at her workstation, continuing to repair the communication module. The holographic interface finally rebooted successfully. The frequency-hopping signal link was established stably. Lei Meng sat against the wall, still chewing his synthetic tobacco. He glanced at Chen Mo, said nothing, and simply gave a slight nod. Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the equipment bay, reconnecting the detector to the external sensors. On the screen, the signal from the northwest lowlands persisted, faint but continuous. He rubbed the wristwatch case with his left hand again, his fingertip tracing an old scratch. Wind gusted in through the damaged ventilation shaft, stirring a stack of unsecured engineering blueprints in the corner. The red dot on the detector screen continued to flicker, faint but persistent. Chen Mo's left thumb traced the edge of his wristwatch, his fingertip brushing against an old scratch, and his right eye twitched slightly. Wind rushed in through the damaged ventilation shaft, stirring a pile of unsecured engineering blueprints in the corner. The rustling of paper was particularly clear in the corridor that had just fallen silent. Lin Xiaoqi sat at the workbench, the blue light of her mechanical eye steadily blinking as the terminal interface switched to a real-time feed from the external sensors. She called up the frequency-hopping link data stream, her fingers sliding across the holographic projection to mark 3 sets of intersecting signal sources. The fluctuation frequency in the Northwest Depression is below the normal vital sign threshold. It's not a swarm activity. She said, it looks more like a single residual signal and its intensity is decaying. Lei Meng sat leaning against the wall, the steam from his exoskeleton's right arm gradually dissipating. The substitute tobacco he had been chewing was already reduced to pulp. He opened his eyes and glanced at Chen Mo. Need to clear it. Yes. Chen Mo stood up and walked towards the main control panel by the equipment bay door. The water crisis is resolved, the structure is stable, and the communication link is re-established. Now it's time to deal with what's outside. He pressed the activation key, and an inspection robot slid out from the side opening of the maintenance tunnel. Its tracks crushed gravel and splashed through puddles as it advanced along the original path towards the Northwest Depression. Lin Xiaoqi simultaneously opened the remote control interface. A swarm of nanobots scouted ahead, penetrating underground fissures, to scan the distribution of heat sources. Lei Meng unholstered his pulse rifle, checked the remaining energy in the power module, and casually inserted a spare magazine into his tactical belt. 5 minutes later, the robot transmitted an image in the center of a collapsed pit. A juvenile sandworm, half of its body, buried in the sand and soil, was twitching slowly. Its carapace was cracked, its internal organs exposed, and the nerve ganglion in its tail had been burnt out by some kind of shockwave. It relied only on residual instinct to maintain a faint breath. The life fluctuation captured by the detector was precisely the chaotic bioelectric field it released in its dying moments. Confirm threat level. Lin Xiaoqi asked. Below E-class. Chen Mo stared at the screen. It has no attack capability and won't survive more than 2 hours. Still going to fight it? Lei Meng stood up, a faint hydraulic hiss coming from his shoulder joint. Yes, Chen Mo said. Everyone needs to see the conclusion. The three of them moved out separately. Lin Xiaoqi controlled the inspection robot to deploy a signal decoy simulating a high-energy target to attract any lurking creatures of the same species. Lei Meng led a team of 6 guards through the maintenance tunnel, setting up electromagnetic traps on the periphery of the collapsed area to prevent other mutated beasts from launching a surprise attack. Chen Mo personally led a 3-man team into the main tunnel entrance, occupying the high ground for an ambush, holding a Thunderfire device at the ready. 20 minutes later, the traps were not triggered, and the decoy signal received no response. Lin Xiaoqi deactivated the jamming mode and brought up a full area scan. No moving heat sources within 30 meters underground, only that one corpse remains. Chen Mo nodded, descended from the bunker, and walked alone towards the collapsed pit. He stopped 5 meters from the sandworm, drew the titanium alloy blade from his right arm, crouched down, and pressed the tip of the knife against the gap in its skull. Its murky eyes rotated slightly, as if sensing the approach of death. He thrust with force, the blade piercing through its brainstem. The bioelectric field instantly zeroed out and the detector's alarm ceased. He stood up and looked back towards the tunnel entrance. A dozen residents stood watching from a distance, no one speaking. He raised his right hand and made a signal to withdraw. Lei Meng holstered his pulse rifle and led his team back inside. Lin Xiaoqi shut down all external equipment, imported a set of detection data into the public terminal, and the screen automatically switched to shared mode. The numerical curves, heat maps, and structural stress reports were all made public accessible to anyone. An old technician approached the terminal, stared at the data for a long time, then turned to the person beside him and said, "They didn't hide anything." The crowd began to loosen up. Some people picked up tools to clear the clogged drainage ditches. A few technicians voluntarily took over the guards' patrol duties. Young apprentices gathered around Lin Xiaoqi's workbench, whispering questions about the operation logic of the detection instruments. A woman carrying a child stopped as she passed Lei Meng. She shoved a compressed biscuit into his hand, said nothing, and walked away. Chen Mo returned to the center of the main tunnel, his right hand lightly resting on the strap of his tool bag, his wristwatch screen already off. He stood still, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The diversion channel was still operating, the water flowing down the slope towards the external drainage ditch. The communication link was stable. External sensors reported no anomalies. People were attending to their duties. They no longer needed his orders. Lin Xiaoqi was still seated at the workbench, the blue light of her mechanical eye glinting softly as she uploaded the final segment of the log to the public record. Lei Meng was sitting on the floor against the wall, resting with his eyes closed. The substitute tobacco in his hand was long gone, the empty packet crumpled into a ball in his palm. The emergency lights on the tunnel ceiling flickered erratically, casting shallow shadows across the 3 scars on Chen Mo's left cheek. He slowly released his grip on the wristwatch, letting his left hand fall to his side. The wind blew in again, lifting a corner of the pile of engineering blueprints in the corner. The engineering blueprints, stirred by the wind, fluttered to the ground. A young technician bent down to pick them up, smoothing the curled edges with his fingertips. He walked towards Chen Mo, who stood in the middle of the passage, and handed the blueprints over. His voice was low. "This shows the route of the main drainage pipe. Can we clear this maintenance corridor and use it tonight?" Chen Mo looked up, glanced at him, then swept his gaze around. Lin Xiaoqi was still sorting through terminal logs at the workbench, while Lei Meng sat against the wall, the hydraulic system of his exoskeleton, emitting a faint hiss. On both sides of the passage, residents were still moving rubble and reinforcing the walls, their movements far more orderly than before. "You want to throw a party?" Chen Mo asked. "Not a party," the technician shook his head. "I want everyone to sit down and talk. You cleared the sandworms, repaired the drainage channel, and released all the data. Someone has to do something." Chen Mo didn't answer immediately. His left thumb unconsciously traced the edge of his wristwatch, and a faint tremor ran through his right eye. The last time so many people had gathered was at the emergency meeting before the shelter collapsed. After that night, 37 people died in the abyssal rift eruption, and his father's data model became the only thing he could cling to. But it was different now. He nodded. "All right, don't make it too complicated, don't waste resources." A hint of a smile appeared on the technician's face as he turned and walked towards the crowd. A few minutes later, Lin Xiaoqi looked up. A blue light flashed in her mechanical prosthetic eye as she detected an access request to the public energy system. She tapped twice on the holographic interface. The backup power supply connected, and the remaining emergency lights along the ceiling of the passage lit up one by one, casting a dim yellow glow across the floor. She then took 3 signal lights from her toolkit, dismantled their casings, and rewired them to form a red light ribbon stretching across the passage. Lei Meng stood up, chewed, and swallowed the last bit of synthetic tobacco, crumpled the empty packet into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket. He patted the shoulders of 2 guards, moved those supply crates over there, flipped them over to use as tables, and light a heater so no one gets cold tonight. The crates were moved. The sound of metal scraping against the ground broke the passage's silence. A flameless heating stove was lit and a steady flame rose. A dozen or so faces gradually gathered. Veteran technicians, medics, and patrol members who had just put down their weapons. They brought water canteens, dry rations, old blankets, and sat down around the makeshift table. No one spoke, but their eyes no longer shied away. Chen Mo walked over to a slightly higher maintenance platform. He didn't raise his hand to signal or raise his voice. The sandworm in the northwestern lowlands only lost its mobility after being severely damaged by the shockwave. "We sent out robots to scout the path and confirmed there were no underground cluster activities before deciding to eliminate it. The whole process took 23 minutes. The highest risk was the breach into the collapse zone. I judged it could no longer fight back, but we had to confirm its death. Otherwise, if news got out, it would attract more predators." He raised his wrist and projected a timeline. The display showed the risk assessment's decision-making basis and personnel allocation for each phase of the mission. This wasn't won by luck. Every step was calculated. "You can do it too." The crowd listened in silence. A young man raised his hand. "What if? We don't have robots. We only have manual detectors." "Then shorten the detection range and increase the inspection frequency," Chen Mo said. "Use manpower to compensate for the equipment gap. The sensor modules Lin Xiaoqi shared today can be retrofitted into your detectors to improve heat source identification accuracy. She will teach you." Lin Xiaoqi stood up. Her hair bun was a bit loose, but she didn't bother to fix it. She picked up a silver module, spun it in her palm. 3 of these for your tech team. Starting tomorrow, I'll lead the calibration. Anyone willing to learn is welcome. Remember, instruments can measure energy fluctuations, but they can't make decisions for you. Trust the data, but also trust your own eyes." She finished speaking, walked over to a few young men, and handed them the modules. One of them trembled as he took it. She only said, "Just hold on tight." Lei Meng walked over at this point, carrying a pulse rifle in his hand. "I know a lot of people think this thing is only for the special forces." He placed the rifle on the table and opened the side panel. "Actually, maintenance isn't hard. Clean the heatsink once a week, calibrate the firing frequency once a month. I'll teach you how to disassemble and reassemble it. Once you learn, you can repair it yourselves." He disassembled the components in front of everyone, his movements as smooth as breathing. A guard leaned in to watch, and Lei Meng handed him a wrench. "Here, you try." The atmosphere gradually changed. Someone brought hot water to distribute. A veteran technician offered to share his experience welding old pipes. A young medic proposed a rotating schedule for watching over the wounded. The conversation expanded from technical details to patrol routes resource allocation and then to early warning systems. An elderly resident sitting in a corner suddenly spoke up, "These rifts. Are they really natural?" The passage fell silent for a moment. Chen Mo looked at him and didn't avoid the question. "What we see are just fragments. But to complete the puzzle, everyone needs to search together." Lin Xiaoqi interjected, "Instruments can measure energy, but not the human heart. Yet who we choose to trust and follow determines what the future will be like." No one asked further, but some nodded and some lowered their heads to jot down the key phrases. Consensus advanced like groundwater seeping into cracks. Silently, Lei Meng stood up holding a handwritten duty roster and spoke in a low voice to the two guards about the next day's shift arrangements. Lin Xiaoqi returned to her workbench, the blue light of her mechanical prosthetic eye pulsing slowly as she uploaded the technical documents shared today into the public database. Chen Mo stood still, his left hand resting lightly on his toolkit. The screen of his wristwatch glowed faintly, displaying a list of residents who had submitted their intentions to cooperate. The lights were steady, the stove fire still burning, and order prevailed within the passage. Wind still blew in from the distance, but it no longer stirred the blueprints. They had been pinned to the wall marked with new construction points. Chen Mo stood on the edge of the maintenance platform in the main workshop corridor, his wristband screen still glowing. The list of cooperation intentions lingered on the final line, the cursor blinking silently. Lin Xiaoqi rose from the workbench, her mechanical eye sweeping a blue light across the terminal interface as she completed uploading the technical documentation. She unplugged the data cable, her fingertips tapping twice on the edge of the table, as if confirming a rhythm. Lei Meng leaned against the weapon rack in the corner, the hydraulic system of his exoskeleton emitting a low-frequency hum. He crushed the substitute tobacco in his mouth, wadded the empty pouch into a ball, and stuffed it into his tactical waist pouch. His right hand unconsciously tapped the dagger's hilt, the metallic clinking sound cutting sharply through the quiet workshop. "The list is checked," Chen Mo said, his voice not loud but piercing through the residual electrical noise. 7 shelters, 13 material commitments. 3 categories are usable high-strength alloy plates, depleted fusion cell cores, and abandoned drone arrays. Lin Xiaoqi walked to the holographic projection area, swiping her fingers through the air to summon a material classification diagram. The titanium content in the alloy plates meets standards. They can be cut for joint reinforcement. The cell cores have unstable output, but with voltage regulator modules they can power a toolkit for 2 weeks. The drone navigation chips have a 67 intact rate, enough to upgrade 2 patrol robot squads. As she finished speaking, her habitual pen-twirling motion appeared. A silver rod flipped between her fingers before being caught. Her hair was slightly loose, but she didn't bother to tidy it. Chen Mo stepped down from the platform, his right eye twitching faintly. He said nothing, merely synced the wristband data to the main control screen. 3 priority markers popped up on the display: energy adaptation system, compatibility, equipment redundancy. "Let's start with the power source." Lin Xiaoqi walked to the tool cabinet, retrieving the remaining stock of silver sensor modules. She unsealed the casing of Chen Mo's multifunctional toolkit, revealing the aged energy interface inside. "This thing can't handle the peak output of the cell cores. We need to add a buffer circuit." Chen Mo crouched beside her, assisting in stripping the old wiring. His left thumb unconsciously traced the edge of his wristband. A subtle yet persistent motion. The two worked together with practiced ease, no superfluous dialogue needed. When Lin Xiaoqi used nanobots for microscopic inspection, her mechanical eye rapidly scanned the current flow. Only after confirming no risk of a short circuit did she connect the new voltage regulator. "Power it up," she said. Chen Mo pressed the test button. The gauge needle jumped 3 times before stabilizing in the green zone. "It's done." Lin Xiaoqi let out a breath, her top knot tied a bit higher than usual. On the other side, Lei Meng had already removed the casing of the electromagnetic pulse emitter on his right arm. The ablation marks were evident, the wiring charred black. He bit open a new pack of substitute tobacco, his chewing rhythm quickening as he patted Chen Mo's shoulder with his left hand. "Take a look at the drive module." Chen Mo moved over, using a probe from his toolkit to inspect the internal structure. Lin Xiaoqi remotely guided the nanobots into the crevices to perform a 3-dimensional scan. The main control chip is still usable, but the heatsink is severely clogged. Cut a piece of alloy plate to replace the casing and fashion a guide channel. The trio divided the work efficiently. Lin Xiaoqi designed the schematics, Chen Mo cut and shaped the materials, and Lei Meng handled the assembly. Throughout the process, no one mentioned rest, nor did anyone ask what the next task would be. Only the sounds of metal grinding, welding sparks, and occasional exchanges of commands echoed through the space. 2 hours later, the first phase of preparation was complete. Chen Mo's toolkit was resealed, its energy readings doubled. Lei Meng's right arm equipment was reinstalled, and the pulse frequency tested normal. Lin Xiaoqi shut down the terminal, logging the final batch of technical parameters into the public database, and setting up an automatic update protocol. If it blows up next time, she murmured, at least someone will remember how to fix it. Lei Meng straightened up and patted her shoulder. Then don't let it blow. A brief silence fell. The three exchanged glances. No one smiled, but the taut lines on their faces eased slightly. Chen Mo rubbed his left wristband, pulling up the risk model for upcoming missions. The image projected onto the wall, marking the rift zone in the southeastern wasteland as a yellow warning area, its vibration frequency matching that before the last sandworm activity. He issued no orders, merely shared the coordinate marker to the team terminal. Lin Xiaoqi nodded and closed the holographic interface. Her mechanical eye flashed blue one last time before dimming. Lei Meng checked the ammunition stock on the weapon rack, resecured the tactical dagger in its place, and stood firm at the workshop exit's flank. A breeze blew in from the ventilation ducts, carrying the metallic chill unique to the underground. The workshop's lights remained steady, the equipment silent and on standby. All modifications were complete. All systems were calibrated. They spoke no more and made no preparations to depart. They simply returned to their respective stations, maintaining a state of minimal energy consumption. Chen Mo stood still, his right hand resting on the toolkit, his gaze fixed on the still active coordinate projection. The projected light spot trembled faintly. The projection light still flickered on the wall, and Chen Mo's hand remained resting on his toolkit. The workshop's ventilation ducts blew a low-frequency current of air, carrying the dry metallic scent of cooled metal. His right eye suddenly twitched, not because of the coordinate data but due to footsteps approaching from outside the door. There was more than one person. Their rhythm was chaotic, landing on the iron grill of the maintenance passage with a series of continuous muffled thuds. He didn't turn around. His left thumb slid across the edge of his wristband, confirming that the terminal had received no alerts. Lin Xiaoqi stood before the workbench, a blue light flashing in her mechanical prosthetic eye as she swiftly pulled up external surveillance footage. In the footage, 3 awakened ones clad in tactical armor were crossing the material distribution area. One of them raised a hand to shove aside a technician carrying an alloy plate, striding directly toward the central plaza. Lei Meng rose to his feet. The hydraulic system of his exoskeleton vibrated softly, his shoulder armor automatically deployed, and the electromagnetic pulse emitter extended half an inch. He chewed on a substitute tobacco stick, his gaze locked on the approaching figures, while his right hand habitually tapped the hilt of his dagger. "They're here," he said. Chen Mo finally turned around. The 3 of them walked out of the workshop side by side, the corridor lights casting their sharp silhouettes. A considerable crowd had already gathered in the plaza. The trio stopped at the edge of the training ground. The leading youth crossed his arms, a sneer on his face. "I heard you've been making quite a name for yourselves lately." The youth spoke, his voice not loud but deliberately projected for everyone nearby to hear. "You pick up a few scraps of metal, fix a couple of broken robots, and you think you can meddle with resource allocation?" Every one of us crawled back from the edge of the rift. Lin Xiaoqi halted her steps. A pen began to twirl between her fingers. She raised her wrist, and a holographic interface displayed the spirit energy meter readings, projecting them directly onto the plaza floor. 3 names materialized with peak spiritual pressure values of 0, 58, 0, 54, and 0, 61. "You said we just now." Her tone was calm. "But the data shows you haven't even touched the threshold of crank. During the zone purge mission last month, we killed 7 sandworms and rescued 12 patrol members. What about you?" The youth's face darkened. The 2 behind him both took a step forward simultaneously. Lei Meng moved half a step forward. The right arm module of his exoskeleton rotated and deployed the pulse emitter aimed at the ground. He said nothing, but everyone knew that once that thing activated, it could plunge the entire area into electromagnetic silence. Their positions shifted subtly. Chen Mo in the center, Lin Xiaoqi retreating to the left, rear Lei Meng anchoring the right flank. A triangular formation took shape in silence. A sparring match. The youth suddenly struck out. A wind blade gathered in his palm, hurtling straight for Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo sidestepped to dodge. A titanium alloy blade slid out from his right arm. He parried the second strike, using the momentum to push back, pivoting on his toes, and kicked the youth squarely in the back of the knee. The man staggered and fell to his knees. The blade grazed past his neck, shearing off a lock of hair. On the left, a robotic track activated. 2 patrol drones emerged from the passage, their mechanical arms locking onto another man's arms. Lin Xiaoqi tapped her fingers. Holographic commands refreshed. A third device rose and deployed an interference dome blocking the pathways for spiritual energy transmission. The third man, who had been charging at Lei Meng, was struck mid-stride by a heavy shield and sent flying backward. Lei Meng flung off the shield's connecting chain. His dagger flicked the energy storage canister from the man's waist. He growled, "Move again, and the next shot is on pulse mode." The fight ended faster than it had begun. The subdued trio lay on the ground. No one was injured, but their spiritual energy was temporarily sealed, leaving them immobile. The watching crowd was dead silent. Some who had come just for the spectacle instinctively took half a step back. Chen Mo sheathed his blade, crouched down, and met the youth's gaze at eye level. "We don't grab resources, and we don't seize power," he said. "But the people we've saved outnumber everyone you've ever met." Lin Xiaoqi deactivated the robot's restraints and casually kicked the fallen goggles back to the man's hand. "Next time you want to spar, apply for the venue in advance." Her tone was as if she were discussing equipment calibration. Lei Meng retracted the exoskeleton's combat modules, walked over and patted the youth on the shoulder. "Kid, don't be so hot-headed." The 3 left the training ground side by side, their stride steady. The crowd behind them parted to form a path, no one blocking their way, no one uttering a word. A technician bent down to organize his toolbox, his movements more brisk than usual. A guard stood at his post, his grip on his gun tightening and then loosening. Lin Xiaoqi walked in the middle, her hair slightly disheveled. Her mechanical prosthetic eye occasionally flashed blue, replaying the combat data stream. Lei Meng resumed his chewing rhythm, his gaze still sweeping the surroundings, maintaining a minimal state of alertness. Chen Mo lightly touched his wristband, recording the event's timestamp. His eyes scanned the surveillance cameras at the plaza's edge. One lens had its angle offset by 15 degrees, a detail he had never noticed before leaving the workshop. Wind blew up from the ventilation shaft, picking up a few discarded blueprints. One sheet landed in the center of the training ground, printed with an unfinished defensive array sketch, its edge already bearing half a shoe print. Wind rushed in from the ventilation shaft, carrying the scent of rust and subterranean dampness. Chen Mo stood on the metal walkway on the second floor of the workshop, his left thumb gently rubbing the edge of his wristwatch as his gaze swept over the defensive array sketch lying in the center of the square, now marked by footprints. It still lay on the training ground floor untouched. Lin Xiaoqi leaned against the control console, the blue light of her mechanical eye flickering at a slow frequency as she reviewed the data stream from the previous battle. She twirled a carbon pen in her fingers unconsciously, her hair slightly tousled by the night breeze. Lei Meng removed half of his exoskeleton armor, leaning against the wall as he chewed on a substitute tobacco stick, his right hand resting on the hilt of his tactical dagger, his gaze still occasionally darting toward the entrance. Chen Mo turned and descended the stairs, his footsteps echoing clearly on the iron grating. He crossed the square, bent down, and picked up the blueprint. The paper was wrinkled, the broken lines precisely aligned with the edge of a footprint. He pulled a carbon pen from his toolkit, crouched down, and drew in the missing diversion nodes in the damaged area, reconnecting 3 broken circuits before marking 2 redundant backup points. "Not everyone can handle this," he said, handing the repaired blueprint back to the duty technician. "But we can fix it together." The technician took the blueprint, his fingers tracing the newly added lines. He paused for a few seconds, then nodded. He said nothing, turned and walked toward the outer wall of the workshop, tapping on a stack of spray paint cans nearby. The next morning, before the sun had risen above the ventilation shaft, a mural had already appeared on the workshop's exterior wall. 3 figures stood side by side, their backs to a black sky torn by a rift facing the layered lights of the sanctuary below. Below them, in bold spray-painted letters, were the words, "They stand at the front." Chen Mo saw the painting as he stepped out of the workshop. He paused mid-step, raising a hand as if to say something, but Lei Meng stopped him. Lei Meng shook his head, pointing to a corner where several young technicians were organizing their toolboxes. "Let them paint," he said. At noon, it was time for the cafeteria delivery. The nutritional supplements originally distributed according to rank now had 3 extra portions. The delivery was handled by a frail young man, standing at the workshop entrance with a tray, his hands trembling slightly. "This is everyone's wish," he said. Lin Xiaoqi looked up from her terminal, her first instinct to refuse. As she began to speak, the young man said in a low voice, "My brother was surrounded by sandworms that day. You saved him. He can still walk now." She paused for 2 seconds, then reached out and took the nutritional supplement, placing it on her workbench. Without another word, she tied her hair into a high ponytail and began calibrating the holographic interface. At 3:17 p.m., 5 patrol members entered the workshop. The leader looked exhausted, his armor bearing obvious scratches, with a makeshift tourniquet tied around his left arm. "There's an unusual noise in the zone ventilation shaft," he said. "We checked twice but couldn't find the source. We suspect a mutant has infiltrated the main passage and request assistance." Chen Mo glanced at the routine patrol plan on the task board, initially considering advising them to contact the guard unit. But he noticed the detection device at the man's feet had a cracked casing, an exposed battery module clearly used on forced power. "Lead the way," he said. Lin Xiaoqi immediately deployed a drone formation. 3 inspection machines slid out of their tracks, their front probes activating thermal imaging mode. Lei Meng reactivated the exoskeleton combat module, his shoulder armor sealing shut as the pulse emitter entered standby. The trio followed the patrol team, advancing along the B2 transport corridor deeper into the shaft. Near the shaft entrance, the air was stagnant, carrying the smell of decayed soil and oxidized metal. Lin Xiaoqi released nanobots, forming a circular scanning net. Data returned showed a faint vibration frequency in the shaft wall's interlayer, occurring periodically at intervals of 47 seconds. "It's not biological activity," she said. "It seems like some kind of structural loosening." Chen Mo fastened his safety harness, turned on his headlamp, and climbed into the shaft via the maintenance ladder. The inner wall was coated with an anti-collapse layer, parts of which had peeled away. At 8 meters above the ground, he discovered a horizontal crack from which the vibration was emanating. Using a titanium alloy blade, he pried away the rubble, revealing a broken support beam, whose end was slowly grinding against another load-bearing pillar. He took out a portable welding torch, secured the fracture point, and added 2 anchor bolts for reinforcement. Lin Xiaoqi remotely accessed the monitoring system, marking the area as a high-risk point and triggering an automatic alert. Lei Meng led the team to seal off the surrounding passages, arranging 2 people for shift duty. By the time the task ended, it was already late at night. They returned to the workshop, where the guard captain was waiting for them at the entrance. "From now on, high-risk patrols will prioritize contacting Thunder Workshop," he said, his voice low but loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. No one objected. Among the crowd, a technician applauded, and some guards nodded silently. The light fell on the mural at the workshop entrance, the shadows of the 3 figures perfectly overlapping with the silhouettes in the painting. Chen Mo climbed to the second-floor rest area and opened the daily maintenance log. Lin Xiaoqi sat at the control console, organizing the data streams collected that day, the blue light of her mechanical eye blinking steadily. Lei Meng stood against the wall, his exoskeleton half removed, still chewing on the substitute tobacco, but his shoulders seemed more relaxed than the day before. The wind blew in again, lifting a corner of the blueprint on the table. Wind swept in through the ventilation shaft, carrying the metallic tang of rust, and stirred a loose maintenance checklist lying at the corner of the table. Amidst the soft rustling of turning pages, Chen Mo's finger paused over the line calibration of the spiritual energy flow module. His thumb slowly traced the edge of his wristwatch, his right eye twitched faintly, his gaze never leaving that line. 3 hours earlier, they had completed the reinforcement mission in Sector B's ventilation shaft. The security captain's words, "For all future high-risk inspections, prioritize contact with Thunderforge Workshop," still echoed in his ears. Yet Chen Mo knew well institutional recognition was mere surface appearance. What truly kept them alive was not trust granted by others but rules mastered by themselves. He closed the checklist and rose to his feet. Lin Xiaoqi was inputting the final segment of combat data into the terminal. Her cybernetic eye pulsed with steady blue light. Her hair was tied into a defiant top knot, and a holographic interface hovered before her dense waveforms, refreshing ceaselessly. Lei Meng sat slouched in a metal chair, his exoskeleton partially disassembled, his right hand resting on the hilt of his tactical dagger, while chewed synthetic tobacco whitened between his teeth. "Pull up all spiritual energy residue records from the past 3 weeks, Chen Mo said, voice low but clear enough for both to hear. "Include environmental parameters, energy fluctuation frequencies, and meridian pressure values for every time I controlled my spiritual energy." Lin Xiaoqi's pen spinning halted mid-rotation. She looked up. "You're building a behavioral database, not just recording." Chen Mo stepped to the control console, fingertips gliding across the screen. "I need to know why sometimes I can stabilize my Thunderfire spirit root, and other times I nearly lose control. This isn't about luck. It's about pattern." Lei Meng exhaled a slow, heavy breath and nodded deliberately. I'll assign personnel from the patrol team. Deploy every available sensor for sampling. Lin Xiaoqi asked no further questions. Her fingers flew across the interface, extracting spiritual energy trajectories from 31 battles. The display shifted, datasets began layering and cross-referencing. Chen Mo closed his eyes. In his mind's eye, the spirit root simulator interface appeared. Hundreds of pathways unfurled instantly, each representing a simulated awakening attempt. Images flashed rapidly. Bodies exploding, meridians tearing, spirit seas collapsing. Failure cases detonated one after another like cascading circuit failures. At last, only one pathway glowed green. Their spiritual energy did not force its way through barriers. Instead, at the 7th node it generated a subtle resonance, establishing an autonomous regulatory mechanism. Chen Mo opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the unervingly smooth energy curve displayed on screen. Found it, he said. Lin Xiaoqi simultaneously retrieved the empirical data. She aligned the simulated pathway frame by frame with actual combat footage, and discovered that each time Chen Mo successfully controlled his spiritual energy, a fleeting frequency oscillation rippled through the air. The oscillation was exceedingly faint, nearly undetectable by standard scanners. But under the nanobot array's resolution, it resolved into a distinct harmonic pattern. This isn't merely internal circulation, she murmured. It's more like resonance with something else. Chen Mo recalled the subterranean vibration frequency he'd sensed deep within the shaft the previous night. He pulled up the geological stratum map and entered the resonance parameters. After 10 seconds of model computation, the match rate displayed 87.6. The mineral lattice structure 300 meters beneath the shelter was precisely capable of sustaining energy oscillations at this frequency band. It's not that humans adapt to spiritual energy. Chen Mo's voice lowered, resonant and grave. Rather, spiritual energy depends upon environmental feedback. Perhaps the great severance of spiritual qi 3,000 years ago wasn't caused by energy depletion, but by the collapse of this symbiotic mechanism. Lei Meng frowned. So you're saying what we call awakening today is merely a fragmented imitation? More precisely, a unilateral extraction. Chen Mo opened his notebook and wrote a single line on a blank page. The essence of a spirit root is an interface, not a weapon. Lin Xiaoqi watched the words, her cybernetic eyes blue light momentarily intensifying. She rebuilt the model, treating the individual spirit root as a signal emitter and the subterranean crystal lattice as a receiving and feedback network. When their frequencies misaligned, system equilibrium shattered, resulting in 90% of awakeners perishing from catastrophic bodily rupture. So true cultivation was never about how much spiritual energy one could ingest, she said. It was about whether one could synchronize with the world's original rhythm. Silence settled among the three. Data continued scrolling across the terminal screen, waveforms interweaving like celestial orbits. Outside night still held sway. Workshop lights reflected off unpowered instrument panels. Chen Mo gently stroked his wristwatch, his expression calm and resolute. Lin Xiaoqi stood beside the holographic projection, entering the final batch of analytical results. Lei Meng remained seated, dagger still in hand, his focus unwavering. Wind stirred again, lifting the pages of the notebook on the table. It fell open to a fresh sheet. Ink still wet, bearing only a single heading, how to restore the connection. Wind rushed in from the ventilation shaft, stirring the unfinished research paper on the corner of the desk. The ink had slightly blurred the edges of the words, how to rebuild the connection. Fading, yet the strokes remained distinct. Chen Mo pressed his fingers against the corner of the page, preventing it from flying away. He didn't look at the line again, but turned instead to the main console. The screen still displayed the data model from the previous chapter, the resonance curve between spiritual root energy and the underground lattice with a waveform fit of 87.6. This number was sufficient to indicate the problem. The flow of spiritual energy was not an isolated event, but a two-way feedback loop. Yet why had it been interrupted? 3,000 years was a time span that natural decay could not explain. Pull up the environmental parameters of all failed cases. Chen Mo spoke, his voice low, as if dissecting a precision circuit. Categorize them by region and mark the geomagnetic deviation values at the moment of awakening for those who exploded. Lin Xiaoqi's pen twirling paused, a faint blue light flickering in her mechanical prosthetic eye. She didn't ask for the purpose, her fingers already sliding across the holographic interface. Beyond the 31 battle data points, historical records of 7 awakening sites around the shelter were added. The image switched and clusters of red dots lit up on the three-dimensional map, concentrated in the northern slums, the eastern collapse zone, and the southwestern abandoned factory area. The commonality is obvious, she said. 90% of the explosions occurred in areas with mineral content below 0.3, and the frequency of irregular vibrations in the shallow crust was higher than normal. Lei Meng chewed on a substitute tobacco, tapping the dagger lightly against his palm. He stared at the distribution of red dots on the map, then suddenly said, "These places. They used to be civilian infrastructure zones. Concrete steel grids, they press down on the rock layers." Chen Mo nodded. He pulled up the coordinates of his 3 successful instances of controlling spiritual energy, all of which fell on mineral vein fault lines. Precisely the locations where the lattice structure was most prone to resonance. On one side was a dead end of forced extraction with no feedback, on the other a slender thread of survival through faint resonance. The difference lay not in individual strength but in whether there was a net beneath one's feet. "So it's not that the spiritual energy is gone," Lei Meng said, slowly rising to his feet as his exoskeleton emitted a faint hydraulic hiss. "It's that this thread has been cut." The 3 fell silent. The terminal fan hummed softly as data continued to scroll. Lin Xiaoqi reverse-engineered the model, constructing a complete circulatory system, spiritual energy, seeping from fissures absorbed and transformed by individual spiritual roots, then flowing back through the underground lattice network for purification and redistribution. Once an intermediate link was missing, the system became unbalanced, energy accumulated, and it would ultimately explode through the nearest exit, the meridians of those awakened individuals. "The closed loop has been broken," she said. "Our current method of cultivation is like reaching directly into a high-voltage switch, hoping not to get electrocuted." Chen Mo closed his eyes. The spiritual root simulator emerged, unfolding 100 paths once more. This time he no longer only looked at individual survival probabilities but incorporated environmental variables into his calculations. Among the failed paths, the vast majority displayed external feedback, missing with the system deeming them unsustainable. The only path to survival consistently pointed to the model with a stable return mechanism. He opened his eyes and wrote a new line in his notebook. "Who cut the connection? Why was it cut?" His pen paused. He added another sentence. "If the original rules are not recovered, all awakenings will ultimately lead to destruction." Lin Xiaoqi looked at that sentence, her top knot bobbing slightly. She closed the holographic interface and began to reconfigure the analysis module, preparing to access deeper geological databases. Lei Meng put down his dagger, leaned back in the metal chair, and closed his eyes as if recalling some distant scene. "I've carried out purge missions." He suddenly spoke. "Back then they said the awakened were unstable elements that needed to be controlled. But now it seems what's truly unstable is this awakening method itself, which forcibly strips the system." Chen Mo didn't respond. He looked out the window. The night hadn't faded yet, and the distant wasteland silhouette was hidden in the gray mist like a scorched circuit board. His left hand slowly brushed over his wristwatch, the metal case cold. The last movement his father made before dying was also to touch the timer on his wrist, their only navigation tool during their escape. "The ancient sects," Chen Mo said quietly. 3,000 years ago, when heaven and earth were cut off from spiritual energy, it wasn't because the spiritual energy had dried up, but because someone had actively sealed the fissure network. If it were a natural decline, it would have been a slow attenuation, not a complete severance overnight. Lin Xiaoqi looked up. "I can find the locations of multiple global spiritual abyss fissures from 3,000 years ago, all with abnormal sealing marks. The residual spiritual pressure is arranged in a geometric pattern not naturally formed. At least one unified organization executed a blockade operation at the same time." "That's them," Lei Meng said, opening his eyes. "Those who master the technology also hold the power of final control." Chen Mo opened a new page and drew a simple diagram. In the center was the Earth's core energy source radiating outward through a network of channels connecting to major fissure nodes. Beneath each node was a corresponding lattice feedback layer. He drew an X in the center of the diagram. "The problem isn't outside," he said. "It's in the central hub. If the entire system was once under unified management, then its collapse must have come from an internal decision. It wasn't a loss of control, it was a choice." Lin Xiaoqi began writing a new scanning protocol, preparing to compare ancient and modern geological spectra. Lei Meng picked up his dagger again, but this time he didn't tap it. He just held it, his knuckles turning slightly white. The light in the workshop was steady, the instruments operating as usual. No one left their seat and no one mentioned the next step. But they all knew that something had changed. In the past, they studied the rules to survive. Now they understood that the rules themselves had been tampered with. What everyone called awakening was nothing more than a dangerous imitation under a flawed system. Chen Mo stood up and walked to the console. He didn't shut down any equipment nor did he give any orders. He just stared quietly at the data stream on the screen, as if waiting for an answer that had yet to appear. A few strands of Lin Xiaoqi's hair fell across her forehead, her fingers hovering over the start button. Lei Meng remained seated in his original spot, his breathing steady, but his gaze no longer alertly scanning the surroundings, instead delving into the depths of memory. The wind blew in again, lifting a corner of the blueprint on the table. Chen Mo's left hand brushed over his wristwatch, remaining perfectly still. The wind still blew, curling the edge of the blueprint. Chen Mo pressed his palm down. Not to hold the paper flat this time, but to affirm its existence. The main console screen glowed, data streams flowing unceasingly. Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical eye glimmered with a faint blue light in the darkness. She had already overlaid the global map of abyssal rifts onto the geological stratum model. 3 highlighted zones pulsed: the northern tundra, the southwestern fault valley, and the eastern sunken city. Each location bore remnants of geometric sealing arrays, perfectly matching the systemic blockade from 3 millennia ago. Coordinates locked. She said, her voice flat, yet her pen spun faster. Lei Meng opened his eyes. The exoskeleton's hydraulic system emitted a soft hiss of depressurization. He rose, walked to the console, and stared at the 3 points for a full 10 seconds before speaking. The tundra is too far, supply lines won't hold. The sunken city's water pressure exceeds 30 atmospheres. Without deep-sea gear, it's suicide. Chen Mo nodded. His right eye twitched slightly as the spiritual route simulator unfolded 100 pathways in his mind, loading all environmental variables. The 2 routes with the highest failure rate led to the tundra and the sunken city. Resource consumption: 2 great probability of encountering mutants exceeding 78%. The only viable path was the southwestern fault valley, the shortest distance, the highest integrity of the underground crystal lattice, and an abandoned research station serving as a forward base. That's the one, he said. We're not hunting legends. We're hunting evidence. Lin Xiaoqi tightened her top knot, her fingers sweeping across the holographic interface to summon the fault valley's topographic profile. The rock strata showed clear fractures. Residual spiritual pressure, though weak, fluctuated periodically, indicating the rift network was not dead, merely dormant. If the ancient sects truly severed the connection, she murmured, they must have left monitoring nodes. Or records. Where there are records, there's an entrance. Chen Mo opened his toolkit and began inventory. Welding torch, emergency gel, spare batteries, signal jamming module. Each item was meticulously inspected and categorized. His movements were steady. His left hand unconsciously brushed the metal casing of his wristwatch. The metallic touch kept him lucid. Lei Meng turned toward the weapon rack, retrieving 2 electromagnetic pulse grenades and 6 titanium alloy climbing pitons. He crouched, using a detector to test the detonation thresholds one by one. Then he disassembled the exoskeleton's thruster shell and replaced the aging wiring. A slight oil leak at the hydraulic tube joint. He tightened the clamp and sprayed sealant. This isn't a clearance mission, he said suddenly without looking up, his voice low. It's about reclaiming what should have been ours. Lin Xiaoqi didn't respond, but she duplicated the geological scanning protocol, stored it on a portable memory chip, and slipped it into the hidden pocket of Chen Mo's backpack. She dismantled 2 defunct analyzers, reassembled their motherboards and sensors into a compact spiritual pressure detection device, and reinforced its casing with scrap exoskeleton armor plating. After calibrating the display, she placed it in a shockproof case and affixed a label for use in environments level 3 and below only. Chen Mo stood before the tactical board and wrote the operation code name, Trace Origin. He proposed a 3-phase entry method. Phase 1, remote scanning. Deploy unmanned probes to gather baseline data. Phase 2, establish a temporary relay station to verify environmental safety. Phase 3, personnel entry for survey and sampling. Once written, the plans sync to all 3 terminals, automatically checking for conflicts. None found. I'll lead the on-site survey, said Chen Mo. I'll hold the rear, nodded Lin Xiaoqi. I'll take point. Lei Meng clicked his exoskeleton shoulder armor into place. The division of labor was clear. No unnecessary words. The workshop lights remained steady. The instruments hummed as usual. The map on the wall had been updated, a red line extending from Thunder Forge workshop toward the southwest. The transport vehicle's maintenance was 80% complete. The fuel tank had been filled with half a tank of concentrated energy liquid, and the tires replaced with anti-collapse composite tracks. Chen Mo shouldered his packed toolkit and zipped it to the top. He took one last look at the action plan on his terminal, confirming all modules showed green. Lin Xiaoqi was still fine-tuning the detector's strands of hair, falling across her forehead, a holographic interface floating before her eyes. Lei Meng sat by the weapon rack, chewing on a tobacco substitute, a tactical knife in his hand. His gaze swept over the two of them before dropping back to the floor. No one said, "Let's go." No one said, "I'm ready." But they all knew. This moment had already begun. Half of the transport vehicle's underbody guard plate was removed, oil stains and rust glimmering dull yellow under the light. Chen Mo crouched beneath the chassis, the wrench lodged into the third fixing bolt, when he heard a faint metallic misalignment sound. He paused, his right hand reaching into the edge of the interlayer, his fingertip touching a cold, hard foreign object. It was a metal box the size of a palm, its surface etched with fractured lines resembling some kind of sealing talisman. He pried open the seam with a titanium alloy blade, and the moment the lid sprang open, a faint wave of spiritual pressure fluctuation swept across his wrist. The digital watch's hands jumped 2 ticks, and a needle-like sting pierced his skin. "There's something," he said. Lin Xiaoqi looked up from the console, a blue light flashing in her mechanical prosthetic eye as it locked onto Chen Mo's position. She rose and walked over a holographic interface floating above her left arm, synchronizing the detector's readings. Residual spiritual pressure at 0. 3 Hz frequency unstable, similar to terminal neural discharge in awakened ones. She crouched down, taking out a pair of tool pliers to pick up the charred remnants inside the box. The paper was brittle, the ink blurred, the edges charred black. Lei Meng also walked over, standing behind the two, silent, his gaze sweeping over the inscriptions on the remnants. "Ancient cultivation inscriptions," Lin Xiaoqi said. "No match in the database, but the structure is close to variant Oracle bone script. Some characters are corroded, scanning might worsen the damage." Chen Mo stared at the twisted strokes, his spiritual root simulator activating, automatically 100 pathways beginning to deduce. He didn't let it simulate combat or escape. Instead, he directed the data flow toward linguistic pattern analysis. The first time he used the simulator for information decoding. The system loaded the inscription structure, stroke order rules, and repeated character frequency, marking 3 high-frequency combinations in 3 seconds: seal, sever, and abyss. "Sever. Abyss," Lin Xiaoqi murmured. "Heaven and earth severing spirit," Chen Mo said in a low voice. "Not a natural phenomenon, but a man-made act." Lin Xiaoqi placed the remnants into the detector, whose casing she had modified into a text enhancement scanning device. The resonance frequency was set to 1.7 MHz, precisely causing resonance with the trace spiritual energy crystals within the paper fibers. On the display, the blurred characters gradually sharpened. The first line emerged on the 9th day of the 7th lunar month, in the Guimao year. The sealing of the main peak was completed, the spiritual veins, severed at 6 points, the fissures returned to silence. The second page was shorter. It was not heaven that severed the spirit, but men who sealed themselves. "We acted under orders, knowing the depth of our sin, only hoping future generations would not uncover it." Lei Meng's fingers tapped the handle of his tactical dagger, producing a dull thud. He stared at the words "under orders" for a long time before speaking. "Who gave the order? And for what purpose?" "I don't know," Lin Xiaoqi said, pulling up a cross-comparison model. "But the records were written by at least 3 people. Sentiment analysis shows 1 was remorseful, 1 numb, and 1 angry. The time span is about 47 years. She magnified a section in the winter of the Bingu year, the Western Ridge Array. I collapsed and 36 disciples perished defending it. I suspect the seal itself is a trap, yet the sect leader's order cannot be defied." Chen Mo's right eye twitched slightly. The simulator was overlaying this information with a geographic model. The location of the southwestern fault valley lit up again, its coordinates deviating by no more than 300 meters from the Western Ridge Array I noted in the log. He stood up, walked to the main console, and called up a terrain profile. Beneath the rock fault zone, there existed a regular geometric structure about 800 meters on each side, arranged in a hexagonal star pattern. "It's not natural," he said. Lin Xiaoqi followed, importing all remnant data into the system to piece together the complete passage. The last line appeared on the screen: "Future discoverers of this text beware entering the abyss. The spirit path is dead, the heart's fire hard to kindle." The workshop fell silent. Wind gusted in through the ventilation shaft, stirring an engineering blueprint in the corner. Lin Xiaoqi's pen spinning stopped, her silver hair falling over her forehead. Lei Meng chewed his synthetic tobacco, faster, his Adam's apple bobbing twice before he finally exhaled a breath devoid of smoke. Chen Mo rubbed the watch on his wrist, its metal casing icy cold. He recalled the final gesture of his father before being dragged away by the sandworms. that hand pressing desperately against the ground as if grasping for something unseen. He hadn't understood then, but now he did. Some people lived only to leave clues. Not all truths are comfortable. He said, his voice low yet clear to everyone. But only by knowing them can we rewrite them. Lin Xiaoqi restarted the spin of her pen, her fingers gliding across the holographic interface to encrypt and archive the entire log, naming the file reference for tracing origins V1. The background program automatically initiated a comparison searching the database for all records containing Spirit Severing Seal and Array I. Lei Meng turned and walked to the weapon rack, took down an exoskeleton power module, and opened the casing to inspect the capacitor bank. He replaced it with a new set of batteries and recalibrated the detonation parameters of the electromagnetic pulse, grenades his movement steady and without unnecessary pauses. Chen Mo walked to the tactical board and picked up a marker. He crossed out the word legend written earlier, covering it with ink, and wrote 2 new words, fact. The 3 said nothing nor made any gesture to set out. But they all knew something had already changed. Lin Xiaoqi's mechanical prosthetic, I continued to flash blue, running a second round of data analysis in the background. Lei Meng inserted the last piton into the leg slot of his exoskeleton, clicking it into place with a snap. Chen Mo stood before the main console, inputting keywords from the log into his personal terminal, preparing for subsequent technique adjustments. The workshop lights were steady, the instruments humming as usual. The red line on the map still pointed southwest. The transport vehicle had 20 maintenance progress remaining, the fuel tank was half full, and the tracks were still. Chen Mo pressed the save key, and a confirmation prompt appeared on the screen. He clicked confirm, and the data synced to the team terminal.